that usually tells you it's usually that's the person that usually wins.
Okay, let's keep an eye on that. And as we do, I also want to keep an eye on some of those economic numbers as well, because as you saw, the economy, if it is not the top issue, and again, those numbers might shift, it might end up that way at the end of the night, it is certainly among the top issues for voters. So we're lucky to have our expert correspondent, Christine Romans, covering all things economy for us. And you are digging into these exit polls just like we are.
Yeah, and I'm also trying to keep an eye on the gender gap when you look at the economy and you look at what people are really worried about. And this is so fascinating. These are voters under 30 years old, right? Young voters who are energized in this election. And the top issue for men under 30 is the economy tied with state of democracy. For women, it is abortion, far and away the #1 thing for women. And the younger the voters, as I look at these exit polls, the younger they are, abortion goes up the list for how important it is for them. So that's something to keep an eye on, the different ages and the gender gap there. Overall, the condition of the U.S. economy, though, I mean, you can see poor, not so good. You know, more than 7 out of 10 voters, more than that, think that things are not going in the right direction. That is in line with what we've been hearing in the opinion polls for months and months, Hallie.
Christine, one of the things that as I've been in some of these battleground states talking with voters about the economy, I hear a lot about the cost of living. I hear a lot about how expensive like a pound of burger meat is, or the price at the gas pump, for example, even with, of course, gas prices coming down, inflation coming down. But that is a question that we asked on these exit polls, Christine, and you're getting into that as well.
Yeah, and there's housing and there's childcare, there's wages. Depending on where you are in the country, there are different sort of pain points in terms of how people are feeling. We asked in the last year, has inflation caused your family a severe hardship? 21%, a moderate hardship, 53%. That is a huge proportion of the electorate that thinks that inflation has been a hardship. No hardship at all, a surprising only 24%. Some might say they can't believe it's that high, considering how many people have been complaining about inflation. And by the way, this is a question we didn't even have to ask 4 years ago. 4 years ago, we were asking about the pandemic. Now so it's a reminder. I want to show you this one really quickly. Family finances, worst today, 45%. That is the highest worst family finances compared to 4 years ago in 5 presidential cycles. That's even a little bit higher than the great financial crisis, guys.
That's so interesting. Christine Romans, thank you very much. Appreciate that. You know, the campaigns, the candidates are looking at this data too. Peter Alexander and Dasha Burns are covering both the Harris and the Trump campaigns, as we're just getting our look now at favorability ratings for each of the candidates. I want to show you here. Donald Trump will start here. 54% of voters view him unfavorably, 44% favorably. But Dasha, as you well know, part of the strategy here for the Trump campaign is to take that 44% and make sure that they get to the polls, that they turn out and vote. It's about supercharging the people who already back him, Dasha.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And a large focus for that base is men. You heard Christine Romans there just talk about the gender gap. I, from being out in the field, would almost call it like a gender chasm, a gender Grand Canyon. It is so stark, this divide, and it could be the defining factor for this election. And you can see that in just the closing messages that we watched from those candidates. Former President Trump last night got the endorsement of the nation's most popular podcaster, Joe Rogan. That is likely to maybe help him with men, especially young men. He's hugely influential. Not likely to help him with women. He did bring out conservative commentator Megyn Kelly, who was actually pretty critical of his approach with women, but she tried to help him make that closing pitch to female voters. But he's really, Hallie, been leaning into talking points that are more catering to men and platforms that cater more to men. The other thing that we're seeing from him just moments ago, he's already posting on Truth Social saying that there's a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, saying law enforcement is coming. We got a response from D.A. Krasner saying that the only talk about massive cheating has come from one candidate, Donald J. Trump, and there is no factual basis whatsoever with law enforcement to support this wild allegation. We have seen him sowing seeds of doubt about this election with no evidence to support anything nefarious, Hallie.
An important reality check there. Dasha Burns, live for us in South Florida. Thank you. Let's take a look now at the favorability for Vice President Harris, and you can see it here now. 50% of exit polled voters say that they have an unfavorable opinion of her versus 48% who say that they have a favorable opinion of her. In other words, that they like her, that they are into her, if you will. Let me bring in Peter Alexander, who's live for us just outside Howard University in Washington, where the vice president is holding her watch party. Peter, give us a sense of what you're hearing and seeing from the campaign at this moment.
Well, I can tell you what I'm hearing right now, and it's a lot of loud music as they get ready for a celebration here tonight. They are projecting confidence and hoping this night works out very well, but we'll save that for a little bit later. To the favorability numbers right now, I think particularly what is satisfying or is viewed as a good sign among Harris campaign officials with whom I'm speaking is the fact that Kamala Harris, the vice president's favorability, is at 48%. Joe Biden's is at 41%. She's well outperforming him right now. Of course, there have been real concerns that the sense that Americans thought the country was headed in the wrong direction. They had largely been dissatisfied with President Biden's handling of his time in office could have an impact on her. Ultimately, it's likely in part what led him to have to get out of this race. But she is not only outperforming President Biden, she's also outperforming former President Donald Trump at 44% right now. And what's also striking to me is in the NBC News poll, Hallie, as you know, that we put out only a matter of days ago, Americans had sort of a rosier view of Donald Trump's time in office now than they did at the time itself. 48% saying that they like the way he handled his time in office, which is notable because his favorability right now, according to these exit polls, early exit polls, is at 44%. So that number has come down a little bit as well. So those are some of the things we're going to keep close eyes on over the course of this evening. A couple other things that we're watching, and campaign advisors are flagging to reporters like myself, reaching out and speaking to them. They are seeing large numbers among young voters, particularly on college campuses. We were told specifically about Lehigh with a 7-hour line only a short time ago. They're sending more voting machines there, election officials are, and the campaign sending more support in the form of some of its surrogates to keep those folks in line in hopes that they'll come out in favor of Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
Hallie.
Pennsylvania is so critical to that campaign and to the former president's campaign as well. Peter Alexander, I hope you got your coffee handy. We'll be talking with you, I know, in just a little bit. We're also getting exit polls out of not just the national landscape here, but some of those key swing states. Remember, exit pollsters post up at some 600 locations all across the country. So let's get a look at some of the results here. And I want to start here with the blue wall. So remember, that's Pennsylvania, that's Michigan, that's Wisconsin. Favorability, unfavorability. Again, favorable. Both candidates here are below 50%. This largely tracks to a degree to what we saw nationally. Sunbelt, very similar story here too. I want to get to the fact that polls are starting to close now. Looking at my watch in just about 45 minutes in some of those key battlegrounds. We're going to start on the East Coast. We're going to start with Georgia. And you can see Indiana, Kentucky, Vermont, Virginia, South Carolina as well. But it's Georgia that we're going to be watching for, that you should be watching for as well. 30 minutes later, you've got North Carolina. This is one that is so fascinating here. Remember, former President Trump won this state twice, but it looks like it is, based on public polling, a very close race. And then at 8 o'clock, buckle up, because that's when it hits, right? Pennsylvania, the all-important battleground here, along with a slew of other states, including some with key Senate races, for example, like in Maryland. Ohio also has one. That'll be closed by 8 p.m. too. Polls close there at 7:30. We've got a lot to get to tonight, and we're going to continue our rolling coverage. We're going to take you live to 3 of these critical swing states in just a couple of minutes, checking in with our teams in Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin as our special coverage of Decision 2024 continues.
courage, resilience, and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
We are back now with our Decision 2024 election night coverage right here on NBC News. The country is still voting. Somebody you know may be out at the polls even now, but we are getting some data in from our exit polls here, like how voters feel about the way things are going in the country today. You see 72% of those polled say that they feel dissatisfied or angry. It's a negative view of where we are in America right now. 26% say they feel enthusiastic or satisfied. We've also been talking about what early exit polls, and again, these numbers could change throughout the course of the night and the course of the next couple of weeks as we get information in. But with the state of democracy as the top issue, 25% feel that it is secure, 73% feel that it is threatened. I want to bring in our political editor, Chuck Todd, to talk us through some of these numbers. Chuck, your takeaways.
Look, this is a macro election. This is not one that's being decided by a single issue. Voters coming in here, they're nervous. They're not happy with the way things are going. When you have 70+%, there's going to be both Harris and Trump voters in there.
That's right.
Right. I mean, so this is not about they're not happy with a specific party in Washington. This is bigger than that. This is about who's an American. So I do think that you see, this is why I think you've seen what feels like, people feeling not as good about how things are going about the country, but also uncertain. They're not even certain that either president is going to make them feel great. Yeah. They're just clearly nervous about what the other side might do. Look, the other takeaway I have here is the fact that I think the makeup of this electorate, fewer people identifying with either major party. Now, if you think about it, if you're dissatisfied with the way things are going, you're not happy with how if you think democracy is threatened, then it actually makes a lot of sense that you don't want to identify with either major party.
That's right. That you're not
down.
Well,
I think that's a big deal. I think we're in a moment here. We've been in the middle of a realignment. This feels like we're in the middle of another one here. In fact, there are going to be more people identifying as independent, more people identifying as moderate that have ever voted in the last two times that Donald Trump was on the ballot. I think it's very significant, and I think it's a sign that this is a very fluid electorate, and I'd be very careful reading too much in it right now.
When I hear you say that, my takeaway is let's be careful then, thinking we know anything based on some of these.
It's pretty clear, right, that whoever wins independence is going to win this election because it's the only way you can win, because so fewer, literally only fewer than 3 in 4 voters are picking one of the two major parties to identify with.
Of course, we know this isn't a national election. This is going to be won or lost in the battleground states as we get on that road to 270. So I want to head to one of those states now, Wisconsin, and already a big headline coming out of there. The city of Milwaukee now says it will recount all of its absentee ballots. I want to bring in Shaquille Brewster, who's live for us in Milwaukee. Shaq, explain this. Why is this?
Yeah, Hallie, this is something that's not happening at polling locations, but instead happening downtown, where in Milwaukee they gather all of that early vote, people who voted early in person and those mail-in ballots, and they count them all at once, all in one location. And what they found is that the 13 high-speed tabulators there, while they were sealed, they weren't locked properly. So the clerk there went around, got the Republican observer, got the Democratic observer, and went through and relocked those tabulators. But they're saying out of an abundance of caution and to eliminate any doubt, and in order to be fully transparent, they went through and emptied.
All right, Shaq's audio just went down. We're going to work to get that back up. As we do, I want to take you to another battleground state, and we'll get back to Shaq in a second, and that is the state of Georgia. Polls are going to close there in just about 40 minutes from now. Remember, this was a very close, razor-thin margin back in 2020 with former President Trump's loss, and became ground zero for alleged election interference. Again, no evidence to support that. We're asking voters there, how confident are you that this year's election is being conducted fairly and accurately? 17% say not confident, but a majority, by far, 81%, say they feel good about the elections there. Blaine Alexander is live for us. You see her there. Blaine, give us a gut check on where things stand.
Well, where things stand is right now I'm standing in the Fulton County Elections Hub. You talked about polls closing here in Georgia in about 40 minutes. Once that happens, the activity here is going to start to pick up. Let me show you a little bit of what's happening over my shoulder. Right back there, those machines, that's where we are going to see the tabulations for the votes as they come in here to Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county. Of course, Hallie, you know it very well. We've talked about it plenty of times. It was kind of ground zero for all of those mini claims during 2020. I think what's interesting, Hallie, about this location, this building didn't exist back in 2020. This is something that was built new since the election last time. It's kind of a way to get all of the operations here under one roof, a way to streamline this process here in Fulton County. It's also a place that allows members of the public to come in and observe this process. We've already seen some people who are coming in to watch this tabulation from both parties, Republicans and Democrats, kind of here amongst the general population with us members of the media. So that's what's happening here. Now, just for a big picture of what's kind of happening around the state, you know about those record early voting numbers. More than 4 million people cast a ballot. That led to very short lines today. In fact, I've got to say that between me and my amazing producer, Charlie Guile, we went around to about 15 or so different polling locations throughout a couple of counties. Every single place we saw almost no line. I talked to some people. They told me most of them said that their wait was as short as about 5 minutes or so. Some people in the 15-minute range earlier in the morning. But that really kind of gives you a sense that early voting and those absentee ballots, those are the results that are going to have to be tabulated starting around 8 o'clock, because that's an hour after polls close. That's state law. So because the bulk of those votes were cast early, that's where we're going to start to see a lot of those results come in relatively quickly, Hallie.
As you're talking with voters who have been in line, Blaine, as you've been out there living and working in Georgia, of course, over the course, and not just today, but over the course of the last couple of weeks, what stands out to you?
I think a couple of things. One, I think the increased focus on Metro Atlanta, I should say, Metro Atlanta for both candidates is very different from what we saw in the closing days of 2020. Back in 2020, Donald Trump was going to the reliably red counties, kind of on the southern part, the northern part of the state. This time, everybody has been focused for the most part, on Fulton County, or rather on the Metro Atlanta area. That really is where both of them are relying on the vote share to come in and take them across the finish line, Hallie.
Blaine Alexander live for us there in Battleground, Georgia. Blaine, thank you. Let me take you back to Milwaukee now, where, Shaq, I think we fixed your microphone, right? So finish your sentence, please, on the latest of what's happening there.
Yes. Yes, bottom line, downtown, those ballots are going to be recounted. Nothing nefarious happening, but because of an agreement between Republicans and Democrats, they just want to make sure that there's some transparency there. So they're recounting those ballots. That might mean a later night here in Milwaukee. But outside of that, everything has been going smooth. I want you to take a look inside this polling location. I'll tell you, here at this location, the clerk says that the line this morning stretched out of the door, that it went an hour long or so. And they actually have a small college in the area. So they said that they've been having a lot of people take advantage of Wisconsin's same-day registration and go into that table that you were just looking at and actually register in person on this election day. I'll tell you, my favorite story, Hallie, is that someone said he was undecided up to the moment that he walked up to this polling location, which is essentially a field house here in Milwaukee in a park. He said he didn't know who he was going to decide on, so he took 2 laps around the park, hit a long walk, and finally decided he would be backing, in this case, Vice President Kamala Harris. But you mentioned Milwaukee is a place that we're going to be watching incredibly closely. Yeah. It's one that has been the focus for Democrats. Saw a lot of big visits ahead of Election Day. It's one that is very important to them. So we're going to be watching these results very closely. Unfortunately, those results might take a little bit longer to come and to be produced because of that little snafu downtown.
Shaq Brewster talking with who may be the latest late decider in the polling place where you are now. Shaq, thank you very much. Appreciate that. We are just about now 35 minutes away from polls closing in Battleground, Georgia. Not too long from now, you can see the other states where polls close at 7 p.m. Georgia is the one to watch. You've also got 7:30 poll closings in North Carolina. Ohio is interesting as well. There's a key Senate race there, and you can see the swing states that you need to be circling on your map at home, and I'm sure you have one, as our special coverage here of Decision 2024 continues tonight. Savannah Guthrie and Lester Holt will pick up right after a break. They are going to take you all the way to 2 a.m. Eastern and potentially beyond. I'll be there, too, with exit poll data, joined by Chuck Todd, Kristen Welker, and Tom Yamas. See you in a minute.
story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good evening from our NBC News Decision 2024 election headquarters.
It may be the closest election this country has ever seen, and we are going to cover every moment of it.
Our live coverage of election night begins right now. Tonight, it all comes down to this. One of the wildest elections ever finally reaches its end.
Will Vice President Kamalaharris make history as the first female president?
It is time to turn the page on the drama and the conflict.
Or will it be a historic comeback for former President Trump?
This will be America's new golden age.
An election rocked by upheaval.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
And violence. Now in the hands of some 150 million Americans who headed to the polls to have their voices heard.
Our correspondents live at campaign headquarters and with real-time updates from across the battleground states. Our decision desk ready to call the races. And our expert team here to break down all of it.
We have brand new exit polls just in, with the first poll closings of the night just a half hour away.
Who will control Congress? Who will be the next president of the United States?
It's all decided beginning tonight.
From NBC News, Decision 2024. Live from Democracy Plaza at Rockefeller Center. Here now, Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening and welcome to our live coverage of Election Night 2024.
Hi, everybody. Good to have you along with us. Never before in modern political history have we entered an election night with the polls so close and, Lester, with so much uncertainty.
Yeah, the campaign for president has really been a two-year-long roller coaster ride. Some have found it exciting, most, however, anxiety-inducing. But it's ending, as it always does, with you, the voters. You can see here the long lines across the country as Americans carry out their civic duty.
After all the speeches, the debates, the $1 billion in TV ads, have you seen some of those? The first polls are finally set to close in less than a half hour, and we'll begin to answer the question of who will be the 47th president of the United States.
Today, Kamala Harris was working the phones, talking to voters, and Donald Trump cast his ballot in Florida along with his wife, Melania.
A reminder of what will be decided tonight. It's not just the presidency on the line, but control of the Senate and the House of Representatives as well. And of course, nobody knows which way any of this will go. As we look at Democracy Plaza outside Rockefeller Center here in the heart of New York, we see the key number tonight. You'll see it a lot. 270. That is the number of electoral college votes a candidate needs to win the White House. And as it has been for the candidates this campaign, much of our focus tonight will be right here in the 7 battleground states that are most likely to decide this election.
Our correspondents are spread out across all of them and at campaign headquarters, but we're going to begin right here in the studio as we stand by for the vote count. We're hearing directly from voters in a new round of exit polls, and Tom Yamas has the latest on that. Tom, good evening.
Lester and Savannah, great to be with you tonight. So we asked voters as they voted, right after they left, who they wanted to vote for and how they voted. This is called the exit polls. There's about 600 of them across the country in the 7 battleground states, plus Texas, Florida, and Ohio. So here is our preliminary data. And again, this could change. We want to tell you that. So when we asked voters the most important issue, 34%, the top issue was state of democracy. Right under that, the economy at 31%, abortion, 14%, immigration, 11%. Remember, that's how former President Trump decided to close out his campaign, and 4% for policy. As we move on here, we ask, who do you trust more to handle the economy? 47% for the vice president, 51% for Trump. Remember, the former president ran on that as well, trying to close on that. We also asked, who do you trust more to handle abortion? Vice President Harris chose to close out her campaign on this message as well. 51% for the vice president, 44% for Trump. Savannah?
Well, these are early exit polls, and we should mention that we don't have full information and people are still voting. But let's go back to this most important issue. I think some eyebrows were raised when state of democracy becomes the top issue. Some people think, oh, does that favor the Democrats? Is that January 6th, that kind of thing? It means different things to different people.
Yeah, and we're going to be completely transparent tonight. It was surprising to us as well, because you think maybe the top issue would have been the economy, abortion, or immigration, state of democracy. But we have to understand here, we can't dig too deep into the data just yet because people are still voting. We'll have more that we can break down in the hours ahead. But state of democracy, essentially, that was the question. So who doesn't like democracy? All Americans like democracy. So whether you love Trump or you love Vice President Kamala Harris, that might be your top issue. It doesn't tell us a whole lot, but what it does tell us is that the electorate is motivated, and they came out to vote today.
Yeah, it may mean what's the state of the country and how important do you think this election is? And many, many people feel there are very high stakes, Lester. Let's get right to it. Peter Alexander at the Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C., campaign officials telling him they're feeling confident about the young voter turnout so far. What are you hearing, Peter?
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we wait for Kamala Harris to arrive here a little bit later this evening, this is her alma mater at Howard University. The early indications, at least in the eyes of the Harris campaign, are good ones, specifically as it relates to the turnout among young voters. They're pointing to that. Take, for example, they say what's happening in Pennsylvania is a good indication of heavy turnout in their favor, particularly at schools like Lafayette and Lehigh. At the campus of Lehigh University, they note at times today the line was up to 7 hours long. The campaign saying it's sending additional support. That support coming in the form of some celebrity assistance. Some of the stars of the Avengers film series, Don Cheadle, Paul Rudd, Mark Ruffalo, campaign sources tell me will be arriving there to help keep those individuals energized, to keep them in line. We're also told that state election officials are sending additional polling stations there so they can try to get through those lines a little bit more quickly. One thing they feel good about. Another thing that they're feeling particularly good about tonight are the favorability numbers right now, Savannah and Lester. The numbers, according to early exit polls, show that Kamala Harris is at 48% in terms of her favorability. Compare that to 44% for former President Trump. But notably, Joe Biden, the current president, is at 41%. That means that Kamala Harris is outperforming the man along whom she ran in 2020, with whom she served for the last 4 years. There had been some real concerns that that could have been an albatross for her, given so many Americans had indicated they thought the country was going in the wrong direction. Things we'll be watching over the course of this evening.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. And Garrett Hake is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, the former president has been posting on social media today, already talking about widespread cheating. What is he saying?
That's right, Lester, and his posts running contrary to the campaign's spin, their official statements at the moment right now. Listen, they came here tonight expecting to throw a party. I'm on the floor of the Palm Beach Convention Center, an absolutely massive ballroom that they have booked out, ready to throw a huge victory party, something that didn't really happen in 2016, a race that's victory surprised even Donald Trump, and of course didn't happen in 2020 when they lost. I just got off the phone with a senior Trump campaign advisor who told me they are cautiously confident in what they've been seeing across the battleground states so far today, and that the former president is trying to run through the tape, making calls to radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, urging his supporters to go vote, stay in line if they're already there, and trying to focus on an economic message, something that they've always felt is better for them on sort of the broad spectrum of issues in this race. All of that said, the former president's social media posts seem to undermine the confidence he is projecting. Just a short time ago, posting without any particular evidence that we can find about massive cheating, in his words, in Detroit and Philadelphia. Obviously places where Democratic turnout is expected to be very high, and ironically places, at least in the case of Detroit, where he actually performed better in 2020 in a loss than he did in 2016 in a win. Trump has said for the duration of this campaign, and especially in its closing days, that he believes the only way he could lose is if there is some kind of cheating out across these battleground states. We'll be watching to see what else he has to say about it tonight. Lester?
Okay, Garrett, thank you. We're going to go to battleground Pennsylvania now. NBC's Jacob Soboroff is in Philadelphia, where they've actually added 2 extra voting machines at one polling station because of the huge crowds. Jacob.
Yeah, Lester, good evening to you. That's absolutely right. We have been here all day long. We've been watching the line at Temple University. As a matter of fact, it used to stretch all the way down to the next avenue over here. Now the line, which was about 2.5 hours long, is quickly moving inside ahead of the 8 o'clock poll closing time here at Temple University. This is one of 1,703 different election divisions all across the city of Philadelphia. That's the same jurisdiction as the county of Philadelphia, 700 polling places. About 500,000 people were expected to vote in person today. Some of those students who had been waiting 2.5 hours are quickly inside right now. As you can see, they're coming out at a pace that we haven't seen all day after they added those 2 machines you referenced. It is, as you said, a positive sign for the Harris campaign. But of course, until all the ballots are cast and counted, we won't know that for sure, Lester.
All right, Jacob, thanks.
All right, well, we're right over here at the big board, 270. We mentioned it is the magic number tonight. That is what it will take to win the White House. Each campaign says they have multiple paths to get to that magic number. So let's get back to Tom Yamas at the big board, because this is the big picture. Yeah. Here's the map. The gray areas are the battleground states, and there are various ways to get to that magic number of 270.
Yeah, and this is how we ended up at the end of election week in 2020. As you mentioned, those battleground states, we haven't colored them in yet. Biden, he won 6 of those 7 battleground states. So the easiest path for the vice president is to hold the blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she does that, Savannah, she gets to 270, she's going to the White House. But if she's having a terrible night tonight and there's an emergency, she doesn't win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, the blue wall collapses, she has an emergency route through the Sun Belt. If she can win Nevada, win Arizona, remember, Biden won those, keep Georgia, and flip North Carolina, she gets to 275. But if this is the path for the Democrats, they're going to have a few heart attacks.
Well, I was going to say that's a much tougher path, and polls bear that out. Let's talk about the Donald Trump path.
Okay, just think about the east side. This is the easiest way to understand Trump's path. If he flips Georgia back to red, holds North Carolina, and then turns Pennsylvania red, he's going to the White House again. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the Midwest. Donald Trump tonight cannot get to the White House unless he makes a crack in the blue wall. If he wins Michigan, he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia, he can do it with just Nevada and those 6 electoral votes. But if he can't win Michigan and the blue wall comes down to Wisconsin, he has to win down in Arizona to get those 11 electoral votes.
And that's what we're going to be doing tonight, counting up electoral votes.
Tonight, maybe tomorrow, maybe
tomorrow,
the days ahead.
maybe next week. We shall see. Lester, let's go over to you.
You two are terribly optimistic. Thank you. Let's bring in Kristen Welker now, moderator of Meet the President. Kristen, what are you looking for tonight? Some early indications that suggest one or more of those paths we just talked about are real.
Absolutely, Lester. I'm looking for a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about the historic gender gap that could be one of the big stories of this election. We've seen it in polling leading up to tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris has a significant lead with women voters. Former President Donald Trump has a real lead with male voters. So we'll be watching those early returns to see how that bears out, to see how the split actually falls. Abortion on the ballot in 10 different states. So that will be notable, could potentially drive up turnout. Early bellwethers, Lester. Virginia in particular, there's a key race for Congress there. Virginia 7, Eugene Vindman running against Derek Anderson. This was a Democratic-held seat. Do Democrats continue to hold on to this seat, or do they lose it to Republicans? If they lose to Republicans, that could spell trouble for Democrats early on in the evening. And then this is a really fascinating one, Lester. Split ticket voters. In 1988, you had 17 states that voted opposite parties for president and Senate. In 2020, down to 1 state, Maine. What do we see tonight? It's really been dwindling over the years.
All right. Thank you, Kristen. Let's go over to Savannah now.
Poll closings are about to start in 7 o'clock Eastern time, including in the battleground of Georgia. And if you've ever wondered how we're able to call some of these races so quickly, stay put. We're going to take you inside. We'll show you how we do it right after the break.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to NBC News election night coverage. Vote tabulation centers across the country hard at work right now. You can see their election workers coast to coast counting ballots as they roll in on this historic night. One place that's speeding up its vote count system is battleground Michigan, with 15 electoral votes up for grabs. Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit, where people are still registering to vote. Jesse.
That's right, Lester. Our colleague Julia Jester tells us in downtown Detroit there are still people lining up to register to vote or to deal with a registration issue like a change of address. So people continue to be going through that process. We are outside of a polling location right now, which will still be open for a little bit more than an hour. Of course, if people are in line by 8 p.m. Eastern time, the expectation is they will still be able to cast their ballot. Once we have all of the votes in, we should be getting the results potentially faster compared to 2020, as you alluded to. The Secretary of State says that we could have unofficial full results here in Michigan by around noon tomorrow. This time around, for this presidential election, this is the first one where in Michigan, municipalities can pre-process absentee ballots. They're not releasing those results, but they can get those votes ready to be tabulated and be announced to the public. And in Detroit, obviously a massive city in this state, we are told by the Secretary of State that 95% of the absentee votes have been pre-processed already. And so that will potentially accelerate the timeline compared to 2020, where there was a vacuum of time that led to issues and misinformation and a lot of concern. And so that's something that we're going to be watching for, how that plays out. I got off the phone a short time ago with Congresswoman Haley Stevens from the Detroit area. She tells me, she's a Democrat. She tells me that if we see over 50% turnout in Detroit, that will be something that gives Democrats reason to smile. But there are multiple shifts potentially in the electorate we're watching for in this state. The war in Gaza, the situation in the Middle East, something that the substantial Arab American community in this state will be paying close attention to. We have a third-party candidate, Jill Stein, who has made a concerted effort to appeal to that community. That's one of several things we'll be watching for tonight. Savannah, back to you.
All right, Jesse, we waited till Wednesday afternoon in 2020 to get Michigan's results. We'll see if they improve on that record. In about 10 minutes, the first polls will close, and our decision desk here at NBC will make the first projections of the night. We've got Tom Yamas here to pull back the curtain. I think a lot of people wonder, how do they do this, and how careful are we? And you're going to give us a sneak peek.
Yeah, no, it's a great question, right? Because all through the night, you'll hear us projecting states, sometimes within minutes of polls closing, other times, as Savannah mentioned, days later. So tonight, we wanted to give you an inside look to show you how our team makes those calls.
Tonight, election officials across the country on a mission to count millions of ballots. They then report out their tallies, where our decision desk pulls them in and gets to work. John Lipinski runs the decision desk.
We have zero tolerance for errors.
His job, project the winner in each race, often before all the votes are counted.
Election night 2020.
Calls like this one in 2020 came just seconds after the polls closed at 7 p.m.
The president will easily carry Indiana.
So when viewers tuned in 4 years ago, they saw we called Indiana with only 7% of the vote in. How's that possible?
We leveraged exit poll data and actual real vote returns.
That exit poll data comes from workers spread out across the country asking in-person and mail-in voters who they voted for. But that real-time vote count is also put through advanced computer models, which are then analyzed by data experts and political scientists at the decision desk.
The only thing we care about is getting it right.
The main factors: how big is the difference between the two candidates, and how much vote has yet to be counted. Think of it like a basketball game. If a team is up by 20 points at halftime, they're favored to win, but there's still a good chance the trailing team can catch up in the next half. But if a team is up by 20 points with only 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter, there's just not enough time to close the gap. That's how it is with the outstanding vote count.
We're trying to figure out, are there enough votes for the second place candidate to overtake the first place candidate? And sometimes it's mathematically impossible.
Lipinski and his team will also know where that outstanding vote is coming from. Is it from a very blue area or a red area, which adds to their formula? And if a race is really close, that could take days.
You really need all of the vote in to be able to make a call, to be able to sort of be absolutely certain of who the winner will be.
And the mantra of our decision desk is that they want to be right. They do not want to be first. And Savannah and Lester have had a lot of time to spend with the decision desk, getting me ready for the big board and for tonight's election night. I can tell you, they take their job so seriously. They're mathematicians, they're scientists, they're journalists. Thank God they do the math. We don't have to do it. And they're getting so much information from around the country. Sometimes the information is changing within the second. It's incredible. But again, they want to make sure they're right before they give that information.
By the way, they're siloed off. They're not even here in New York. They're in Philadelphia. So they are doing their work, and they tell us when they're ready to make a call, not the other way around.
We are about to see some of their work in action. We're coming up with the first poll is about to close. Our decision desk is standing by to make its first projections of the evening as we begin to answer the question, who will be the next president of the United States? Stay with us for our live election night coverage on NBC.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
All right, we're back at 6:55 in the East. We are just minutes away from the first poll closings of the night.
And that also means we are minutes away from our first calls of the night, including one of the biggest battlegrounds of all. At the top of the hour, the first polls close. Our decision desk able to make its first calls of the night.
6 states and 60 delegates up for grabs, including one of the biggest battleground prizes in the South, Georgia.
The polls showing a race down to the wire, the state key to former President Trump's strategy for victory.
We are going to win the state of Georgia.
And if Vice President Harris wins it,
The path to the White House runs right through this state.
she opens up another path to the 270 Electoral College votes needed to take the White House.
We are standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make the first calls on the road to 270. So let's get to it. Who's ready to count some votes? Blaine Alexander is in Union City, Georgia for us tonight. Polls just about to close in that battleground. Hi, Blaine. What are you seeing?
Well, Savannah, really, this is the nerve center for Fulton County elections. This is the elections hub. I can give you a quick look inside. Right over my shoulder, this is where we're going to see the tabulations. And I spoke with a top county official who tells me how this process will unfold through the night. Basically, what happens when the polls close here in Georgia, about 3 minutes from right now, poll managers are going to take the memory cards and they're going to take the paper ballots. They're then going to drive them to one of 7 check-in centers that spread throughout the county, and then all of that information, all of those things are going to come right here. It's going to be an interesting thing. We're going to see each one of those precinct managers walk in, escorted by a law enforcement officer to bring those memory cards and the paper ballots, and that's when the tabulation process will begin. Now, of course, the big question is how long is it going to take? Well, we know that Georgia law now requires them to start being uploaded, the early voting ballots and the absentee ballots, to be uploaded within an hour of polls closing. So around 8 o'clock, we're going to start to see those results. They'll be shown on a big screen that's not too far away from where I'm standing. And certainly all of this is going to start to come alive once the polls close in about 2 minutes, Savannah.
All right, Blaine, thank you very much.
Now to our panel. Hallie Jackson is our senior Washington correspondent. Kristen Welker is host and moderator of Meet the Press. Hallie, let me start with you. We're about to get our first characterization.
Finally.
What are you thinking?
Listen, Georgia is going to be a critical state here. This is a place that had a very, very close razor-thin margin back in 2020. So what happens in Georgia is going to matter. A couple of things that I'm watching as I'm digging into those exit polls, which we'll get to after the polls close. Independents, who's doing well there? Non-white voters, Black and Latino voters, especially when you're looking at places like Metro Atlanta. We're always looking at young voters, and we are always looking at the gender gap, of course. We know that that is one of the dominant stories
of the night.
Yeah, exactly. And so we'll see if it continues to be. I think a real tell for that is going to be after 8 o'clock when polls close, and we can start to report out more.
Georgia was one of those traditionally red states that Democrats had thought about and dreamed about for many years, and not until 2020 did they finally get it. It was the swingiest state of the 2020 election. Trump won it by 200,000, I think, in 2016, and then Biden barely eked by. So what do you expect tonight?
Well, I think there has been so much focus on African-American voters and Black men in particular. I think about former President Barack Obama, who was out on the campaign trail with that very blunt message for Black male voters. Don't sit on the sidelines, get out and vote. So we will see if in a place like Georgia, the Atlanta suburbs, that paid off.
All right, we have an election alert now as we approach the top of the hour, and things are about to start getting interesting.
All right, 7 o'clock in the East, and we will not waste any time. This is the moment where we move from those months of speculations to actual results.
That's right. The polls have just closed in 6 states, and NBC News is ready to make our first projections of the night. Here we go. We start with the state of Kentucky. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Kentucky tonight. Let's move to Vermont. NBC News projects that Vermont will go in the Kamalaharris column this evening. This is where it brings us on the road to 270 right now. The early start, Donald Trump out in front with 8 electoral votes, 3 for Harris. A long way to go to get that 270, but that's where we are right now.
Well, polls closed in a handful of states, and these are the ones we haven't called yet: Indiana, South Carolina, Virginia, and that all-important state of Georgia. And here's how we're projecting it right now. Too early to call. It may come tonight, but it's not coming this exact moment. So we will continue to watch. We don't have any results yet to show you out of Georgia. It is simply too early to call. But Georgia is one of the faster states to count. So as I go over to Tom Llamas, who's starting to pull up the big board there and looking into some of the states that we're looking at. See, you've got Kentucky up on your map. Why is that?
This is the earliest data we're having so far. We have called Kentucky for former President Trump so far. I'm just trying to get a lay of the land to see, how is it looking compared to 2020? Again, a lot of that vote is still out, but we were able to make the projection as we explained to you. I also want to talk about Indiana because we're getting some vote data here. Still too early to call. Remember, only 14% of that vote is in right now. We also have this great feature on our board where we can show you where the remaining vote is. So obviously, the bigger the bubble is around those counties, that's how many votes are still outstanding. So here in the Indianapolis region, still a ton of votes waiting there. This is a state that Republicans have really done very, very well in elections past. If you go back here, Trump in 2020 won by about 16 points. Before that, it was even higher against Hillary Clinton. This is a state that Republicans are going to be safely in the win column, most likely. One of the places we can start to get data from is Hamilton County, with 60% of the vote in. This is not a great sign for Trump right now, but again, I want to be very clear. It's only 60% of the vote in, and this is what I'm talking about. 52% is what he won in 2020. She's on top right now with about 49, 50% of the vote. There's about 1,300 vote difference right now. Again, still very early, but this is the first data we're getting tonight, so we're kind of parsing what we can so far. There are big areas like South Bend, Pete Buttigieg, who was the mayor there, obviously, where Notre Dame is as well, and the big city of Indianapolis, Evansville. There's a university down there. A lot of if we look at the map in 2020, these are mostly rural counties, red counties where Trump can really run up the vote. But again, in some of these smaller counties, he wants to be 60, 70% to make sure he can overcome what she's going to get in Indianapolis. But still very early tonight, Savannah. We're going to get a lot of data as it's coming in hot and heavy throughout the night. But right now, still very, very early.
This is when we get the tea leaves out. This is the tea leaves portion of the night. And, you know, you have a red state. You know that Indiana's that Trump will prevail most likely. Same thing with Kentucky. But sometimes we can look into those counties and particularly the suburbs, because that is where we're starting to see a trend. Did I read your mind?
Oh, Savannah, we're mind melding because I'm looking at Hamilton County and I'm going, okay, people at home are probably going, wait a second, Hamilton County, was I supposed to know about that one? Was that one of the big ones? Here's why it's so interesting. It's because of the tea leaves, Savannah, and because of the trend lines as well, right? This is a county where Republican margins have been shrinking over time. Democrats have been making inroads. It is a suburban county. It is something similar that we see in places like Georgia, right? In some of these places in Pennsylvania and elsewhere. And that is what's so interesting about Hamilton. Let's not over-index on it. It's early, so that's why we're interested in it, because it's at least some data that's coming into us. But that's part of the story here.
You can see the importance of some of these places by how many times the candidates have visited Donald Trump. 8 trips to Georgia, 7 for Kamala Harris. I mean, we cover it every night, them in this state and that state, but when you see it laid out, it's quite amazing.
It really is. And when you think about the state of Georgia, we'll be looking at those Atlanta suburbs. What types of margins do we see there? That's how President Biden wound up eking out a victory. And then the exurbs, that's where Donald Trump does well. Forsyth, Cherokee. Can he run up the margins there? If he's going to win the state of Georgia, he'll do it in those territories.
Let's take it a step out, because these are themes that will run throughout the night. Kamala Harris has to get the turnout up in the cities. She has to get her margins even higher in the suburbs, and why she has to make up for the rural vote that is expected for Donald Trump. And he has been very good in past elections at finding these voters who aren't traditional voters who come and vote for the first time.
Absolutely. That's where the ground game is so significant. And tonight will be, to some extent, a test not only of their campaigns, but of the ground games. Was the Trump campaign able to get out some of those voters who don't typically go out and vote? One note about Pennsylvania, one of the biggest states we're going to be watching throughout the course of the night. Joe Biden won it, not just by running up the margin in the Philadelphia county, but in the suburbs of Philadelphia, those collar counties that make all the difference. Hallie and I are both in Pennsylvania.
That's our Bucks County in the House, folks.
Yeah, what do the exit polls tell you?
Okay, so let me disengage myself from the chair here, because we can start to get into some of the vote breaks here in Georgia. And here's what's really interesting. We've talked about people who identify as independents. This is a category, right, of voter that Vice President Harris really extended an olive branch to. She wanted to win them over. But look at this. Based on our exit poll data, it is Donald Trump winning independents, nearly a double-digit margin over Vice President Harris in the state of Georgia. Here's your grain of salt caveat. These are early numbers. They may shift a little bit throughout the night, but this is really interesting here. And if you're wondering, well, how does this compare to 2020? Let me pull that up here, because he is overperforming. Donald Trump is overperforming his numbers with independent voters in Georgia this cycle than he did last cycle by a significant margin, by about 10 points as well. The other piece of this, too, let's look at the gender gap in Georgia. The gender gap, it exists here, folks. We are seeing, and we'll pull up this board in a second here, Kamala Harris winning with women, Donald Trump winning with men. And I'll tell you, as I walk back over to the table here, that is something else we'll be watching here throughout the night. She's got to do really well with women. He wants to do really well with men. And in my conversations with campaign sources just in the last couple of hours, they're looking at that as well.
We've called this election perhaps the battle of the sexes election, so we'll see how that plays out. I think we've got a winner to announce, key projection in the state of Indiana. And no surprise here, Donald Trump will win that state again. Here's the data that's just coming in. See if we can get some numbers. And you now know, because we've taken you inside the decision desk, how is it that we can project this with just 15% of the vote counted? It is because we are confident that the margin is sufficient to make that call. So let's go to the 270 map. We're going to see this a lot, and we start to fill in some of the gray. Indiana, red for Donald Trump. Let me go right over to Tom Yamas, who's actually looking at Florida. So Florida had a poll close. Or is it about to poll close?
Yeah, they've closed. We have some voting data.
Okay.
And we have in Osceola County. I wanted to show this, why this is important. So here in Florida, we have the I-4 corridor, right? And this is kind of the central part of the state. It cuts right through here. When you think about Florida, you can think about it in three parts. The Panhandle, it's very red. That's Trump country in a lot of those counties. South Florida, usually reliably Democratic, but Republicans have made some inroads. And it's this I-4 corridor that is really the swing region. It's also the area where you find a large number of Puerto Rican voters as well. So when we come into Osceola, I wanted to highlight this because we have 71% of the vote in. This is usually a reliably blue county for Democrats. Again, not all of the vote is in. It is still early, but you can see Harris is underperforming in what is historically a blue county for Democrats. 56 for Joe Biden in 2020, 51 for Harris right now with 71% of the vote in. Again, it's still very early. So how is Trump doing? Well, in a county that he usually does very well in, Volusia County on the East Coast here, 56% in 2020 with 70% of the vote in. He's now at 59%. So he's overperforming. Again, still a lot of vote out. Still a lot to do here and kind of see where the vote is going. But those are good signs for the president. Listen, Florida has been trending red. Trump won it in 2016. He won it in 2020. Actually, in 2016, when that political earthquake happened, it really happened once we started calling Florida. 30 electoral votes. The map gets very, very hard for Trump if he doesn't win Florida. Without Florida, his sort of strategy in the blue wall and everywhere else kind of collapses. He needed this in the win column. Still very early. Right now, statewide, only 18% of the vote is in. We can find out where that remaining vote is tonight. So you can see in the major cities, Tampa, we're still going to find out how that hurricane, both Milton and Helene, affected voters there. Pinellas County, just to the west of that, a big swing county. Orlando, that's a hub for Democrats. Duval County, we actually have some vote in Duval County. I want to take a look at this. This is Governor Ron DeSantis' old district when he was a representative. This has been a swing county. Biden won it, but Trump won it in 2016. Look, Harris is doing pretty well. In 2020, Biden was at 51. She's now at 50%. 66% of the vote is still out. This is a county that Republicans had hoped to flip. We're going to have to wait and see. But again, that vote's trickling in, but we can start to kind of read those tea leaves, Savannah and Lester, and kind of see where the vote's going. Again, still very early, but this has to be a win for Trump. If not, it's going to be a very long night for Republicans.
And a rapid pace there as well in the counting. We're seeing that in some places tonight.
We anticipate, of course, as Tom's just saying, that Florida is a good state for Donald Trump. It is also the first test of Trump's strength. So that is why all of those areas that Tom is just laying out, these are, again, very early data so far, but significant nonetheless, because it will help us, once we get in more, understand how strong he's
Fun
running.
fact alert for those who remember the hanging chads of 2000. Florida, in the wake of that debacle, has some of the fastest vote counting in the country. So I tell you, you will not be waiting for Florida for very long tonight. They really get that vote counted very, very quickly. They have the modern machines. They're allowed to pre-process the ballots. So you won't have to wait too long for that.
At this point, are we seeing anything unexpected, though?
So far, I do think the independent numbers are going to be really interesting to watch throughout the course of the night, especially in what we saw in those early national exit polls, that a lot of people were identifying not as Republican, not as Democrat, but as independent. So that's a storyline to watch. I'll tell you another trend as we're talking about Florida. Osceola County has a large Puerto Rican population, the biggest of any county, I believe, in Florida. And this is something that I've heard in my conversations with Democratic campaign officials and those close to the campaign, that they feel like that is a part of the Latino population that they can really try to move the needle with here after those controversial comments from that opener for former President Trump.
Well, actually, let's go over to Tom on that. I should say the polls close at 8 o'clock in Florida, but you do get some information for 7 o'clock poll close timings. I think that's part of the confusion here. But talking about this Osceola County, it's a third
Split
Puerto
poll
Rican.
Close, right, yeah.
Right. So it's interesting because you have the Latinos down in Miami-Dade. I know, go ahead and give your shout out. Miami-Dade is the greatest.
Just the greatest county, greatest people. I mean, I could keep going.
But obviously, this is, Latinos come from different backgrounds and have different voting patterns here.
Yeah, it is not monolithic, just like really every minority group. It is not monolithic. The Puerto Ricans have tended to vote more Democratic. Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans have trended lately more towards the Republican side. But I do want to remind you, too, during the Obama years, Obama was able to pull back some of that Cuban American vote. It has changed in recent years. We're getting more data. As you mentioned, Florida's very fast in putting in their data out. So we were talking about Osceola again, their big Puerto Rican population. The same with Orange. This is Orlando. This is a big Democratic stronghold here. Again, 60% in. Look, I don't want to draw too many inferences from this, but you have Biden at 61. Harris is at 58. You could say she's sort of underperforming, but I also want to say it's only 60% in. A bigger number that's coming in that I think is more important, guys, I want to talk about right now is Broward County. This is just north of Miami-Dade. Think about Fort Lauderdale, think about Sunrise, all those areas and those big cities that have been growing over the years, especially post-pandemic. This needs to be a place where Democrats really drive up the vote, right? Hillary Clinton won big here, 66%. Biden did the same at 64. Tonight, Harris is at 60. Again, I always point to this number, all the votes not in, but if you were to call it right now, she is slightly underperforming. We'll wait for that other vote to come in. Guys,
all right,
over to you.
Tom, thanks very much. We are just minutes away from polls closing in Ohio and battleground North Carolina. We're standing by to make some new calls in the race for the White House. Stay with us. Story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other. Welcome back. We're going to be taking you to this view and these numbers here as we continue throughout the evening on the road to 270. Donald Trump out to the early lead with 19, Harris with 3. Let's look at a couple of races that have uncalled so far. We will start with Virginia, 13 electoral votes, just 1% in there in Virginia, but you can see Donald Trump at a widespread right now in Georgia. That's, of course, the first big prize in the among the swing states right now. Donald Trump with 90,000 votes. Kamala Harris, 86,000, but that's too early to call.
So we had some of our first poll closings. We await Arizona in a couple of hours from now. 11 electoral votes. We've got Gotti Schwartz there in Tempe, home to Arizona State University. Big lines there. A real split that you're seeing, that gender divide, Gotti.
Absolutely. Big lines, big turnout here at ASU. This is the 75-foot line. That's where the line starts. And let's take a walk, because this line is about 77 minutes long if you're looking at the app. But the line extends all the way down, and you're seeing so many of these students turning out. You were just talking about that gender gap, and we've been talking to a lot of the students here, a lot of the female students. They say that they've been driven to the polls by the issue of abortion and the issue of how they think Donald Trump treats women. And then you see a lot of males in this line, young guys here at ASU, many of them wearing those MAGA hats that have been given out along this line from organizers here. And they have been telling us that the reason why they are turning out is because of the economy, because of masculine identity. And they've also said, interestingly enough, people have been talking about the podcast wars here in this line, and Joe Rogan, that Joe Rogan podcast, the appearance. We were talking to a couple of guys just a little while ago. They said that they were open to the possibility of voting for Kamala Harris, but when the decision was made not to sit down with Joe Rogan, that influenced their vote. So it wasn't necessarily economy for them, but it was the idea that that Harris was not going to sit down, not going to show what they said was her true personality, and so that's why they decided to vote for Trump. Savannah?
All right, Gotti, thank you.
Both candidates have been courting Latino voters, a huge voting bloc, more than 36 million in the U.S.
We have Hallie Jackson here, who's been looking at the exit polls and can drill down on that a little bit.
And the reason we're talking about Georgia here is because that is a state where the polls have closed, so we can report out some of this exit poll data. Again, 600 polling places all across the country. It's early vote, it's mail-in vote, it's in-person day of, but it is early, right? So these numbers could shift a bit. But what we're seeing in Georgia on the Latino vote is interesting. It is Kamala Harris who is winning the Latino vote, 56%, to Donald Trump at 42%. But interestingly, if you look at the comparisons, former President Trump is doing slightly better with Latinos in Georgia than he did in 2020. He is slightly overperforming with that demographic group. And Jose, you know, and Savannah and Lester and Kristen, this is something the Trump campaign talks a lot about. They think that Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2020 with these demographic groups, including Black and Latino voters.
Well, let us bring Jose Diaz-Balart, our colleague, into this conversation because, you know, this effort to try to win over more Latino voters on behalf of the Trump campaign, it's never been about can we win the Latino vote. It's can we cut into her margins enough to make a difference. And are we beginning to see perhaps that strategy pay off?
Seven, I think the course set for the future of America tonight will have been chartered by Latino America. And we're not talking just about places like Nevada and Arizona, where 25% of the population, the eligible population to vote is Latino, but we're talking about Georgia, for example. 400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania, more than 500,000 eligible voters are Latino. And then, you know, Tom was just talking about Florida, 3.3 million Latinos are eligible to vote there. I think that it's a situation where it's the Latino population, but 36 million strong, is participating maybe in historic numbers tonight in the American democratic experiment, our American democratic
And what's
experiment.
driving that?
I think what's driving that is that there is no Latino vote. There are Latino voters, each with their own individual American dream, with vicissitudes and barriers into what they see as the best future for their children and for themselves. And so I think that what we're going to see in Pennsylvania tonight will have a direct impact on what Latinos come out to say tonight. And in Arizona and Nevada, yes, but also in Georgia and in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's early on, but we're starting to see this flesh out a little bit. Jose, stand by with us. We're moments away now from another round of poll closing. Some big states at stake, including that former battleground, Ohio, and one of the newest battlegrounds, North Carolina.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 3 more states, including battleground North Carolina.
President Trump has won this state twice.
We're going to win North Carolina. We're going to defeat Kamalaharris.
But this year,
North Carolina, we will win.
Kamalaharris is making a serious run for its 16 electoral college votes.
North Carolina, it all comes down to this.
Plus 2 major wild cards. Hurricane Helene decimating the western part of the state. And the Trump-supported candidate for governor.
Now to the scandal that's rocked the governor's race in North Carolina and could have national implications.
A possible drag on the Republican ticket.
We are standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information for the Tar Heel state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. So that sets us up for nicely. Sam Brock, hard-hit Asheville, North Carolina. This was the part of Western Carolina that were really hurt by Hurricane Helene. And you're in Asheville now. What are you seeing there?
Sure, Savannah. So where we are right now in Buncombe County, which is the home of Asheville, certainly this is one of the most directly impacted areas by the storm. They're starting to pack up now. Just about an hour or two earlier, there was large applause here because they reached 1,000 people voting in person here at this precinct. And what's so interesting about this particular location is that it wasn't intended to be the voting site. In fact, the church that was supposed to be had helicopters delivering supplies, which is why they had to shift it. It's one of about 17 different locations in this county, Savannah, that had to shake things up. And as I talked to residents today, they basically told me they had a lot of confidence that the communication was good. They were able to find their location. And in Buncombe County alone, you had 116,000 people early voting, and then 25,000 more today. These were record numbers in terms of just the overall presence. And the western part of the state, Savannah, and this is really what I want to drive home, outperformed the rest of North Carolina when it comes to early voting. That was at 56.7%, in Buncombe, 58%. But then there were 11 different counties that exceeded 60% before people even came on Election Day. And I say all of this as you see cases of water over my shoulder, right? People are still doling out supplies. And just to give you a snapshot of what's going on the ground right now, people don't have potable water. You're staying at hotels where families are still displaced, and they are just wondering, when are they going to get their loans for their businesses? When will their employees be able to have stability? These are all the things that are weighing on folks' mind as they're still voting. Now, we talked about North Carolina as a wild card, as it projects strength in terms of some of the turnout here in the rural communities. You also have a scenario where women, 52% versus 41% for men. There was a big gap so far in early voting of women who are voting. And the conversations I'm having, many of them tell me that they do think abortion is front and center for them. We'll see how that plays out here in the hours to come.
All right, Sam Brock in Asheville, North Carolina, part of the region that has just been through so much, and yet so many people came out to exercise their right to vote. I want to go over to Tom Yamas, because this is the battleground in 2020 that Donald Trump actually won, and he wants to try to hold on to it.
Savannah was the only one that he won in 2020, but it was his closest margin of victory. Let's take a look at North Carolina right now, and I'll take you back to elections past. So as we just mentioned, Trump wins here, but barely, right? He won it in 2016. He had a higher margin there. We go back to Romney. I want to go all the way back to Obama's first race. Obama won North Carolina, right? But since then, Republicans have been able to flip the state, but their margins have come down just slightly. I spoke with Governor Roy Cooper, the governor of North Carolina, who told me this is going to be their year. So how do they turn the vote out, and how do they flip North Carolina from red to blue? The 3 places they have to do it, the first one is Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is a majority-minority county, right? Jose was talking about the Latino voters. You have about 16% in Mecklenburg County, about 30% black voters there. They have to drive out those voters. The second place, this is the population center here, which is known as the Research Triangle. The capital, Raleigh, you have schools like NC State in Raleigh. Just next door in Durham, you have Duke. And then right next door to that in Orange County, you have UNC Chapel Hill. And finally, the Triad. A lot of people, if you don't know North Carolina very well, this is sort of the forgotten metro area. You have places like Greensboro and High Point, Winston-Salem, along with those historically black universities. These are the areas, guys, where they have to run up the vote. How does Trump win? Well, look at the state. You see how red it is. And here's the issue. It's one of the most rural battleground states. So Trump has to run up that rural vote. And then you were just talking to Sam Brock about the issue of hurricanes. Those are the hurricane counties right there. A lot of them are Trump country, with the exception of Asheville, Buncombe, where you have Appalachian State over here, where Boone is. Those are Trump countries. Hopefully those people are going to go out and vote for him. That's what they need. Back to you guys over there.
All right, Tom, then the Democrats have put on quite the ground game there in North Carolina to try and flip that state in their direction, which would make their path considerably easier.
Morning begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
And welcome back to our NBC News election coverage. At 7:30 in the East, we've got some new results to show you. West Virginia, Donald Trump is the projected winner in West Virginia with 4 electoral votes. Here's where it puts us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 23-3. for Kamala Harris.
Polls just closed in a handful of states. Here are ones that we cannot call yet: Ohio and the battleground of North Carolina, which we've been talking about. Here's our projection at this hour. Too early to call, just not ready to release any information about that yet. Georgia is also too early to call. Polls closed about a half hour there now. And we do have a projection. This has to do with the United States Senate. West Virginia, the winner is Jim Justice. As expected, he will go to the Senate. This is a pickup for Republicans. This was a long-time held seat by Senator Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, then an independent, but still caucused with the Democrats. Well, now the Republicans have picked up one Senate seat. As I turn to the table here, and Kristen, just so people understand, right now it's Democrats who hold a very narrow lead in the Senate, but they're looking to, the Republicans are looking to flip that tonight. They need a net pickup of 2 seats. They just got 1.
They just got 1, so it is significant. We are looking at, and this was expected, as you say, Governor Jim Justice winning that seat. So they now turn to the state of Montana. They turn to the state of Ohio. Sherrod Brown looking for a 4th term there. He has gotten a pretty fierce challenge from a Trump-backed former car dealer, Bernie Moreno. So we'll see how that pans out. But one of the things, just zooming out a little bit, a lot of these Senate races have gotten a lot closer in recent weeks. Democrats who felt somewhat comfortable as we've gotten closer to Election Day have seen that margin really narrow. And again, this brings us back to this discussion of split ticket voters.
Yes.
In 1988, 17 states had different people vote for president versus Senate. That was down to 1 state last year, the state of Maine, when Susan Collins won, but the state went for Joe Biden. So we'll have to watch that very closely. But again, we were expecting that result out of West Virginia.
Ticket splitting has become more rare in the Trump era. However, it's making a comeback in some of these Senate races where people might vote for a different party for president than they do for the Senate.
That's one of the things we'll be watching closely.
And how are you doing some more exit duty on North Carolina?
That's right. So now that North Carolina polls have closed, I want to talk you through some of what we're seeing from these exit polls numbers. And it is interesting here, right? First, we're going to take a look at the non-white vote in North Carolina. These are the black voters, include Latino voters that Tom was talking about in some of those key counties in North Carolina. As expected, Vice President Harris is winning non-white voters based on these early exit poll numbers. But take a look at Donald Trump here. He's got that 25% slice of the pie. Let me show you the comparison. He is outperforming where he was 4 years ago with non-white voters in North Carolina. He was at 19% in 2020. However, 2 things are also true here. Let me show you white voters here, and we can take a look at the comparison here. You can see that it is former President Trump winning with white voters at 61%, Kamala Harris at 39%. But again, take a look at the comparisons to 2020. She is actually outperforming where President Biden was back in 2020. She is doing better with white voters in North Carolina. So you might look at that and you might go, as we take a walk back to the desk here, you might go, okay, well, those 2 things, do they balance out? Not really, because white voters make up a larger share of the electorate in North Carolina than non-white voters. So she might be willing to make that trade, essentially. All
right, Hallie, thanks. I want to go back over to Tom. Tom, you've got some more information in Florida, but before you get into that, just to be clear, there's 2 poll closing times in the state of Florida.
Yeah, it's what we call a split poll closing. So on the eastern portion of the state, we have data coming in because the polls have closed there. We can tell you about the data. And some of the further parts of the panhandle, they haven't closed just yet, so we won't be giving you that data just yet. We'll probably wait another 30 minutes. I want to show you something that's somewhat surprising. It may surprise you if you watch presidential elections and you follow election nights like this one. So Donald Trump right now with 73% of the vote in is up 55% in Miami-Dade County. Again, this is where Democrats find their votes in the state of Florida. Biden won Miami-Dade County by 53. They've now flipped those numbers. This is pretty astonishing when you think where Hillary Clinton was in 2016, 63%, 53. Now tonight, 55. Again, there's still 73% of the vote left. This shouldn't be a complete shocker because Governor Ron DeSantis won Miami-Dade 2 years ago by about 11 points, which was a surprise at the time. But this shows how Republicans are expanding the map and how Florida is becoming more and more red. I do want to show you some potential good news, possibly for the Harris campaign, if they're watching tonight. So we're watching some of the vote come in Georgia. Remember, I told you more than 50% of the vote from Georgia is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's take a look at some of these counties around Atlanta. 74% in Douglas County. Look at her number, 65%. Biden was at 61. So this means she's overperforming in the exact counties where she needs to find those votes. Let's look at another county here. Right now we have Gwinnett. We don't have any vote just yet in Rockdale County. This is another big one. She's at 75%. Biden was at 69. So she's overperforming right now in some of these counties in the Atlanta metro region. Again, guys, this is where she has to drive up her vote. If she can expand the map, scale the Democratic vote there, they can hold Georgia. You remember this was such a close race 4 years ago. Any votes they can find in that Atlanta region is going to help them. Guys?
All right, Tom, thank you so much. We've got guests over at our insiders desk today, and we also want to ask them what they're thinking of some of these early returns. We're starting to see some themes come out. We've got Cornell Belcher, we've got Mark Lauder. Cornell, I'll ask you what you think about what Tom just talked about. You had the story in Miami-Dade where it's potentially a big victory in that county, signs perhaps that that outreach to the Hispanic vote is working for Donald Trump, and yet in Georgia you're starting to see some of that suburban vote really being ramped up for Kamala Harris.
No, I think that's right. Look, Florida is I think Democrats are going to look back at how we've not invested in Florida since the campaign I worked on, the Obama campaign. We've not invested and worked Florida well. And Florida's like a country. It's a really big, expensive state. I think we've taken those resources and we moved them more to battleground states like Georgia and North Carolina, and where you see a sort of a difference. But Florida, you know, is a state that Democrats did not invest a lot of money in, did not run a lot of advertising in, and it shows.
Let me bring in Mark Lauder, Director of Strategic Communications in the Trump 2020 re-election campaign, former spokesperson for Vice President Pence. Mark, give us your view as we wait for a call in North Carolina. What is the Harris camp right now thinking?
Right now, they're looking at turnout. I think, and really for both sides, it's going to be all about turnout. Do you get your voters out? I've seen some, I've heard anecdotally from some of my colleagues on the campaign that turnout is not where it needs to be in the urban areas for Kamala Harris. It's overperforming in some of the rural areas, including the hurricane impacted areas. So I think that's a good sign for President Trump, but we're going to have to see how that plays out. Another thing I'm watching, and I know Tom alluded to it with Miami-Dade, but I also looked at Hillsborough County, Tampa Bay in Florida. It was both Hillary and Biden, both +7. Right now, it's only Kamala +1.
And Hillary Clinton actually did some campaigning there for this particular election as well. Mark and Cornell, thank you. We'll be back early and often as we go along here.
And we will take a break here. I think we're going to come back with more on the make or break state of Pennsylvania as the polls get ready to close there.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're back with our election night coverage and with Tom Yamas at the big board talking about the road to 270, waiting for North Carolina right now. The polls closed there. But how important is that to either candidate in terms of making their path to 270 easier or tougher?
Yeah, let's start with former President Trump because he really needs to hold North Carolina. It was the only battleground state he won in 2020. So let's give him North Carolina. If he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia and Pennsylvania, he gets to 270. That's his easiest path. But Lester, if he can't win North Carolina, his whole map changes. And why do I say that? Because he can no longer win just 3 states. He has to win 4. He can do it by winning Pennsylvania and Georgia and keeping the blue wall, or I should say tearing down the blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin. If he can't go there, he has to go out west and win both Nevada and Arizona. That puts him over the top. But again, without North Carolina, for his scenario, he needs 4 states.
Harris has put a lot of money and time and people on the ground in North Carolina. What does it do for her?
Well, look, if she wins these 16 electoral votes, it eases some pressure off her, right? Because her easiest path is the blue wall. If she can win Pennsylvania and North Carolina, look how close she is. She only needs 9 more electoral votes. Pretty much any other state, with the exception of Nevada, gets her there if she's able to win there. So if she can take North Carolina, the Trump team gets much more nervous and the Democrats become much more optimistic because she's won out east. If she can win in the Midwest and pick off a state out west or hold it, she's going to be the president.
All right, Tom, let's go back to Savannah.
We talk a lot about the blue wall. Wisconsin is a big part of it, and our correspondent Shaquille Brewster is in Milwaukee with some breaking news, and it's a possible issue with absentee ballot counting. Hey, Shaq, what do you know?
Hi there, Savannah. I want to first start with what we're seeing at these polling locations because locations are open for about another hour. I want to let you go inside. I can't go inside and report, so I'll let our camera go inside there now, where we've seen a steady flow of people. At this location, there was a line that went on for more than an hour this morning. You see things have slowed down a bit. The reports from around the state is that the vote process is going smoothly, but where we are seeing hiccups is with the vote counting. We just learned from the clerk in Milwaukee downtown, where they are counting all of the absentee ballots and early votes at once, that the city of Milwaukee had to restart the processing or counting of those absentee ballots. They say an observer saw that while the ballot tabulators were sealed, the door wasn't properly closed on them. And after going through with the bipartisan team and making sure that nothing was tampered with, the city, out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots. What this means is that as we expect results from this battleground state of Wisconsin, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. The clerk said in the past that they weren't expecting results from this city to come until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into the night. There's more than 100,000 ballots that those clerks are going to have to work through. So the vote is still ongoing right now, but be prepared to wait as those results come in later tonight, guys.
All right, Shaq Brewster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee until the wee hours of the night. I want to go back to the table here. Hallie, you've been looking at some of the exit polls. I think you've got some North Carolina information and some interesting results.
So there's some conventional wisdom here, and then there's some data that flips the conventional wisdom on its head. So let's talk about that, specifically as it relates to these age groups. We know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29. In North Carolina, and I want to show you here, you can see that for older voters, and I'm talking senior vote here, former President Trump won those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors in 2020 in North Carolina. So she is outperforming where he was 4 years ago. Then you look at that youth vote, right? Again, not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a slight lead. And I would say this is very close. We are waiting for more numbers to come in, more of these waves, as they're called, from the exit polls, but still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump. He is outperforming among young voters in North Carolina. So you have that kind of conventional wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end of that.
All right, well, Savannah Sellers is here to talk about a huge role that the youth vote could play in the outcome of this election. What have you been seeing? You've been tracking a lot of the polls leading up to tonight.
Yeah, I absolutely have. And first, I want to dig in a little further on North Carolina and what Hallie just said, because if we dig even deeper in and we talk about gender in that under 30, it's similar to the trends that we've been discussing. Trump has improved what he did with young men. Tonight, 60% in our NBC News exit poll there say they support him. That is up from 42% that voted for him in 2020. Whereas with Harris, she's performing even better than Biden did with women. 65% saying that they support Harris in this exit poll, when 58% actually supported Biden.
Is that just North Carolina, or is that a national
That's just
poll?
North Carolina.
Okay.
That's our North Carolina exit polling tonight. North Carolina is really interesting to me because I've been talking with college Democrat and Republican presidents on campuses there, but the college Democrats were so organized in this state. Like, what they did on these campuses was really amazing. They lobbied the state to have more polling places on campuses. They even had it be made that the student ID could be an acceptable form of ID on several campuses, which was not the case prior. We're also seeing this kind of play out to be right what we're seeing with that young men appeal for Trump seems to be working in some places. I'm interested to see if that continues throughout the night. We heard Gotti mention like those podcast appearances earlier in the night, Joe Rogan, Logan Paul, things like that. This seems to be where he is gaining that ground. I'm interested to see if it continues in other battlegrounds.
And just underscoring how important the young vote is, the Harris campaign tonight touting the fact that they have Paul Rudd, for example, out trying to energize college voters in Pennsylvania. Jennifer Garner as well.
Keep them in line.
Stay in line.
Mark Cuban is FaceTiming voters in a 4-hour line at UNC Chapel Hill right now.
It speaks to how close this race continues to be as these results come in. On the other hand, you have the Trump campaign saying, hey, we're seeing good turnout in Philadelphia, yes, in the Trump areas. We'll have to see how that actually bears out when we start to get results in Philadelphia. But it does speak to the fact that there's a real focus on this epicenter and on young voters.
And when we talk about young men in particular, and to the point that you're making here at the table, that the Trump campaign has really looked to turn those young men out, they're not typically the people who show up to the ballot box every 4 years. They're what's called those low propensity voters we've been talking about. I will tell you that the Trump campaign feels like they've been doing a pretty good job trying to turn those, not always voters into voters, at least this cycle, because for them, that's one of the big keys. If they can get this demographic out to the ballot box to actually show up, whether that was early or whether that's now, they're feeling like they're going to have some wind at their back.
It's, you take a step back, the story of this election is the gender gap. It's the battle of the sexes election, and whether you want to say it's young men or senior women, or it's men and women. If Trump turns out more men, he wins. If Kamala Harris turns out more women, she does. It's kind of as simple as that.
No doubt about it. And what's so fascinating is that the Trump campaign tried this sort of unusual, unconventional tactic to get out the vote, which was to outsource it to Elon Musk, to other outside groups. And they were quite bullish heading into tonight, saying, look, we feel good about this decision.
And remember, the Harris campaign was concerned about black men as well. They brought in President Obama to make the case. Any evidence right now how that appeal has translated into votes tonight?
Well, that's one of the things that she has talked about on the campaign trail. I sat down with the vice president not too long ago, and she feels like she needed to earn every single one of those black male votes just as much as Joe Biden would have. That's why you saw her. We talk about podcasts, doing like an NBA podcast, a football podcast. Sure, she did call her daddy to try to reach out to those young women. That's the name of course, that very popular podcast with women. But she also was trying to extend an olive branch to men. I would just say this. Two things are true. Right? Kamala Harris, let me say it this way. Donald Trump is doing better with men based on public polling right now than Kamala Harris is doing with women, though that gap exists. But also remember that historically, women have turned out more than men in every election dating back to 1980. And so that is going to be one of the big key factors into tonight.
And that's why that moment with former President Obama was so significant when he called on them not to stay at home.
All right. Well, we're just a few minutes away now from a big batch of poll closings at 8 o'clock Eastern time, including the one that everybody's been watching, Pennsylvania. And we'll be right back.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our live election night coverage. We're coming up on the 8 o'clock hour here in the East. You are looking at vote counting centers across the country in this historic election.
Some polls have closed. In some places, people are still voting.
They are indeed. And we're about 6 minutes to the next poll closing, where we'll get our first look at the real vote count from the biggest battleground of all, Pennsylvania, which we've been talking about, states that have been moving quickly.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 16 states and the District of Columbia.
171 electoral votes up for grabs in the biggest haul of the night. Florida, with its 30 electoral votes, could be one of the first big calls of the evening.
And we'll get our first results from what may be the most important prize this election, Pennsylvania.
We love Pennsylvania.
It is good to be back in Pennsylvania.
The race could all come down to the Keystone State.
Pennsylvania is extremely crucial.
If Vice President Harris loses this state,
Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this.
her path to 270 narrows significantly.
We're going to win Pennsylvania.
So, Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard?
We're standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. All right, getting ready for Pennsylvania. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is in Philadelphia. Stephanie, this is where the Harris campaign really needs to ramp up those turnout numbers. What are you seeing?
Yeah, they really do. Well, it's calming down here in Northeast Philadelphia. This is kind of a working class, diverse community. People still getting in under the wire in these last few minutes. But the big question, Savannah, afterwards is how long is it going to take to call the state of Pennsylvania? 4 years ago, it took until Saturday. I was on the phone with the former Secretary of the Commonwealth talking about the challenges they faced back then. 2.6 million mail-in ballots. That was what slowed the process down. And it was a new process for people in this state. 4 years later, they haven't changed the laws, but things are a bit better. There are fewer mail-in ballots, just under 2 million. They have new machines to process them and more people. But the optimistic outlook from election officials we have spoken to is that the majority of those mail-in ballots won't be fully processed until Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And if this race is as tight as it was 4 years ago, when Joe Biden won by about 80,000 votes, those mail-in ballots will be crucial to make the call here. So we're still talking days, Savannah.
Yeah, and in some of these big jurisdictions like Philadelphia, Stephanie, now they have election workers who are prepared to work all night and count all night, so perhaps it goes a little bit quicker. We'll check back with you a bunch. We have got Tom Yamas over at the big board, and you're still getting vote in from Georgia and North Carolina, two big pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Georgia right now because North Carolina, there's still only about 2% of votes in. Let's look at Georgia because I think what is happening here when we talk about Kamala Harris and her chances, she's overperforming Biden in some of these counties around the Atlanta metro area. I'm going to move the map over this way because I'm going to bounce around. Here on this side, the right side, this is where Biden was at 2020. Here's where Harris is tonight, 76% in. You can see she's overperforming there. We come to this other county, Clayton County. Again, these are the suburbs of Atlanta, those ring counties around Atlanta. 84% for Biden, 85% for her, so she's holding that high watermark. We move over to Rockdale. Look at this, 69% for Biden, 75% tonight for Harris. They're looking at these numbers tonight, and again, there's still a lot of vote out, but they're looking at these numbers tonight, and they're telling themselves this is the kind of rhythm they want for the rest of Georgia throughout the night. Only 25% of the vote is in. Trump is way on top, but again, 25% of the vote is in. Remember, we can show you guys where the vote is out, these giant bubbles. The bigger the bubble, that's how many votes still have to be counted. So you can see a lot of the rural counties, a lot of them are coming in. There's still some in the rural county that are out, but the big area, remember, 50% of the vote is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's also talk about Pennsylvania, guys, because we're getting close to getting some information in Pennsylvania. And remember this, 2020, Joe Biden wins the state. It is going to be the keystone state and the key to the election tonight. Trump won it in 2016, the difference about 40,000 votes. In 2020, he wins by about 80,000 votes. Biden does. The interesting that has happened, and we've learned a lot about Philadelphia, the counties around Philadelphia, places like Chester, places like Montgomery County. Those people in the know call it Munco. We'll talk to Hallie about that, as well as Kristen Welker as well. Delaware County, Delco, and Philadelphia County. This area right here, this makes up about 30% of the vote for Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching what happens here. What's interesting that happened here in 2020, so Biden actually underperformed Clinton, but he overperformed in those suburbs. So we'll be watching what happens there. You also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley, Monroe County, part of the Poconos, Northampton, and Lehigh. Lots of Hispanics there. We're going to see what happens, and we are so honored to have both Kristen and Hallie, people who know about Wawa. They know about Eagles fans. They know about steaks. Come on. How good is Wawa?
Phillies.
Always,
the best.
Always.
But Tom, you forgot to ask them cheesesteaks, wit or wit out?
Wit.
Okay.
Whiz wit out, babe.
Okay.
Whiz wit out.
All right. Well, we have a lot of time just to do Philly talk. We won't leave Pittsburgh out, but we got we're coming up on a poll close
Yeah,
here.
21 seconds until the top of the hour. Another poll close, and we're going to hear from about 17 states here coming up at the top of the hour. And there's our election alert as we stand by, and the drama building now because as we've been talking about, we're going to see Pennsylvania. Those are the other states that the poll closings are about to occur in fact, about 1 second, and we'll be able to get some characterizations for you here in just a moment. Look at those 8 o'clock poll closings. Here's an NBC News projection. State of Florida, NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win Florida and take its 30 electoral votes. The state of Massachusetts, Kamala Harris, the projected winner tonight with 11 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Tennessee tonight, 11 electoral votes there. In the state of Maryland, NBC News projects that will go in the Kamala Harris column. We move on to the state of Missouri. NBC News projects that Donald Trump is the victor in Missouri when all the votes are counted. Here's what Alabama looks like. That will also go to Donald Trump. State of Oklahoma, this will be projected to go to Donald Trump. And in D.C., District of Columbia, 3 electoral votes at stake. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win there. So where does it leave us now on the road to 270? There it is, 90 for Trump right now, 27 for Harris, 270, of course, the magic number and the keys to the White House.
But we await calls in those all-important battlegrounds, and there are still outstanding states. Just as polls closed at 8 o'clock, we will wait for New Jersey, Illinois, Connecticut, and, of course, Pennsylvania as well. Let's show you what we can right now in Pennsylvania. No surprise here. It is too early to call. North Carolina, same story. They do count fast there, but not fast enough to call it. It's still too early to call. Just 5% of the vote in. And in Georgia, we're seeing a lot more of the vote, but still too early to make a projection. Let's go to Tom, who's starting to look at some of the numbers here. And I see you've got Virginia up there, which is a potential bellwether, something that might give us some indication about how this night might go.
Yeah, and it's a state that we can look at to see how the suburbs are going to perform across the country. I know a lot of you guys know the D.C. area very well. 30% of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%. Harris is now at 56%. Again, there's a difference of about 35,000 votes. 95% is in, and we can actually see how much of the vote is left. Only about 3,600 votes remain in Loudoun County. So she's underperforming a little bit there. As we keep going here, Fairfax County, 45% in. She's at 68%. Let's see how Biden was doing there. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia, Virginia Beach. This is a swing county. Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top, but only about 20% of the vote is in. A lot of the western part of the state, as we know, is going to be more rural. Some of that coal mining country, it's going to resemble West Virginia. We have some of the vote in a county like over here, Wise County. This is a good Trump barometer. He's at 78%. He was at 80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out. He's underperforming slightly. I guess the thing that sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County, again, you know, this is a place where Democrats want to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020, but Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit, but I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of the Commonwealth of Virginia with us, Chuck Todd. So, I mean, you look at that, you know those suburban collar counties around Washington, D.C. very well. Is that a warning light if Kamala Kamala Harris is not performing as well as Biden did in some of those suburban, exurban counties?
It could be if we're going to see that if it's moving. You know, Virginia is sort of the gateway now to the north rather than being, I always joke, it's sort of seceded from the Confederacy, right? It is the one southern state that has been consistently a Democratic state, not even a swing state anymore. So if that is consistent, yes. One thing I've learned, though, with the Northern Virginia vote, you may have 95% of the vote in, that 5% can account for a lot more uncounted vote than people realize. So, and there is a sense, so that's a wait and see. Look, the bigger thing that I've taken away so far is we've been in the middle of a political realignment for a decade, and every one of these presidential elections, we're like, hey, look at this. The fact of the matter is Donald Trump's makeup of his electorate this time is much different than it was in 2016 or 2020. And I think we're seeing it both break on ethnicity and geographically. So it looks like that Donald Trump's going to be stronger in the Southeast. Why? Because he is doing better with Hispanics.
That's right.
And there is a larger population of Hispanics in the Southeast and the Southwest than any other part of this country. The exit polls indicate that she is going to do better with older white women. I've been messing around with Indiana. Indiana's not going to, it's a red state. Yeah. Donald Trump's underperforming about a point or two in almost, even in the rural counties. Indiana's a very white state. That's a tea leaf.
Yeah,
I just throw it out there. It's a tea leaf. They obviously border
where those voters go.
No, that she's performing a couple of points better. So clearly there are some older whites, and we could really see this country divided by regions where she's stronger in the north because she's improving with white voters, and he's stronger in the South because he's improving with voters of color, in particular Hispanic voters. We're not seeing as much evidence among African-American voters, but definitely Hispanic voters. It's not just Florida. I think in Georgia we're seeing it as well.
Well, we're seeing it nationally, too. When you look at some of the numbers here, he is +10 specifically with Latino men, according to our exit poll nationally, a demographic group that Joe Biden was +23 with 4 years ago. So it is definitely a shift, and it is definitely one of the headlines that we're watching as we're seeing these exit polls come in.
And we see that, I mean, the Latino vote is not just concentrated in the Southwest.
That's exactly right.
It's not just the Southeast. It's also in Pennsylvania. There's a huge Latino population in Pennsylvania.
We have been talking about the ground game quite a bit. It's been heavily focused in Pennsylvania on trying to energize Latinos on both sides. Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump really focusing on that in places like Allentown, in places like Reading, Pennsylvania, trying to make sure that they are getting them out to vote and flipping them, if necessary.
And let's not forget, Kamala Harris wrapped up her campaign last night in Philadelphia, showing once again demonstrating the importance of that state, as we are going to find out here in the hours to come and perhaps days.
And Hallie, you've got some more from your exit polls.
You know, it's interesting. Chuck's talking about the graceful removal from the chair. Thank you all for bearing with me. Chuck's talking about the realignment here and where people are sort of politically. One of the things we're watching on that front is this idea of independent voters. We know that they are going to be potentially a crucial voting bloc here. Vice President Harris had made overtures to this group in the closing weeks of her campaign, really trying to win them over, to get them over to her side. Look at how they're breaking nationally here. She is winning independent voters nationally, 51%, Donald Trump 44%. Here's the thing. Nationally is not how you win or lose the White House. You win the White House in the battleground states. And look at the state of states, Pennsylvania, right? The most key battleground this year. In Pennsylvania, it's the opposite. It's former President Trump who is actually leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins could be really close here. You can see it here. He's at 50%. She's at 44%. Again, that's in Pennsylvania. So you might ask, okay, well, how does that compare to how he did 4 years ago? He is overperforming generally with independents now in Pennsylvania. You see in 2020, 44%. He's doing a bit better now in 2024, 50%. And Savannah, Lester, Chuck, Chris, and I'll toss it back to you at the table. This could be really interesting as we watch this develop throughout the course of the night, not just in Pennsylvania, but in some of these other key battlegrounds as well, like Michigan and Wisconsin, which we'll get to later.
Actually, I think Chuck wanted to weigh in. No, I just think we are seeing something else happen, which is you have a country that's really sour about our politics, sour about the direction of the country, and we now have fewer people identifying with the two major parties, according to our exit poll. It's a huge development. Independents are the fastest growing flock. Now, it's very rational. If you don't like the direction of the country, you don't like what's happening, and you think there's a threat to democracy, do you have a lot of faith in the two major parties? But the lowest share of major party people identifying with the two major parties in at least 4 elections, it means these independent votes are going to be the whole ball game. They're going to decide who's president.
We are keeping a sharp eye on the state of Georgia. We can show you where things stand, but we've just had a change of characterization here. Our characterization from the decision desk now is that this is too close to call. You can see about a 267,000 vote difference between the two, with 37% of the vote in. But again, the NBC News characterization at this point, too close to call in Georgia.
We've got a lot of contributors lined up to talk to you tonight. We've got Senator Claire McCaskill, I believe, over at our Insider's desk. And Senator, I wonder what you thought about that. What some are seeing is something of an alarm bell. This Loudoun County, suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming. And as you well know, the suburbs in the battleground states are key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching hour. You know, this is when it is very early. We have exit polls. And by the way, if exit polls were correct, I would be governor and John Kerry would have been president and Hillary Clinton would have been president. So I think we've got to take all of that with a big, giant grain of salt and wait for the actual numbers to come in. Because as we all know, these come in from different places. Typically, rural places come in before urban locations. So I think she's going to be fine in the suburbs. I think, and I don't think the exit polls will actually reflect accurately what will happen with independent voters. I'm not saying she's going to dominate independent voters, but I'll be very surprised if there aren't a whole lot of women that call themselves independents that don't vote for Donald Trump.
At what point in all this do you begin to let out a sigh of relief here?
Never, probably. Listen, I think depending on what happens in Georgia and North Carolina, if by any chance she wins those two states, then I can breathe again. If she does not, then obviously Pennsylvania becomes even bigger. And don't sleep on Nevada. I think that may be the closest margin in this race. I think it may be literally maybe 500 to 2,000 votes separating the two candidates. I think it's that close in Nevada.
Well, we're waiting polls to close there in less than an hour. Nevada and Arizona, those big western battlegrounds, but we do not expect results there, frankly, for days. So I guess Senator McCaskill is going to be holding her breath for a very, very long time. We've got Sarah Fagan here, too, a veteran of Republican campaigns. And again, with all the caveats, we are reading tea leaves right now, Sarah. What are you looking at? What are you noticing? And how do you see this shaking out?
So if you look at Florida, you look at Virginia, Donald Trump is running about 4 points better than he did in 2020. But then contrast Georgia and North Carolina, where I should caveat that less of the vote is in. He's running 1 point ahead in Georgia. He's running a little behind in North Carolina, where he did in 2020. And that says to me, perhaps, that the Harris GOTV effort is quite strong, that she's pulling her votes out in places where the campaign organized. So she's holding that margin closer.
And the GOTV, for those of you just joining us on Political Nerd Fest, get out the vote, the ground game, when we're talking about it. You know, this is about when you say, you pull the bus up and you say, let's go. We're going to hold you by the hand and take you to the polls. And organizing is the key to any successful campaign.
Absolutely. And you have the Harris campaign touting the fact that, for example, they knocked on 3 million doors over the weekends. It winds up being numbers, though, until people actually go to the polls and vote. And I do think, just bouncing off something that Chuck said earlier, it's just to zoom out for a moment. Remember that one of the biggest issues of this campaign was change. What people really want is change. And so what you saw in both of their closing arguments was an attempt to argue they're the change candidate. And so what we are seeing, for example, with independents, I think is notable, because I think the person who winds up winning this race will be the person who ultimately voters say, that's the change candidate.
And like everything in this election year, it's complicated because you have a former president, so there's a certain incumbency there, and a sitting vice president, and there's certain incumbency there as well.
There's something baked into Donald Trump's call for a change here, because he was already in the White House for 4 years. Same thing for Vice President Harris, as you're looking at the popularity or favorability rating for President Biden, which is low. And so the question, is that going to be a drag on how she does? To your point on the get out the vote effort, this is why early vote was critical for both of these campaigns, with some 79 million people voting early. Better to bank those votes. What if somebody gets sick? What if somebody's, kid has to stay out of school or whatever? Get those votes in now to get them locked and loaded.
Let me just change the conversation just for a moment, because we do have another call to make, and it's an NBC News projection in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina will go to Donald Trump when all the votes are counted later. And here's where the breakdown right now that Donald Trump, again, the projected winner. 24% of the vote in there, a vote difference of about 104,000. But again, Donald Trump will pick up South Carolina. Here's where it leaves us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 99. Kamala Harris, 27.
We've got a few key battlegrounds where polls have closed. They're counting, but we don't have results yet. Still either too early to call or too close to call. Let's go to NBC's Garrett Haake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Mar-a-Lago. Tell us what the campaign is saying to you.
Well, Savannah, what seems to be calming nerves down the street at Mar-a-Lago is what they're seeing out of Georgia right now, a state you were just discussing, where their key to victory was essentially blowing the doors off in rural turnout and improving their margins among minority voters, Latino voters, black voters. The campaign is seeing, in the same exit polls we're looking at, improvement among black voters, particularly black men, who the Trump campaign has spent heavily for months and months and months to try to win over even just a few percentage points, the kind of thing that could make a difference in a state decided by fewer than 12,000 votes 4 years ago. The other thing that I think has accrued to Trump's favor in Georgia is the resumption of unity among Georgia Republicans. Remember, there was a huge fallout with Brian Kemp, the popular Republican governor there after 2020. Trump and Kemp made amends, although they rarely appeared together on the campaign trail. The two singing from the same hymnal in the race's closing weeks, along with a lot of these other Trump candidates, could be helpful to Trump in that state.
All right, Garrett, we have a call to make. This is North Carolina, the governor's race there. Josh Stein, the Democrat, takes the race there. He faced off against the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, a very controversial candidate, and the polls had showed, well, we talked about ticket splitting, where perhaps the vote for the presidency might be different than the vote down ballot. This perhaps will be an indication of that. Josh Stein, the winner of the governor's race in North Carolina. Just a brief word about this controversial lieutenant governor candidate. You both are jumping to tell me who wants to take.
Let me just say one
we got
small
9 more to go here.
One small thing, which is this, because Kristen will get into, I think, how controversial this Republican gubernatorial candidate was.
That to me.
But just remember, the ticket splitting piece, this is a state that has ticket split president, governor before. That's it, right? So this, I think...
They have a Democratic governor right now,
That's
Roy
exactly
Cooper.
right. So if somebody's looking at this going, well, the Democratic governor won in North Carolina, doesn't that mean maybe that Vice President Harris is a lock? It does not. And just to throw that out there, this is a state that Republicans know how to check a Republican for president and a Democrat for governor.
But this was a campaign on Mark Robinson's behalf. It was beset by problems.
Beset by problems because he was determined that he posted some highly controversial comments on an adult website. And so the backlash was massive. This result was expected. The question is, that was, by the way, one of the controversies. I'm giving you the biggest one. The question is, will he drag down support for former President Trump? We don't know the answer, but we do know that in 2020, President Biden was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate, and that did sink his chances. Now, just to zoom out a little bit, a Democrat hasn't won the state of North Carolina since 2008, when Barack Obama did it. Trump added 3 campaign stops in these closing days of the race.
Spent the whole weekend there, 3 days straight in North Carolina.
How important this state is to his path.
Also, a sense that it might have been slipping away and trying to shore up there.
Absolutely.
North Carolina was very, very tight in 2022. Trump won it, but it was right up there in terms of narrow margins.
Which
Absolutely.
And it's a good reminder that even if the electoral vote count ultimately has a pretty wide gap, these margins can be very tight, and those electoral votes, listen, they all go to the winner, right? So that's what matters here in a state like North Carolina.
Well, we already talked to Garrett Haake, who was in West Palm at Trump headquarters. Let's go over to Peter Alexander. He's at the Harris headquarters in Washington.
Hey, Savannah, you just heard from Garrett a moment ago talking about how Donald Trump's team seems to be satisfied that he is doing a bit better with those black and Latino voters right now. Similarly, the Harris campaign feels good that she is outperforming with white voters over Joe Biden's performance with them in some of our early exit poll indications in parts of the country right now. One thing they're keeping an eye on. Another thing I'm hearing from senior officials within the campaign as they get ready to start the program here is that they are seeing really good enthusiasm among those youngest voters, those college students in particular right now. They're talking about long lines. You know what? Let me do this. They're starting the Star-Spangled Banner. I'll give it back to you with respect to our country, then we'll come back in a moment.
All right, Peter, that is Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
Yeah, we're talking Georgia, right? Because it is so close. A reminder here, we're talking about Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 16 electoral votes. We're back to square one where we were in 2020. Let's talk about Georgia tonight, because what we're seeing is both camps are overperforming. So it's going to be a nail-biter. Remember, in 2020, it came down to about 12,000 votes, a little under that. Let's start in Atlanta, the metro region. Cobb County, we have 57% of the vote in. And let's see how Biden did, 56%. This is actually, Cobb County tells the story of the Atlanta metro region. Newt Gingrich represented Cobb County, and look how Democrats have been able to run up the score. From Romney in 2012, Clinton flips it, and look how they're growing the margins. And tonight, that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's growing the margins in Cobb County. Let's go around. Let's see what we have in Fulton. Fulton, 53%. Let's see how that compares to Biden, 72. She's holding her own around the Atlanta metro region. Let's see over here. Gwinnett, we only have about 1% in, not really worth a discussion there. Clayton County, 70% in, slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about. You know, 1% in. I don't know how much we're going to be able to say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta suburbs, 77% of the vote in. She's overperforming there. Okay, that's Harris. That's the Democrats. Let's go to these rural regions. Rabun, 95% in. Trump at 78 in 2020. He's at 78 right now. You can see he's holding his marks. Union County, a little bit lower, but again, he's around the 80% mark where he should be, and overperforming in White County. Again, those are the rural counties. Let's go to Georgia's Black Belt, where they have counties with lots of African-American voters. Here in Doherty, this is about 70% African-American here, slightly overperforming Biden. So again, guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right now, it's very similar to what we saw in 2020. Trump seems to be hitting his marks where he was in the rural counties. In those African-American counties and around the Atlanta region, Democrats are hitting those marks. It's going to be very close. It's one of the reasons why when we click on Georgia right here, it is literally just too close to call, guys.
All right, Tom, we got a lot ahead here. We're going to take a break, and then another state closing its polls. Which candidate will it bring closer to those crucial 270 electoral college votes? We will be right back.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating.
Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
8:20 in the east, 5:20 in the west. We've got some major battlegrounds close their polls, and the votes are being counted as we speak. That's the road to 270, filling out a bit with some predictable wins and losses in this country. But let's go to the battlegrounds. Virginia is too early to call, just 33% of the vote in. We'll continue to watch it. Ohio, The polls have closed there. It is too early to call, although that once battleground is now more a reliably red state. We'll see how that shakes out. Pennsylvania, stop me if you've heard Pennsylvania very much during this campaign season. It may all hinge on the Commonwealth. Too early to call there. And in Georgia, we have characterized this as too close to call. So we are about halfway through the vote counting there, 50% in. And though you see that margin, depending on where the votes are coming from, it is our expectation that right now this vote in Georgia's 16 electoral votes just too close to call.
All right, let's go over to Hallie Jackson with some new exit polling information on the gender gap.
So this has been a storyline we're talking about all night, right? We say it, Savannah, Lester, you both said it, the battle of the sexes, men versus women. It gets a little bit more complicated at that, but let's start with the gender gap nationally here. And you can see it absolutely still exists. So these are our exit polls nationally based on gender. You can see, obviously, this is just the vote here. Women, 53%, 47% men. Typically what we might see. When you get into vote break, I'm going to ask our team to pull that up. You are seeing that more women are backing Vice President Harris. More men are backing former President Trump. More women, 55% for Harris. Trump, 43%. We'll go to men, and you'll see it flips, right? That red slice of the pie gets a little bit bigger for Donald Trump when it comes to men nationally, and we'll pull that up so you can see it. The other piece of this, though, there's more to it, right? And when you get a little bit deeper in race and education, that is where this gets really key. And for that, you look at white college-educated women. We've been talking about this demographic a lot here in some of these key swing states. She is doing better with white college-educated women. Donald Trump is doing better with non-college educated white women, and that is another piece of the gender gap dynamic that's at play here.
Well, actually, we have a historic gender gap potentially, and we have a historic education gap potentially. And I want to bring in our panel, we've got Sarah Fagan, who is here. She was a veteran of the Bush White House, George W. Bush, the political director there, and Senator Claire McCaskill of the great state of Missouri that was once a swing state as well. You were a Democratic senator.
Way back when.
Way back when. So we've talked a lot about the gender gap, but I think the education gap is key here, too, when you hear what Hallie says. Senator, what's your take?
I think, you know, we have so many divides at this point. We have urban-rural. We have college-educated, non-college educated. But the big one this election are women and men. And yes, there is a difference between college-educated women and non-college educated women. But the support for Harris is so big among college-educated women. And the key in this election, I think, is are they going to drag their husbands, their sons, their uncles with them over to the Trump side? Because these are my peeps, right?
Are those the shy Harris voters?
College-educated older women.
Yes.
I mean, you know, I live in that place.
Is this the battle of the sexes, or is that being overplayed?
Well, I do think that college-educated women are a critical, if not the critical, voting bloc in this election. And, you know, Hallie, you pointed out that according to the exit polls, it's 53% of the electorate. In 2020, it was 52. Now, 1 point doesn't seem like a lot, but, you know, if Kamala Harris drives up her results among women, in these close contests like Georgia and Pennsylvania, like that could be a deciding factor.
You know, I can't believe we haven't actually talked about it yet tonight. Reproductive rights. This is the first presidential election post-Dobbs, the decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. We've seen the potency of that issue. Abortion rights measures have passed every time they've been on the ballot since the Dobbs decision, but we haven't yet had a presidential election. Right. Do you think that issue still has its potency and is a weak spot for Republicans?
I think it has its potency for sure. It definitely cuts both ways, meaning, you know, you see about 10% of the electorate on both sides of the issue for whom that is the most important issue. But there's no question among younger voters, especially younger women, that's an issue that is driving them out. And so the question is, you know, really, is that the main issue they're voting on, or is that one of many issues they're voting on?
Yeah, and I think, frankly, when we look at this, if Kamala Harris wins the presidency, we're going to talk a lot about how the women got her there, but I don't think we should ignore the fact that college students are playing a big role today. The lines, the overperformance at college campuses right now, whether you're in North Carolina or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or Nevada, on the ground, I've talked to the team that's running the ground game in all of these states. They have never seen this kind of response on college campuses. So we may have a divide there between kids in college that are voting age and kids who aren't in college that are voting.
Is that playing out just in a few states or across all states?
In all of the states, they're exceeding their model on how many people are voting at these college places that are primarily college campuses.
we can put up the Florida abortion ban. Remember, there are 10 states with abortion on the ballot tonight, and we can show you how Florida Amendment 4. This, by the way, requires a 60% to reach a 60% level. So right now, not there yet. We're not making a call, but that's.
It's been interesting to see these ballot measures. We have one in Florida. You mentioned there are abortions on the ballot literally in 10 states, 2 of them battlegrounds, Nevada and Arizona. Some of the battlegrounds, Michigan, for example, had abortion on the ballot 2 years ago, lifted Democrats' prospects in Michigan. Now, is there a question in your mind, Senator McCaskill, whether or not Democrats who might have been motivated to go to the polls on the abortion issue feel like, oh, well, it's already taken care of? People are kind of in the middle thinking, I can vote for Trump even because I think I've already taken care of this abortion question with regard to the ballot measure in a battleground like Michigan.
I don't know. I think ProPublica has done such an amazing job of publicizing the deaths to women because of Trump really extreme abortion bans that are in many, many states. And Texas isn't a battleground state, but there's a Senate race out there that I've got a half an eye on tonight. And I think when you have women dying who want to have the children, who are suffering a miscarriage and can't get the health care they need, that takes it to a different level. And I don't think we had very many of those stories out there in 2022 like we have in 2024. And I think the campaign has certainly emphasized those stories and the brave women telling them.
And I also think that this is an issue that Republicans have struggled to find their footing on. Sarah and I have talked quite a bit.
Let me just pick up that thought in a moment. We have an election alert now. This is a poll closing here at the 8:30 hour in the East. Arkansas will be closing here momentarily. We'll perhaps get a characterization. That's the only one at 8:30 we're going to see. And here's the projection. NBC News can project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Arkansas when all the votes are counted. 6 electoral votes. Here's where we are on the map to 270. At least Donald Trump with 99 electoral votes, 27 for Harris. Again, the goal, 270.
All right, let's go to the battlegrounds. Georgia's race for president too close to call at this hour. 53% of the vote in, just too close to make a prediction there. Pennsylvania too early to call. They're just getting started in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And North Carolina also too early to call. We do have more vote there, but we're just not in a position yet to call those races. However, Tom, as I go to you, these are some of the races. Georgia and North Carolina, these are fast counters. And we may be able to make a call by the middle of the night or in the early hours this morning, and that would be quite telling.
Yeah, our decision desk guidance is that Georgia and North Carolina both improving the way they tabulate votes. We should have a projected winner some point tonight. Those will be the 2 first battlegrounds that we hope to project and we hope to call at some point earlier tonight, but we'll have to wait and see. We're ready for anything. We could be surprised by anything. I want to talk about Virginia for a little bit, and a caveat here, as Chuck Todd reminded us. Northern Virginia, the suburbs, they do sort of report late. That vote is still coming in, but we still see some troubling signs for Kamala Harris, at least in some of these counties. So Biden was at 61%. 95% of the vote is in, and I just want to highlight this. There's only about 2,800 votes remaining, so not a lot of votes going to come in. She's at 56%, 57%. 61% was where Biden was. As we keep going around, my team flagged another county. Fairfax County, she's doing fine. Prince William, though, underperforming here as well. 80% of the vote is in. Biden was at 62. She's at 58. Again, these are suburban women, highly educated, college degrees, sort of your establishment Democrats. And a growing area of Virginia as well. A lot of people move here for the jobs, to work in government as well. Again, it's still very early. We're still waiting for all the votes to be called in Virginia. An area we watch, too, is Chesterfield. This is just south of Richmond. African Americans who originally lived in Richmond moved out to places like Chesterfield and Henrico as well. It's one of those swing counties. Biden won in 2020. Trump won it in 2016, so we're keeping an eye on it. And you see, this is where Biden was in 2020. This is where Kamala Harris is tonight, 49.4, but there's only 35% of the vote in, so still a lot of vote to be counted there. So we're going to stay and watch that. As we move further west, we have some counties out here, rural counties. This is Wise County. This is Trump country near West Virginia. You can see 94% in. He was at 80.4 in 2020. He's at 81.6. Again, how does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the suburban areas, the Democrats. He runs up the votes in the rural areas, so that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to hold those marks. Virginia Beach, this is another area we're going to be watching. Again, an area that sometimes tends to swing. Trump with 48% in 2016. Biden was able to flip it, 30% in. Again, still early, but Trump is ahead there. So we're watching Virginia, guys, and we'll see what happens. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in here, but some signs that, you know, maybe trouble Democrats, maybe they trouble Republicans as well. We're going to have to wait. Back to you guys.
All right, we shall wait. We do have a key projection right now. The state of Delaware, the home state of the sitting president, Joe Biden, will go for Kamala Harris as expected. Here's how the vote shook out. Just 48% in, but this is an easy projection with the margins as they are expected to be. So here's where we fill out our map. At 8:30 on the East Coast, Delaware being added to the tally for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump leading as some of these big states in the South, which are expected to go his way, are starting to report in. Speaking of the South, we've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's in the key county of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First vote starting to come in there. And what are you hearing? We've got both campaigns really laser focused on this area.
Yeah, they care a lot about this county, Savannah. And let me just show you, because we've just started to see precinct captains coming in with their memory cards with the votes that happened in person on Election Day. You see this line that goes out the door around. What you're looking at are all of the precinct captains from Gwinnett County. Ultimately, what they're doing is they're coming in here. They have with them little bags that are secured with the official election seal on the top of the envelope and memory cards, and at least 2 from each precinct that have the total of votes for today. So they come in here, they check in with these folks, and then they ultimately take their memory cards to the different election workers that are sitting around here, and they open up, they look at those envelopes, make sure they're sealed properly, make sure it has everything necessary by Georgia law inside of it, and then they send them back into this room here, where we start to see those votes processed and then sent out to the public. In addition to all that's happening on here, back here, and come with me, we'll weave a little through everyone here, there's more counting going on in the back. You mentioned this county is really important to both political campaigns. I will tell you why. This is a rapidly growing county in the state of Georgia. It's also incredibly diverse. It leans blue, but back in 2020, Donald Trump carried about 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And ultimately, what Republicans in the Trump campaign were looking for tonight is to see if they could increase turnout just enough where they run up the margins by a few percentage points and hold on to Republican strongholds in the state, and then are maybe well positioned to carry the state. Democrats, the Harris campaign, they were also hoping to up their turnout here so they could create that blue wall Tom has been talking so much about in Metro Atlanta, and a lot of it has been happening in here tonight. Keep coming a little this way, because one of the most significant aspects of tonight that we've watched in here are the early votes, early in-person voting numbers in this county. Over 50% of active voters in Gwinnett County alone voted early. That's either by mail-in ballots or early in person. Back over here, you see all these things. I've been describing them today almost as like trash cans, but what's inside of them? All of the in-person early votes, about 300,000 of them. There was a team of election workers here who had been sequestered since 9 a.m., prepping all of these so they could process and get the early numbers out quickly. Every election official and the supervisor of Gwinnett County Elections has told us they've been on track to hit all of their markers to have results in on the earlier side, and they're still working over here tonight. This is where the mail-in ballots will come through and are coming through, and they're sorting all of those. Ultimately, we're going to see more ballots coming from the individual precincts from Election Day to the other side here, where they'll count and go through all of that. The big question here is going to be, what does turnout look like? Did for the Republicans and Trump, did they nudge up what they did in 2020 a little better this year, enough to possibly chip away at Harris's margins and then maybe take the state along with keeping Republican strongholds? And for Harris and Democrats, were they able to reach out to people they described as likely Harris voters who were hard to reach, people who would probably vote Democrat but maybe hadn't voted in past elections? The local county Democrats, they told us they spent a lot of time trying to reach those voters, canvassing, directly targeting ads to them, and sending a lot of mailers in more than a dozen languages to try to get them out. So far, we're told, and you can just see the scale of everything here, the supervisor for Gwinnett County Elections, he told us that they are on target right now to surpass voter turnout compared to 2020 by 6:30 today. They had 70% voter turnout roughly in this county. That's exactly what they had back in 2020. So they think they are going to have more turnout in this county. And for both Republicans and Democrats, that's exactly what they were hoping to see. But the big question is, how do those votes fall? And remember, 2020, we saw in the midterms a lot of split ticket voters, Republicans who voted for Republican Governor Brian Kemp, despite Trump saying, hey, that's not somebody I support, and him coming out against him in the midterms, and then voting for the the Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. The question tonight in this county is, could that happen again? And the numbers, at least in terms of the totality, are inching up past what both campaigns were hoping to see tonight. Savannah?
All right, Ellison, thank you. Gwinnett County's late rallies by Donald Trump there in that county and neighboring Cobb County. And you got to hand it to the election workers. They're so focused.
That's what I was thinking as I was watching that.
She walks right by and they don't even look up. They don't even look up. They're counting the votes. It makes you feel good about democracy
These
at
are
work.
the heroes of the night.
Yes, absolutely.
And there's also a storyline in Georgia about election workers, of course, right? And the threats that election workers have faced in so many of these battleground states. And you look at Georgia, that is the home, of course, of Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, who were two elections workers who came under fire, faced death threats, faced severe hardship in their lives because of those election fraud lies from former President Trump. So these election workers, man, are they doing a civic duty for everybody?
My favorite part of voting is when I walk in and see the smiley faces. They've got this great task in front of them, and it's
true. Hug an election worker if they consent.
Yeah.
And it's part of the story of tonight, though, and tomorrow morning, because they've brought on more election workers in all of these states to make sure that they can count more quickly. I do think Ellison's report was fascinating. Gwinnett County, it went for Clinton by 6 points, for Biden by 18 points. So this is a county that Democrats have been increasingly eyeing, as have Republicans.
Well, we talk about the gender gap as I go to Senator McCaskill and Sarah Fagan. I mean, I mentioned there were Trump rallies in Gwinnett County. One of them was the one where Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host, talked about daddy's coming home and going to give a little girl a spanking, like, the sheriff's come into town, which is a message that, if you're trying to reach female voters, I don't know how the females on this panel feel about that, but that's where that happened.
Not good. Don't feel good about that.
Yeah.
I think most women don't feel good about that. But, I come from a state that is very Trump heavy. So I certainly know that there are women out there that have bought what he's selling. I like to say I think there's about a third of the Trump voters that don't believe a word he says, but they really like the idea that their tax cut's going to stay in place, and they think their business interests are going to be better protected with less regulation. And then 2/3 of the Trump voters who believe every word he says and like it just fine.
Sarah, I want to get your thought on something at work right now. And there was a bit of a mixed message in the campaign, the Donald Trump's campaign, about early voting. Yes, do it, don't do it. How do you think that is playing out tonight?
Well, if you look at some of the early vote returns, certainly we saw higher numbers of Republicans voting early. It looks to me like a lot of those were election day voters previously who voted early. Okay, great for the Trump campaign. They banked votes. They can focus on those who haven't voted. So to me, what I'm going to be looking for is his share of the early vote higher than it was in 2020? Democrats dominated the early vote totals in 2020. And, Donald Trump in most of these states was doing 35, not even higher than 40% in any of those states, these target states we've been talking about all night. So does he do 42, 43, 44%?
I mean, in 2020, we were in the midst of a pandemic. Donald Trump was actively telling people not to vote early or not vote by mail, saying he was suspicious of it. To Lester's point, he changed that too. Now they're actively encouraging Republican voters to go in and early vote, and Republican voters seem to have answered that call.
That's right. It was a huge strategic blunder in 2020 to have done that, particularly in a close race. Had he not done that, perhaps he would have won. So I think he learned that lesson. And also, if you just look at the trends in early voting and the trends in absentee by states, it's a prudent thing to do.
To be clear, the Republican apparatus absolutely made a big push this cycle to get voters out to vote early. Donald Trump himself was all over the map on that. You see it at his rallies. He talks about at one rally, he would say, go out and do it. At another rally, he would cast doubt on the validity of ballots that were put in through the mail, et cetera. Some of that likely seeped down to some of his voters in some of these key battleground states, as we heard from talking to voters in some of these battlegrounds. Remember that this is a former president who, over the summer, you look at, let's say, 20 rallies. At 5 of them, he cast doubt on the results of the election even before votes were counted. That ramped up in just the last month. At 14 of 20 rallies, he did the same thing. So he has not been super consistent on this.
Let's go to Tom Yamas right now. Tom, as we speak, North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania are counting votes right now.
Yeah, and we're getting ready for poll closings in places like Nebraska, and Nebraska could be the key to it all. And I know what you're saying, Nebraska? Yes. So when you look at our beautiful map here, you see the maps, the states that are red, the states that are blue, and our battlegrounds here that aren't colored in. And then Nebraska and Maine, they have this kind of Where's Waldo effect. When we hit it, here's why. Nebraska and Maine, they both give out their electors a little differently. They're electoral votes. If you win the popular vote, you get 2 in Nebraska, and then they give them by congressional district as well. Trump is going to win 2 of the congressional districts, most likely, in the popular vote. But Congressional District 2, CD2 in Nebraska, is a battleground district. And the entire election, I say, could come down to this. Let me explain why. So let's take you to Nebraska and show you where CD2 is. It's essentially the city of Omaha, right? I'm going to draw it for you and then show you the congressional district. It's the city of Omaha, a little bit of Saunders, and then a little bit of Sarpy as well. I should say all of Saunders as well. That's essentially the way it looks, right? I'm going to give you the congressional map so we can cut it out a little more. So this right here, that's Congressional District 2. It's a swing district, as I said. 2016, Trump wins by 6,000 votes. In 2020, Biden wins by 20,000 votes. So why is it important? Because if we come down to that scenario where it's 269, Savannah, I gamed that out. It's going to come down to Nebraska, too. So every vote does matter. It matters so much that we spoke to people in Omaha, asking them about what this campaign was like. They say they've never seen anything like it. They've been inundated with ads saying on the television, on the radio, people calling them, unlike anything they've ever seen before. Again, it likely won't come down to Nebraska, too, but it might, and that's why every vote matters. Again, Omaha, the biggest area of Nebraska, fastest growing area, and tonight we'll be watching it.
Tom, you promised me you would not raise the specter of the 269 to 269.
It could happen. We're ready for it.
It could happen. The Constitution has provisions for it, but can we just all agree? Let's hope we don't get there.
Is that Chuck Todd's music?
No, is that Chuck Todd's head exploding? Yes, perhaps it is. But it's interesting to see these are such contested races, and it's actually nice to see. I think we've divided our country so much into red and blue. It's nice to see that once you get on a county by county level, all of these states they're not monolithic. There's more to it, and we still do live right next to each other. And Nebraska, too, is a very good example of that.
Yeah, but I would say you're right. We live right next to each other. But the folks that live in Omaha, I guarantee you, some of the folks that live out in a very sparsely populated rural county don't relate to some of the same issues that the people in Omaha think are important. It's much more of an urban area.
There's also a hot Senate race there right now where the Republican was expected, you would think, would just cruise to re-election there, but there's an independent candidate, Dan Osborne, who's really giving a run for her money for Deb Fischer.
Yeah, and I will say that one of the things about the urban-rural issue is when you think about the ground game, I don't think we talk about this enough. The ground game for the Republican Party is much harder. Going door to door in rural communities is a much different operation than going door to door in a densely populated area. It's not as efficient. It's more difficult. Frankly, a lot of folks out in the rural area don't want strangers knocking on their door. They're not used to having people they don't recognize coming up the driveway 2 miles down from their nearest neighbor. So it is harder for the Republican Party to do the ground game, the GOTV, as you talked about earlier, than it is for the Republican Party. But it'll be interesting to see how this independent does in Nebraska. He says he's going to be independent. He won't caucus with either party. He won't vote for either leader. He says his job would be to try to bring the two parties together. It's probably a winning message right now. I just don't know if Nebraska's pretty red.
All right, well, the drama is continuing to build. 3 big battlegrounds closing at the top of the next hour. Don't go away. We'll be right back as we count down the road to 270.
Thank you.
a story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Welcome back. It's election night in America, and we're just getting started. Almost 9 o'clock here in the East. We're going to have a bunch of poll closings, 3 big battlegrounds that will close. They are make or break races on the road to 270. We're talking about the presidential race a lot for good reason. As I turn to Kristen Walker and Hallie Jackson, there is also hanging in the balance tonight, the balance of power. Who controls Congress? Who controls the Senate? Who controls the House? And we've got some results there.
That's right. And Republicans need 2 seats to win control of the Senate. So far, they have 1 pickup. So let's go to the board. We'll show you where things stand right now. In West Virginia, as we have already reported, Jim Justice has won this seat after Senator Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, who then switched to an independent, announced he was not running for re-election. This is expected. It is the first Republican pickup, so that makes this significant. We can call that Rick Scott has held on to his Senate seat in Florida handily. He first won this seat back in 2018. This was one of these races where reproductive rights was a big issue. Former Congresswoman Debbie Mucarsel-Powell trying to make that the big focus of the race, but it was not enough to get her over the finish line. We're watching this very closely. The Senate race in Ohio, too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a 4th term against former car dealer, Trump-backed businessman Bernie Moreno, so we'll watch that closely. Pennsylvania, another big battleground. Senator Bob Casey with 67% of the vote. Dave McCormick with 30.4% of the vote. Too early to call with just 13% in. Let's take a look at the big picture here. Again, Republicans have now picked up 1 seat for the Senate at this hour. 42 to 33. We'll continue to watch this
very quickly. Hallie, taking a step back, the Republicans need 2 seats, and this is a map that is very difficult for Democrats to hold on to their Senate races. They're on defense in a lot of these states.
Yeah, and the reason for that is likely Montana. This is the other pickup that Republicans feel very confident about. They think they'll be able to get. I will tell you that Ohio Senate race being too early to call is interesting. I talked with one Senate Republican source who said, you know, they would have loved to see that call an hour ago, right? They would have loved to have had that in the bag, these 2-seat pickups earlier in the night, Savannah. But we'll wait and see how this one goes.
Okay, we are just coming up the top of the hour. We're going to have some major battleground poll closings coming up. And we
Michigan
continue to come,
and Wisconsin, Arizona, all coming up. So this is the drama beginning to clearly build right now. The votes are being counted. And again, we'll get those closings here very shortly. Let's check back into the presidential race and the road to 270. All right, it is 8:51 in the East, and here is where we stand right now on the road to 270. And it has been a night of big surprises so far, with more to come. We're now just minutes away from additional closings.
Yeah, we are, and we see that map starting to fill out, so we will watch for those next poll closings. It's in all corners of the country now, almost at 9 o'clock in the East Coast, and they're some of the biggest states to close yet.
At the top of the hour, a major round of poll closings with the most battleground states of the entire night.
15 states and 163 electoral college votes up for grabs, including 3 critical swing states.
Will Vice President Kamala Harris hold on to the blue wall that cuts through Wisconsin?
Good evening, Wisconsin!
And Michigan.
Michigan, we are not going back!
Or will former President Trump break through like he did in 2016?
We are going to win Wisconsin.
Plus, the first Western battleground, Arizona, moments away from closing.
A very big hello, Arizona. We love you, Arizona.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
We are standing by for our first vote count in from these make-or-break states as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270.
Many votes to be counted, battlegrounds all coming in. Michigan has 15 electoral votes up for grabs, a key state, and Jesse Kirsch in Detroit for us today. Jesse, the polls are just about to close, moments away. What do you expect? What are you hearing?
Yeah, so Savannah, statewide, they close at 9 p.m. Eastern, but here in Detroit, in the East Coast time zone, the polls have been closed for almost an hour. You can see this ballot drop box is sealed off here. However, despite all of that, we're going to move down the block here. This is the city elections office, and what we've got going on here is people who have been in line well past when the polls officially closed to continue registering to vote. And inside, it appears we do still have some people in that line. We had people telling us they'd waited in line for around 4 hours. One young woman told us that she almost got out of line because of that duration, dealing with logistics as well as just waiting to be able to register to vote, but was ultimately able to do so. Someone else told us that they got out of line because of the wait. If people got in line by 8 p.m. Eastern time and they closed the doors here at that time, people were going to be allowed to go through the registration process, and it seems people are still going through that at this hour. This is a traditional Democratic stronghold, the city of Detroit. However, when we've spoken to GOP operatives in the state, they tell us that they see Vice President Harris's base as, quote, crumbling because of various headwinds. However, there are other potential headwinds that could send traditionally Republican voters toward the vice president. We will have a clearer answer as those results start coming in at 9 p.m. Eastern. Savannah, back to you.
And we'll get a better idea about turnout, too, which is all important for the Harris campaign in Detroit and also those collar counties. Well, we want to switch over. Let's go to Arizona. The Mountain West polls closed. Gotti Schwartz, they're outside a polling place. Have you seen a lot of crowds?
Yeah, polls close in about 6 minutes here. This is the end of the line, and this is about a 60 to 70 minute wait here. So you got the people that are at the end of the line right now, probably about 300 to 400 people in front of them. You're noticing a lot of MAGA hats here talking about the gender divide. Gender divide is very much in play here at Arizona State University, and there's been so much talk about low propensity voters. One of the things that we've been noticing here and talking to students about is the involvement of fraternities. Normally, fraternities, they may not be organizing and may not be turning out to vote as much as you'd expect, but here at the ASU campus, it does seem like the fraternities have been involved in turning out the vote, and those that we've been talking to say that they are turning out for former President Donald Trump. We've also talked to a lot of other students that have been coming out for policy issues. There are several props. The issue of abortion is extremely important in turning out the vote. Immigration is also important, but I gotta say, just eavesdropping what people have been talking about in line, it's been surprising how often the topic of the Joe Rogan podcast keeps coming up. We've talked to several students now who say that they listened to that Joe Rogan podcast with the former president, and that was the deciding factor for them. And they've also said that if the Kamala Harris, the vice president of the United States, would have appeared on that podcast, they may have had their vote skewed. It's really interesting because, you know, some people are talking about policy. Others are talking more about kind of like vibes. Well, I like the vibe of Trump, or I like the vibe of Kamala Harris, but it's not so policy specific. But that's just some of what we've seen. We're almost to the end of the line. We just wrap around this corner. But again, right now we're in Maricopa County. This is a county with 2.something million voters. ASU has 74,000 students here, most of them voting age. So what we see here at Arizona is going to be very important in this election. Back to you guys.
All right, Gotti, thank you so much. Abortion on the ballot in Arizona, also Florida. Lester, I know you got a key call here.
Yeah, we do have a call here in the state of Florida that abortion, that would restore the constitutional right to an abortion. They've had a 60% threshold. It will not clear it. So amendment for right to abortion will go down in defeat. 86% of the vote in there. Let's
This is super interesting. I'll just drop in here to say this. Okay, it was yes to protect in Florida, but you are seeing it needed a 60% threshold, as you said, Lester. This would be the first ballot initiative that we've seen anywhere in the country since the overturning of Roe versus Wade that has failed. However,
but it had a higher bar.
Exactly. The other ballot initiatives were not this high of a threshold here, and I see you want to jump in.
No, it's just the same number. Right, it was 57-58 in Ohio, 57-58 in Kansas. I mean, I think we know what the number is. Ironically, I've talked to some Florida Republicans who secretly had hoped this would pass, because now Florida elected officials in 2026, which is their big election year, they will have to face the voters on a 6-week ban, and then suddenly that will sort of upend just the state's politics.
Yeah.
But
Ron
there's clearly
DeSantis actively campaigned against this amendment which is
and he used the government power. It's going to create an interesting, there's going to be a fascinating if the Democratic Party ever wants to have a chance in Florida again, they're going to get an opportunity,
Well,
ironically, because this thing went down tonight.
Think about how complicated this was for former President Trump. I asked him about this. He said it went too far. And then he was asked about it repeatedly throughout the course of this campaign. Well, how are you going to vote on this? And he was shifting his positions in the weeks leading up to this very vote. So it sort of underscores the point that Chuck's making. This is a very complicated issue.
This issue has Republicans in knots, and Donald Trump in knots, and now it lives to see another day in Florida.
And this is why the vice president and her team have been pushing on this issue. It is on the ballot as well in Arizona and Nevada. Trump orbit folks that I'm talking to think that there is a likelihood of perhaps ticket splitters in those states, people who will back these abortion ballot initiatives, but who will also back former President Trump. But you have seen the vice president hammer this in the state of Georgia. She went to the state of Texas, which nobody really thinks is going to flip blue on the presidential race, but she wanted to use it as a stage to highlight that state's controversial restrictive abortion law. She did it in Georgia with Amber Thurman, and in Florida, she talks about it as a place that she is concerned about.
We don't have a ton of time because we're coming up on a poll closing, but in Iowa, whose polls are going to close, there was a late election poll. Iowa just had a very restrictive abortion ban pass, and this shock poll on the eve of the election had Kamala Harris carrying a red state. So it's just a very potent issue.
Not to overread into it, but it is an indicator perhaps, and the pollster there, Gold Standard pollster, thought perhaps the abortion issue was motivating these older white women, right? A demographic we've been watching tonight.
And Chuck, well, let's go to the election and we'll move right here. As we get some more poll closings here, we can give a few more characterizations. In just 3 seconds, all of these states will see their polls closed, and we'll begin counting the votes. Here is state of Texas. We were just talking about Donald Trump will win in the state of Texas when all the votes are counted. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will also win in North Dakota tonight. South Dakota, same story. That will also go into the Donald Trump column this evening. We move to the state of Wyoming. In 3 electoral votes at stake, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Wyoming. Here's the map. The road to 270 now getting interesting. 154 for Donald Trump, 30 for Kamala Harris.
All right, let's go to the uncalled races just from those 9 o'clock poll closings, including New York, Colorado, Minnesota. So we still await results there. But let's go to Michigan. That's the biggie at this hour. Polls closing in Michigan, and it is, wait for it, too early to call. We will be waiting for it perhaps into the wee hours tonight. Arizona also too early to call. 7 o'clock in the Mountain West, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Polls just closed there. Let's go to Wisconsin, the other of the blue wall states, along with Michigan and Pennsylvania, too early to call. And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Starting to see more vote come in, but we could be waiting a bit for that. And same with North Carolina. They're counting more quickly, but it's still too early for us to make a projection. And in Georgia, it's not too early. It's just too close. We are starting to see the vote come in. We've got 66% counted right now. And yet, despite the margin that you see there, we project not only what the margin is right now, but where we expect the vote to come in, whether it's coming from a Republican stronghold or a Democratic stronghold. So when you see that disparity and then you see us say it's too close to call, there's a method to that madness, Tom, and you've got Georgia up there.
And I'm going to explain the method to the madness, right? The difference right now, 220,000 votes. Trump on top with 66% of the vote in. But Republicans, it can't even get close to celebrating just yet. These sort of UFO objects we have circling Georgia right now, this is the remaining vote. And the bigger that bubble, that means the more vote that is out. And the more vote that is out right now is in the Atlanta metro region. Remember, I told you guys earlier that about 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. The election is essentially won or lost in the Atlanta metro region because the margins are so close. Every vote matters, but because the margins are so close, Trump runs up that rural vote. The Democrats run up the urban vote. They run up the suburban counties around Atlanta as well. Let's take a look. Let's see how Atlanta and the surrounding counties are looking, the ring counties.
Oh, no,
Cobb County, 77% of the vote is in. Harris slightly overperforming where Biden was in 2020. Let's go over to Fulton County. This is where Atlanta is. A huge county for Democrats here. She's about where Biden was, 72% of the vote in. She can catch up and bring that up. Gwinnett County, again, these are the counties that Clinton flipped in 2016, and they just got bluer and bluer. And you can see what's happening here. 16% of the vote is in, but she's at 60. Biden was at 58. Let's keep going around here. Douglas County, 84% in. Here we go. Harris overperforming in that county. We'll come a little further out. Rockdale County will kind of move a little out the suburbs, the exurbs, if you will. 69%. Look at where Harris is tonight. 74%. She's running up that vote in the Atlanta metro region. If she can keep that momentum going, she could possibly take the state of Georgia. But again, we got to wait and see. I want to see how Trump is doing in some of his rural counties. 78%, 95% of the vote is in. So 78% in 2020. He's at 78 right now. Let me go to a neighboring Towns County right here, 81-80, and then in Union, 81-80. He seems to be hitting his marks, too. I want to hit some sort of swing counties, if you will. Dooley is one of these. Trump won it in 2016, but if we go back, Obama had it in 2012. Tonight, Trump is up. He's building on his margins from 2020. That's a good sign for him. Let me see if Peach County is in. Peach County is another one that no vote is in. This is one of those swing counties, not a whole lot of voters, but it usually sort of picks the winner. We like to watch it as we go around. Muskogee, this is 72%. This is one of the ones we're watching, too, to see if Trump could make inroads with black voters here. Harris seems to be comfortable. She seems to be at the same watermark where Biden was in 2020. So guys, still very close in Georgia. As we said, too close to call. It was about 12,000 votes that separated this in 2020. Trump won this state by about 5 percentage points in 2016. The state is definitely changing, and the reason why it's changing, it's in this Atlanta metro region.
Yeah. Would you have in North Carolina? I'd love to see some North Carolina numbers. I mean, these numbers are coming in as we speak.
Yeah,
let's hit North Carolina. Again, we're going to look at all the state. I'm going to be looking at Mecklenburg County. This is where Democrats have to drive up the vote. Only 6% is in, but we can see how she's performing here. You know, 6% is in. I'm not going to really draw too much from there, but she's overperforming Biden. We go to the research triangle here. Wake County, 76% of the vote is in. We compare her to Biden, 62 to 63. She's doing better. I know a lot of the vote is in. Over here in Orange County. This is UNC Chapel Hill, the research triangle. You have medical research jobs, high-tech research jobs, affluent suburbs, highly educated Democratic voters. 86% of the vote is in. Let's see how she compares to Biden. Slightly overperforming Biden, not by much, but look, any little increment makes a difference when you're talking about a 10,000 vote difference at the end of the day. Right now, the difference is about 41,000 in that county. Trump is on top right now. He's going to run up the rural vote. We can check out some of his counties over here in western North Carolina, Graham County. These are some of the counties that were affected by Hurricane Helene and all that devastating flooding. 95% and 81%. In 2020, he was at 79, so kind of overperforming. The big unknown was how many people were going to actually vote in here. And one of the great researchers, Dr. Chris Cooper of North Carolina, political scientist, pointed out to us. He said, listen, this is Trump's area that was affected by those floods. You can have 9 MAGA hats in your house. But if you no longer have a house, trying to get your vote, trying to get your voting location is going to be difficult. They were so concerned about this area that election officials actually changed the rules so you could actually vote in other counties if you couldn't vote in your own county. It looks like turnout's okay. We heard that from Sam Brock. Asheville is that blue dot in the sea of red in North Carolina. Again, affected by Hurricane Helene, 55% of the vote there in Buncombe County. Biden was at 59. Harris is overperforming. Again, any advantage she has in the counties where Biden was doing well or won, and she's hitting higher marks, Democrats are going to love that news. But there's still a lot of the vote is out, 76% in Wake, like we said. Let me see where else in the state that we're still waiting on vote, because there are a lot of rural counties. Listen, if right now, let me go to the entire state. So 41% of the vote is in. Look at this giant circle around Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte, a lot of that vote, Mecklenburg County, it's a county that is majority minority, right? Mostly black and Hispanic. And they're still waiting a lot of the vote there. That could be a very good sign for Democrats tonight. But some of the vote is out, like in these rural counties right here. If we check out Johnson County, just outside of Raleigh, connected to that, I'm actually kind of curious, even though only 8% is in here. This was a county that they were looking at to see if Democrats could make inroads there. It looks to be about the same, only 8% in, guys. But we're going to keep a close eye on North Carolina as more of this map gets filled out.
All right, so here's where we are, 7 minutes after 9 o'clock in the East Coast. Polls have closed now of 6 of 7 battleground states, still waiting, obviously, for the 7th. Hallie, you heard the numbers. Break it down how we're viewing it through the lens of
through the exit polls, which are coming in. And I got to give the grain of salt caveat, which is these numbers don't get finalized until closer to Thanksgiving, right? So we don't want to overread into them, but they are an indication of where things stand. And what I'm looking at, given that polls have just closed now in the rest of the blue wall states, Michigan and Wisconsin, here's something interesting. Look at the youth vote here. This is a little tricky to look at, but I'm going to walk you through it. Look at Vice President Kamala Harris. She is winning younger voters under the age of 30 in Wisconsin, but Donald Trump is right on her heels there with 47%. He is actually winning winning younger voters in Michigan, 51% to 46%. And if you take a look even further into this, you can see that he is overperforming where he was among young voters in the state of Wisconsin, 47% now. That's a double-digit increase from where he was 4 years ago. It's a similar story in Michigan, and I will also tell you it is a similar story in Pennsylvania as well. You see the Michigan numbers here. Similar story in Pennsylvania as well when it comes to young voters. Now, we've been doing a lot of point-counterpoint tonight, so let me fill you in as I walk back to the desk. One of the counterpoints here is in Michigan and Wisconsin, Vice President Harris is doing better with older voters than she was relative to 2020. So there's some interesting dynamics at play here.
Well, it's interesting because we saw Gotti Schwartz in Arizona on the campus of Arizona State University, which gives me personal pain as a graduate at the University of Arizona. But I mean, he may be in ground zero of this very thing that exit poll is showing, which is young voters, young male voters, which the Trump campaign worked very hard to turn out, are responding accordingly. Some of them talking about this Joe Rogan podcast. Can't say I'm a regular listener to it, but he endorsed on the eve of the election, and that was extremely influential.
It could be very influential. And remember, in some of these states, you have same-day voter registration, and who takes the most advantage of it? Younger voters.
That's right.
You know, it was interesting. A lot of Democrats were very optimistic about some of their chances in some of the big Midwestern states for House, Senate, and the presidency, because unlike 2020, the Ann Arbor kids are going to vote in Michigan this time. In 2020, they voted in their home state. The Iowa City kids in Iowa, the Madison kids, and that this time they were all going to actually be in the battleground states.
Because of the pandemic, they were home.
The pandemic, they were home and more dispersed. Obviously, a big chunk of Michigan voters are from Michigan. University of Michigan folks are from Michigan, but there's quite a few that aren't. And Democrats thought that could be a secret weapon for them. If the young men are pulling for Trump, then it's not as much of an impact. Still, there's a massive gender gap among young folks. Let's not. In fact, it may be bigger among young voters than any other age group.
And then we've seen as Laura Jarrett joins the table here, and I know you're looking into some of the legal issues, but also following these ballot referenda, including the abortion measure that needed a 60% approval, didn't quite get there, 57%, so it went down to defeat in Florida. But to carry on this conversation, young women have been highly motivated by this issue of reproductive rights.
Women of all ages motivated, young and old, and obviously it didn't work in Florida, but the threshold was higher there, and we are still looking at a number of states, including places like Arizona, Missouri, Nebraska, South Dakota, all of which would change the right to an abortion to be enshrined in the Constitution, not something that you could take away easily. Once it's there, it can't just be wiped away when the change of legislature happens. And in those cases, it's a much different situation where you have to just get over a 50% threshold. And so it'll be interesting to see whether they can carry the ballot initiatives in those states, even if the former president is going to win in some of those states.
We've seen these ballot measures, pro-abortion ballot measures, even in very red states, pass and sometimes pass with 56, 57% of the vote, which, by the way, is what they got in Florida.
There has been a significant shift in the electorate, if these exit polls bear out to what we see right now, into how people feel about abortion rights and abortion access since 4 years ago. I would suspect it is entirely probably because of the overturning of Roe versus Wade. In 2020, 51% of people felt that abortion should be legal in all or most cases. You know what it is now? 66%. That is a significant jump.
Let me just quickly interrupt and go back to this a second, but I believe we have another call to make, and this is in the state of Mississippi. NBC News now projects that Donald Trump will take all 6 electoral votes and will win in Mississippi. There is the breakdown right now, 21,000 vote difference, 10% in, but again, Donald Trump, the projected winner in Mississippi. Here's the map. Here's where it leaves us in the road to 270. Donald Trump, well out in front with 160. Kamala Harris now with 30.
Let's expand the conversation. Simone Sanders Townsend, former spokesperson to Kamala Harris. I wonder what you're seeing in these numbers. I assume you have good sources inside the campaign. What are you hearing?
Greetings, everyone. It's good to see you. So what I am hearing is that Democrats writ large in all of the battleground states, and I've been talking to party chairs, folks within the campaigns, but also the organizers on the ground, they're feeling encouraged by what they're seeing from college campuses specifically. In Wisconsin, for example, in the 3rd Congressional District, there are 2 large college campuses in that state, and as one individual in Wisconsin told me, that they could flip a House district seat. In Philadelphia, the turnout in Philly specifically has surprised some Democrats. From in Baltimore, D.C., New York, there were buses that left early this morning of strategists, organizers, even some donors, and they all went down and knocked doors in Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia area and Philadelphia suburbs. Well, the numbers coming out of places like Temple University, where the lines were so long, people were standing in lines for 3 hours, college campus, they had to add more voting machines. They were not expecting that, Democrats particularly in Pennsylvania, so they're encouraged, what I'm told, by the raw data, emphasis on the raw data they're seeing. So they don't want to speak out of turn, but they feel all right.
Yeah, Simone, what is worrying the Harris camp right now, looking at it from the other end of the glass?
Well, the lines are very long, and they want people to stay in line, Lester. I'm told that actually in Pennsylvania specifically, celebrities are FaceTiming in to the people who are in line, encouraging them to stay in line. So the organizers are out there with the phones saying, hey, so-and-so is on the line. There are concerts actually happening. They are looking at Pennsylvania very closely. And as the time that the vice president spent in the state, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, I think is also indicative of where they see some gaps. Also, obviously, DeKalb County, in Georgia, the lines, the polling locations were staying open longer because of the bomb threats that were happening there and the evacuations that had to happen, encouraging people to know that it is safe to vote, stay in line, make your voice count. I think they want to ensure, they feel like that they can eke it out if people turned out to vote and stay in line.
All right. Simone, thanks very much.
We want to turn now to Garrett Hake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. And we just got the inside scoop from the Harris campaign. So what are you hearing from the Trump campaign about what they're seeing in these battleground states in the early going?
Savannah, the Trump campaign is very buoyed by what they've seen out of Wisconsin, specifically among black voters. They're pointing to our exit poll, which shows Donald Trump more than doubling his support among African Americans in Wisconsin. I cannot emphasize enough how much this has been an emphasis for the Trump campaign to try to improve their margins. They got blown out with African American voters in 2020. If they were able to move the percentage that they got from 8% to 10, 12, 15, in this case, based on these early exit polls, getting 20% in Wisconsin, that's the kind of thing that could make a huge difference in a race that might be decided by 15 or 20,000 votes in those states. They spent heavily on television, they spent heavily on African-American media, trying to find celebrity validators for Donald Trump, and particularly to reach out to young men. If Trump pulls this off tonight or in the days that come, those small changes at the margins among African-American men, I think, will be a huge part of this story.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, Washington, D.C. And how's the feeling there? What's the vibe?
Well, there's still a celebratory feel here right now. They're waiting for any particular data points that they can know if it's a good indication or not. The Harris campaign individuals still watching behind closed doors. The vice president watching alongside family and friends tonight. A lot of the donors and other big supporters of the vice president's at a hotel here in Washington, D.C. watching as well before they arrive here a little bit later this evening. I'll tell you some of the data points that they are pointing to right now as potentially some good indicators. One comes out of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, specifically as it relates to those 3 wards with the largest densities of Puerto Rican voters right now, that they say in those particular wards that they saw as of 5 o'clock, 3 hours before the polls closed, they had already reached the same number in terms of turnout as they had 4 years ago, which is to say that they believe that they are exceeding the numbers in the past. They think that's a good indication there. I'll punctuate a thought that Simone Sanders was just sharing a short time ago. I am hearing again about those college campuses right now, everywhere from Nevada, UNLV, all the way to a series of separate campuses in Philadelphia itself. Temple, one of them that they named Lehigh, Lafayette, elsewhere in the state as well. And she was talking about what is really key to the campaign right now in these sort of late evening hours, even after the polls have closed. They don't close if you are already in line. It's a message that they're sharing right now, FaceTiming in Jennifer Gardner and Demi Moore, among others, to keep those folks in line.
All right, Peter.
Simone was making that point a moment ago about it. They can keep them in line.
You can keep them in line if Jennifer Garner's on the other line talking to your mom or Paul Rudd, and that's the strategy there. We've got a race to call here. Louisiana, no big surprise, but if you're filling out your map at home, you can add Louisiana there. Just 22% of the vote counted, but again, the margin expected to be rather large. So here's the map for those watching at home. The South, of course, reliably red for Donald Trump, and at this early hour, he is far out in front, but we await those key battleground states, and I think we've got Tom over there talking the great state of Ohio, a former battleground.
Semi-battleground, right? We got exit poll data out of Ohio as well. 17 electoral votes, about 55% of the vote is in. Trump is on top by about 266,000 votes. I want you to remember that number. Write it down if you can. I know it's kind of a big number, 266,000. The reason why I want to highlight that difference, because when we punch up Ohio here, so that's the spread, 287. It just changed. That's how fast voting data is coming in. Again, you know I love going to this. The remaining vote that's there. Again, here's the issue. The remaining votes in the Democratic counties like Franklin, which is Columbus, Cuyahoga, Cleveland. Look at the numbers here. In Cuyahoga, look how many votes are still out. 377,000. She's on top by 71%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden 4 years ago. 66%. So she's overperforming in Cuyahoga, and there's still a lot of that vote that's out. Let's go down to Franklin County. It holds the capital of Ohio, Columbus. 68%. Overperforming there with about 60% of the vote that's in. And then again, 266,000 remaining. So just those two counties, we're talking about more than 500,000 votes. And that's way bigger than the spread for the entire state.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, when you talk about some of her overperforming in those areas, the reason we expect Ohio likely goes red, but let's talk about the Senate race there. Yeah, because we have the control of Senate hanging in the balance right now, and it hangs on this Senate race.
Yeah.
Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, versus Sherrod Brown, the incumbent. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so look at this. Neck and neck, the difference here, only 74,000. So what does that mean? That means the Republican in this race is underperforming Trump. There could be a split ticket issue here. Again, way too early, 56% of the vote in. But look, the difference here is 74,000. Remember that number I was telling you to remember? It was over 200,000. So that means that Trump is overperforming right now. Bernie Moreno is underperforming the Republican candidate. The incumbent is still down. But again, remember what I told you. There's a lot of that vote that's out in Cleveland, in Columbus. I'm going to look in one more spot here. Let's get back to the president's race. In Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati, she's at 62%. Biden was at 57. Again, look, this could be some of the early vote that's come in. It could be some of that blue mirage. Again, we're prefacing this is all early, but I'm going to get back over to you guys because there's a projection.
Yeah, Tom, we got a projection in the state of Rhode Island. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Rhode Island when all the votes are counted. 4 electoral votes for her. Here's where the breakdown is. 31,000 vote difference, 74% of the vote in, but again, Kamala Harris, the projected winner there. Let's pull up the map. The road to 270. That brings Harris now to 34 electoral votes. Donald Trump still well out in front with 168. Remember, 270 is the prize that we're working our way toward. We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the East. The vote counting coming in. Our decision desk standing by to make more projections just ahead.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
Welcome back on this election night. The road to 270. You can see Donald Trump out front with 168 to 34 for Kamala Harris. Let's show you how we can characterize some of the states right now. These are states that haven't been called. Virginia, our characterization on that is it's too early to call. More than half the vote in there as well. Let's look at Ohio. We're speaking that a moment ago. 17 electoral votes, not considered to be a battleground. Nonetheless, we look at it, that's too early to call right now. Also, Colorado, too early to call. Kamala Harris leading now with over 100,000 votes. In Iowa, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, that is too early to call as well. Let's go over to Tom Yamas right now, who can give us a little bit breakdown on the path to 270. Clearly, at this point, they're both wide open.
Yeah, still very early so far. No big surprises. If you're watching at home, you can find your state here. We've already given some. We've projected some states for former President Trump, some for the vice president, and still so many, the bulk of states right there in the middle, and still so many people still voting along the West Coast in places like Hawaii and Alaska as well. Let's remind you and walk you through the paths that each candidate hopes to take to get to the White House. Let's start with Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll click her in here, get to 2024. This is the predetermined map of how the states voted in 2020 and then the 7 battlegrounds that will be decided tonight. So her easiest path is Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. She holds that blue wall. If she can do that, she gets to 270. If she's having a very rough night and she loses Pennsylvania, loses Michigan, loses Wisconsin, she has other paths, but she does have a Sun Belt path where if she can flip North Carolina, hold Georgia, hold Arizona, and get Nevada, hold it once again, she gets there as well. That path, though, would give Democrats heart palpitations. As far as former President Trump, his easiest route, just think of the east side. He holds Pennsylvania. He flips Pennsylvania. He holds North Carolina. He flips Georgia back. He gets to 270. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He has to break through the blue wall. That's the main difference between his path and the vice president's path. There's a path for her, even though she doesn't win any of these 3 big Midwest states. But for him, he has to win one of them. If he wins Michigan and he flips North Carolina, holds Georgia, he can win any of these 2 out west, either Nevada or Arizona, put him over the top. But if he can only win Wisconsin, I'm going to take Nevada away. He has to win Arizona to get to 272. So you can see it's going to be a long night for us. But every state sort of leads to a domino effect, if you will. And that's one of the reasons why we were watching Ohio, because if he were not to win a state like Ohio, which he won the last 2 presidential elections, his whole map changes. Guys, back to you.
Well, right now, so far tonight, we haven't had any big shockers. Yeah. But let's talk about Pennsylvania. There's a reason that the campaigns spent more money there, spent more time there. It may well, at the end of this night, or perhaps it will be Saturday morning, like in 2020, it will all come down to Pennsylvania.
It very well could come down to Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. It is the biggest battleground prize out there. And part of why we're watching states like Ohio so closely, like North Carolina as well, particularly in the suburbs, is to test how those counties, in those collar counties in Pennsylvania might go. Remember, President Biden won Pennsylvania not because he won the Philadelphia County area, but because he was able to really drive up the vote among white working class voters in those collar counties. One more point just to mention as we watch all of these returns come in. When President Biden was at the top of the ticket, a state like North Carolina was out of reach for Democrats. The fact that we're talking about it right now, the fact that there's been so much play in North Carolina, that former President Trump spent so much time there in recent days, underscores the fact that they have tried to open up more paths, and we'll have to see if that was effective at all.
I want to ask a little bit about Michigan. We haven't really talked much about the Gaza war in Gaza and how that might affect the vote, you know, in Detroit and in parts of Michigan. Are we getting any read there at all?
Well, listen, it's going to be something that matters, right? Because we saw that uncommitted vote. We know there's an Arab American population in largely Wayne County. It's only about 2% of the population, but it could be potentially significant here. You saw Vice President Harris, as she was on the campaign trail just in the last few days here, begin her rally speech, one of them in Michigan, by referencing, of course, Israel, Gaza, what was happening. She doesn't typically start off her campaign speeches, her stump speech that way.
But she's been heckled at times.
That's right. She has again and again, she has faced down protesters who heckle. She typically says something along the lines of, you have a right to be heard, so do I, and I'm speaking now, which is a line that she's become sort of known for at this point. But the other piece of this, too, when you look at this, Michigan is a place, it's going to be critical for her, as Tom has just laid out in the map. It is also the place where she started this shift in the last few days on her closing argument, moving away from this idea that Donald Trump was sort of looming large as this threat to democracy, this ominous shadow hanging over America, and shifting away from saying his name at all, calling him the other guy, trying to make him seem small, unserious, Lester.
All right, we have another call to make, and this is a pretty big one. The state of New York, and not necessarily a surprise, but NBC News projects that New York Kamala Harris is the projected winner. I'll get this out, projected winner in New York. And there you see the vote difference, 845,000, 33% in. Here's the map to show us where we are on that road to 270. That puts Donald Trump out front with 168. Harris with 62 now.
Let's continue this conversation about Michigan, about young voters, because this issue that you raised, Gaza, Israel, this is a very potent issue with young voters, with the many students. And we see Kamala Harris struggling with that. We've seen ads by third-party groups in Michigan trying to bring up that kind of dissent that is going on. It's very interesting. In the primary, there was an uncommitted vote, sort of a protest vote against President Biden. 100,000 people voted uncommitted in the primary. The margin in 2020 was 154,000. So this is a constituency that very much matters.
Absolutely. And with young voters right now, we just had Hallie, you brought this up on the data wall a little bit ago. Trump is leading young voters. And again, that gender gap is playing out right here. It's large with voters under 30. Of men, 59% going for Trump, 39% going for Harris. Women, 54% Harris, 44% Trump. He's continuing to close those margins. The other thing that's interesting about Michigan, of course, there's a 52,000 person campus, University of Michigan. Back in 2016, Trump only won by about 11,000 votes. On that campus, I actually anecdotally heard students energizing other students by saying, if only a fifth more of this campus were to have come out, it could have made a difference. So what does that look like right now? Who does that mean did better on those campuses if we start to see those margins be eat away at?
And you'll recall back in 2016, sorry, Hallie, you'll recall in 2016, Hillary Clinton, when she did the postmortem of her campaign, the criticism was she didn't spend enough time in Michigan. And so what we've seen from the Harris campaign is she has been there. And Trump has certainly been there as well. He closed out his campaign there. And so the Democrats have tried to learn from the mistakes of the past. Trump has been very focused on that area as well because he knows he's got to pick
just to demonstrate how complicated politics is, Harris is on defense to a certain extent over her stance with Gaza and Israel, the Biden administration stance in Michigan, but then also losing some of the Jewish vote, for example, in Pennsylvania and Florida. We've heard about that anecdotally as well. It's about the bottom of the hour. We can do some race checks here. You mentioned Michigan. Well, let's put it up there. Let's see what we've got in terms of results, and the votes are being counted in Michigan, one of those key Midwest battlegrounds. It is too early to call. That's just about a little over 10% of the vote, but now you've got an eye on what we've got there. Arizona polls just closed a half hour ago. Way too early to call there. It may well be days before we're able to call that one. Wisconsin, another in the industrial Midwest, too early to call. Just starting to get the votes counted. Pennsylvania, stop me if you've heard it before. It may all come down to Pennsylvania, and it is too early to call, but we're about 30% of the vote there. North Carolina, also too early to call at this hour. And staying down south in the Sunbelt state of Georgia, which President Biden carried 4 years ago, and former President Trump badly wants to get back into that red column. That is too close to call at this hour. So here is the road 2270. That is the magic number that a candidate needs to win the White House, and that is where we are in the early going at this hour.
I always wonder what it looks like from the other side, from the candidates, when they're doing the same thing we are, essentially, pulling up these numbers, trying to weed through them, trying to figure out where you can be optimistic, you know, when you don't have the pressure of people looking at you.
You want a fun fact? Fun fact alert?
We love it.
The last election was decided in 4 states by approximately 80,000 voters. You could fit those voters into Cowboy Stadium.
Wow.
That's
You've
what we're
done your
talking
homework,
about.
girl. Let me
We're
tell you,
talking about
Savannah,
margin.
that is a good, that's
My
a good
husband's
nugget.
going to be very mad at me that I didn't
brought
say
up the
Eagle
Cowboys.
Stadium, but it wasn't the right number for the stadium. I tried.
You stick with any stadium you want.
Yeah, have you got exit polls?
He's sad about the link. Yeah, I do. And this is a more broad look at the issues that voters say are important to them. As we're talking about some of these issues in these key battleground states, nationally, we saw something really interesting here, right? We saw consistently in public polling over the course of months, it's economy, inflation, cost of living that voters said over and over again was the most important issue to them. But look at this electorate. From our exit polls that we're seeing now, and again, this could shift a little bit. These numbers could still change a bit as more waves of information come in. But look at what's number one. 34% of voters say the state of democracy is the most important issue to them. Put a little asterisk next to that. We're going to talk about that more in just a second. Second here, 31% of voters say the economy is the most important issue to them. That is typically what we would see in other elections. It's what we've seen in the past. I would also note that just because a candidate leads on the top issue doesn't mean that they would win the election. Abortion is right there at 14%, immigration trailing at 11%. And why do I bring that up? That was key to former President Trump's close. When you look at the vote breaks for this, which just means who people supported when they said this was their top issue, on state of democracy, voters broke for Kamala Harris. So she leads on that issue. More people who said that democracy was their most important thing backed Kamala Harris than did Donald Trump. She is also leading on abortion as well. It's the flip when you look at economy and immigration. More people who said that the economy or immigration were their most important issue backed former President Trump. That is not altogether shocking, right? Those issues, economy, inflation, immigration, it largely tracks with what we had been seeing over the course of many months since Kamala Harris got into this race in public polling. But here's what's interesting, and let me walk back to the desk with you to talk through some of these democracy issues here. This is a funny question, state of democracy, because there are Republicans who believe that the state of democracy is an existential threat, largely because of the election fraud lies that Donald Trump talks about. There are Democrats who believe that the state of democracy is under threat because of former President Trump himself if he were to be back in office. So this is a tricky one. It's not like it cuts obviously one way or the other. So there's some unpacking to do.
It's a Rorschach test. What is the state of democracy?
That's exactly right.
It would probably be better framed as what do you think the state of the country is? Yeah. Do you think that this is a high-stakes election? Do you think it's a do or die? Is it existential? I think that's what people are responding to and perhaps why we see that being the top issue.
Well, and it's so mirrored in what we saw in the closing arguments of both of these campaigns. You saw Vice President Kamala Harris try to argue that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. You saw Donald Trump make arguments that his political rivals were the quote-unquote enemy from within. And so it is a Rorschach test, and it also just speaks to why, as we watch these states come in, the battlegrounds seem to be very sharply divided, as our polls indicate.
Right track, wrong track always kind of leaves you with that question. Are we judging a president, or are we judging just the overall sense of life these days?
Absolutely, and the fact that you have this significant majority saying that the country's headed in the wrong direction.
You know what it is?
A challenge.
It's interesting because we haven't talked that much about that thing that happened this summer where Joe Biden had a terrible debate and he was expected for 18 months to be the candidate and then he wasn't. Do we have any indication in any of these early numbers how Kamala Harris is performing compared to how he may have performed? I mean, it's a hypothetical. I
was going to say favorability is probably what gets us there most closely. I don't think we have those graphics ready to pull up, but Joe Biden, if my memory serves, is something at like 41% favorable based in exit polls, which was a question that was asked. She is at something like, I want to say 48%, so she is, or 49%. She's outpacing where both Joe Biden and Donald Trump were. But Savannah, I'm so glad you brought this up. We called Delaware like an hour ago, right? Joe Biden's home state, and it made me think about what a different race this would look like, how different tonight would look if Joe Biden were still on the ticket. Vice President Harris has done this thing where she's tried to both distance herself from President Biden. She told me in our interview just a couple of weeks ago, Joe Biden is not on the ticket. Like, I am the one who is running on the Democratic ticket, which she's right. She is on the top of the ticket. But at the same time, she has not distanced herself in a super clear way from a lot of his various policies. She has said that she feels some loyalty to him, of course.
Well, the ads that have been run to great effect in a lot of these battleground states tie Kamala Harris directly to Joe Biden. The Trump campaign thinks that Biden is a clear drag on the Harris ticket.
It's been one of the biggest challenges of her entire campaign, including in her interview with Hallie, has been asked over and over again, how will you govern differently than President Joe Biden? She struggled to answer that, in part, I'm told, because personally she did not want to betray him, but it has been something that's been a challenge for her.
She also cited, I think it was your interview, she cited history, the fact that typically vice presidents, don't.
Yeah, that's right. That was our colleague, Peter
Yeah.
Alexander, I think, if I'm remembering that one correctly, in a pull-aside with her several weeks ago. But she said, listen, typically vice presidents don't go after, their boss, if you will, their president. She talked about this issue of loyalty, but at the same time, she also says, my presidency will not be a continuation of the Biden administration.
The problem that she had was when asked specifically, I believe on an ABC program, what would you do differently? She said nothing comes to mind. And boy, that Trump
Keeping
campaign.
in mind her campaign's been, what, 108?
Well, right, but that's
days,
about, that question's coming when you have an unpopular incumbent. We want to go to NBC's Sam Brock. He's in Asheville, North Carolina, where I understand the counting is wrapping up. What are you hearing?
Savannah, it's done. Look, I have it fresh off the presses right here from Buncombe County. The official results are in. First of all, they had a 73.69% turnout, which is almost their record high. It was 78 back in 2020. But considering everything that happened in Western North Carolina about a month ago, this is extraordinary. And the results are almost exactly the same as they were 4 years ago as well. It was 60-38 in favor of Kamala Harris for this county, which is about 140,000 votes. It was 59-38 back in 2020. This was not, however, your grandmother's democracy process, being sort of a fly on the wall to watch all this happen. Walk with me here for a second. So these are the tabulations that came out. These receipts, guys, were so long, they were strewn across this entire table. I watched as the board went through line item by line item to authenticate it for the unofficial results. There's basically a caravan of cars that comes in. They're all holding from each of the 80 precincts these thick orange cases that have flash drives in them. Bobby, who I'm told has been here with Buncombe County for generations, a 70-something-year-old woman, takes the flash drive out, comes in here and brings it into this room. In the room, it's unencrypted, and so they actually get the data up there and they upload it directly to the county site and then to the state site from this room, and then all of the day of votes get tabulated over in these machines. Fascinating to watch. It is actually now done. Let me send it back to you.
All right, Sam, thank you very much. We've got a projection to tell you about. The state of Illinois, Kamala Harris, as expected, takes it. So that's a Midwest hold for Kamala Harris and the Democrats. Let's look at the breakdown here. Half the vote in, and it looks like it will be an easy victory as expected. And so we can fill out one more state on our road to 270 map. The state of Illinois going to Kamala Harris. Let's go to Tom Yamas. You're in North Carolina, where we just heard straight from the horse's mouth. Buncombe County right there. Asheville has been through so much with Hurricane Helene. And Sam Brock had the poll results in his hot little hands.
But were you calling him a horse? That's like, I'm not sure if you were or not. Sam's a tall drink of water, but he's no horse. He's a handsome man. So listen, along the lines of from what he was reporting, and I just checked out those Hurricane Helene counties, we can show you the ones that were affected by the floods. Let me go, hold on one second. Here we go. So these were all the counties, the 13 counties that were affected by the floods, where people could vote in other parts of the state if they weren't able to vote in their home county. It's interesting. I was going through the numbers. It doesn't look like there's any kind of drop-off there. That's actually better news for the president, because there are more Trump voters out there in the western part of the state, with the exception of the blue dots like Asheville, places like that. Here's where a lot of the vote is still out. Charlotte, Mecklenburg. Look, Trump is on top right now statewide. Mecklenburg is the place where Democrats, I'm going to keep going back to Mecklenburg when we talk about North Carolina. This is Charlotte and then the surrounding suburbs. They need to drive up the vote here. It is a majority-minority county. Hispanics and African Americans, they have to drive up the numbers here. When they lose races like Senate races, it's because the turnout is not where it needs to be in Charlotte. So not enough vote there. But the good news is there is vote in other places. Wake County, this is the capital, Raleigh, part of the Research Triangle. You can see Kamala Harris slightly overperforming President Biden with 76% of the vote. Whoops, that was a mistake. Let me go back to North Carolina here. Here we go. Okay. Right over here, Durham, this is where Duke University is. 85% of the vote is in. 81%, let's see how she did compared to Biden. Slightly overperforming there, and just over where UNC Chapel Hill is. slightly overperforming there. Here's one thing, though, that Republicans have something to possibly celebrate. This is Nash County. This is Governor Roy Cooper's county. This is where he's from. It's sandwiched between Raleigh, Wake County, and the North Carolina Black Belt, where you have those counties with high percentages of African-American voters. It usually, almost always in the last few elections, has picked the winner. 2012 Obama, Trump flips it. Biden it went with Biden in 2020. That wasn't a correct pick. But today, Trump is on top. And you can see that's good news for him, considering that Biden took it in 2020. We're also watching New Hanover. This is Wilmington. You have a lot of people who have moved to the east coast of North Carolina, the coastal communities here. Only 5% in, but this is also one of those counties that has always picked the winner in North Carolina. Not enough vote in to even compare it. I do want to talk about the Triad. This is, again, sometimes the forgotten metro area, but huge population center for North Carolina. A lot of the historically black universities are here as well. Greensboro, Guilford County, 55% in. Let's see how she's doing compared to Biden. Look, she's holding her marks, so this is pretty good. I want to see how Trump's doing, though, in some of the rural counties where he has to drive up the vote. Robeson, look, only 23% in. He's overperforming there. I want to go a little closer to Charlotte. Union County seems to be doing okay. Again, this is along the southern border, right above South Carolina. Seems to be holding his own. Anson, 92% in. This is actually a big flip. Let me see what this looked like in 2016. So this is interesting. Clinton won in 16, Biden won in 2020 with 92% of the vote in. Trump is on top right now. Again, not a large county you're going to see. There's only about 10,000 votes here. But we're kind of reading the tea leaves and seeing where everything's at so far. Again, statewide, 63% in. This is the only battleground state that Trump won in 2020. That's why we're watching it so close. It was very close. It was his slimmest margin. 63% of the vote is in. We're still watching and waiting here in North Carolina. As soon as we can make a call, again, too early, you know we're going to project it, guys.
Tom, you had a little something for everybody in that, no matter who you're rooting for. We got a couple of results to read to you right now. These are ballot measures. We saw the abortion measure go down to defeat in Florida. It had a 60% threshold. In New York, it passes easily. 71% of the vote is the margin there. We'll go to Maryland. There was also an abortion rights measure, and that easily passes as well. Both of those blue states. Let's bring Laura Jarrett into this conversation because we do have 10 states that have these ballot measures, and obviously Democrats have hoped that that would help their fortunes, and especially in these battleground states.
New York, obviously not a place where people think of abortion rights under threat, but the initiative there was broader than just about abortion. It had to do with anti-discrimination principles more generally, reproductive health care a part of that, but it was also about pregnancy and the like, and so that's why it was even on the ballot in a place like New York. But you think about a place like South Dakota, a completely different story. We still have to wait to see what happens there. Arizona, a different story. Missouri, we still don't have enough in to be able to make a call on that.
And forgive me, let's see if the brain's still working here at 9:45.
You got a big set of cards there,
this is a late night for the Today Show. But Nebraska has two measures, doesn't it?
It does.
1 for, 1 against?
1 for, 1 against. And so we'll see how that one shakes out.
So which one wins? The one with the raw vote?
The one that has the one that has the majority, but we don't have enough in to make a call on that.
And of course, there have been other states that went this road prior to tonight.
Many states that had went this road and had been able to reach the threshold to pass it, Lester. That's why the Florida situation was interesting, obviously, as we've been discussing, different because of the threshold there. But you think about a place like Michigan, places like Ohio had managed to get it through in the past.
We have another presidential projection here we can put up on the screen here and walk you through it. I see it as you see it. NBC News projects Donald Trump will take the state of Ohio with 17 electoral votes. There is the breakdown of 441,000 vote difference now. 64% of the vote in Ohio. And again, Donald Trump is the winner there. And there's where it takes us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 185 electoral votes. Harris with 81.
All right, let's go to Savannah Sellers. We always need not one, but two Savannahs sitting at the desk at any time, if possible. Exactly. Savannah, I mean, you've been looking a lot into the youth vote, and we were just talking about abortion. And for young women, that obviously is a galvanizing issue for many of them.
It certainly is. For young women, it is their top issue. And that's where we're really seeing a huge gender divide also. For young women, 42% saying it is their top issue to just 10% of men saying that it's their top issue. When you talk about men, it's what you guys were mentioning earlier, the threats to democracy is up there, as well as the economy. There are certain states, too, where we are seeing, I know we were talking about North Carolina a moment ago, where we are seeing Trump improve specifically with that young men, the under 30. In North Carolina, when I came to set just a little bit ago, 60% said they supported him. That's up from 42% that voted for him back in 2020. So continuing to watch that. Abortion was also one where I saw a lot of activation on those college campuses all over the state of North Carolina, just talking about getting out to vote for the presidential ticket with that being attached to it. Of course, with the issue being attached to Harris, and within Michigan as well as in Arizona. Arizona's an interesting one, though, because, of course, as I'm talking to the expert when it comes to Arizona, but the state of ASU.
We're going to check in on the blue wall here, and we have a new characterization in the state of Wisconsin. Our decision desk now calling it too close to call. You can see Kamala Harris out front right now, 23% of the vote in there, but again, too close to call in Wisconsin. Our election night coverage continues next with another batch of poll closings, including a critical swing state. We hope you can stay with us.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
As we come out of the commercial break, a new characterization here in Pennsylvania. Our decision desk now calling this race too close to call. Kamala Harris leading right now with 34% in, but again, too close to call. We also have a new characterization on the state of Michigan with its 15 electoral votes. That will also go down in the too close to call column. These aren't surprises. These are states that we thought would keep us up late, and they will.
They will. They'll live up to their billing. We're also watching key Senate races, key House races. The balance of power in both houses of Congress are hanging in the balance. We've got Kristen Walker keeping her eye on some of those results.
Yeah, Savannah, and some of these races are incredibly close as well. Let's take a look. We're going to start in Wisconsin. This is one of those races where Senator Tammy Baldwin, looking for a third term, was out front several weeks ago, but the polls really narrowed, and here we are. This race, too close to call. She's running against Eric Hovde, who is a real estate executive and bank CEO. Let's go to Pennsylvania now. The Pennsylvania Senate race, incredibly competitive. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. Again, this race still too close to call with 34% of the vote in. Let's head to Texas now. Colin Allred, former NFL star, making this a more competitive race than anticipated in red Texas. Senator Ted Cruz looking for re-election there. We'll continue to watch that. And the Senate race in Ohio, too early to call. Again, this is too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a fourth term against Bernie Moreno. Let's take a look at how the spread is in the Senate. Republicans, again, have picked up one seat, with Governor Jim Justice winning that Senate seat there after Senator Joe Manchin announced he wasn't running for re-election. The Ohio Senate race, really significant, guys, and one to watch. All right,
we've got a call in the Kansas presidential race. Donald Trump is the projected winner in Kansas now. NBC News can project. Let's see where that brings us. Here's the breakdown right now. 31,000 vote difference, but again, Donald Trump will win there. Let's take you to the map and see where we are on the road to 270. Donald Trump with 191, Kamala Harris 81 electoral votes. And we also want to go back and revisit, I think we have Michigan and Pennsylvania, I think, both too early to call.
Too close to call at this hour.
There we go.
Yeah, we'll pause there. Let some of our other stations catch up with us as we show you the road to 270, the map filling out, but we got a lot of work to do.
All right, welcome back. Here is where we stand right now on the road to 270. The map is slowly filling in. I think we're still at 6 of 7 battlegrounds. We've seen the polls close right now, so we're kind of in a waiting game. Actually, we have Kansas now. I believe we can make a call on. NBC News projects the state of Kansas will go to Donald Trump with 6 electoral votes. Here's the map now to 270 as we add that to the group. And Donald Trump out with 191 now to Harris's 81.
You mentioned we have 6 of 7 presidential battlegrounds to get to. Nevada will close here at the top of the hour, but let's look at Michigan. Too close to call right now, just 15% in. We could be up all night and perhaps beyond. Michigan didn't get called till late the next day in 2020. Pennsylvania, need I remind you, we were here till Saturday waiting for its results, but officials think they will be able to move a little bit more quickly, but at this hour, it's much too close to call. A tight race there, difference of 48,000 votes, so we will see how that shakes up. About 9:53, we've got more polls set to close soon. Candidates hoping to strike gold in the Silver State, Nevada, rolling their dice. We're heading into the final stretch. More poll closings across the West, including another battleground state.
Nevada and its 6 electoral college votes could be critical.
Nevada, get out and vote.
Nevada, ours is a fight for the future.
Both sides going all in, trying to win the state by targeting its large population of service workers.
No tax on tips.
We will continue our fight and eliminate taxes on tips.
We're moments away from the first results from Las Vegas and the rest of the state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. And that brings us to NBC's Steve Patterson, who's in Reno, the biggest little city in America, and a key swing county there. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Savannah. I have some bad news if you like to sleep in this state. We're maybe about 5 minutes before the polls close, or do they? And I say that because the lines are still ridiculously long. I'm in Washoe County, as you mentioned, in Reno. This is the Washoe County complex. It's like where all the government buildings are, the county clerk's office, registrar of voters. If you come this way, you can see this line snakes beyond the county recorder. That county recorder means you have 40 minutes to go left if you've reached this point. Meanwhile, though, we're hearing about lines that continue to be long all across the state. Southern Nevada, there's a place called Nye County where we're hearing lines that are up to 3 hours long. They don't have enough machines per people in that county. What that means is, unfortunately, because they cannot really release the data on how many people have voted, who has voted, some of the returns until the last person in line across the state has voted, it means numbers are going to be very slow. They can obviously tabulate sort of in person. They can tabulate the early voting. They can tabulate the mail-in ballots, but they can't release any of that data until the last person has left the line, which means it's going to mean a lot more coffee tonight for people that are trying to watch the vote. Also, one thing to keep track of, the nonpartisan vote. That's the reason why we're in Washoe County. This is an incredibly purple county. People vote the issues. They vote their feelings. They don't vote party line, which leads us to talk about nonpartisans. It is a third of the electorate in this state. Higher share than Republicans, higher share than Democrats. These folks, we're not sure which way they're going to vote, which has been confounding pundits. And it's been really tough for people trying to read the tea leaves and what exactly the numbers mean. I've spoken to both campaigns in the state. Both seem to think that they have a Trojan horse. Of course, Democrats seem to think that nonpartisans are younger, a little more racially diverse. Republicans seem to think that they're going to skew more conservative. And so we will see. But unfortunately, I think not anytime soon. It could be a minute before we get any sort of results here in the Silver State.
All right. Well, Steve, stand by. Nobody sleeps in Las Vegas, maybe not in Reno either. We know you won't be sleeping tonight. Tom, let's look at Nevada. This is a state where Republican fortunes have risen since the last presidential election.
Yeah, you are completely right. They have a Republican governor there. Let's talk about Nevada here. Right now, no vote in. Obviously, it's still too early for us to even start to get data in right here. But let's go to 2020. Both elections, both in 2020 and 2016, the winner were Democrats. Clinton in 2016, obviously, and Biden in 2020. The spread, though, was only 2 percentage points, a little over 2 percentage points. That's why it's a battleground for us. It's one of the reasons why we're watching tonight. I'm going to give you a primer on Nevada. What you have to understand is a lot of Nevada is Clark County. It's Las Vegas here. This is 3/4 of the electorate here. If Democrats can turn out their voters here, there is no way that Republicans can catch up. Between Las Vegas and Reno, which is Washoe County, this is the battleground county here. About 15% of the vote here. The vote in Washoe actually is more reflective of the entire state, much more than Las Vegas is. It's reflective because it's a mix of both Republicans and Democrats. Democrats have been able to hold Washoe County for a couple of elections now. If they can hold it tonight and do well in Las Vegas, it's game over there. But look at all of this Trump country in the middle. It's not a lot of people, but it is rural desert. With the exception of Elko, you have some population centers there. And this is where Trump hopes to run up the score. Something else we have to understand, I'm going to zoom out a little bit, about Nevada, is that you have people from Northern California who have been moving since the pandemic into Reno, right? And then Southern California moving into Las Vegas. People from California find it more affordable. They find it that they can get more for their money. Because of that, housing prices have gone up. So the economy and housing prices are a huge issue in Nevada. And finally, the last point I want to bring up here is that the unemployment rate right now in Nevada is over 5%. It's the highest of any state in the entire country. So the economy is going to be huge here. And you got to remember, Trump came out with his plan about no tax on tips. You have all those service workers and those service unions in Las Vegas. Democrats quickly adopted that plan because they knew it was a good idea. Unclear if it's ever going to become law or if they can even do that. But it was a plan that caught a lot of attention in Nevada, guys.
And a populist appeal, definitely.
And I think I'm glad Tom was talking through those points here, because I think of Nevada and I think economy, right? You talked about the Republican governor, that largely driven by anger over pandemic shutdowns on the Strip, et cetera. No tax on tips. I'll also tell you another number. I think it's $3.80, just about $3.79. That's the price of a gallon of gas in Nevada, the highest of any battleground state. The economy is a big factor in this state, as are the Latino population, of course, and that's another factor that
Democrats
we're watching.
for a long time had a big registration advantage, but that's all but disappeared. And as you mentioned, a Republican won statewide office, the governor's race, in 2022.
It's also one of these states with an abortion ballot initiative as well, and a state that the Trump campaign believes you could see some ticket splitters on that.
And it's a competitive Senate race in Nevada as well. We talked about the fact that some of these Senate races, if you rewind about a month ago, weren't so competitive. It is incredibly tight. Senator Jackie Rosen looking for another term.
Look, if the way so far that Donald Trump's performing tonight versus Harris, this really is an indictment of the Democratic Party for the last 3 years. Because you want to talk about Nevada, you talk about the voter registration advantage. Republicans, basically, for the first 3 years of this presidential cycle, just destroyed the Democrats on voter registration. All across the country in the battleground states, Republican registration advantage. The last 3 months, Democrats have done well. 3 years versus 3 months. So far, the 3 years is paying some dividends for Trump.
All right, there's the countdown. We are waiting for another batch of closings, and this will bring us to battleground Nevada, which is our last battleground state we have not heard from, or the last to close the polls. NBC News can make a projection now in the state of Utah that Donald Trump will win in Utah and take those 7 electoral votes. And we go further into the west, into Montana. 4 electoral votes. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Montana tonight. Here's the map. The road to 270. Donald Trump now with 201. Harris with 81. That's the road to 270.
Well, let's put Nevada up on the map here. It is, as you might expect, too early to call. And if you remember, in 2020, we didn't get a result in Nevada until Saturday, so we could be waiting a while. In fact,
oh, yes, we remember.
Oh, we remember. You can send your mail bell.
Exactly.
Don't even bring it up. They said that everyone's triggered here. Okay, Pennsylvania, too close to call. Got to say, that was a Saturday call as well in 2020. Michigan, too close to call there. Let's see how much vote we've gotten, though, at this hour. Just 16%, so there's a lot of vote to be counted there. We'll move over to the state just nearby, Wisconsin, the other industrial Midwest battleground, 35% in. They are making some progress, but too close to call. Georgia, too close to call, but we are getting to a much higher number. We can get down into the counties in just a bit with Tom Yamas. He's right over there, North Carolina as well, starting to count more votes, too close to call. And finally, out west, the great battleground state of Arizona, too close to call. That's another one that may take several days before we get results. So let's go to Tom. And I mean, Pennsylvania, we cannot talk about it enough. It may all hinge on Pennsylvania, just as it did in 2020.
Yeah, and earlier I was talking about Eastern PA. Guys, now I have to talk about Western PA. Go Steelers fans. Let's start in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County here. 66% of the vote, and let's compare it to 2020. Slightly overperforming. That's good news for Harris, because that's what she needs to do there if she wants to win the state of Pennsylvania. And look at this. Butler County, you'll remember, that's where that first assassination attempt took place, just miles from Pittsburgh. Look what a different place this is. Trump is on top. 71% of the vote is in. He got 65 in 2020, 65%. He's now at 64. He's essentially performing where he needs to be. I also want to see how the vote is in these Western communities, Western PA communities, because fracking was a big issue here. Vice President Harris had to change her position on that. Washington County, right here on the border, Trump with 60% of the vote. Let's see how he did compared to 2020. It's about the same. Westmoreland, right next to here, it butts up against Allegheny County. 47% of the vote is in. He's at 65. So he's kind of where his marks were in 2020. Remember, he has to do a little bit better. Erie's the one that we're going to be watching. This is the big swing county. We only have 1% in. The reason why we're watching this is because Erie almost always picks the winner of the election here. But we only have 1% in Erie County. But we'll be watching that. Let's move east now, because I know we have a lot of people from the Philadelphia area on the anchor desk tonight. See what's happening over there. Let's start in Chester County. Okay, so I'm going to give a quick whip around here. 2020, remember. So Harris has to drive up the vote in the suburbs just like Biden did and try to turn out that vote in Philadelphia County. So Chester's one of those ring counties. Let's move over to Delaware County here. She's overperforming there. Only a quarter of the votes in. Let's get to Philadelphia County here. 79%. She's going to want to increase those numbers. Again, we're still waiting on a lot of the vote. It's still very early. Remember, some of these counties are going to report late. 28% in, 69% overperforming there. This is where Governor Shapiro is. You may remember that. She closed out her final ad sitting right next to Governor Shapiro, making sure the people of Pennsylvania saw that. And then I want to park on Bucks for a while, and then I want you guys to talk a little bit about Bucks. 24% in, but this is the county, the ring county around Philadelphia, one of those collar counties that Republicans thought they could make some inroads here. More working class than some of those neighboring suburb areas, counties. They say Southern Bucks might be a little bit more Trump country. That may have changed this election. We're going to have to wait and see. But you can see here the numbers aren't as high as they were, with 24% in, 56% of the vote. Trump's going to have to try to run up the vote a little bit here if he wants to do better. I'm going to look at one more area before I send it to you guys. This is the swing here. Northampton almost always picks the winner in Pennsylvania. This is Easton. This is Bethlehem. That's that whole Lehigh Valley area there. Biden was at 49. Harris is right there. Look, guys, it's tough to draw any kind of information on who's on top or who's lower right now. Still too close to call. Trump's on top at only about 17,000 votes. You remember the spread in 2020 was about 80,000 votes. So a lot of votes still out here. One thing I do want to mention, there was an exit poll out of Pennsylvania on Latino voters, and they broke for Trump in a major way. That could possibly be a deciding effect here in Pennsylvania, because you're talking about 600,000 Latinos that are registered to vote. Guys, back to you.
Can we talk a minute about the amount of money that is spent in some of these races? Pennsylvania, I'm just looking here, Pennsylvania, Biden, Harris, plus the DNC, $131.7 million.
Yeah, $314 million, I think, overall, when you add both campaigns together.
It's $1 billion if you throw in the Senate race.
That's right. That's right.
No, on one state. Yeah. I remember making a big deal like 12 years ago. We had $1 billion presidential campaign. One state.
Isn't that so funny? Because it started out as a tie, and now tonight we're ending up, and it's a tie right now. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we're going to be living and breathing Pennsylvania.
That's interesting, though, what Tom just mentioned about the exit poll. And again, do your caveats. But for Trump to win the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania would be pretty huge, because there's a big Hispanic population in Pennsylvania, especially in that Lehigh Valley.
That's right. There's a big Puerto Rican population in Pennsylvania too, the most of any battleground. So let's talk about where that is, and I want to start with the national Latino vote here. And Savannah, love you for the grain of salt caveat. We know that these exit polls could shift a little bit, but here's what's so interesting here. It is Kamala Harris, of course, the vice president, who is winning the Latino vote over former President Trump, 53% to 45%. This is nationwide. But the number that you want to look at is this 45%. That is because of the overperformance of former President Trump nationally among the Latino vote. And you can see it here. He's 45% this year. 2020, I mean, this is a double-digit plus overperformance from where he was just 4 years ago. And if you get into some of these key battlegrounds, Tom mentioned Pennsylvania. We were just talking about Nevada, looking at my clock where the polls closed like 7 minutes ago. It is a similar story here. If we can pull up Nevada, you can see Latino voters, about 17% of the electorate there, broke for Kamala Harris, 48% to Donald Trump, 46%. But again, it's about the overperformance. He is doing better with this group than he did 4 years ago, again, by a double-digit margin over the course of 4 years. So as I walk back to the desk, I will tell you, this is something, and Chris and I know will back me up on this, as we've been talking to our sources around the Trump campaign. What did we hear again and again? That they thought they were going to overperform with Black and Latino voters. Yep. Latino men, an interesting and important story here tonight, guys.
I want to bring in someone from our insider's desk right now. Jim Messina was campaign manager for President Obama's re-election in 2012. Jim, what are you seeing here right now? And what are each of the sides telling themselves based on this data?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Tom just showed the most important two counties that I'm following in Pennsylvania. Early vote in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, better for Harris than expected. Then you look at Bucks County. When I was Obama's campaign manager, I was obsessed with Bucks County. And so far, it's looking like very early numbers, but she's doing really, really well. We've talked about the Latino vote. That is a very scary number for the Harris campaign, and they're going to want to do better. But the thing around the exits that we haven't talked enough about is really the senior vote. Kamala Harris is doing better with white seniors in the exit polls and in some of the early results than expected, than a little bit better than even Joe Biden. You'd rather have those much more high propensity voters and a lot of a bigger overall number with those seniors. So those are three things that I'm seeing very early that make her campaign pretty happy. But in general, Trump is running up numbers in rural better than he did in 2020, which has to concern the Harris campaign.
And we talked a lot about young men who were breaking for Trump. We saw the MAGA hats and some of the long lines at the universities.
Yep.
Is that unexpected at the level of the lines you're seeing?
I think both sides have a little bit of excitement here. I've talked to Harris officials in the last hour who say, look at the lines in Penn State, look at the lines in Arizona, look at the lines in the Philly college campuses. They feel really good about their ground operation. They have the best ground operation person in American politics, and Jen O'Malley Dillon is the chair, who has built a billion-dollar field campaign for this moment, and they're really going for it on the college campuses, and they kind of need it right now.
Jim Messina, good to see you. Thank you.
All right, we've got a winner to announce. Kamala Harris takes Colorado as expected. Used to be a battleground years and years ago, but has really trended to the Democrats in the last couple of presidential cycles. And here's how it shakes out. With 54% of the vote counted in Colorado, they vote by mail, and those ballots get to be counted quite quickly. So we see that Kamala Harris will take Colorado, so we can fill out the map just a little bit more as we lay out the road to 270, but those big battleground states, we have yet to call one of the battleground states for Kamala Harris. Right now, her best path remains those three industrial Midwest states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Donald Trump flirting with Georgia and North Carolina and perhaps Arizona and Nevada. It'll be a while before we get results there. We've got Garrett Hake, who is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. And Garrett, what's the mood there? What are you hearing?
Savannah, I've been talking to Trump campaign officials, and look, we all know the cliche on election days where you hear campaign sources say they're feeling cautiously optimistic. What has happened in the last half hour is my sources have stopped using the word cautious to describe their optimism. They are feeling increasingly confident as more and more votes come in, despite the fact that no battlegrounds have been called, that their theory of the case is being proven correct. And what I mean by that is the Trump campaign set out at the beginning of this race to expand the Republican Party. They knew they couldn't win with their old coalition. They had to get more younger voters, more black voters, more Latino voters, even by small amounts, to join their coalition. In the battleground states, they are seeing that happen. And if it does happen, it would be a historic realignment of the parties. Now, again, none of these battlegrounds have been called, but with all the battleground states now closed, the voting is done, except for the folks who are waiting in line. They feel like there's not much else left for them to do but watch and wait in an increasingly optimistic atmosphere both here at West Palm Beach and at Mar-a-Lago, where Trump and his closest allies, friends, and family are watching the results come in. Savannah.
All right. Thank you, Garrett.
All right, let's go with Peter Alexander now. He's with the Harris campaign in Washington, D.C. What's the optimism level there tonight?
Well, I think there's certainly a level of anxiety, at least according to some of the Harris allies with whom I've been speaking to over the course of the last hour or so. One ally telling me that, just look at the state of North Carolina. Josh Stein, the Democrat, winning his effort to become the state's governor. That we were able to project a while back, but obviously not the same for Kamala Harris, at least not yet. That indicates that there's clearly some split ticket voters there. Some folks who will be voting for Josh Stein as governor, but then Donald Trump as president. Otherwise, we would have a projection already in that state right now. They say that is an indicator that gives some anxiety right now going forward that North Carolina may not be a state that they're able to win. If that happens, and these are all ifs, it's all very early here, that does again shrink their path to victory to 270. They really are relying heavily on those blue wall states right now. And one of those key states obviously is Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of them all with 19 electoral votes. I spent many of the last several days up there, and I was in the urban centers where the Harris campaign put a lot of its energy, including in Philadelphia, and particularly in places like Philadelphia where they were sending buses up there to knock on doors to help swell the number. They're really relying on big numbers in places like Philadelphia and the collar counties that surround it. They need to run up the numbers among some of those suburban women in particular, the suburbs more broadly right now, and in Philadelphia. So that's where a lot of them are hanging their hat, at least according to the allies I'm speaking to right now. We're going to keep a close eye on that as this night progresses.
All right, Peter Alexander, thanks very much. I think we have a call now in the Texas Senate race. NBC News projects that Ted Cruz will retain his seat again in Texas. Democrats have taken some big swings in recent years in Texas, but unable to land a haymaker. Colin Allred will come up short tonight in his bid to unseat Ted Cruz.
Let's go to Chuck on this because, Texas is the white whale for Democrats. Chuck Schumer, the Democratic campaign committee, threw money in Texas late in the game, thinking maybe there was something going on there. Texas has a very restrictive abortion ban, as we know.
The Democratic Party went way late into both of those two races. They were sent a signal to donors for a year and a half. We're not going to bother with Texas and Florida. They're too expensive to do, and they had too many incumbents to defend in Ohio and Pennsylvania and all of that. Then Allred just kept hanging around. So they thought maybe late money, but this is, you don't just flip a, notice we haven't seen any big flips tonight in general. You don't just flip a state in 3 weeks. You don't just show up in 3 weeks and think magically things are going to happen. Not with how embedded, not with how nationalized our conversation is, not with how polarized we are. And this is a case where at some point the Democratic Party, if they're serious about Texas, they got to spend 4 years there. You can't just do it in 4 weeks. And it's the same story we just talked about in Florida. And this is the difference. Again, I go back. The Republican Party for the last 4 years has been much more aggressive. You heard Garrett talk about it, and the Trump campaign is flexing its muscles because it worked. They had massive voter registration campaigns for the last 3 years, and it has padded them. It's what Texas, look, Republicans got stronger in Texas. I mean, that Latino vote in Texas, when you've got over 60% Latino men moving in Texas towards the Republicans, that's realignment. That is realignment that's happening.
And I think we have another Senate call to make now in the, I believe, in the state of Maryland. NBC News projects that in Maryland, Angela also Brooks will win. And there's against Larry Hogan, former governor, difference 171,000 votes there.
So here's the Senate at this hour. The Republicans have picked up 1 seat. They need to pick up 2 to take control of the Senate. And the ones hanging in the balance right now in terms of that are Ohio, Sherrod Brown in the fight for his political career in Ohio. We've got Michigan we're watching, Alyssa Slotkin trying to hold on to that seat after her retirement there.
And Montana would be the flip. If it flips, that would give Republicans control of the Senate. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think Montana and Ohio are the two, if you are Republicans, that you're watching quite closely to see if they can flip those states. I do think it's notable when you think about the realignment that Chuck is talking about. You think about the state of Pennsylvania, the Latino voters, the split there. The fact that what Trump is running on, remember, is his first day in office to start a mass deportation plan. A lot of folks have asked him for details about what would that actually look like. He has not given them, but it is notable that he's increased his support based on what we're seeing so far amongst Latino voters, that is something that has resonated with them, Democrats making that late play to try to win them back. And so far, based on what we're seeing, didn't work.
And yet the exit polling also shows that more people do not want to see immigrants deported if they are here illegally here. They want to see a pathway to legal immigration here, which is another nugget we got from the exit poll. So interesting dynamics at play on this issue.
All right, let's go over to Tom Yamas. He's got the big board going, and the state of Iowa, which has been of intrigue since a Saturday night surprise with the poll.
It was a huge question mark. If you woke up on Sunday and you watched Meet the Press with Kristen Welker, it was a huge headline, right? Yes. People woke up on Sunday, and according to the Des Moines Register poll, Harris was up by 3 points within the margin of error. The politics desk just pointed this out to me. Let's dig in because we have some voting data now. 45% of the vote is in, but let's look at Polk County. This is the biggest county, the most people. This is Des Moines, the capital here. So she's on top, 55% to 43%, 94% of the votes in. But look at Trump's margins. Trump's actually doing better than he did in 2020. Let's go over here to another county, Dubuque County, 94% of the votes in. Trump's at 52. Trump was at 50. So he's growing in both those districts, in both those counties, I should say. For Democrats to flip Iowa, he has to be doing worse in those counties. Again, look, there's still a lot of vote out. A lot of vote has to come in. But this would be a shocker if Republicans lost Iowa. Remember, Trump won 98 of the 99 counties in the primary. And when you go back to elections past, he won by 8 points in 2020, and he won by 9 points in 2016. So my point here being that if the trend was Iowa was going to turn blue, she has to be turning out the votes in Des Moines and in other places, and right now that's not happening.
We actually have a call right now. Let's play the music here. Projection, and Iowa will go red, as was widely expected until that poll. Right there, Trump wins the 6 electoral votes of Iowa, and so we can see the breakdown there with about half the vote counted there. So there was this thought that perhaps because of his restrictive abortion ban that just went into effect in July, and this highly respected pollster coming out, that perhaps there was going to be a wave of independent women who could somehow turn this red state blue, but this was not to be, Chuck.
No, I mean, look, this is a miss because this looks exactly the way Iowa looked 4 years ago. You know, we're in margin of error range there. So, look, she thought she had found something
this is the pollster that we're talking about, yeah.
Independent women looking like they were choosing, and certainly we've seen some evidence of it in national polls, a point or two here or there. And look, I've seen it throughout the Midwest, but it's a point here or a point there. I don't know if it's enough to make up for the loss of voters of color that have cleared. I mean, that continues to me to be the big story of the night, is the shift among Hispanics. Look, Hispanic voters are swing voters, and I think, you know, what's interesting here is the Republican Party treated them the same way they treated white working class voters. They courted them the same way they treated white working class voters. The Democratic Party has spent a lot of time treating it as an identity group, you know, and you know, whether it's Latinx, which sort of fell flat, and so there's been a lot of hand-wringing about this inside Democratic circles, a real split, like, you know, it was a total misread sort of by the coastal strategists when it comes to how to target working class voters of color. And I think we're starting to see sort of a working class coalition start to drift to the right. You know, before, Donald Trump had working class whites. Now he's adding working class Hispanics and working class, not necessarily seeing evidence of working class African Americans, but adding working class Hispanics. That becomes a very durable majority.
Well, another way of saying that is the education gap.
Well, it's the same thing.
College educated or non-college educated.
It doesn't matter your ethnicity. It matters your education.
Right. But is it Donald Trump or is it the Republican Party?
Or is it the Democratic Party? Okay, meaning, like, I don't, you know, it's the Democrat. It is, first of all, Latino voters in many ways are driven by the same issues. And there's one issue in particular, actually, that Republicans align closer with Latino voters, or Latino voters align more closely with the Conservative Party, and that's school choice. And that has been, and you can't help but wonder, both Florida and Texas have been very aggressive about expanding school choice. Where have Republicans made the greatest gains among Hispanic voters? Florida and Texas. So education, the economy, those issues bread and butter issues, and that is how they talk to them. I'm not saying Democrats weren't, but for the sort of the cultural issues don't play as well with Hispanic voters as they may with college-educated whites or even African.
And we saw the Trump campaign hammer some of those issues
Over
in
and over.
ads over and over again. Take a break right here. Coming up next, things are heating up. The votes are rolling in. We've got the latest on the battleground states, and we're inching closer to that 270 mark. Stay with us. Election night rolls on.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of the road to 270 now. There's where things stand. Donald Trump out with 207. And we're able to make a projection characterization in Virginia. 13 electoral votes. They're too early to call that race in Virginia. We move to Nebraska right now. That race also too early to call. Less than half of the vote in, so still a ways to go there. We move to Minnesota. And Donald Trump and Kamala Harris right now, that's too early to call. Trump out to an early lead. In Pennsylvania, this is one of the big battleground states, could be the biggest, 19 electoral votes, too close to call, the characterization. Wisconsin, another battleground. Here's where it looks right now. Too close to call, a difference of fewer than 8,400 votes there right now, and 47% in, so more to count there as well.
Brings us over to Tom Yamas, who's looking at Wisconsin. And what are you seeing in these early numbers?
So a quick reminder, when you think about Wisconsin, think of 20,000. That was the vote difference in both 2016 and 2020. That's what decided the vote. Trump won in 2016. Biden flipped it in 2020. Right now, 47% of the votes in. We want to dive a little deeper and look at some of these counties. We're going to start with the biggest one, Milwaukee. Again, we're still waiting for a lot of the vote in Milwaukee. We're expecting this a little later in the night. 51% is in. Let's see how Harris is doing compared to Biden 4 years ago. She's down about 3 points, 3 or 4 points, 2 points, actually, we should say. But we're still waiting on the vote there. Let's go over to Madison. This is Dane County. This is where the University of Wisconsin is. This is one of the fastest growing areas of the state here. 75% for Biden in 2020. She's 2 points down, but again, 75% of the vote is still out. Let's talk about the Republicans now. We talk about the WOW counties. These are the counties around Milwaukee. The first one, Waukesha here. Trump's at 59.6. 77% of the vote is in. He's slightly underperforming by a percentage point or two. Let's go over here to the O and WOW, Ozaki. 55. He's at 54. So, you know, a slight change, but almost around the same margins. And then Washington doing much better. 50% of the vote is in, 49. He was at 68 in 2020. He's now up to 70. The other part where they do well in the other part of the state, in Green Bay, it's called the BOW. So, yes, it's the BOW counties and the WOW. Bow wow. I know that's pretty funny, but maybe it's not that funny. Anyways, Brown is Green Bay.
It'll pass.
It'll pass. Trump is 52%. He's up big time here. But again, only 33% of the vote is in. And there are a lot of Democratic votes in Green Bay as well. We're going to come down here to the O and BOW Outagamie. 54-57. Again, he's overperforming there. And then finally, in Winnebago, 36%. I want to show two more counties you guys may have heard of, you may not have. Racine, these are suburbs of Milwaukee, getting closer to Chicago. These were counties that Trump flipped from Obama, and then he held them 4 years later. 15% in. Trump was at 51-68. That's a strong number for him. We go to Kenosha, which has been in the headlines, especially after the George Floyd protests. 50% in 2020, 73% in. He's overperforming there. So if you're looking at Wisconsin right now, I mean, the Republicans have some sort of positivity here that they're looking at. Sauk County is one of these counties that we watch that usually picks the winner of Wisconsin. Sauk is one, and Dorr is the other one. You've probably heard of Dorr if you've been following the political headlines lately. Our data at a Dorr is a little skewed right now, so we're going to wait till the numbers get corrected there for right now. But Sauk County, we can look at 48% is in. Biden won this in 2020. Trump won it in 2016, 47-50. You can see Trump's overperforming there. But again, still a lot of the vote is out. We're going to have to wait and see and what happens. And in case you're wondering, Sauk County, home of the International Clown Hall of Fame. So if you ever want to go down there and you're near Madison, drive over to Sauk.
We're getting to the witching
alert,
hour.
Savannah.
We got the
Fun fact
fun
alert.
fact alert from Tom. Welcome to the fun
we haven't
facts.
even hit midnight yet.
Yes, exactly. Let's go to Stephanie. Gosh, she's in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. A lot of hopes riding on Pennsylvania for the Harris campaign. What do you know?
Yeah, there certainly are, Savannah. You know, we are here in Philadelphia at the tabulation center. This is where they're going through all those mail-in ballots. And, you know, we've been noticing in recent weeks and months kind of a lessons learned category from 4 years ago. And this place is a perfect example of some of those lessons that have been learned. You may remember in 2020, the tabulation of the mail-in ballots in Philadelphia took place in downtown Philadelphia, and it was basically chaos. Now, they're in this entirely new building. It is secured by a fence with barbed wire, and they are doing tabulation inside here. We're actually not allowed inside, but it's going on as we speak right now. And one of the unknowns back in 2020 at the end of the night was, well, just how many mail-in ballots are there out there? We don't know. Well, tonight, right before midnight, we're going to get a briefing here from the city commissioner, from Seth Bluestein. He's going to tell us how many of those mail-in ballots from Philadelphia have been processed and how many they have yet to process, to give an idea of how much more time it is going to take. All of that, more transparency, this more security, so things go much more smoothly. Savannah?
All right. Thank you, Stephanie.
Back with our panel and guests, former Missouri Democratic Senator Claire McCaskill and Mark Lauder, former Director of Strategic Communications for the Trump 2020 campaign. Good to have you both back. How's the blue wall looking right now, Senator?
Well, you know what? I just got to say, with the exception of brave Ann Seltzer and her poll in Iowa, where clearly she did not get it right, it looks like the pollsters got it right in this election because I'm looking at these blue walls. If you look at Berks County, Harris is underperforming. You look at Lancaster County, she's overperforming. It's going to be razor close. I don't think there's any question. Now, what we're going to have to figure out is, do we have a country where an election can be close and people can accept the results? That's the question that I'm beginning to worry about, that if these are all really close and they go the way of Donald Trump, I don't think there'll be any problem.
Well, Mark, we live in a 50-50 world. I mean, we do. I mean,
we really do.
And it's not going to stop after, you know, Wednesday or beyond.
No, and one of the things I'll tell you I'm looking at right now is Philadelphia itself, because while Kamala Harris has her margin, the numbers aren't there. She's about 2 points behind right now of where Joe Biden was, but there was a 471,000 vote difference to offset the rural areas. Right now, with 50% of the vote in, the last time I looked, she's on pace for maybe 390,000, maybe 400 or so thousand. That's if the current margins hold, and that's a projection. She needs to be above 450.
Yeah.
And if we're down there in that right, because right now it's about 190,000 vote difference with 50% in.
It's early, but I mean, it seems like what we're gleaning from exit polls and other data is that the Trump campaign is overperforming, doing very well with Hispanic voters and young men. That Joe Rogan army appears to be real in a lot of these places. Is that what you're seeing, Mark?
No, absolutely. I think they're very excited by that, and they also see that they're overperforming in rural areas. I think they're trying to cut their losses in the urban areas and in some of the suburbs. It's not always working, but I think in some of these key battleground states, it's panning out right now.
Claire, what are you hearing from the Democratic side?
Well, first of all, I think there's a lot of people on the Democratic side that are paying a lot of attention to what's happening with Sherrod Brown and John Tester right now.
How about that? Yeah.
Because the fact that it's been called for Trump in Montana and it hasn't been called for the Senate race gives you an indication. Same thing in Ohio. And I think everybody needs to remember what Lester just said is true. It's a 50-50 country. Let's assume for purposes of this conversation that, in fact, they take the Senate. And let's assume for purposes that Trump wins the presidency. They're not going to have more than 51 votes in the Senate, maybe 52. And you have a couple of Republicans that are not all on board with some of the Trump stuff, like Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. You could actually have a situation where the Senate is frozen in either administration. Depending on how it goes. So now's a time that I think that regardless of how this turns out, I think the leader of this country needs to realize it's time to quit dividing and try to unite and figure out if we can't find ways to work together.
We have a divided Senate. I mean, already the status quo is, essentially tied with Democrats having control with the tie-breaking vote of Vice President Harris. We haven't even talked about the House, possibly because it will be weeks before we know. But Democrats are hoping to take back control of the House. They only need to net out 4 seats, so those races will go. But once again, I mean, you just look at a country, to Lester's point, that is very divided, and this is what the pollsters were showing. And right now, so far, that is what the results are bearing out.
And I will say, we're sitting here, it's 10:30 Eastern time. This is kind of a little bit of a strange moment. We have some data in, but not all. We have a lot of exit poll data in, but not a ton of vote count yet. We still have our ways to go. We haven't called a single key battleground state yet. So this is an interesting moment in the evening, and I think it bears having this conversation, because when you look at the strategies from each of these campaigns, the vice president did something very specific. She looked to once she got into the race not too long ago, she looked to cast Donald Trump as a danger to democracy, but she also looked to make the positive case for herself and why she should get another 4 years. Her campaign spent so much time in places like Wisconsin. Think about that Ripon visit, the birthplace of the Republican Party, bringing out Liz Cheney, former congresswoman on the Republican side. I think everybody knows who the Cheney family is, trying to reach out to this tiny slice of people who aren't quite totally in their tribal corners. Former President Trump looked to supercharge his base.
But it's so interesting because you say it's a tiny number, and it is, but these were Haley voters, a lot of them. I mean, Kamala Harris went around with Liz Cheney, and they went to these color counties.
All these, yes.
And in Arizona, we saw, Jimmy McCain and some of these big names, former Republicans, Jeff Flake, who are out there. She was trying to find those moms, those suburban women who just had enough with Donald Trump.
Let me just pause the conversation very quickly, because we have a call now, I believe, in Nebraska. Okay, this is NBC News projects that 3 of the 5 electoral votes will go to Donald Trump. 3 of 5, you ask? That takes me to Tom. I'll let you explain it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Again, so Nebraska, remember, they give out their electoral votes for the popular vote, whoever wins the state. They also give them by congressional district. From what you just reported there, projecting one of the congressional districts, it's going to be District 3. It's going to go to Trump. There are 2 other congressional districts, 1 and 2, that we're still watching. Nebraska District 2, this is the big one that we've been watching. It's the swing district. The other one, Nebraska 1, usually goes red. We're still waiting on some vote there. It hasn't been called yet. But again, Nebraska 2 is the big one, because if it came down to that 269 scenario, we would come here to Omaha. Nebraska District 2 is Omaha, which is Douglas County. It's also a neighboring conservative county, Saunders, and a little bit of Sarpy as well. I think we just can't call it. The difference is 22,000 votes. That's what the difference was in 2020 when Biden won the state. So Democrats are in good shape right now. It's unclear how much of the vote is out. Let me see if I can come back and see if we can get how much of the remaining vote is out in this state. We can't check it just yet. As soon as we have a call on Nebraska 2, we'll bring it to you. It's one electoral vote, but in a razor-tight election, each electoral vote is important, guys.
All right, let's take a look at the battlegrounds. It's 10:35 in the east, 7:35 in the west, and we've got all battlegrounds closed right now and votes being counted. And too close to call is something you're going to hear me say a lot over these next few moments. That's the story in Pennsylvania, about 58% of the vote in there. In Michigan, also too close to call, the battleground state where both candidates spent a ton of time, alongside Wisconsin as well. Too close to call at this hour, still counting about half the vote in there. Let's go down south, the Sun Belt path. Georgia, too close to call. Biden won it by a hair in 2020. Donald Trump trying to get it back tonight, too close to call. In North Carolina, we're still calling it too early to call, so we're waiting for more vote there, even though 84% of the vote is in. In Arizona, too early to call, too. We just had the polls closed there about 90 minutes ago. They got to wait a little bit before they can even start counting votes there. And same thing in Nevada. It'll be a while there. And in fact, if you mail your vote in Nevada, I think you can mail it. It could be land there as late as Friday, actually, and still be counted. Those are the rules in that state. So here's the road to 270, and it's being filled out along the familiar lines that we've all become so familiar with over these last couple of presidential cycles, with those big question marks. Tom, let's go to Pennsylvania, because I think this is, we've often said this will be the ball game, and we're starting to get more vote, and maybe we could look at some of those bellwethers, like in Erie County, for example, or Lackawanna County. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we're also seeing some outliers as well, Savannah. I want to show you what I'm talking about. Center County, it's in the center of the state. This is red right now. 68% of the vote is in. Biden won this in 2020. Hillary Clinton won this in 2016. Why am I highlighting this county? Let me move the map over again. Center County. This is Penn State. This is Happy Valley. This is a university county. The Democrats should be on top right now. Again, there's 68% of the vote in. They could still catch up, but Trump is on top right now. I want to go back to eastern PA again, which has changed because a lot of people from New York and New Jersey have moved to the eastern portion of the state. We're talking about Northampton. This is one of those bellwethers, Savannah, you were talking about. It almost always picks the winner going back to like the Kennedy years, I think. Trump won it in 2016. Biden won it in 2020. Right now, Trump's on top. 73% of the vote is in, so there's still vote out. Those things could change. Again, it's still early. We're not calling these counties as well. I want to zoom in here. This is Berks County. I'm going to zoom in. Reading, PA. This is a city where Hispanics are the majority here. 92% of the vote is in. Trump is up at 56. It's not a huge surprise, but what it shows is that he's overperforming. He won this county in 2016 and 2020, and tonight he's overperforming. Again, some of that vote is still out, but we're watching that. Finally, I want to look at Scranton right here, okay? Lackawanna County. Republicans thought they maybe had a chance in Scranton at least to peel away some of the votes there. Again, this is where Joe Biden was from. People wondered if he got the friends and family discount there with voters. She's underperforming tonight, 51% right now. Biden was at 53. In a state where it could be determined by 40,000 votes, 80,000 votes, every little bit matters. If they're looking at the map right now and you're a Republican, you're probably feeling a little bit better. But again, I just want to say it's still so early in the night, and there's still a lot of vote out. Philadelphia County, just because this was brought up on the set earlier, 62% of the vote is in. Biden was at 81. She's at 77. A lot of the vote is still out. But again, she wants to be in the same high watermarks where Biden is, guys.
Yeah, Mark Lauder was just here. You know, you staffed Vice President Pence, and you're obviously a longtime Republican operative. You think there's not enough vote for her to make up that margin?
Well, there's still a lot out there. I'm just saying, all of these things start to add up. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. And so if you drop 40,000 votes in this state, maybe 6,000 or county, this 6,000 in another, next thing you know, you run out of options. I'll leave it to the brilliant minds in the decision desk to figure out when that happens. I'm not nearly that good at math, but it's starting to look a little more encouraging. And when you see the Latino vote come in, when you see some of the closing of the gap with the young voters, it's starting to add up.
Well, let me just jump in on that, because there are several places, and we're starting to now at this point in the night get some trends across battlegrounds when it comes to exit polling, with all the necessary caveats that you have heard by now. And there's a few places where former President Trump is making improvements from his performance 4 years ago. It is Latino voters, as you talk about, Mark. It is voters under 30, as you talk about. It is independents. He doesn't mean he's winning them, but he's doing better than he was 4 years ago. Here's where her improvement is, and this is interesting. It's with seniors. It's with voters over the age of 65. have, and we're starting to see
You
that
pointed
trend for
to
her
me
as well.
when you said
No,
seniors.
oh my gosh, Savannah.
And I just want to let everyone know that we noticed.
It deflected off your shoulder and hit me squarely.
Full disclosure, we talked about it in the commercial break like 2 hours ago, so it was more of a callback to something that I forgot we didn't say on the air because we're chit-chatting constantly. But the seniors piece of it is interesting because think about who actually gets out and votes, right? Who is more likely to get out there and vote? It is seniors. So there's some fascinating dynamics at play, and as we're all talking about, 10:40, we're only on our first cup of coffee.
I think one of the dynamics at play as we watch these results come in that's so fascinating. You think about how close, what a tough slog Pennsylvania is as we watch this come in, and you think about that decision that she made to have Walz as her running mate, as opposed to Governor Josh Shapiro. So as we watch this come in, and even on the day that she made that announcement, a lot of people questioned, what would Pennsylvania look like with Shapiro on the ticket? And
Governor
you have
Shapiro,
to think folks are thinking
well,
about
I mean,
that.
if she loses Pennsylvania, you can guarantee that story is already being written. I mean, Senator McCaskill, Josh Shapiro has, even in pretty red counties, is a very popular governor.
He is, but so is Tim Walz in the Midwest. And I think what her decision was, you know, one of judgment, where she looked at somebody who had a resume just like hers, and she looked at someone who was much different. He wasn't Ivy League. He wasn't all smooth. He was relatable and a coach and somebody who really kind of oozed Midwestern relatability. And I think that's, she thought, was an add plus as opposed to just a mirror of who she was. And, you know, I don't know if it was the right call or not. I think they're both terrific people. Either way, they're going to be around. Shapiro's not going anywhere. You may see him on a ballot in the future.
Yeah, I'm just going to call it out. You sound like you see the end here.
I don't. I do think that, you know, obviously we're disappointed about North Carolina and Georgia because there was a real feeling that there was such a good ground game compared to what the Trump
And to be
team
clear,
was
we
doing.
haven't called those.
No, we haven't. But I'm looking internally at the numbers,
Sure.
and they're not as hopeful as I would like them to be. I still think we have a path, obviously, in the blue wall states, and I don't think anybody knows how Nevada is going to turn out. And I think that is another one. We could have 4 states that determine the presidency that are all decided by less than a half a point.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that.
That's so 2024, Senator.
How's that?
Let's go to NBC News correspondent Allison Barber now in Gwinnett County, Georgia. Allison, how are things going there?
Hey, Lester, so we're starting to get initial numbers from the early voting in this county. Initially, they were a little delayed in uploading some of those to the public because they said they were having difficulties with their software of getting a clear image. They were going line by line with a Republican watcher, a Democrat watcher, and other election officials getting those votes up. But now they have those reported, and based on the percent of early votes that are out, Harris is leading in the early votes that they have tabulated in this county so far, but still they haven't counted any of the precincts that reported today. That process still happening here. So you see these people coming in. They're all people who have come from the different precincts in this county. There are 156 precincts in Gwinnett County. What they're dropping off right now, you see these purple bags here. Those are provisional ballots, in addition to a lot of blue bags. And the blue bags, I'm told, have official election material that had to be returned, pamphlets, things that sort of gave directions to the election workers, all of that stuff coming in now. It's coming in waves. The first wave of stuff that was brought in from precinct captains on were the memory cards with the vote. That's something that election workers tell me is a way, a thing that's changed over the years. They said they used to get everything, the election materials that had to be returned, provisional ballots, and the memory cards with the votes all at once. And because it took a while to clean up, it would take a little longer for those memory cards to come in. Now they get the memory cards first, then the rest of the materials. The memory cards, they're actually in all these little bags. You see them unzipping there. Those are from 156 different precincts. Each precinct has at least 2 memory cards that have the vote count from today on them. They go in here, they get processed, and they go out to the public. So they're still deep in that process right now. But let's go again to the back, because this is where we see a lot of activity happening on and off, whether it's the early votes being processed and scanned and tabulated, or mail-in ballots being opened and sorted, or provisional ballots being reviewed. So remember, the thing that we were watching in this county was what would the margins be like, because it leans Democrat. We expected Democrats to carry this county, but ultimately back in 2020, Donald Trump got 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And what Republicans were hoping was if they could notch that up by a couple percentage points, they could cut in to Harris's margins. And then if they also did well in Republican strongholds, could potentially carry the state. What we're seeing in turnout is turnout so far has exceeded the turnout numbers in 2020. And right now, based on what has been entered, Trump is holding at about 40%. So right now, those extra percentage points haven't come. Could that change? Yes, that's Tom Yamison's lane. We'll leave him on that. Over here, though, is where they're going through some of the different election material. And they've also been sorting provisional ballots. You can see them in the back here, Savannah and Lester. They're just busy working. They will be here late at night. They expected the last bit of stuff to come from the precinct to get here at 11:30. Savannah.
All right, Ellison, thank you so much. We're going to take a short break right here. Many more poll closings coming up at the top of this hour, including California and its whopping 54 electoral votes, and a look at who's ahead in the race to 270 on election night.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other. So far, no calls in any of the battleground races. As you see Rockefeller Plaza here on this election night. The big prize, of course, the presidency, but also the balance of power in Congress. Kristen Welker's here with more on that.
Hey, Lester. Well, again, just to recap for everyone, Republicans do have one pickup so far tonight. That's in West Virginia. No surprise there. Let's take a look at Arizona. Ruben Gallego, Carrie Lake, too early to call right now with 51% of the vote in. Let's head over to Pennsylvania now, one of the most competitive Senate races. This race, too close to call. Dave McCormick with 49% of the vote. Senator Casey trailing there at this current point. Too early to call right now in Montana, one of the biggest potential pickup opportunities for Republicans there, so we watch that closely. We're watching Ohio closely as well. This race too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a fourth term against Bernie Moreno. Let's take a look at the Senate map now. Take a look at where things stand. Again, as you can see, Lester, Republicans with one pickup, but we continue to watch Montana and Ohio so closely. Again, could Ohio be a state where we see a split ticket? Split tickets, as we've been saying throughout the course of this evening, have been diminishing.
Democrats came in with a with a tough map to defend.
Very tough map to defend, bracing for potential losses. And again, Republicans don't need many pickups. They need 2 seats if Vice President Harris wins the White House. They really need 1 seat if Donald Trump wins. So right now we are looking at 1 pickup.
Just put it this way, right? If Republicans don't end up winning control of the Senate based on how this map looks, It would be a shocker, right? That's a huge storyline of the night. I mean, it's a big storyline either way because control of the Senate matters for a lot of the reasons that we've talked about. But that's how the map has been looking, and so we're waiting on these two outstanding states.
And they're already part of the way there. They already have this pickup in West Virginia. We cannot stress enough, if Vice President Harris were to win the White House, it would be incredibly challenging for her to get judicial nominees confirmed, to get her cabinet confirmed with the Republican Senate.
So here we are. We're nearing the top of the hour, but we're still no calls in any of the battleground states. Are you surprised we are where we are right now?
No, because as Claire McCaskill has said so accurately, what we are seeing has been reflected in the polls.
The polls maybe were right.
Leading up to this evening, it looks like the polls were right. This is a 50-50 race, and so this is going to go down to the wire in all of these battlegrounds.
Close race means a long time. We can put it that way, right? I mean, I think that's generally the vibe. We'll see how it goes. I think everybody's looking towards Pennsylvania, just in chatting with.
All right, well, let's check back into the presidential race, and we'll take a look at the road to 270. It is 10:51 in the East, and here is where we stand right now on the road to 270 electoral votes. Those will be the keys to get into the White House in the next year. Right now, we want to go to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters to really gauge the temperature of the room. Peter?
Well, we're outside, and it's a loud one here, but I can tell you, if you get into the crowd here, it's particularly quiet in terms of their sense of optimism right now. That's how one Harris ally just described it to me a short time ago. I ran into a longtime Democratic source, a person who was close to the Harris campaign, and I asked them what they make of the results they've seen so far. They said, honestly, this is not looking so good for us, but then they quickly put on a smile and said, but you know what? We just got to keep smiling for the night. That may give you a better understanding of where they feel like things may be going right now. It remains early, a lot of votes still to count, but I'll tell you what I just heard from a Democratic lawmaker right now who just wrote me in part, quote, "It's pretty concerning. I just keep reminding myself that 8 years ago, all the trends in the first few hours showed Hillary winning, and then she didn't. But obviously, this is not the return we were looking for." It gives you a little sense of the way that some of those people supporting Kamala Harris are feeling this evening right now. Again, a lot of numbers, a lot of data still to be counted right now. But as Claire McCaskill said a short time ago, some of the early results we're seeing in some of those places, North Carolina, Georgia, are not looking as positive as the Harris campaign had been hoping. It doesn't mean that they still don't have a path, but it does certainly increasingly mean that they'd have to succeed in holding on to that blue wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And frankly, speaking to some people in some of those states that are involved with the Harris campaign, they said that's where they are seeing some concern that that's going to be a tightrope that they have to still try to walk tonight. Buster?
And Peter, we were just talking here. There's a sense that the polls were, in fact, right. Are they getting that sense that the polls are really reflecting what we're watching?
Well, I mean, nationally, this is basically an evenly divided country, right? So the idea that our last poll showed at 49-49 is sort of a overall popular vote, that may be pretty close to where this thing ends up. But remember, for the Democrats to win the Electoral College, they generally have to have a better advantage as it relates to the popular vote. So if the country's evenly divided in terms of a popular vote, that may not be enough for the Democrats. Still a long way to go. Obviously, nobody here is leaving. They're still waiting to hear from the vice president. They recognize this may be not just a matter of hours, but days right now, and they're still hopeful that people are waiting in line, including on those college campuses. They point to campuses in Pennsylvania in particular, some of the campuses out west in Nevada. They're still circling on the map as a place they think that they have the ability to perform well in right now. But, you know, frankly, that's the candidate assessment for the people I'm talking to, so I pass it on to you.
Yeah, and as we said, none of the battleground states have been called as of yet, so we continue to watch.
But they're as close as they can be. Let's go to battleground Wisconsin. Shaquille Brewster in Milwaukee for us. Hi, Shaq.
Hi there, Savannah. And, you know, one thing that we're hearing is that just heard from the Milwaukee elections clerk, and they're saying that they are processing these absentee ballots. All of the early vote, all of the mail-in vote is counted here in this warehouse. And this update is despite the fact that there was a little hiccup that we saw earlier today. I'll show you what happened. It was on these tabulators that we see. And if you look closely at that red sticker there, they say that that flap was not locked. The tabulator was sealed, but the actual flap there that opens up, it was not completely locked. So what they did is they got a bipartisan group together. They went through to all of the 13 tabulators, high-speed tabulators in this entire facility, and they went through and emptied them out and restarted the count of some 30,000 ballots. Now, despite that, they say that they're moving along fairly well. When you look around here, you see at each of these stations, the election workers, the election clerks are counting those ballots. And, you know, when you talk to operatives in the state, one thing that they're focused on is what will come from the vote here in Milwaukee. And I talked to a Republican operative who said he's, quote, feeling very good about what they're seeing on the Republican side. They say when you look at Dane County, that Vice President Harris is not meeting her marks there. And pointing to Milwaukee, he's saying that the turnout is not meeting what the Democrats should be getting in this area of the state. But when you look at the amount of vote that's here, we know there's about 107,000 ballots that have yet to be counted, and we are still hours away from that being sent over to the county for the public to see. So it's expected to be a long night of counting here in Milwaukee.
All right, Shaq, thanks very much.
Let's go over to Tom Yamas, who's over at the big board. Couple of things. Let's look at North Carolina.
You got it.
Still too early to call. And how about Virginia?
Yeah.
It's a blue state. Haven't called it yet.
We'll talk about both those because both states have interesting things happening. So first off, 85% of the voting, if you're asking yourself, why is it too early to call? Why hasn't NBC News projected this race just yet? Because listen, there are still 875,000 votes that are out. So we're going to wait till we can make a clear projection there. I do want to highlight some things. I've been talking about Charlotte, Mecklenburg County all night long. This is where Democrats had to turn out the vote. This is where races are won and lost in the state of North Carolina, is in Charlotte. Clinton at 62, Biden at 66.7. Harris is at 65. Remember, she has to win this state because they lost it 4 years ago. She has to be doing better than Biden. And now I want to take you to the Black Belt. Again, these are the counties that there's not a ton of people, but they're largely African-American counties. And I'm going to go to compare this to 2020. And I want you guys to watch these numbers. Remember, the number on the left, it has to be higher. The number on the left has to be higher. So we're going to lock this in. Let's go through here and just watch. Every county, she's underperforming. With a lot of the vote, there's still some vote out. But in almost every county, she's underperforming. Again, this is the Black Belt, high proportion of African-American voters here, and she's underperforming. Not a population center, but if she wants to win North Carolina, she has to be doing better there. I know you were asking about Virginia. Savannah, let's take a look at Virginia. We haven't called Virginia yet, you know, and if we, just to give you context, the last two elections, it came kind of close in 2016, about 4 percentage points, 4 or 5 percentage points. In 2020, Biden grew that lead much more. It was about 10 points there. Tonight, here's where it's at. 77% of the votes in. There's about a 2% spread. I'm being told by our politics desk, a lot of the vote that is out is still in the Northern Virginia suburbs. This is the Democrats' sort of their sweet spot where they're going to drive up the votes. Also, Richmond County, a lot of African-American voters there, too, that could possibly vote Democratic. But listen, Republicans have been making inroads in there as well. We can take a quick gander. How much time we have? About a minute? 2 minutes. Now we're going to say goodbye. We'll come back. We'll dig into those northern suburbs in just a minute, Savannah.
Let's do, because, you know, northern suburb resident Chuck Todd says you can't count.
We're waiting on that vote.
You're waiting on that vote. But I want to go to Mark Lauder on this. Also, I think a Washington, D.C. former area resident, so you get to weigh in on this, too, and you too, Senator. I mean, would you have expected that Virginia would take this long to call? I mean, is this concerning? Does it give you any other trend lines?
No, I mean, I saw a lot of energy, and I live in Northern Virginia as well. I've seen a lot more Trump signs in people's yards where 4 years ago, 8 years ago, you would have never dared put one up there. So I think there was a little more of an emboldened activity, but you know you're not going to win that area. But I think this does point to what we were talking about we see going on in Philadelphia, which we see going on in some of the other Charlotte areas. She's underperforming in the metro areas, which is where she needs to overperform.
I think when it's all counted, when everything comes in Northern Virginia, and Chuck's not here, so I'm a little nervous. But I think she'll end up winning Virginia by a comfortable margin. And I think when you actually analyze the data, what you're going to see is there was more enthusiasm in the rural areas of Virginia than there was for Biden. I mean, I think we need to start saying out loud that, you know, what is different between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Everybody thinks they're exactly the same on policies, but one is a woman of color and the other is a white man that everybody was really comfortable with, that were moderates and knew him well and had known him for decades. So I think you're seeing more Trump support in some of the areas where Biden could cut in, and you're not. But Virginia's going to be fine. She's going to win Virginia.
But you might see that maybe in like a Lackawanna County or something in Pennsylvania, that same dynamic that you're talking about.
Yeah.
We shall see. Okay. We want to pause just a moment. We've got a lot more to get to. Top of the hour, we're going to have the big poll closings in California. Got an election alert. Poll closing in about 20 seconds or now. So there'll be some biggies out there to talk about.
Yeah, you see California, Idaho, Oregon, Washington. Those will all be closing here in about 10 seconds. And then, of course, we'll have the latest characterizations. We're going to pause for a moment while some of our East Coast stations go to their local news now. And welcome back. At the top of the hour, 11 o'clock hour here in the East, NBC News can project that Kamala Harris will win in the state of California. 54 electoral votes. In the state of Idaho, NBC News projects Donald Trump will win and take those 4 electoral votes in Idaho. Here's the map where it moves in the road to 270. Donald Trump with 214. Harris now with 145. So things certainly becoming a little more interesting as the evening progresses.
Okay, for the 11 o'clock poll closings, we have a couple of uncalled races, Oregon and Wisconsin. We just called California. Now let's go to our battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, too close to call, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock in the West. Same story in Michigan, too close to call at this hour, with about a third of the vote counted there. In Wisconsin, it is too close to call. You knew it would be a tight election. The polls all showed it, and that's certainly being borne out tonight. 60% of the vote in there. In Georgia, it is too close to call. Getting closer to that final number there, but we're still, the margins are just too close to make a call in that presidential race. Same thing in North Carolina. In fact, it's too early to call. We are still awaiting vote there. In Arizona, let's go out west. We've got 2 battlegrounds out west. We've got Arizona and Nevada. Polls closed there about a couple of hours ago. Well, 2 hours for Arizona, last hour for Nevada. Both of these too early to call. And Tom Yamas over at the board. And we talk about Arizona. We haven't given its due tonight in Maricopa County. And don't forget, the great county of Pima County, home to Tucson, Arizona.
And give some credit to Arizona. Already 50% of the vote is in. I mean, they're doing their job there, so congrats to them. Maricopa County, this is the big swing county that we're going to be watching here. This is going to be about 60% of the vote in the state of Arizona. So important. If you want to win Arizona, you got to win Maricopa. You can see Trump won it in 2016. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight, with 50% in, Kamala Harris is on top right now. Phoenix, one of the 5th largest city in the country, one of the fastest growing areas in the country. Something else interesting about Maricopa, it's not so much people from other states moving there for the jobs. It's people from all over Arizona moving to this area. You have Mesa, Tempe, Scottsdale, a lot of growth there. We're going to go to this other county here, Pima County. Savannah, you've heard of this county? Maybe, maybe not. 50% of it is in. This is Tucson. This is a Democratic stronghold, but it's not like Cambridge, Massachusetts, right? It's not 60-40 split. It sometimes is, but not really. Tonight, she's doing well. She's turning out the vote there, about 30% Hispanic in Pima County as well. It's on the border. Just next door to Pima is Yuma. Now, this is majority Hispanic, an interesting county, but this is a place where Republicans can run up the score. Trump overperforming right now. Only 35% of the vote is in. Arizona, still very, very early, 11 electoral votes. As we get information, we'll sort of dissect it and figure it out, but it's going to be a while before we call Arizona, Savannah, as you know.
All right. Thank you, Tom. We got our panel here. We got Chuck. We got Savannah Sellers over here. Chuck, what are you making of what we're seeing, what the trend lines are?
There's a reason why there's anxiety in the Harris camp and growing enthusiasm and optimism. I mean, all the trend lines, this looks a lot more like 2016 to me than it does 2020. And you're seeing whether it's rural turnout surging up, but we've had to up our projection of total turnout in Georgia than what we saw. And as we'd been saying, and we'd seen this, higher turnout was always going to be better for Trump. Not, you know, there's always been this pre-Trump era conventional wisdom used to be Democrats would perform better, but he has the sort of the occasional voter. And it looks like, and we're actually even seeing evidence of what I call these shotgun Trump voters. They come in, they vote Trump, and they leave because there's about 100,000 vote gap. I mean, the Democratic Senate candidates in the blue wall are all in better shape right now than Harris.
And did Republicans crack the code of early voting and finally glomming onto that, even though Donald Trump is sending a separate message?
Well, one might argue now, if you look at the 3 Trump elections, 1, he obsessively made sure people didn't vote early. 2, he didn't. 1 was at 16, and then it's this one. So you may be onto something, but I do think the bigger story is their ability to expand the electorate. He used to have a ceiling of about 47, 48. That's not the case tonight. He expanded it another point or two. That's significant. As we know, in a razor-thin environment, even if you're just adding 50,000 to your voter rolls, well, that's the difference between winning and losing. Half the blue wall. I heard your Dallas Cowboys thing. You know, I mean, there you go, right?
Want me to do it again?
Yeah, I mean,
it also works for Lambeau Field. That the last four, literally, the election.
A better stadium to pick. You don't want to have a losing team.
Yeah. Oh
right?
my God.
The losing record.
Here we go. No, just that our last election was decided by 80,000 voters in 4 states that would fill.
But can we also remember one other thing here? Because she was trying to do something as a sitting vice president that had never been done before. Succeed an unpopular president. Okay? Hubert Humphrey tried to do this, and he came 1 percentage point short. It was a very close election. The electoral vote wasn't close, but it was a very close election. But it came up short. Al Gore tried to do this. While Bill Clinton's presidency was popular, Bill Clinton, the individual, was not. We all know he came up 537 votes short, as Lester will tell you over and over again. So the last sitting vice president to win was George H.W. Bush, with an outgoing president that had a 60-plus approval rating. He was at 41%. I mean, that is, you are asking somebody to overperform in a way that we may find out was politically impossible.
This sounds a little bit like a postmortem, so I want to make sure we
No, and I don't think we're there.
We have not called.
And let me give you the view from the Harris campaign.
And by the way, they know if they win, it's going to be like this. Like, their path is razor thin.
That's exactly what they're saying. There's this new memo that is out now from the chair of the Harris campaign that was sent to staffers, obtained by our Monica Alba and our team that covers the Harris camp. And this is exactly the point, right? Which is why I wanted to jump in here on this. They say that the closeness of this race is what we prepared for all along. They still see data trickling in from Sunbelt, but all along they knew it was going to be blue wall. I mean, listen, to a degree, of course, this is what they're going to say, but they say they think they're still feeling good about Pennsylvania, overperforming turnout in Philadelphia and some of these areas. In Michigan, they say there's still a lot of vote to come in. In Wisconsin, there's still a lot of vote remaining. General O'Malley Dillon says in this memo, we've been saying for weeks this race may not be called tonight.
I'm going to interrupt here because we do have an NBC News projection in the state of Oregon. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Oregon when the votes are counted. Here's where there's the breakdown right now. 220,000 vote difference, 45% of the vote in. But again, Kamala Harris, the projected winner there. In our road to 270, you see it there on the screen, 214 for Donald Trump, Harris with 153. The big prizes, still no calls. We continue to wait.
Interesting that memo is focusing on the blue wall. That's all but saying they're not expecting a North Carolina victory or a Georgia or...
Those are 2 states. I'm just looking at this on my computer. I don't see either of those 2 states mentioned here. They do talk about Nevada and Arizona. It's going to be a bit, but the bottom line is they feel like this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours.
The fascinating thing about what Hallie just read, Chuck says this feels like 2016. That's almost verbatim a memo that we got in 2016 saying we're focused on the blue wall. Everyone's focused on the blue wall. No one panic. And we have a lot more vote to count. So I want to be very cautious in saying this. But tonally, it is fascinating that is the message that they're sending.
Well, not for nothing. They did their last rally, Kamala Harris in Philadelphia on the eve of the election.
All she did was focus on
which is exactly what
they had their eye on the ball. I mean, you can't say, right, they didn't do that in 2016, right? She was doing Arizona, she was doing Texas, and she
the night before was in Philly.
True, but they sort of didn't do the blue wall. To their credit, I mean, she lived in Pennsylvania, but I'll tell you this, we'll see. There's probably a lot of people wondering who should be the running mate? Who should be on this Democratic ticket?
We had that discussion. Some people will, if she loses Pennsylvania, there'll be a lot
if that's the only state, right, that'll be the hand range.
Because Josh Shapiro is a very popular Democratic governor who was on the short list for vice president. Let's bring Savannah Sellers into this. I mean, what are you reading out of the exit polls? Are you seeing any trend lines? I know you've got your brief. You really look at young voters and you've got your finger on the pulse there. What stands out?
Absolutely. I'll start with some numbers and then give you some anecdotal information. First, let's talk about first-time voters. This is not just young voters, but that's 57% of these first-time voters are under the age of 30. They are breaking for Trump. That is a major reversal from 2020. 53% for Trump right now, 46% for Harris. Back in 2020, 64% went for Biden. Something that I've been tracking, and I've been even watching it tonight on apps like TikTok, on apps like Instagram, when you just talk about like who's popular, who do people like. The Harris campaign had such a a robust internal social media play. They had this team of 20-somethings. They had very little oversight. They were allowed to kind of post what they wanted, react in real time to trends, to the news cycle.
We
The Trump
remember Brat
campaign,
Summer and the whole Brat
They
theme
co-opted that
campaign,
immediately, exactly, which, by the way, is a compliment to say Brat now. But for the former president, there wasn't so much going on internally. It was not as robust. He had this sort of grassroots organic catch-on TikTok. I heard so many young people say to me, in a positive way also, he is a meme. His things travel far. It's objectively funny when you see this information. So many young people, therefore, on these apps were served content straight from and straight about the former president. And we are hearing so much right now. I'm hearing that in lines in Arizona. Gotti was mentioning that earlier. It's so much. It was because I heard him on a podcast. It was because of this thing I saw on TikTok. I also heard from a voter in almost every single swing state and multiple in several of them, including Pennsylvania, voters who were eligible in this age group to vote in 2020 who did not. And they came out tonight to vote for the former president.
I'd be so interested. He's winning the youth vote in these exit polls. I'd be fascinated to see what the gender breakdown is there too, because this poll with young men, and that was a concerted effort by the Trump campaign, and the Joe Rogan and the bro wave seems to be real.
I have two Gen Zers, okay? I have one who votes and one who's going to be voting next year. One in each gender, and I see it with their friends. You see it. It's real. This gap, this is not about Trump and Harris. There is a growing cultural gap, if you will, between young men and young women.
I have that number too,
really
if you want it. The gender gap on this: first-time men, Trump 62%, Harris 36%. First-time women, the gap is less here. Trump 46%, Harris 53%.
Yeah,
so that young men turnout is real.
Well, people who thought that young women would be voting in droves for Kamala Harris, especially because of reproductive rights, I mean, that exit poll does not suggest that.
Absolutely.
It doesn't, and this goes back to what Chuck has been saying, which is that the person who ultimately winds up winning this war of the sexes is the candidate who does a better job appealing to the weaker gender for them, whoever is weaker for them. And so we've seen Trump not only clearly energize, drive up young men of various different racial backdrops, but also chip away at Vice President Harris's lead. I mean, her lead among women continues to be, based on what we're seeing so far, less than his lead with men.
The gender gap is interesting, but also, as we've alluded to here on the table, the education gap is also becoming such an interesting storyline here, as Chuck talks about kind of a realignment in this moment and where we are. That's another thing to be watching for tonight. Again, it is 11:11 Eastern time, but there's still plenty of vote to come in.
I want to go to Tom right now. Tom, I'm looking at Wisconsin. Looks like 62% of the vote in there. You're picking up some things. Share them with us.
Yeah, too close to call right now. Trump on top 50%. The difference is 39,000. Remember, the last two elections in Wisconsin, presidential elections, 20,000 votes was the difference between both candidates here. We want to go back to Madison, the capital of Wisconsin, Dane County. This is also the site of the University of Wisconsin as well. 92% of the vote in. Harris doing a little better than when we last checked in with her, but again, she's slightly underperforming Biden. She still has time to catch up. There's still 8% of the vote that's out. We can actually know exactly how much of the vote is out. About 30,000 votes remain there. So maybe she picks up the margins there. We also want to talk about Milwaukee. This is the biggest population center in the entire state of Wisconsin. Right now, 54% of the vote is in, so a lot of that vote is still out. It's probably going to be a little bit later till we can call Milwaukee by itself. Biden was at 69. She's down about 2 to 3 points. Again, this would be concerning for Democrats. But look, there's still a lot of vote out in Milwaukee. Door County, if you've been following the presidential race at all, everyone's been talking about Door County in Wisconsin. It's this peninsula that shoots out into Lake Michigan. The last 6 statewide elections, presidential elections, I should say, they've picked the winner. This is a good sign for Kamala Harris. She's on top there, overperforming Biden just slightly. 95% of the vote is in. Again, Door, if we bring it out to past elections, it almost always picks the winner in the state of Wisconsin. So that's a good sign for her because it's a bellwether. I do want to check in some of these Democratic strongholds. Eau Claire, 92% in, kind of performing at the same level as Biden. That's good news for her. She wants to keep it there. We don't have any data there. What else we have? I think here in La Crosse, this is another Democratic stronghold, 92% in. Biden was at 53. She's 55, I should say. She's slightly underperforming. So listen, still a lot of vote. Let me see how much vote is still out. Still about 40% of the vote. But here's what's tough for Democrats in Wisconsin. Of the battleground states, each of those blue wall states is different, but of all the battleground states, Wisconsin is the widest. So they can drive up the margins with at least African-American voters and some Latino voters that are going to stay loyal to the Democrats in this election. What they can do, there's about 100,000 college students in the state of Wisconsin, and they usually fare better, much better with those university students. We're going to have to wait and see, as we say right there, too close to call.
All right, we got a big projection to give right here. This is the Ohio Senate race. It was a hotly contested race. Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, Republican, will pick up that seat, unseating the incumbent Sherrod Brown. This is quite a moment because, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it appears that Republicans, with that victory, will take control of the United States Senate. Again, it's not an official projection at that moment, but if things happen as expected, it would look like a two-seat gain here in the Senate. And so this is a hugely consequential vote here. Sherrod Brown, in a red state, was fighting for his political life. He's pulled that rabbit out of the hat a few times, but not here tonight.
3 times, Savannah. And he has been someone who's been very adept at straddling that line, reaching out to working class voters throughout his state. His father was a doctor, grew up in Mansfield, really had that working class appeal. And yet, this Trump-backed candidate, Bernie Moreno, a car dealer, able to topple him tonight. Again, we've been looking for ticket splitters. Didn't find one here in the state of Ohio. Again, this in line with what we've seen, which is that ticket splitters have been diminishing.
He only overperformed, Sherrod Brown only overperformed Harris by about 2 points. He needed to overperform about 4 or 5. But this is no longer about, Democrats knew they probably weren't going to hold the Senate. The question was, can they limit the Republicans to 52? Because if they can limit them to 52, then you can find 2 or 3 seats to pick up in the 2026 midterms. But if it gets to 53 or 54, right, which is very possible tonight. I mean, they've got Montana, which Republicans are favored. They've already held their 2 vulnerable seats. Nebraska's sitting out there, and it's really is a coin flip race right now. That's a unique situation. But they could get to 53 or 54, which could put the Senate out of reach for Democrats for 4 years. So at this point tonight, it's about whether Democrats can hold enough of their seats this cycle so they actually have a shot at winning back the Senate, can be competitive in 2026.
Sherrod Brown way outspent Bernie Moreno in Ohio, too. Just dumped a ton of money, pro-Democratic allies in the state of Ohio. But remember why the Senate matters, not to give a civics lesson here, right? But the Senate can act in some ways as the brakes or the accelerator for whoever ends up in the White House. They can either get a president's policies moving to a degree if the House is the same party, or not, right? And that's what this comes down to here, is how much, if it is Donald Trump in the White House and a Republican Senate, what could they do for his policies? If it is Kamala Harris in the White House and a Republican Senate, how does that interplay work when it comes to some of the issues?
I have to say, the House is much more important, though, at this point, if the Democrats are not going to win the White House, they have to have that. I mean, if you win the White House, you want your party to have that. If you're going to not have a chamber, don't have the Senate. It's the House you really worry about, because the House has subpoena power. And so if the House is of the same party, you can navigate Washington a lot easier. The Senate's not easy, but you can find bipartisan coalitions in the Senate.
And this is what the House looks like right now.
The House, at this point, whoever wins the presidency, you want your party to have, because if you don't, then it's subpoena, and then you can be tied up. Your entire agenda can get tied up.
But unlike the Senate,
correct.
We're not talking about the House tonight in almost.
No doubt, we might not be talking about the House until we go to Savannah's for Thanksgiving. And even then, it may be the Friday after.
At your own risk, I think y'all know how I cook. But I mean, the House was not expected to track the presidential. And
correct,
so
because
Senate,
of New York and California.
Yes, exactly. And we'll be waiting, New York and California, some of these tight races. It could be weeks. It was weeks in 2020. But I mean, the prospect is there. If are we going to have divided government? As Americans have so often chosen divided government, they seem to like it.
Chosen or stumbled into it.
Yes. Well, and remember, Democrats only need 4 seats to take back control of the House. And so they like their chances there. What's so interesting is that we're covering all of these various battleground states, Pennsylvania, and all of the blue wall states. The House is really going to be won and fought in New York, in California. So it's a very different terrain, and again, could be over a week, if not longer, before we know.
Let's turn to NBC's Garrett Haake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, What's the former president doing now? And I'm wondering if there's been any reaction to what appears could be a change of power in the Senate.
Not to that specifically, Lester, but let me set the scene for you here just to get the lay of the land down here in South Florida, because some of this will matter later on tonight, perhaps. We are in West Palm Beach right now at the Convention Center, which is the giant party headquarters media center for the Trump campaign tonight. Donald Trump is across the Intercoastal Waterway at this hour at Mar-a-Lago, his home and private club, where for a portion of the night he was doing, I think, what many people sort of imagine candidates do on election night, meeting with advisors, watching the returns come in, checking the numbers. At some point this evening, according to multiple sources who are there and have laid eyes on him, he has transitioned into essentially party mode already, down in the ballroom at Mar-a-Lago, shaking hands, thanking supporters, participating in the celebration that has begun among his closest supporters, his family and friends, despite a race that remains uncalled. I'm also told, NBC News can also report, that he's in discussions with his aides and advisors about when he might make the trip across the bridge here to West Palm Beach to give some form of speech tonight. Now, we have been asking him about this day after day. Would he declare victory early? Would he rule out the possibility of declaring victory early? We all remember him doing exactly that in 2020 when so much of the vote remained to be counted. He has refused to take an early declaration of victory off the table, and it's our understanding now that conversations are underway for him to make some kind of address here tonight, regardless of where we are on the path to 270 votes.
All right, Garrett, thank you so much. And we're joined now by podcast host John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. I believe we have them right now. Oh, not yet. We're going to go to, that they're coming up.
We're going to go to Peter Alexander.
Peter Alexander, get the view from the Harris headquarters. It sounds like Donald Trump is talking about coming out and saying something. What are you hearing from the Harris campaign?
That's 3,000 votes, less than that.
Yeah, well, I always defer to the Pod Save America guys. If they want to go, you let me know when they're ready. But we are waiting to hear, of course, from Kamala Harris at some point over the course of this evening. No indication when that would happen. Some early indications that might happen in the course of this hour. No confirmation on that at this time. We'll keep you posted as we know. I will tell you, though, in the course of the last 15 minutes, NBC News did obtain a memo that was sent out by the chair of the Harris campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the woman who orchestrated Joe Biden's victory in 2020. This was sent to staff, and it gives you a sense of where they are heading into this evening. They expect nothing will be determined until late into the night, and certainly they say they're going to be at this again tomorrow. But as she notes in this memo again, she says that they have always said that the clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. And here's what she says specifically about Pennsylvania. She says that we overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia and overperformed in our early vote expectations in Bucks County, one of those key collar counties, those key suburbs of Philadelphia. She says we don't have election day results from Philadelphia, but we do know that we overperformed turnout expectations there and have seen especially high turnout in places with non-white and student populations. One thing they're keeping a close eye on right now. About Michigan particularly, they say the city of Detroit won't be reporting out until roughly midnight, but that they have seen strong turnout from early vote and election day voting in other parts of the state. And finally, in Wisconsin, where they're keeping a close eye on that blue wall, that they do not expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. But the biggest takeaway perhaps from this memo is the sense that as the chips start falling, it appears that they are leaning heavily into the blue wall, which started and may be ending as their best path to victory here. In spite of some numbers that show they still have some ground to make up, there's still a lot of data out there. And that's where, at least according to her memo, which effectively said goodbye to the staff for the night, said we'll do it again late into the night and start again strong in the morning. That's where they are as this night heads toward midnight.
All right, Peter, thank you. Now, without further ado, let's go to the hosts of Pod Save America, Democrats John Lovett and Dan Pfeiffer, both White House veterans. And Dan, I know you to be a number cruncher, and I wonder what you're thinking about the numbers that you're seeing. You just heard what the Harris campaign is saying, but the vibe check is that this path is narrowing significantly and that it's blue wall or bust at this point for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that seems right. And you look at the numbers, it's very clear that Trump is overperforming in rural counties, and Harris is overperforming in suburban counties. And what is going to be the deciding factor here is primarily going to be what is the turnout and the vote margins coming out of Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and Detroit. And if they are what we think they are, then she has a very clear, albeit narrow, but clear path to be the next president of the United States.
John, let me ask you about what we've been observing. Young voters, particularly male voters, who seem to be breaking for Trump and him, in fact, winning the youth vote, according to our exit polls. Does that surprise you? What's your take on that dynamic?
That would be surprising. I think that's another reason to drink. But I do think that I think
drinking
it's
alone,
pretty
John.
early. I think that's fine. That's fine. I think it's pretty early to be drawing conclusions based on the exits and trying to figure out what happened with specific demographics. I think where we're at is this was always going to be close. It is close right now. I think there was some hope based on vibes that perhaps this wouldn't be as close based on some late polling and some late momentum and a terrible event at Madison Square Garden. Could we hope that maybe this night wouldn't be as long? And the answer is no. The polls largely were showing a very tight race, and that's what we're kind of living through.
Dan, do you think it will ultimately come down to Pennsylvania? I mean, that certainly has been what's been telegraphed for all of these months.
I mean, it is the essential state because if Georgia and North Carolina, she does not win, and there's still a lot of outstanding vote in Georgia. It's once again, a narrow path. But if those do not end up in her column, there is no math without Pennsylvania. You can replace Wisconsin with Arizona. You can replace Michigan with Arizona and Wisconsin, but you need Pennsylvania, and so it will come down to Pennsylvania.
All right, Dan Pfeiffer, John Levitt, thanks for your time. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
And we have another call to make. I believe we're going to get a state of Washington presidential call. Let's see where we are. NBC News now projecting that Kamala Harris will win the 12 electoral votes in the state of Washington. Here's how it breaks down right now. A difference of about 472,000, 473,000 votes. In the road to 270, that leaves Harris with 165, 214 for Donald Trump down. Let's go to Republicans Mike Dubke, White House Communications Director under former President Trump, and Sarah Fagan, a former aide to George W. Bush. Mike, first of all, give me your thoughts here. We've had no calls in battleground states so far. Is this a matter of viewing pieces through a microscope right now to try to understand where this is going?
Well, it sounds that way from the Harris campaign, but I want to stick with the vibe comment that John Levitt just made, because I really do think that what we're seeing now is this coming to fruition, this vibe versus issues election that we've had. The Harris campaign really put on the vibes, the joy, and all of that. And I think the Trump campaign tried to stick to issues, immigration, inflation, instability around the world. And if you look at the exit polls that you all have been talking about today, you really see that Americans think that the country's on the wrong track. We think the economy, we were better off 4 years ago than we are today. And when you look at the way Harris tried to distance herself from Biden, I think this all came down to whether she'd be successful with that, and it looks like she wasn't.
Hey, Mike, let me just ask you to bear with me for a second, because we have another projection we're going to put up here on the screen. And this is the state of Connecticut. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in Connecticut when all the votes are counted. 7 electoral votes. There's the breakdown right now, about a 10-point difference between the two of them. And here's where it takes us in the road to 270. Donald Trump standing at 214. Harris now with 172 electoral votes. We'll get back to our conversation. Sarah, let me turn to you. You've heard a little bit about this memo now, with this campaign memo. What do you make of it?
Well, I think it's a campaign doing what it can to try to keep hope alive. You know, look, I don't see any good news for Democrats in these results. Donald Trump is running about a point or a point and a half ahead of where he was in 2020. And in these counties, in these blue wall counties that 75% of the vote is in, and Kamala Harris is running behind in these urban areas by 1 or 2 points compared to where President Biden performed. You look at that coupled with Donald Trump's overperformance with Hispanic voters, with young voters. I don't think they have a lot to hang their hat on. And it's not over. There's votes to be counted. We should point out that these blue wall states tend to be red mirage. You know, they go red, and then they tend to go, the race narrows as these big urban areas come in later. But when you just look at the underperformance of Kamala Harris and the overperformance of Trump, it's going to be pretty hard, I think, for her to catch him.
Yeah, the Harris team is saying they believe they overperformed in Philadelphia. Does that give you pause?
I don't see where they're saying that. Now, they're looking, I'm sure, at precinct analysis, and we're looking at a county total, so we should give that caveat. But, you know, Joe Biden got 80% of the vote in Philadelphia County, and she's not running at 80%. I think she's, the last I looked, was at 77 or 78%. So that's a pretty significant difference when a race is as close as it is.
All right, Sarah and Mike, thanks to both of you. Tom Yamas has more from the big board on Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia, but I also want to give us just sort of a vibe check of where we are. It is still very early in the night, right? And even though people may be claiming they've won certain states yet, we still haven't called any of the battlegrounds here at NBC News. And a reminder, Harris's easiest path is to hold the blue wall. If she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, remember, she gets to the White House. Even if she loses Georgia, North Carolina, the entire Sun Belt, she still gets there. Let's talk about Georgia, though. Let's find out where we are there in the Peach State. Still too close to call for NBC News right now. 91% of the vote is in, but let's talk about where the vote remains. Look at, okay, the giant circles, remember those giant bubbles? That's the vote that still is outstanding. We're still waiting on this vote to be counted. And we know the exact number, or we can estimate the exact number. We think it's going to be about 487,000 votes. There's still almost 500,000 votes out in Georgia, still up for grabs here. Let's make some comparisons here. Remember, I told you Harris has to drive up the vote in the Atlanta metro area. 50% of the vote is going to come from this area right here. First county, Cobb County, she's performing just like where Biden is, slightly better. Fulton County, performing a little bit lower, but slightly, and there's still 7% of the vote out in Fulton, where Atlanta is exactly. Gwinnett County, 80%'s in. Look, she's holding the same marks of where Biden was. She's overperforming in Douglas County as we move further south. Look, she's almost exactly where Biden was all around the ring counties of Atlanta. That's good news and overperforming in Rockdale County. But if Democrats wanted to expand the map, we're not seeing that tonight. A place like Cherokee, we're going to see if they could make inroads there just north of Atlanta. It touches those ring counties. Trump was at 68% in 2020. Tonight he's at 69%, and they've almost got all the vote counted there. I want to move down, though, because there is something interesting happening in the Black Belt of Georgia. I was talking to you guys about the Black Belt of North Carolina earlier and how she was underperforming there. Remember, this was Biden's number. This is her number tonight. Watch as we go around here, okay? These are counties where it's a majority African-American, 52%, 50% for Kamala Harris. This is a rural county. Trump is overperforming here. We go to another rural red county, overperforming here. We come down here to Doherty County. She's slightly overperforming Biden there. But again, if she wants to win the state of Georgia, she's got to be doing better than Biden. It seems like she could be doing that in Atlanta. The numbers are good for her right now in the metro region, but it's still really too close for us to call here in Georgia. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Tom, thank you so much. I want to go to Chuck because, Chuck, we were talking about Donald Trump getting new voters, people that didn't vote in 2020, and those voters breaking for him. And you're seeing some pretty astounding numbers.
Well, you are. You know, it's interesting. Well, first of all, look, Georgia is going to shrink. You got about all of this vote is going to be Democratic vote. She's got to win the remaining probably 2-1. That's like a reasonable thing. I mean, Georgia's probably going to be decided by 4 or 5 digits.
And where the vote is outstanding,
exactly.
You think there's a shot?
I think we will be. I think we might be sticking around Georgia for a little while. Just it does. If you're them, you can't totally write it off. There's a path there. But our pollsters did some noted some comparisons to 2020. Just simply Trump margins. These are not in the battleground states, but it gives you a hint of the possibility Donald Trump could actually win the popular vote if he wins the Electoral College tonight. So, for instance, in Texas, he only won Texas by a little over 5 points in 2020. He's won it by 14 points tonight. In Iowa, it was 8 points. It's nearly 15 points tonight. In Florida, it was 3 points. It's nearly 13 points tonight for Trump. Not only gave you some blue states, Virginia, it was a 10-point Biden victory. It looks like it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 4 this time in Virginia. New Jersey, 15 points Biden. Right now, it's 5 for Harris. Illinois, another state, is little under 10. It was at 17 points for Biden. So Trump has improved his standing in a lot of blue states. We'd seen that in our own polling. But it is why this time we are unlikely to have a split between the popular vote and electoral. Whoever wins the Electoral College is probably going to win the popular vote.
Those are pretty dramatic margins. I mean, we're not picking about a point or two here. You're talking with Texas
5 points,
5,
10
6,
points,
7, 8. I mean, that's...
Well, this is the Hispanic shift in the Southeast. It's clear. Florida and Texas, that's the massive Latino shift that we've seen tonight in those 2 states. But it may be spots of it everywhere.
So I'm getting reaction in from Democratic lawmakers, from Democratic operatives. Some are still saying, look, we could still win this thing. We can hold on to the blue wall. And that's absolutely accurate because we're still tracking the vote. But one Democratic lawmaker, sort of to the point that Chuck is making, saying if this race does not go Kamala Harris's way, this is a moment of reckoning for the Democratic Party. This person saying there needs to be a hard look at what went wrong and potentially really a real passing of the baton when it comes to leadership. And of course, the attention will turn to President Biden. And when he stepped aside, 72% in our exit polls saying the country was headed in the wrong direction. That's the backdrop to all of this. President Biden and this immense dissatisfaction with the direction that the country's headed.
It could be the Democratic Party was allowed itself to just organize itself being an anti-Trump party. And in some ways, so focused on creating an anti-Trump coalition, they stopped being a political party, right? To come up with a basic agenda and again, right now, I get what that lawmaker is telling you, because if you look at the last, right, the whole Biden wasn't a pick of the future. It was a whatever you can do for Trump.
All right, we're gonna pause for a moment to welcome back some of our stations on the East Coast. It is just past 11:30 here in the East. Welcome back to those viewers rejoining us on this exciting night. I'm Lester Holt.
And I'm Savannah Guthrie. Glad you're along with us. This is NBC's Election Night coverage, and we've started to fill in that map, but those all-important 7 battlegrounds still in gray. We have not called them yet. We've been getting minute-by-minute projections, all leading up to this road to 270, which is the magic number needed to win the White House. So let's go through some of the boards here. This is Pennsylvania at this hour. 79% of the vote in, too close to call. We've talked a lot about the different counties and whether there's enough for Kamala Harris to make up where she's lost in some of the rural areas. Let's go to Michigan, too close to call there as well, but a lot more vote to be counted. In Wisconsin, let's see how much we've got there. About 2/3 of the vote or so, too close to call. In Georgia, we're getting close to a close there, but they do count their votes fast there, and it's 91% in, but we will see what happens. Too close to call. North Carolina, too early to call. We will wait and see what happens there, but again, starting to see 88% of the vote coming in there. Let's go out west. Arizona, too early to call. Polls closed about 2.5 hours ago there. What looks like we have a projected winner. This just came in right now. Okay, North Carolina, Donald Trump is the projected winner. You see the margin there, 136,000. So Donald Trump improved on his margin by back of the envelope math, 50,000 votes there in North Carolina. That's going to be a real disappointment for the Kamala Harris campaign. They had hoped that if North Carolina could be clawed back into the blue column, perhaps that would open up other paths for them out west, a Sunbelt path. It is looking like blue wall or bust. That is where it stands right now, 172 electoral votes for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the lead right now.
Let's go to Tom right now and talk about now what this does to Kamala Harris's paths to victory.
Yeah, let's show you real quick how Trump wins, right? How we project that he wins. Robinson right now, 64.9%, 30% in. You can see how Trump's overperforming here. As we go along these rural counties, you can see Trump's numbers are increasing. 63 4 years ago, 66 tonight. We'll keep moving along here. 50%, 53%. So, Lester, you asked, how does this affect him in the race for president? Let's go back out to our big board here, the road to 270. When we started out tonight, right, the paths to victory here, Trump had 10, Harris has 9. That's because we just called North Carolina. We can't even remove it anymore. This number before we called North Carolina, Harris had more paths than Trump did. But this is essentially where we started the night. This is the way it ended in 2020, right? He won North Carolina. President Biden had won the rest of the battleground states. But this gives the Republicans and former President Trump some hope. We now move to Georgia. We're going to be looking at the vote in Georgia. But as Chuck mentioned, very, very close in Georgia. And we're going to be waiting on that vote, the full vote to come out of Atlanta in those ring counties right now. But a big win for former President Trump. It's the first battleground we're calling tonight.
All right, Tom, thanks very much.
Remember, there was some late polling in the state that came just over the weekend that suggested that perhaps Kamala Harris was surging in North Carolina, that maybe she was making gains among some of these voters. That is clearly not turning out to be the case. That said, you've seen the reporting from her campaign that they are looking at the all-important blue wall. Of course, the question is, if Georgia goes, and I know you and Chuck were just talking about Georgia, but if Georgia does end up in the red column, it is Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania.
Well, to that point, the Secretary of State in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, who people are familiar with from the last election, has said on the record that Trump has an insurmountable lead in Georgia with the number of votes outstanding. So he's the Secretary of State. I think he knows what he's speaking of, but we will continue to watch.
We've got another race to call, another presidential call. This is in the state of Virginia. This call coming a little later than many people might have expected, but Kamala Harris will win the 13 electoral votes in Virginia. There's the breakdown right now, 134,000 vote difference, 84% of the vote in. That, of course, goes into the Harris column. Here's where that leaves us in the road to 270. Trump with 230 now, 40 from his goal. Harris with 185 electoral votes.
Okay, let's bring Jen Psaki in, former Biden White House press secretary, and Mark Lauder, who was joining us earlier. Jen, we haven't had a chance to talk to you. I mean, look, it's getting to be a narrower path for Kamala Harris, no question about it. It's the blue wall or bust at this point.
It's math.
Yeah, it's math.
Ultimately, look, I think that Jen O'Malley-Dillon email that NBC News obtained that you've talked about a little bit tells you a lot about where the heads are of the people on the campaign.
This is the chair of the campaign.
The chair of the campaign. She was also the campaign manager when Biden won in 2020. And basically, they did not talk about it. I know NBC has not made a call in Georgia, but they did not mention that Georgia is not a part of that email. Neither is North Carolina. You just made a call on that. It's about the blue wall states, and she warns that Arizona and Nevada will take some time. What does become challenging, I think part of the purpose of an email like that is also to buck up the troops inside, the team who's been working so hard for months, that's part of it, and also to send that note to supporters. But yes, it becomes, as the path becomes narrower, there's no more margin for error. Or no more margin for something going a different way than you hoped it would. And right now, what the Harris team is doing, which happens on every presidential campaign, as you know as well, is sitting in what you call the boiler room, which is kind of an intense word to use, but that's what it's called. And they're looking at their vote goals in these counties and how the outcome aligns. And you look at everything from, did they get what they needed in the big cities? In Philly, there are some cities that haven't fully come in, so they're waiting for those. But also what the margins are for Trump, which are higher, as you've been reporting, and we've been talking about over on MSNBC, in some of the rural counties, meaning he's getting more votes there that they need to make up for in the cities. So it's a numbers game in each of these states.
But even in reliably blue states, we're seeing narrowing margins. We just saw it in Virginia. We called it. Kamala Harris won it, but I believe by a smaller margin than she did, or that the Democrats did 4 years ago. I want to show Minnesota right now, which we are calling too close to call. And this is a reliably blue state. Let me show you what the numbers look like, the breakdown. Half of the vote in. It's called too close to call. Again, when you see that wide margin, you were thinking, what are you guys talking about? It's because our decision desk is crunching the numbers. They know where those votes have come from, whether they're reliably Trump districts or reliably a Kamala Harris or a Democratic area of the state. And on that basis, they're saying too close to call. Does that surprise you?
Minnesota's a close state. It often is a close state. It's one certainly that the Harris team would love to have been in their win column earlier. But again, I think for them, what becomes harder and harder is as you get more vote total in and the path becomes narrower and narrower and narrower. And that's a bit where they are at this moment.
The sitting governor, Tim Walz, on the ticket. Minnesota's governor, Tim Walz.
And a pretty popular governor in Minnesota. And there's a lot of things that bend the mind a little bit if you're the Harris team, including that. I don't know that they're overly worried about Minnesota, but certainly, yes, would have liked to have that and Virginia in their win column earlier.
I've heard a lot from people on the left who have asked over the last several weeks, how can this be a tie? What's your answer?
I would have asked the same question. I mean, I think obviously
under the same scenario.
Because obviously with the economy, with the 2/3 of the American people who think the country's on the wrong track on the immigration, like all of the issues in kind of general polling would suggest that this would be a runaway for the Republican or for the non-party in power. The fact that it's not, I think there's obviously a lot of.
Do you think if any other Republican were on the ticket, you'd have much greater margins in terms of a Republican victory?
That's difficult to answer because Donald Trump brings out such a passionate base where you might have a problem getting that overperformance in rural areas because he is so animating, especially on the right. Now, he's equally animating on the left, which turns out that opposition.
Well, you might get suburban women on the side of a different kind of Republican.
Jen, has the conversation begun yet about Joe Biden and about the decision to ask him to step aside?
It will begin. It will begin depending on the outcome. And obviously, there hasn't been a race called yet. If this is not a Harris win, that will certainly be part of the discussion. She's run a campaign over the course of 107 days. That is not something we've seen in history. And there'll be lots of questions about exactly that, the timing and the impact of that.
Well, Chuck was bringing up the history. I mean, in terms of vice presidents trying to win the presidency with a unpopular president, he said it's bordering on politically impossible.
And this gets back to something that we talked about. The favorability rating for President Biden is low, and you look at some of these numbers on how people feel about the country right now, and about 3 in 4 Americans in the exit polling say they feel angry or dissatisfied. And that is something that may end up being critical in this race as well.
And one of the things that I think is so notable heading into tonight, I think one of the big questions, would the economy be the top issue, as Mark is talking about, or would reproductive rights, given that abortion is on the ballot in 10 different states, would that be the biggest energizing factor tonight? What we are seeing is that right now it seems like the economy and immigration continue to be the most motivating factors for people.
And I'm almost interested to see, though, because we did see, especially using Florida as the example, it was not close in Florida, whether at the presidential level or with the Senate, but at the same time, they're sending Rick Scott and Donald Trump. Obviously, they barely defeated a constitutional amendment on abortion. So they almost, like we would say split ticket voting with Senate and Congress and president. They kind of split their ticket going, no, I don't like this, but I do like them.
And that's not something that is captured necessarily, because polling doesn't function this way in polling about abortion rights, right? That there are people who could vote for Trump and also vote for protecting abortion rights. Arizona is another interesting state to watch on that front, as you know, Arizona native, because there are. I talked to Senator, or maybe we'll see, Congressman Gallego the other night, and there are people who could be Gallego, Trump, abortion rights voters, which bends the mind a little bit, but that's where maybe we don't entirely understand how the electorate comes down on these issues.
Well, maybe people
but maybe it's not for them.
Neatly categorized as political journalists would like to believe.
Yes, that's true.
Well, we're just moments away from midnight here on the East Coast. What are you guys doing tomorrow? I'll tell you what you're doing. The battleground states, they have not been called yet. Stay with us. We will be right back after a quick break.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Well, election night is about to be election morning as we creep up on midnight on the East Coast. Glad you're with us. We are moments away from getting more polls, more vote, and more closings as we get new numbers minute by minute. And we're watching not just the presidential race, but of course, we're watching the balance of power. The United States Senate, the United States House of Representatives, also up for grabs tonight. We've got Kristen Walker keeping an eye on that. We just in the last hour or so made a crucial Senate call in Ohio. I know you've got some results.
Absolutely. So we called Ohio for the Republican. Let's head over to Pennsylvania. Just as we await the presidential results in the great state of Pennsylvania, so too we are waiting for the results of this very close Senate race. Too close to call. Senator Bob Casey looking for re-election against Dave McCormick. 81% reporting right now. Now let's head over to Wisconsin, where we have Tammy Baldwin looking for another term. She is trying to fend off a challenge from Eric Hovde, businessman Eric Hovde. Let's head over to Montana now. Michigan. We're going to go to Michigan first. Alyssa Slotkin trying to win a Senate seat against Mike Rogers. This race also too close to call. And now let's go to Montana. This is one of the seats that Republicans are eyeing as a potential pickup. John Tester looking for a fourth term against Tim Shee. This race too early to call. Let's take a look at the map. Overall, again, Republicans have now picked up 2 seats, which is a very good night for them, potentially putting them on the path to take back the Senate, Savannah.
Well, if everything holds and they had a 2-seat net gain, they would take control of the Senate. There's one race out there that's an odd one because you have a Nebraska Senate race where you have the Republican incumbent Deb Fischer up against an independent Dan Osborne, who is interesting. If you read into, he has his views talking about not putting people into categories. He's got an array of views. He calls himself independent. He appears to be. He says he won't caucus with either side, and he's giving her a real run there in Nebraska.
He's giving her a real run. The polls have tightened in recent days, and I think you hit the nail on the head with what makes this so complicated and fascinating. He's saying he's not going to caucus with the Democrats. So what exactly does that mean with independent Senator Bernie Sanders, for example? He does caucus with the Democrats, just to give people a sense of what that looks like functionally speaking. So we continue to watch that race very closely.
All right, well, let's take a moment right here. We want to let some of our other stations catch up as we put the map up. Let's look at the road to 270, and we will wait a few moments and let some other stations join us. That is where the map stands at this hour, about 10 minutes till midnight here on the East Coast. And we've got a lot to get to. We want to go to Sandbrook and Asheville, North Carolina. Of course, the western part of North Carolina, hard hit by Hurricane Helene. We've got, if you're just joining us, we've made a projection in North Carolina. Donald Trump will keep North Carolina in the win column, which significantly narrows the potential paths for Kamala Harris to take the presidency. We've also had a governor's race decided there. Sam, what you got?
Yeah, that's very apropos, actually, Savannah. I'm going to talk about the governor's race in a second, but a few reflections here. First, the Democratic strongholds in North Carolina, Buncombe County and Asheville being one of them, Mecklenburg with Charlotte, of course, and Wake and Raleigh were almost identical in terms of the splits. 60-38 for Democrat versus Republican here, 66%, I believe, in Mecklenburg and Charlotte, 63% in Wake. That's almost identical to what it was 4 years ago, but it's the margins in the rural parts of the state that really drove this victory, at least by a couple of percentage points for Trump, which sounds pretty familiar. Tom was talking about that a second ago. That's thought one. Thought two is the Democratic race. You know, the governor's race, excuse me, there was a lot of thoughts about split tickets and whether Mark Robinson would be potentially dragging down President Trump or even affecting the down ballot races. We have updates here, and it's not just Mark Robinson losing convincingly to Josh Stein, 55 to 39% with 85% or so of the votes in so far, but it's also the lieutenant governor's race. The Democrat up a couple percentage points there, Rachel Hunt. Jeff Jackson, the AG, he's up a couple percentage points over his Republican opponent. So you're seeing truly Republican or voters here in North Carolina going across the board for statewide Democrats and then also voting for Donald Trump. So we're seeing that sort of as a microcosm of this overall picture. And then lastly, you have roughly 37% of the electorate in North Carolina that is unassigned, right? Not Democratic, not Republican. Democrats, registered Democrats in the state had gone down about 80,000 or so, I believe, votes from the previous election. Republicans had gained 100,000 plus registered voters, but the reality here is now 400,000 new unaffiliated voters, and we're wondering, where will they fall? What is the fault line going to be for those folks, especially these hundreds of thousands that are moving in from out of state? North Carolina gained the third most amount of people post-pandemic after Texas and Florida. How would they play out, especially in the suburbs of these large, Democratic cities, by and large? And what we're finding out right now is that the exurbs did really lean more Trump, and that a lot of these folks in the unidentified category were going more red than blue, at least in this election. That's what the early results appear to show, Savannah.
All right, Sam Brock in Asheville for us. Thank you. Let's go over to Tom Yamas, who's looking at Minnesota. We were just talking about Governor Walz, the sitting governor, on the top of the ticket here, and it's too close to call.
Too close to call right now. Democrats, though, are okay with this margin right now. About 50% of the vote is still out. This is how it ended up in 2020. You can see Harris is overperforming slightly. Biden right here. I wanted to look at Minneapolis, Hennepin County. This is the largest county in all of Minnesota. She's doing fine. She's tracking just like Biden did. So this is not really a worry for them. I did want to show you something, though. Blue Earth County, okay? So this is a county that Trump is on top right now. Biden won it in 2020. Why do I want to show you Blue Earth County? Well, besides having the coolest name in the entire country for a county, this is where Governor Tim Walz is from. This is where he taught with his wife. This is where Coach Walz is from. Right now, Republicans are winning his county. It just goes to show when you talk about how Trump may or may not win this election, he's driving up votes in rural areas. I'll show you another one, Stearns County, which actually has a large Somali American population. 95% of the vote in, he's overperforming there. So again, Minnesota, it doesn't look like it's in trouble for Democrats right now, so 50% of the vote is out. But when we look at those rural counties, he's overperforming even in a place where Governor Tim Walz is from. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Let's bring in NBC's Blaine Alexander, who was in the Atlanta area tonight with some developing news.
Yeah, we have heard some notable remarks from the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, concerning the race here in Georgia. Now, before I say them, I want to make it clear, NBC News is still characterizing Georgia as too close to call. But I want to let you know what Raffensperger said not too long ago in a news conference. He said that he believes, looking at the numbers, Donald J. Trump has a, quote, insurmountable lead with the number of votes outstanding. He later goes on to say, it looks like this is pretty much done, and then says, quote, I think the results are pretty well baked in based on where the leads are right now. He's talking about the state of Georgia. Now, again, NBC News still characterizing this as too close to call, but we're talking with Brad Raffensperger. Of course, he is in the control center in his Secretary of State's office, watching those results come in, watching the numbers, and also where those votes are coming in as well. Now, I've spent the evening talking to some of my Republican sources throughout the state, and I asked them the question. I said, one, how are they feeling? They were all optimistic. But I said, if there is a lead from Donald Trump winning here in Georgia, what would be different from 2020? Of course, we all know that Georgia kind of shocked so many people around the country 4 years ago by flipping blue and helping send Joe Biden to the White House. But they said, again, across the board this time, that it was the push toward early voting by Republicans that they believe has really made a difference in the Peach State this time around. You remember 4 years ago, Donald Trump was really waving people off from voting early, telling them to go on Election Day. This time we've seen a very different message. His surrogates have been preaching a very different message. Even Governor Brian Kemp and other top Republicans in the state have been pushing that early voting message. When I spoke with one Republican source earlier tonight, he said, looking at early voting, he was optimistic. Also, the fact that Republicans tend to turn out more on Election Day, he was feeling good about the way things were going here in the state as well. So several sources telling me they believe that early voting did make a difference, guys.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thanks very much. I was going down, as we bring the panel back, I was going down the most important issues from the exit polls.
Yeah.
Immigration was number 4.
That's right. And that was Donald Trump's closing message, right? I mean, it was his message since he's been in the race. Think about his biggest day one policy priority, mass deportations. He's talked again and again with very few specifics on how that would be implemented about deporting people who have come into this country illegally here. It's always been a big issue for him, dating back something like 8 years now, 4th on the exit poll list. But look what was up there at number 2, the economy. And remember, just because a candidate were to win on the top issue, which this year answer based on the exit polls now is state of democracy doesn't mean they're going to win overall. And state of democracy is complicated as the top issue because Republicans and Democrats see it different ways.
Yeah, both sides think there's a threat to democracy for different reasons. Can we go over to Tom Yamas? He's been pacing over there by the Georgia map. Because it's interesting. I mean, we have the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, but who has certainly shown his independence, saying that Trump has an insurmountable lead. I believe you and Chuck have said there's still some vote out there. It's not over yet. What do you see?
I'm going to give you point counterpoint. First off, let's see where that remaining vote is so far. Again, the giant bubbles, that's where the vote still needs to be counted. It's all over the Atlanta metro region. This is where Democrats are going to run up the score. This is where their base is, where they've been able to expand. So I'm going to click on a county here like Cobb County. I'm going to bring it out to compare to Joe Biden in 2020. Remember, she wants to perform over or at where Biden is right now to kind of see where her watermarks are. I'm going to highlight this so you guys can see the numbers to follow. Remember, on the left-hand side, she wants to be at where he is or higher. So let's see where we're at here. Fulton County, 71-72, slightly under. We move over to Gwinnett, a little bit under, 73. She's overperforming in Rockdale County. We come to DeKalb here, a little bit under. We come over to Douglas County. She's overperforming. But here's the flip side of all this. Let's throw a dart to the east side of Georgia. Any county, I'm going to pick a random county. Look how Trump's overperforming, 68% to 71. Again, I'm going to just touch random counties here, 65, 69. These aren't big counties, but any county I touch, he's going, well, except for that one, any other county. Well, actually, no, no, he flipped it. Actually, any county you come here in rural Georgia, he's flipping all these counties. And like Jen Psaki just said, it's math. Can they run up the score here? Is this what the Secretary of State is talking about, that the numbers are so high in the rural counties, Democrats won't catch them in the Atlanta metro region, but there's still a lot of vote out in this area. So that's one of the reasons why we can't call Georgia just yet. Let me go, election alert.
Okay, we have polls closing at the top of the hour and the beginning of the morning. It'll be midnight in the East Coast, and we await the results from Hawaii. The polls close there in about 10 seconds from now, so we'll take a pause here so our other stations can join us or head to their local news.
And as we hit the midnight hour here in the East, the NBC News now making a projection in the state of Hawaii that Kamala Harris will win those 4 electoral votes in Hawaii. That's the only poll closing at the midnight hour here. The road to 270, Harris now with 189, Donald Trump still leading with 230 electoral votes.
All right, we've got quite a few battlegrounds still pending tonight. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize, 84% of the vote in. It is too close to call. In Wisconsin, same story. Here we go. 75% of the vote in, a difference of 87,000 votes. Michigan, too close to call at this hour as well. Midnight on the East Coast. 15 votes up for grabs. They're too close. Arizona, too early to call. Just been counting for about 3 hours now. Out west in Nevada, also too early to call. And in Minnesota, we have too close to call. Democrats still feeling very good about their prospects there, but the margins are not at a place where we are ready to call that. Georgia, too close to call at this hour, too. We just discussed that. So that might be a ray of light for Kamala Harris, or perhaps a very a narrowing of her path to victory. We should mention, Tom, we have called North Carolina. That was the first battleground to call, and it stays in the red column for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and I want to go through Pennsylvania now because we're starting to get more vote in Pennsylvania, and I want to focus on the east side of Pennsylvania here. This is 2024 right now. Look, a lot of the vote is still out, but let me show you 2020. You can see how much of this section was blue in 2020. Again, Biden won these counties. Now this is 2024. He's flipping counties like Monroe. Again, it's about a 200 vote difference there, so we can't really put too much in that, but he's ahead. Northampton County, remember, this is the one that has picked the president, or at least picked the winner of Pennsylvania, going back to the Kennedy years. This is Easton. This is a fast-growing area, suburbs. It used to be the people that used to work at Bethlehem Steel. It's now changing. Again, fast-growing suburbs in south-central Pennsylvania. 52%, he's on top. Again, a reminder here, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. And this is new right now. This is Bucks County. 56% in. Still a lot of the vote is out. There's only about a 400 vote difference there. We're still waiting on 183,000 votes. So Republicans can't really draw too much out of this. But Democrats would rather these counties were all blue. Let's move a little further south around the collar counties of Philadelphia here. Montgomery County, this is where Governor Shapiro is from, 61%. Performing slightly under Joe Biden, but not too bad. Chester County, 58 to 54. That's a bigger gap there. Again, remember, Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania because he does better than Hillary Clinton in those suburbs around Philadelphia. And let's take a look at Philadelphia right now. Okay, 81 for Biden, 77 for Kamala Harris. There's still about 30% of the vote is out. But again, these aren't the trend lines that Democrats are going to want to see. Look, it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot in time. It could all change. Erie County is another swing county that we're watching. About 75% of the vote is in. She's overperforming Biden there. That's a good sign for her, especially in Western PA, where Democrats knew they were going to have some trouble because of the issue of fracking. And let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote is in, and she's about at the same mark where Biden is. That's where we stand right now, guys, in Pennsylvania.
How about Wisconsin? Can you do Door County? Because as you well know, fun fact alert, Door County has, do you like the fun fact alert? It's picked the president the last 6 elections.
Yeah, so right now, if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top there. But look, guys, this is a very small number. Door County is not a big county, but it's one that all the political watchers look at because it usually picks the winner almost always of the statewide race in Wisconsin. Right now, it's blue. That's a great sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one, like I mentioned, Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here. Biden won it in 2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 48 to 52. But again, there's still about 30% of the vote that's out there, so we got to wait and see. The big ones we're watching in Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the fastest growing area of the state. 75%. She's slightly underperforming there. Again, she has to turn out in these cities because, like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin. It's the widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee, again, we're going to wait till late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee, and he won the state of Wisconsin with 69%. She's going to have to turn up that vote and hope her voters show up. Guys?
Yeah. We got a lot of vote to count there, though, in Wisconsin.
You could call it the Battle of the Bellwethers, if that's what you're looking at here. I also think Bucks County, I will take my Bucks County native privilege as somebody who grew up there. It's an interesting one because you've got Lower Bucks, Central Bucks, Upper Bucks, and it looks different in some of those
Starbucks?
areas. You also have
Sorry,
plenty of
it's
Starbucks.
after midnight. It happens.
Here it comes. I love it.
I know.
Get the M&Ms ready, too.
Yes.
But it looks different than like Montgomery County, Delaware County demographically here, and I was in touch with a good Republican source there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better, and we're seeing it, starting to see it in some of these numbers in Bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4 county for Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress, so it's one of these places very, very swingy and a place that a lot of folks are watching, and I see you nodding your head, Jen.
Yeah, well, I did not grow up in Bucks County, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks County over the course of many years in politics. You know, looking at county, as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming where Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee, but it does, and that's not just in Pennsylvania, where you're seeing it in Wisconsin, you're seeing it in other places. One of the things as we've watched this results that I've been thinking about that Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, is there's been a realignment of states Democrats focus on. And, you know, Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue. And I mean that because they've only been blue for one cycle, right? So they've done that because of organizing on the ground, but they're not reliably blue. And the problem is Ohio and Florida are gone.
Well, in the case of North Carolina, it was baby blue in 2008 and not since.
It hasn't been since. So that's, I don't know what color it is. It's lavender. So yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have Texas, of course. Texas didn't turn out for them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years. But with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges, too, I think.
Point, I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns come in, the fact that she's not meeting her benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of Democrats and thinking about the next election cycle need to think about how to better meet voters where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in. We still have to see what happens with the blue wall. But the fact that this is such a fight for them, the fact that this is a tied race, it's also taking a step back, voters saying so far, at least, they like Trump.
Well, it's so interesting, too, because I remember in our earlier days in politics, after Republicans lost to Barack Obama, there was the famous autopsy commissioned by the head of the RNC that said and gave some tough love to Republicans, saying, listen, this country is changing demographically. And if you don't get a piece of that pie, you're going nowhere. Well, how interesting that we actually are seeing tonight Donald Trump getting more of the Latino vote. We'll see if he, got a better share of the black vote. I don't think we've seen that in the exit polls yet, but you're starting to see that.
Yeah, that is true. And I also, though, will say it wasn't a policy campaign, right? There weren't policy proposals that were dueling. To me, it seems much more cultural, what you're seeing.
Well, isn't that the note for Democrats?
That is a harder thing to grapple with. That's my point. It takes a lot of deep soul searching. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. But if you look again to the breakdown, college versus non-college educated, rural versus urban, those are big cultural issues that are beyond whether somebody has an 81-page economic plan or whatever their other plan is. And that's a different
disagree
conversation.
with you a little bit, Jen, on that.
Right,
I do think
level of disagreement. Go ahead.
I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So, I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record, primarily prior to COVID, and reminding people, whether it was on the immigration, the economy. I mean, I remember when I was on the 2020 campaign, prior to the pandemic, I think we were down for a Democrat debate in Atlanta, and an African-American gentleman came up to me and, looked around and said, I like your guy because everybody's got work, and our paychecks are going up. Now, COVID scrambled everything. But I think a lot of people, especially in those communities that are moving over, they're doing it based off of, well, I remember whether it was the border was secure, the economy was better, prices were lower under Donald Trump. So it was an incumbent campaign without being the incumbent.
With the benefit of 4 years, and people do it.
Right. Yeah. It's a bit of a revision. We don't have to argue about this now. But it's a bit of a revisionist. It is a revisionist. So to me, that still is a messaging cultural thing and not actually a policy debate.
Okay, I'll give you that part of it.
Lightly dispute.
All right, well, Garrett Haake is at Trump Election Night headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. How's it going there, Garrett?
Lester, there's sort of a barely contained sense that the party is really going to get started here at any moment at this Trump election headquarters. Every time a new result is announced on screen behind me, there are huge cheers from a crowd that has been filing in here, drinking beer, wine, and cocktails for some time now and is ready to celebrate. And I'll just say, anecdotally, it is a younger crowd. It is a younger crowd than other election nights I've covered, other Republican events that I've covered. And I think it reflects something that we've seen in the exit polls, this so-called shift of the bro vote in particular towards Donald Trump, the young men who he has put so central in this campaign. You know, I think about the fact that just today when he was voting, he was asked by another reporter about what he thought one of the most important moments of this campaign was, and he mentioned Joe Rogan, the podcaster, and the fact that he did that podcast interview and then subsequently got Rogan's endorsement, which he made a big part of his closing remarks just last night. Feels like a week ago now. Trump is talking to a different segment of America and has created a different electorate for Republicans than has existed in any other Republican race that I've covered. It's reflected in this room. I think we're seeing it reflected in the states he's putting together, just as you guys were just discussing about kind of what states are in play, what the map is going to look like now, and potentially for cycles in the future.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander, your counterpart over at Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. So what is the mood there?
Well, you can hear the music blaring, but within the crowd right now, it's pretty silent. A lot of glum looks on the faces here over the course of this evening. They've been playing as the returns were coming in on one of the cable channels, and frankly, they weren't the returns that most of the people here in the room wanted. So you start hearing several dozen people start chanting, music, music. They muted the TV and blasted some music so they could sort of lift the spirits of some of the folks here this evening. I'll tell you, based on an attendee who was at one of the Harris events taking place at a hotel not far from here, the situation there, the scene was described as that of a funeral right now. Now, that doesn't mean this thing is over, but it does give you a sense of the way people are feeling right now. I was with Kamala Harris just yesterday as she was traveling through Pennsylvania at that late night event. Actually, it was just 24 hours ago that she was with Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, Oprah Winfrey, and she said to the tens of thousands gathered that momentum is on our side, but clearly there is a different message being communicated now in the form of that document that was obtained by NBC News. The statement sent by the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, saying basically that we always knew this race was going to be tight, and increasingly it appears that they believe the blue wall states are their best path going forward at this time. That's what it seems to be the way this night is going to go for most folks here. It's not the end of the road. Jen O'Malley Dillon also saying we're going to keep at it tomorrow, but we wait to hear from Kamala Harris, of course, in the course of the next couple of hours. We'll let you know.
Jen, how important are notes like that? Not for our consumption, but for the consumption of the campaign.
Hugely important. I think people forget. I've been on winning presidential campaigns and losing ones. It feels better when you win. Just state the obvious. But
I agree.
you know, there we go. We can agree. But you know, this is a team that has been, many of them through a massive transition just 107 days ago, where many of them signed up to work for somebody slightly different. And Joe Biden, you know, it's been. They've been working 20 hours a day. They've been eating bad pizza, drinking bad beer, all of the things, and it's just to keep them rolling,
But at a
keep
moment
them
like
going.
this, a moment like this, now we know earlier in the evening they were trying to keep them in line and all this, but now you're at a point where you have no control.
You don't, but you need to keep the campaign team's spirits up, because they're continuing to talk to voters and counsel people who may have questions, and they're still a part of this big team that's been working to elect Kamala Harris. They don't have control, but the end has not happened yet, and so they need to keep them all, their spirits up. That's the goal.
You say the end hasn't happened yet. I mean, do you still hold out hope that there's a path? I mean, a reasonable path?
Well, look, I think it becomes, as I said earlier, more and more challenging as more results come in, and you see that the blue wall looks like the primary possible path, and as you see her underperforming Biden in a number of these counties, that makes it more challenging. Now, there are still, if you talk to Democrats, which I have, they believe there are votes that are still coming in Philadelphia. There are still votes coming in cities. That's often how these nights go. So I'm a believer you got to wait until you know. That's what happens internally here as well. But yes, if you're on the campaign right now, you're feeling pretty down, because there are places you wanted to have in your win column to give you more space and breathing room, and you don't have them in this moment.
As we talk about this idea of the Democratic brand, Jen, and as you've been having this conversation here, I just want to throw out a data point to the table here, because there is a ballot initiative that has just passed in a state that enshrines a right to paid sick leave and a higher minimum wage, and it passed with 59% support. If I were to say that, maybe you'd say blue state, probably, right?
California, right?
Missouri, right? A state that we called almost right away for former President Trump here, which I think speaks to what you're getting at here, this idea of a realignment in this moment. You've talked about it. Chuck's talked about it. We've had that conversation here at the table.
I also think Hallie had the opportunity to interview Vice President Kamala Harris, and you asked her a fascinating question. Do you think the country is ready for a black woman president? And she said yes. And depending on how this night goes, I think that will be one of the questions that gets asked as well.
This is the piece that, and again, we don't know what the outcome is yet, but I think when Hillary Clinton lost, a lot of people felt like, a lot of women, a lot of Democrats felt like there's never going to be a woman in my lifetime, right? And I think one of the things that is going to be a challenge if Harris loses is that there will be Democrats who will not want to take a risk on a woman, on someone who's diverse, because they'll think, I like that person, but the country's not ready. Here's the thing. The country's not ready until the country is ready with Barack Obama. There's a range of factors that lead to the win or loss of anyone, and we don't know what's happened yet, that will all have to be delved into, but I do worry about that if she loses.
We do know it is something that she leaned out of in her campaign, unlike Hillary Clinton in 2016. It was not something that she didn't open her stump speeches with that idea. I mean, she talks about it, and she talked about it with me. She's talked about it with all of you here, too, that it would be the president for all Americans, and that she is sort of putting her head down and grinding it out.
But if she loses, it won't be because women didn't turn out. It won't be because of women, right? It won't be because she pulled back a lot of the Democratic base that had gone away and were, double haters, as we called them for a long time, before there was a switch at the top of the ticket. And that is actually how Barack Obama also ran and won, which he didn't lead with the historic nature of his candidacy on his sleeve. There will be a lot of people who second guess that if she loses.
But if she loses, it may also be because there are tremendous headwinds in terms of an unpopular incumbent and people feeling terrible about the economy. And even if inflation is down to 2%, sometimes the stuff you feel, your gas prices, your groceries, it doesn't feel that way. So that may also be the rationale.
That's exactly my point. I was trying to make earlier, and you just did it in a more articulate way, which is that, you know, there will be there are always leaps to conclusion in both parties when your candidate loses, or if they lose. And again, we don't know yet, but and people will leap to different ones, right? The country isn't ready for a woman. The country isn't ready for a black woman, all of these things. But there are a lot of factors that play into the win or loss. And I think if she loses, I'm hopeful people will look at the broad scope of where the country is, the cultural divides, the rural-urban divides.
The education divides.
The education divides. There are just a lot of factors at play in presidential races.
I'll give you something that may be positive for you going forward. Should this all end the way we were talking, you know, that's a possibility. You still have a very young, good bench in Governor Shapiro, the governor of North Carolina, the Gretchen Whitmer, who could possibly bridge that gap, and as opposed to saddling them with the L, if they would have joined the ticket with the vice president, or if they had replaced the vice president and become the nominee with 100 and some days out in a very difficult situation, I think you would have been weaker as a party for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I think that if she loses and Donald Trump wins, there will be millions of people in this country who voted for her who will feel like we're in the state of an emergency. And I think that is how people will respond and feel. And they will be looking for hope, a resistance, an opposition. And there are a lot of people in the Democratic bench. You mentioned some of them were in the Veep stakes. We all, you know, lived through this summer. Some of them were not, who I would expect would all be out there on everybody's shows in the coming days.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that, if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope, because of course there was so much discussion even over the summer about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward.
And you mentioned debate. We haven't really talked about that. There was no second debate. And, and you have to wonder how that affected the trajectory of this race, because by most accounts, he didn't perform well in his first debate with Harris.
True. And I also think that it throws into question a lot of things. I mean, I think anybody who watched that debate objectively felt she outperformed him in that debate. If she doesn't win, yes, there should have been a second debate, but do debates matter? They should matter. They're the public being able to see the candidates. She has a far superior ground operation that has been invested in across the country. The Republican state parties, you can disagree with me here, of course, are falling apart in many states in the country. That will throw into question, does that matter? It should matter, but it will throw that into question. So, yes, not a second debate, not an opportunity for people to see them person to person. The first one definitely benefited her, but if she doesn't win, it didn't benefit her enough to put her in the White House.
Well, we've got a lot to talk about. We're still waiting on a lot of numbers from the battleground states and the road to 270. We'll be right back after this break.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
This monster and historic storm is set to make landfall.
Now is raw.
What was your initial reaction?
Devastating.
Now is real.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. If you have stepped away or heard parts of the conversation, know that this race is not over. This is the road to 270. That, of course, the magic number. Donald Trump right now leading with 230, Harris with 189. All right, here's what we have from the state of Nevada. It's 6 electoral votes. It's too early to call. That's NBC News characterization of the race. You can see Donald Trump appears to be well out in front right now, but again, too close to call. Georgia. That is also too close to call, a 118,000 vote difference. Let's look at the other battleground. Michigan, 15 electoral votes in play, too close to call. Donald Trump with a narrow lead of Kamala Harris as we continue to watch this one unfold.
Let's zoom in on Michigan with Tom Yamas. What you got?
Hey, guys. Okay, so we have now more than 50% of the vote is in Michigan, as you mentioned, Lester. 15 electoral votes. This was Biden's largest margin of victory in 2020 when it came to the battleground states. Almost the whole game is Wayne County. It's Detroit. Not enough vote there. About a quarter of the vote is in. We can't really make any projections or calls here because so much of that vote is out. But just to give you an idea of where Biden was in 2020, again, a lot of this vote is out, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. But 68% tonight, right now, Harris at this point in time is at 58%. Not a great number for her. It is a tale of two suburbs in Michigan, right? You have Oakland County. This is where Kamala Harris did that rally, or I should say that town hall with Oprah Winfrey. This is one of the wealthiest counties in all of Michigan. Pontiac, Michigan is here, the suburbs of Detroit. This is where Biden was in 2020, 56%. This is where Harris is tonight, 53%. There's still about 20% of the vote. Just over Macomb County now. This is a little more middle class, a little more working class. It is a suburb of Detroit as well. Republicans do very well here. Trump was at 53%. There's, only about a third of the vote in. He's at 57, so he's overperforming there. Some of the other areas we want to watch, Grand Rapids, Kent County. This is the last place where Trump held a rally last night, and, or I should say, on Monday. Sorry, getting my days confused here. Biden was at 52. She's overperforming there. That's good news for the Democrats. I also want to talk about Washtenaw. This is the University of Michigan. Go Big Blue if you're a fan out there. 71% of the vote is in. Remember, this is a college county. Democrats have to do very well here. Biden, 72%. Tonight, Harris is underperforming right now with almost three quarters of the vote in. Ingham County, again, another college county. This is where Michigan State is. Half the vote is in. Biden was at 65. Harris is at 56.9. I want to see some Trump barometers right now. Cass County, Trump's at 66%. 4 years ago, he was at 63. So again, the story of Trump overperforming in those rural counties, we're seeing it as well in Michigan. Still, a lot of the vote is out, though. Look, we still need half the vote to come in. A lot of that's going to be Detroit, as we know. I'm going to look at Saginaw. This is a battleground county. This is where she toured that semiconductor plant. We don't see much there. There's only 1% of the vote in. I don't want to draw anything from there. We're going to check Kalamazoo. She appeared here with Michelle Obama. It was the Harris and Michelle Obama appearance. Only 13% of the vote in, and she's slightly underperforming. Guys, a lot of the vote is still out in Michigan, but the trend lines we've been seeing in the other states, we're sort of seeing in Michigan as well. But again, I don't want to draw too much from that because there's a lot of that vote that's out.
So interesting to see you do those university towns because
it's shocking.
Well, yeah. Because there was a lot of turnout and Democrats early in the day were kind of giddy about that. But I think this might be a function of what we've been seeing, which is young men turning out for Donald Trump and maybe skewing what you normally would expect from a university town.
And something we haven't mentioned just yet, because so much of the vote is out in Wayne County. You have Detroit and you have Dearborn. That makes up Wayne County, that Arab American Muslim vote. We're talking about more than 200,000 voters there. Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but they're uncommitted votes as well. The question is what happens? Do they not show up? Do they vote third party? Do they vote for Trump? Or do they stick with Harris? We still don't know.
Okay, Tom, hang tight there. We want to go right to Detroit, actually. NBC's Jesse Kirsch on duty there. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Savannah, I know we're wondering when we're going to have those votes from Wayne County, specifically Detroit, where I am right now, as Tom was just mentioning. Here's what we know from officials. Here in Detroit, city officials had expected around midnight that the full tabulation would be completed. So we haven't received word that that has been finalized, but that was the estimate earlier in the evening. We know that absentee ballots, around 95% of that had been pre-processed before Election Day. So the overwhelming bulk of the absentee ballots were ready to be tabulated before Election Day. So that was what was the expectation heading into tonight. Just a short time ago, we heard from the Secretary of State here in Michigan herself, and she says that they are further along in tabulation, including for here in Detroit, than was anticipated. Her initial estimate before Election Day was by midday Wednesday. So today, we would have an answer on the unofficial results. She says it could be sooner now. There is a caveat. Remember, in 2016, former President Trump won this state by around 10,000 votes. We are told there are around 6,000 ballots outstanding from military and overseas. If they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by a week from yesterday, which would be Tuesday, the 12th. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Jesse. And in battleground Georgia, Ellison Barbers in Gwinnett County. Ellison, what's it looking like there?
Hey, Lester, it's starting to get a lot quieter in this tabulation center, and that's because for the most part, they're almost done here. We're told by election officials in this county, there is one precinct that is still out of the 156, 155 have been counted. They're still counting one final precinct and a few absentee ballots, but voter turnout here has surpassed what we saw in 2020. That's something both Democrats and Republicans were hoping for. But what Republicans were hoping for specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points above the 40% that he had in this state back in 2020, and that it would be enough to chip into Harris's margins and the Democrats' margins here and then carry the state. And right now, he's a little over 41% of the vote in this county. So it looks like what they were hoping would happen here in terms of those couple extra percentage points might have happened. I will remind you, when we're talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back in 2022 in the midterms, where you had Trump endorsing candidates in the Senate race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race. All of the candidates he'd backed lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems like we're seeing a very different Georgia than what we saw in 2022. Lester.
All right, Ellison, thank you.
All right, let's go out west. Reno, Nevada. Steve Patterson is there in Washoe County. Tell us what you're seeing there.
Democracy in action, Savannah. We're in the tabulation center. The machines are humming. The ballots are coming in from polling places all across the county, although it is now abundantly clear that the workers you see over my shoulder are going to be here for a while. That is because we just heard from an election official about 10, 15 minutes ago to say that people are still voting. It is, 2.5 hours past when polls were supposed to close. People that are still in line can still vote, and they are still voting. We're hearing that there's a polling place, a tribal community that has about 50 people still in line. It is going to take a while for those votes to get counted. In-person votes that come in today have to wait to be counted until the very last person in Nevada takes their turn to vote. So this is going to take some time. We also understand there was a University of Nevada, Reno, that took a while. There were about 50 people that still had to vote after polls closed there. That is because we're hearing same-day registrations were spiking at college campuses. College students realized, you know what, I think I am going to vote. And so they signed up to vote on the same day, clogged the system a little bit. None of this is to say that this is any indication that there's anything wrong, any indication of fraud. It just means that the system is taking a while. And as we often report in the Silver State, it may take a minute before we get totals here. Back to you.
All right, Steve, thanks very much. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us now. She's at the Vote Watch desk with an update on the abortion measures on the ballots in several states.
Hey, guys, yeah, we've been tracking these across 10 different states tonight, and at least so far, we can make calls for 4 different states, and it's worth noting here, the places where the abortion referendums have actually gone through and passed are places where abortion rights are not in jeopardy, places like Colorado, where abortion is easily on the ballot there and has managed to pass. The first one, New York, again, obviously you can still get an abortion in New York, but there was part of a package of anti-discrimination laws to try to shore up these rights. Again, these are constitutional amendments. The next one, in Maryland, you can get an abortion up to the point of viability, around 24 weeks of pregnancy now, and it, again, will be enshrined in the Constitution. The big exception here, guys, Florida. That one was different because it required a supermajority to pass, 60% of voters, and it did not meet that threshold, falling just above it, just short of it, around 58%. So that one, the abortion referendum failed. It will not enshrine constitutional rights to abortion in the state of Florida, and the 6-week ban will stand there. Guys, we're going to keep watching other states like South Dakota, also Missouri, Nebraska. The referendums are still on the ballot there, and they're not yet at a point where we can project those. Send it back to you guys.
All right, Laura, thanks very much.
We've got a new guest on our panel. We've got former Housing and Urban Development Secretary, Democrat Julian Castro, and Republican Mark Lauder remains with us. He was the communications director for Trump's 2020 campaign. Nice to have you both with us. Congressman, I have to ask you about the Latino vote, because we're looking at an exit poll that shows Latino men broke for Trump by 10 points. They went for Biden by 23. That's a 33-point swing. How do you make sense of that?
Yeah, I think all of us are trying to make sense of that. Look, you know, this is one exit poll, so I'm not prepared to draw complete conclusions from this, but I think it's safe to say, right? We've seen enough evidence that there was a significant shift among Latinos. I attribute that to several things. I think that you were talking about divides earlier, right? There's this, in this Trump era, the rural-urban divide, also around educational background. I think that's true in the Latino community, too. If you notice, particularly in these places that are more small town and rural, he has picked up significant Latino support. I think we're seeing that in places like Pennsylvania. In addition to that, from what I could gather, the economic message really resonated. You have to remember, this is a working class community by and large, and all of those messages he stuck to about we had the greatest economy and, you know, look how bad inflation is and so forth. I think that played well this year. I'll be interested to see whether there's a difference in Nevada and Arizona. Those are states where the Latino community is much more organized and has been by Democrats for longer than in places like Pennsylvania or some of the other battleground states.
We've got to make a call here, Secretary. This is NBC News projection in the state of Georgia. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win in Georgia when all the votes are counted. There's the breakdown right now, 118,000 vote margin. But again, Donald Trump, the projected winner. This is a big call here on a night in which we've waited quite some time for some of these important battleground calls. Here's what the road to 270 looks like. Donald Trump drawing closer now to that magic number. He's at 246, Harris at 189.
Well, this means it's boo wall or bust for Kamala Harris. It's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, or there is no path to 270 for her. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this as we await results in those big industrial Midwest states, as well as the battlegrounds out west. We're going to pause a moment. We want to let the local stations hit their local news, and we'll be back in a moment.
And welcome back. That news is sinking in that Georgia will go into the Donald Trump column here tonight. Certainly a major piece on and putting Donald Trump even closer to that magic 270.
I was just looking over at Tom, who's doing the back of the envelope math here. So
I'm gaming
show
up
us
the
our
scenario
math
here. I just want to make this very simple for us here and also our viewers at home. So we projected Georgia and North Carolina. For former President Trump to go back to the White House, look at his number right here, 252. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's going back to the White House, 271. It's coming down to Pennsylvania right now for Republicans. What the math changes now for Kamala Harris, right? Because now she no longer has a Sun Belt strategy. She's lost Georgia. She's lost North Carolina. If she wins Nevada and Arizona, she's still going to have to pick off 2 states in the blue wall. She no longer has that path. Listen, if she wins the entire blue wall, yes, she'll go back to the White House. That is still an option for her. Listen, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, she has to win all 3. But it looks like this is the entire game for her right now, guys. By losing North Carolina, losing Georgia, things have just gotten much easier for former President Trump. We're going to be watching Pennsylvania more than ever before right now because those 19 electoral votes will put him over the top if we project that state for him. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. So we'll turn to Secretary Castro here. Your thoughts on, at this point, where we are and where this is going to go?
It feels like 2016. Honestly, it feels like 2016. And just the path becoming smaller and smaller. There are still votes to be counted, and we saw a lot of enthusiasm today. And so it's possible that you have significant election day voting that could change this. But what I've noticed is just in county after county in Pennsylvania that he's been overperforming and that she's been underperforming what Biden and Trump did in 2020. And that's, you know, for Democrats has to be worrisome.
What do you attribute that to? I mean, it's early. I mean, but when you look at that, you can't say they didn't park in Pennsylvania. They did, you know, and they have this superior organization, most analysts think. What do you think was the difference maker?
You know, I think she was put in a very difficult position by President Biden.
Hate to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but we have a call in the U.S. Senate that will change the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. NBC News now calling GOP control of the Senate.
That's with the victory of Deb Fischer, the incumbent in Nebraska, who was given quite the run for her money from an independent there, Dan Osborne, who said he wouldn't caucus with either side. But it went down to the wire. But in the end, the Nebraska Senate goes back to the Republicans, and that gives a leg up to Republicans and the gains they need to take control of the Senate.
They should have won it based on how the map looks, and obviously we are now projecting that they have it here. You've got that Nebraska pickup. Montana is still hanging out there. I'm also looking at some of these other races that are very, very close where there are Democratic incumbents in the Senate. So this is significant, obviously, for the balance of power in Congress and for whoever ends up in the White House, especially if it is former President Trump. A lot of eyes are going to be on what the House does, where the House goes here, with that landscape looking very different, of course, those critical races.
Why don't we ask Ryan Nobles, our colleague who is here somewhere?
He covers it. The
He covers Capitol Hill.
There you are.
Ryan, what we know now is the Republicans have control of the Senate. What we don't know is the margin, and you still have a very vulnerable Democratic seat out west in Montana. We wait for Michigan. We wait for Wisconsin. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Savannah, I think of all the outcomes that happened here tonight, this is probably the least surprising. Republicans felt very confident about their chances of winning back the Senate, just given the map. There were 10 competitive Senate races across the country. 8 of them were held by incumbent Democrats. And the places where they were battling out these races were in places where the elections were expected to be very competitive. And we see that playing out here in a big way tonight. I do think perhaps the most interesting dynamic that's now playing out at this hour is that where Senate Republicans were confident of winning the majority, but they were very much talking to us about the idea of 50+1. They just wanted 51 seats to make sure that they would have the Senate Majority Leader, that they could control the legislation that came on and off the Senate floor. They're now talking about perhaps significant margins. They are now looking at that blue wall the same way that we are looking at the blue wall in terms of the race for president and seeing real opportunities for pickups in places like Wisconsin, in places like Michigan, in places like Pennsylvania. These were areas where Democrats were hopeful because they had strong incumbents there, or they had strong challengers, people running in open seats like in Michigan, who they thought they'd be able to run ahead of Kamala Harris, even if the race was close at the presidential level. Donald Trump's margins seem to be bringing those Republican candidates along with him in states along that blue wall. And then don't forget, there's 2 other Senate seats that are still on the balance as well. I know you already talked about Montana, which Republicans feel very confident about, but we also have Nevada and Arizona. Arizona Republicans were not that bullish on. They did not have high hopes for Carrie Lake, the candidate there. The scenario in which they thought Carrie Lake could win is the scenario that we see playing out right now. And that was a big Donald Trump victory that would bring her across the finish line. So there's no doubt that there are a lot of very happy people in the Senate Republican caucus. And this is going to be a very different looking Senate Republican caucus, one that might look a lot more like the House Republican caucus that we've covered over the past couple of election cycles. So there's no doubt that there's going to be a lot of change in Washington as a result of what we see playing out here.
Yeah, different leadership, too. Senator McConnell stepping aside there. Let's go to Kelly O'Donnell, who's also there, certainly is a veteran of the Hill. We await who will control the House of Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that one. But Kelly, what's your takeaway here?
Well, certainly if the Senate Republicans have this way of reshaping themselves, and it is without Mitch McConnell, who's decided he's not going to be in leadership. And so it will be more in the form of Donald Trump. And if Donald Trump becomes president again, then you have that kind of partnership where he will have more of an opportunity to drive the agenda. Now, if the House goes to the Democrats, then they have the counterweight, and they have the power of subpoena and the power to be an agitation to a Donald Trump if he returns to the White House. For Republicans, as Ryan mentioned and as we've talked about tonight, the expectation was that this was likely because there's a third of the Senate that is up every 2 years, 34 seats this time, and it was favorable territory for Republicans. But for the partnership between a White House and at least one chamber of the Senate, of the Congress, it makes such a difference. Now, Donald Trump has not always courted those Republicans. He has such a grasp over his party, not always wanting to work with them in terms of governing and getting things done. But he has infused his brand, his personality into this Republican caucus, and that will mean sort of a Trump-style reflection in the Senate, perhaps more than we saw in his first term, because you won't have Mitch McConnell in a leadership position.
All right, we want to go to Harris headquarters. Cedric Richmond, who is, of course, the head of the DNC, about to address the crowd there. Let's listen in.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Richmond, who is, of course, the co-chair of the Harris campaign, and misspoke earlier. Apologies for that, saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will hear from her tomorrow. We've got Julian Castro here. What do you make of that? What are your tea leaves showing you?
It reminds me of John Podesta coming out at the Jacob Javits Center around the same time. Maybe that was a little bit later in 2016.
If I recall, the race hadn't been called.
Had not been.
When he first came out.
It was called probably an hour and a half later, if I remember correctly. Look, I think it's important to note this is a different year. There are still votes to be counted. None of those battleground states have been counted, but it feels eerily similar to 2016.
The parallels are really striking. If you were there at the Javits Center, which I was, to see not the candidate herself come out, but to see, in this case, Cedric Richmond, just as John Podesta came out. And again, I think the themes, one of the questions that we were looking at in 2016 was the fact that Hillary Clinton didn't visit Michigan, for example. This was very different. Vice President Kamala Harris went everywhere.
She showed up in Wisconsin.
Of the
She showed up in
battleground
those
states.
blue wall
But
states.
again, her messaging, and we all noted this at the time, her closing messaging really focused on the issue of democracy, when polls showed issues like the economy, like reproductive rights, are really the top issues for voters. So that's undoubtedly one
although
thing
in our exit polls, threat to democracy is the number one issue. It's just that it's in the eye of the beholder, and it means different things. I mean, Mark Lauder's here, a veteran of Republican campaigns and the Trump campaign in 2020. I mean, a threat to democracy, I think, is, the pollsters, we're going to all have to come and workshop a different way of putting it, because for some, for Democrats, it certainly means January 6th and some of those, extra legal, not legal moves to try to hold on to power in 2020. For Republicans, it might mean cultural changes to the way our way of life, things that threaten. There could be a number of cultural issues that they think are just as existential, and it's really about the direction of the country.
Yeah, well, obviously I don't speak for every Republican. I do think there are a lot, though, that believe the threat to democracy also is packing the Supreme Court. It is the use of the lawfare, whether it was in New York, whether it was the special counsel, for things that really, like, as we often describe it, the New York case was about accounting and a paperwork issue. And yet he was, fined hundreds of millions of dollars, faces jail time. So those kinds of things, I think, also resonate for many. But I know we've talked a lot about the 2016, and I was on that campaign as well with then Governor Pence, obviously part of the Trump campaign. It reminds me of 2016 in so many ways because of the theory. It's not you have to win wow counties or you have to do. I'll use the McDonald's reference because it's an iconic photo. He supersized 2016 and said, I'm going to grow my rural numbers, and then I'm going to take them up another level even more.
Well, as we go to a commercial break, there's the side-by-side picture. If you were just tuning into all this, I think the pictures speak loudly. On the left, the Harris campaign headquarters for the night as people are packing up and leaving, told they will not see the candidate tonight as they process some unhelpful trends for them. On the right side, the Trump gathering in West Palm Beach tonight, where we have seen dancing and celebration. Again, the race has not been called yet, but they, like everyone else watching, some interesting trend lines that seem to be pointing in that direction. We'll take a break here. Still be with us, and we'll be right back.
60% of the vote in. I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And for a while, that
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Welcome back to NBC's Election Night coverage. It is almost 1 a.m. here in the East with another poll about to close as we wait on numbers from some of the critical battleground states in the race for president.
We're covering not just the presidential race, though, but also both houses of Congress just made a big call in the Senate. Kristen Welker on the balance of power there, and Republicans have officially regained control of the United States Senate.
They've regained control of the United States Senate, which is a significant development, one that was expected. And now the question that we are asking is just how big will their margins be in the Senate? So right now it's 51 to 41. We're still waiting for a number of results. But among the top states that we're looking for, now that they have these pickups, which have given them control, Arizona, Ruben Gallego, and Kari Lake, we still haven't called that race. The Montana race is such a fascinating one. Senator Jon Tester trying to win re-election against Tim Sheehy. Tim Sheehy is a somewhat controversial candidate, and yet it looks like John Tester could potentially be poised for defeat. We'll have to see how that race goes.
It's a very red state, Montana, so he was one of the most vulnerable incumbents.
Absolutely. And when Republicans were eyeing how are we going to win the Senate, this was the race that they continued to reference. We're also waiting for Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Dave McCormick, Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. So we're watching, and Tammy Baldwin, by the way, also in Wisconsin is looking for re-election.
How about Michigan? We've got an open seat, a Democratic retirement.
In Michigan, absolutely. You have Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers running very close. And again, I keep making this point. Some of these Democratic candidates actually looked like they had a good shot at winning re-election. And then the polls have just completely narrowed, which is what we've seen at the top of the ticket as well. And we continue to ask this question, will we see any ticket splitters?
The ticket splitter, which just brings me right to Hallie. I think we were wondering if you might see, a Trump Slotkin in Michigan or
right.
Trump Baldwin in Wisconsin. We don't see a lot of ticket splitting in the modern political era.
That's exactly right, because
might
people are divided. Let's see how this goes, though, because we haven't called some of these races, right, where these Democrats are vulnerable in some of these. I mean, listen, we're talking about the blue wall in some of these blue wall states. And remember why the margin matters in the Senate. Not just for funsies. It's because there's a couple of Republicans in the Senate who would be potentially likely to buck Donald Trump if he were to win the White House on some issues. I'm thinking Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski. If Republicans can build up that margin, that won't matter quite as much.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're still waiting to see how this all plays out tonight. We've got more ahead. Let's check back right now with the presidential race and the road to 270.
Coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning in the east, that's the road to 270. The map filling out 6 of 7 battleground states have been called, and we just got word from Harris headquarters and the co-chair of the campaign, Cedric Richmond, that we will not be seeing Kamala Harris tonight, but we will see her tomorrow. Let's go to Harris headquarters. Peter Alexander, our correspondent, right there. So what are you hearing? What is the decision-making process there?
Savannah, we did just hear from Cedric Richmond making the announcement to the thousands who had gathered here. Frankly, many of them had already left as we approached 1 o'clock, saying that they would not hear from the Vice President Kamala Harris tonight, instead saying that she would speak to her supporters, not just here at Howard University, her alma mater, but to the nation as well, in an address that would take place at some point tomorrow. No specifics on when that would occur. For those who have kept track of the Trump era, you'll remember in 2016, a very similar circumstance there at the Javits Center in New York City at Hillary Clinton headquarters, where one of her top aides, John Podesta, came out and spoke to the crowd saying she wouldn't be speaking. Ultimately, she conceded the next morning, Wednesday morning. So a lot of votes still out there. No plans for any concessions, certainly at this point. But I can tell you, in conversations we've had with a series of individuals, including a Democrat who was attending a donor event that was taking place at one of the glitzy hotels not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C. They say the atmosphere there was like a funeral. Another person said that the situation, in their words, was just, quote, not good right now. We did hear earlier from Jen O'Malley-Dillon. She is the campaign chair. She had what was in effect a sort of pep talk for the forces, the campaign staff, telling them all to get some sleep and that they would come back and finish this off strong tomorrow. So that's effectively where things are at the end of the evening. But I got to tell you, Savannah, on a day when so many those close to Kamala Harris really felt like they had the momentum, they felt like the vibes were on their side, it quickly appeared clear that, despite her effort to say that we're not going back, that they may be returning to the figures that haunted Democrats back in 2016, where they just didn't have enough to defeat Donald Trump that go around. So many blank stares, glum faces, people not so much holding back tears, but certainly unable to crack a smile here. They had been handing out American flags early on. As some of the early numbers were out, they were cheering and waving those flags. But as the night progressed and they watched the returns come in, no more waving flags. In fact, they asked for the television to be muted here with the returns, with the exception of Hawaii, Colorado, other places that Harris won. They turned them on and got cheers for that. Instead, they blasted music to try to sort of distract from the situation, try to give a little pick-me-up to the people here.
All right. Peter, thank you so much. I want to go over to Garrett Hake, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida, where it looks like the party is still going. And, of course, the question is whether or not we will hear from the former president tonight.
Yeah, Savannah, Trump supporters reveling in the news that they are getting here in this ballroom just over the last half hour or so. Huge cheers in this room as the networks called Georgia for the former president, and a loud chorus of boos when Cedric Richmond took the stage in Washington to announce that Vice President Harris would not be speaking. There has been movement from Mar-a-Lago across the Intercoastal Waterway towards West Palm Beach of Trump supporters. The party there emptying out a lot of the folks he had been with. Governor Burgum, for example, other close Trump aides and allies making their way across the street. Still no sign of the former president here yet, Savannah.
Okay, thank you.
We've got another call to make here. I believe this is the state of New Mexico. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in New Mexico, 5 electoral votes. Here's the breakdown right now. You see the difference, 43,000, 95% of the vote in there, so very little left to count. Where does that bring us to in the road to 270? Donald Trump at 246, Harris now up to 194.
Let's go over to Tom Yamas, who's at the big board of Pennsylvania, and you've got some bellwether counties that are reporting in now, and it's a good news for Donald Trump.
Yeah, one in the east, one in the west. Let's start in the east. Northampton County, this is Easton, PA, right here, south central suburbs. 95% of the vote is in. Trump is there with 51%. Remember, Biden won this in 2020, so Trump able to flip that bellwether county. There's still some vote out, but it's unclear if Harris can catch up. Erie County. We haven't talked enough about Erie County tonight. This is one of those swing counties that we watch in western PA. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. There's about 3,000 votes still left to be counted here. It's unclear. She's going to have to get all those votes if she wants to flip that county back blue. Let's go to the caller counties in Philadelphia. Let's talk about what we have here. So we want to compare to 2020 to see how she's driving out the vote. Underperforming right now in Chester County. Still 20% of the vote is out there. Montgomery County, 86% of the vote is in. 62% for Biden. Again, 60%. She's underperforming there. We move down to Delco. 95% in, 62.9, slightly underperforming there. Philadelphia County, this is where she closed out her campaign with Lady Gaga and Oprah as well. There's still a lot of vote left to be counted, 20% or so. 81% was where Biden was at. She's at 78. And finally, Bucks County here. Trump has flipped this right now. There's still about 30% of the vote is out, 69%. He had 51. Biden did in 2020. Trump tonight with 50%. Still some vote to be counted there. But those aren't promising numbers in the collar counties right now. And the bellwethers, one in the east, one in the west, showing signs that Pennsylvania could turn red. Still a lot of vote out, guys. But this may be one of the reasons, and we don't know why Vice President Harris decided not to speak tonight, but this may be one of the reasons why the trend lines in Pennsylvania, from what we're seeing, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, there is no longer a path for her. Right.
And you're seeing some of these same patterns in other states as well.
Wisconsin and Michigan as well. We're starting to look at the counties there. We walked you through Michigan and Wisconsin. Still a lot of vote out in those two battleground states. But again, those trend lines that we're following, we're searching these maps to see if there's any positive signs for the Democrats. And I got to be honest with you, the more I go through these counties, through all the battleground states, more and more what you see in the rural counties, Trump is overperforming. Harris is underperforming the counties she needs to win, guys.
Remember, if she doesn't win Pennsylvania, the other states don't matter. If he wins Pennsylvania, he goes to the White House.
Right. Yeah. Whether it's a call or not, it functionally is. I don't know. The minute if we call Pennsylvania tonight, does he get to 270? I think so. Yeah.
That's right.
That's it.
That's right. So that's why it's ball game. I mean, that's it. So.
And they're counting fast in Pennsylvania tonight as well. We're coming up on the top of the hour. I think we're going to have some projections to make. Yes. Don't forget.
We are going to hear from
one more state to go here.
Alaska right now.
Yes.
And NBC News projecting that it's, well, not projecting at all. We're saying it is too early to call on Alaska. And here's where the road to 270 stands right now. Harris with 194. Trump gaining ground now at 246 as he looks forward to scoring 270 electoral votes.
Okay, let's see the battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, we just discussed it. Too close to call right now with 92% of the vote in. Same story in Michigan, but we've been discussing how some of the trend lines are not positive for the vice president tonight. Michigan too close to call. Minnesota still too close to call at this hour. Of course, that's the home state of Governor Tim Walz, but too close to call right now with the what we have in here. Arizona too early to call. And in Wisconsin, too close to call. So I think, Tom, you've got Wisconsin We'll give you a chance to do the bow and the wow counties again. This is
Wow, 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 yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Okay, Madison, this is Dane County. For Democrats right now, she's doing just fine here. 75% is where Biden was in 2020. With 95% of the vote, and she's at 75%. That's fine for her. Milwaukee, we're going to be waiting on the biggest city and the biggest county in Wisconsin for a few more hours, I would say, maybe more than that. She's at 66%, but again, 40% of the vote in Milwaukee is not in. This is a big Democratic county, so maybe she can run her numbers up there. But then when we look at the wow counties here, Ozaki, this is the O in the wow, 81%. Trump was at 55.2. He's almost matching where he was 4 years ago. Let's go over to Washington County, 68, overperforming there. Let's go down to Waukesha. Slightly underperforming, still some of the votes out there. But these two counties just south of Milwaukee, they're still part of the Milwaukee media market. Racine, 51%. He's overperforming there, but still half the vote is out there. And then Kenosha, 95% in, overperforming there as well. These are counties that were blue under Obama. Trump was able to flip them over and then hold them as well. We can go to the bow counties now. This is around Green Bay. 56% Trump overperforming there. We'll come down. Sorry, let me go over here to Winnebago. 50, again, overperforming. And we go to Outagamie, again, slightly overperforming. Guys, so as we study this map, let me go to some of the Democratic strongholds, see how she's doing. La Crosse, 95%. So look, it's a slight drop, but again, when we're talking about a margin of 20,000 votes, that's what it was in 2016 and 2020. You want to be on top. You want to be overperforming everywhere you look. She's about at the same mark, slightly higher, but not by much in Eau Claire. And then another one we're watching, Sauk. This is one of those bellwethers. 50%, matching Biden 4 years ago. 95% of the vote is in. And we'll look at Dorr. That's one we're watching. She's on top, but only by about 466 votes. It's unclear if he'll catch her. She may take Dorr County. It's still unclear in Wisconsin what's going to happen, guys.
All right, well, back with our panel now, including our guest, Jim Messina, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff under President Obama. Mark Lauder remains with us. He was part of the 2020 campaign for Donald Trump. Great to have you both here. Jim, when you see those trends that Tom has been walking through, and there's a consistent of underperformance, what does that tell you about the Harris campaign?
Well, the county that Tom just walked through that really scared me the most, I ran President Obama's campaign, and I was obsessed with Bucks County in Pennsylvania. Where Bucks County goes, we go. And we spent more time and resources there, and the Harris campaign did too. They had huge operations on the ground. The fact that they're not going to win Bucks County is really difficult and starts to say to folks, hey, you know, we have a problem here. The other thing is there just may not be enough turnout in Philly to get there. And I've spent my entire adult life waiting for Philly to come in. I just have anger. I hate the Eagles.
All right, relax. We're on the table.
But, you know, every 4 years we're having this discussion. Usually it's enough. 6 out of the last 7 elections, Democrats have won Pennsylvania. Tonight, we're not sure there's enough out there.
But we were having the discussion several times this evening about, you know, has there been a failure to recognize that the electorate is changing, that everything you think you may have known doesn't represent what we see today?
Well, what those numbers show me tonight is Democrats have a rural problem. We are absolutely bleeding votes in historic numbers. Barack Obama did very well in rural America. It started with Hillary. Biden did a little bit better. But when you look at the numbers, what's happening tonight, the gender gap is there. Women are performing in the suburbs. That's not the problem. The problem is we're just doing 2 to 4 points worse in rural, and we're not getting the big turnout in the cities because we're bleeding some of the young voters you guys have been talking about.
But also, Donald Trump keeps finding more voters in these rural areas. I mean, I think there's, you know, you often hear in these political shows that you all host, you know, you hear about the ceiling that Donald Trump has. Oh, he can't get over 48. He can't get over 49%. He's found more voters, and we're seeing it tonight when he's overperforming in some of these ruby red rural districts.
Which, by the way, for the 3rd time you run for president, that just never happens. And I really do think that his campaign has figured out a way to do this and really target some of these demographics. Obviously, the young white male was the right thing to do. Getting into minority communities was the right thing to do. You know, Democrats need an entire autopsy if it goes the way it looks like to say, what do we need to do here?
But does Trump transcend politics as we know it? I mean, that he was able to be as successful as he had by sticking his finger in the eye of the political establishment, of going where no other candidate could or had gone before.
What is true is Donald Trump has always been underestimated by Democrats and has always figured out a way to juice turnout in ways that we thought were both abhorrent and didn't make sense to Democrats, but clearly has worked tonight. And this is that was the story of 2016, and it is a story of tonight.
You know what's interesting to me? I'm thinking back to the Republican National Convention when we were all sitting there and Hulk Hogan came and ripped off his shirt in sort of that moment of sort of super masculinity. And one of the conversations that we had at the time was about this, and it just, as it's named, so-called bro vote, right? The young male voter. And the Trump strategy all along had been supercharge the base, boost that turnout, crank it up big time, get those so-called low propensity voters. People, listen, young guys typically don't show up to vote all the time, and they typically don't show up to vote consistently. I will tell you that the Trump campaign has, for a bit now, been feeling good about being able to get those low propensity, those people who don't typically vote, out to the polls, specifically with young
people. It's so interesting because we heard anecdotally, again, from some of our correspondents about frat houses, fraternity brothers getting really into voting for Donald Trump. So I don't know if this is we could call it the bro wall, you know, is that somehow Donald Trump has gotten these low propensity young male voters to come out and vote for him.
It is the hardest demographic in American politics. Males under 30 to turn out. They're the lowest turning out segment. I've spent hours on your show, you and I, talking about running up the numbers with women. And, you know, the Harris campaign did some of that tonight. The Trump campaign decided, let's just give her that and let's go grow our electorate differently. And it looks like tonight that worked.
We've got another result on one of the abortion referenda. Well, let's go to Laura Jarrett in the newsroom. Laura, what do you have?
Yeah, Lester, this was another ballot measure, this one in Arizona, where overwhelmingly by a vote of 62%, that ballot amendment has now passed. Again, this would be a constitutional amendment that would enshrine a right to an abortion up to the point of viability, which is roughly 24 weeks of pregnancy. Obviously, a big difference in this battleground state, where currently it's a 15-week restriction on the right to abortion. So a big difference there. Again, we haven't yet made a prediction on the ultimate race for president in that state. But again, the ballot amendment we can project has passed there, Lester.
All right, Laura, thanks very much.
And you know what's interesting on that front? There's also another ballot initiative in Arizona that has to do with immigration. And the thinking was that maybe that would turn out, if people were going to turn out based on this abortion ballot initiative, maybe they would also turn out based on the immigration ballot initiative, that those would maybe lean Trump. But the Trump campaign has thought that there would be, quote unquote, ticket splitters or ballot initiative splitters, people who would back former President Trump in Arizona, but also back this ballot initiative that, as Laura reports, has just passed.
One of the things that I think is so interesting is we're talking about expanding the amount of voters who came out to vote for Donald Trump is this decision that he made not to campaign with Nikki Haley. And a lot of people thought, oh, that's going to be a big misstep. To your point, Jim, it was his way of calculating, I'm going to focus on driving out the mail vote, because a lot of people thought, boy, that's a risky strategy. Why wouldn't you have Nikki Haley?
But he also never made any overtures to Nikki Haley voters.
Right.
When Nikki Haley dropped out of the race, there was never a sense of, here's an olive branch coming to my tent.
But there were a million people that voted for Nikki Haley in battleground states. And I mean, that's a real gutsy move to say, you know what, I'm not interested.
But the true answer is you could have done both. Like, he could have done both, like a good presidential campaign usually would. In a race where 70-some% of Americans say we're on the wrong track, this race was really close because Donald Trump couldn't ever grow his vote past these young voters we're talking about. Had he been able to do both those things, to your point, 1 million people voted. They were just sitting out there. I remember Nikki on one of your shows this week saying, no one's called me, no one's asked. Because they decided, to your point, they were going to go jack up low propensity white males, and it may have worked.
Let's go check in on battleground Michigan. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit. Are they still counting into the night there, Jesse?
Yeah, Lester, we're trying to get some clarity. As I mentioned earlier, we were hoping we would have the tabulation from the city of Detroit around midnight. We have not gotten any confirmation at this point if that has been completed, but I do want to emphasize something that we're seeing coming out of the surrounding areas. Dearborn, Michigan. That is a community that has a large population of Arab Americans. And what we've been watching for is the potential impact of the war in Gaza, the situation in the Middle East that has been going on for months, and how that might impact the vote here. And we're starting to get some early indicators. At this point, this is not the complete data. Of course, we're still waiting for more votes to come in, including the absentee for Dearborn. But when we look at what we know so far, the breakdown we're seeing is former President Trump has 47% of the vote in Dearborn. Vice President Harris has 27.5% of the vote so far, and third-party candidate, Green Party candidate Jill Stein has 22%. The warning signs around this issue go back to the Democratic primary. President Joe Biden, when he was still at the top of the ticket for the Democrats, he had over 100,000 people vote uncommitted in protest of his administration's stance on the war in Gaza back in the primary. We've seen both campaigns make a concerted effort to make outreach to this community on this issue. Vice President Harris over the weekend at a rally in East Lansing, Michigan at Michigan State University on the campus singled out the war in Gaza at the top of her remarks. We saw President Trump in his final campaign rally of this cycle, potentially his last ever as a presidential candidate in Grand Rapids, Michigan on Monday night, really into early Tuesday morning. At that event, he had a Muslim mayor, a Muslim American mayor from a community in Michigan speaking there. Both campaigns have been making a push there, but we also know Jill Stein has made a very concerted effort to reach out to that community. In fact, she had planned to be in Dearborn tonight, and we have confirmation from a group known as Abandon Harris that she did, in fact, spend the night, the election night celebration with that organization, and they are, we're told, happy about what they're seeing from the results. And I just want to read part of some comments that someone gave to me when I interviewed them after they voted, or around voting, I should say, in Dearborn over the weekend. And he said that as it comes to both major party candidates, he hopes that they will, quote, recognize that we don't have these people in our pockets. My vote is up for grabs. It's a wake-up call, and it certainly seems at this point that the positions of both major party candidates, or the lack thereof of a reach out in the way that some people wanted, may be influencing the vote here. And again, in a state that was so razor thin back in 2016, only around 10,000 vote margin in favor of former President Trump. We'll see if this could be the difference maker in the state with 15 electoral votes up for grabs.
All right, Jesse, thank you. And we've got an alert here. This is Nevada, moving from too early to call to too close to call. And they're counting fast. They're 70% of the vote in. Too close to call in the western battleground of Nevada. And Tom, let's zero in on what you're seeing there.
Yeah, some interesting things happening in the Silver State. If the trend is your friend in Las Vegas, the trend is your friend if you're a Republican tonight. Here's why. Look, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. There's still about 23% of the vote that's out in Clark County. But this margin right here at this point in the night is way too close. This is how Clark County, Vegas ended up 4 years ago. You can see it was almost a 10-point split here. It was a 10-point split there. And now we're talking about 2 percentage points tonight in Clark County. Again, a lot of the vote is out. That vote could come in and those numbers could change. Reno, Washoe County, more reflective of the entire state vote. This is the battleground county. Biden won this in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. Still, a lot of the vote is out. He's only on top by about 200 votes, so not much to say there. But what we can point out, in the Trump counties, like Elko County here, 64% in. Trump is overperforming tonight. He was at 76. He's almost at 80% right now. And Democrats aren't going to find votes here. I mean, these numbers aren't going to swing a lot in the Democrats' way. This is Trump country here in the middle of Nevada. Douglas County is another, I should say, come right down here, Douglas County. This is another Trump barometer that we watch. Again, overperforming. 66% of the vote is in. He was at 63 in 2020. He's now at 66. But the big story for me right now, and a lot of the vote is out, Clark County. I mean, this is 3/4 of Nevada right here. If Democrats hit certain margins where they're 50,000 or 60,000 votes ahead of Republicans, Republicans will never catch up in Nevada. Again, there's a lot of vote that's still out. We can find out exactly how much is out. 223,000 votes, so still a lot out there. Democrats won't get all of those, but they'll get a large chunk. Again, this is still a little too close this early in the night. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I want to go out to Steve Patterson. He is in Reno, Nevada, where they had long lines into the night. How are things going there now?
You know, Lester, really an experience, a process that is sort of winding down in most counties across the country is only just spooling up here in Nevada. As you mentioned, you know, voting really ended just a few minutes ago with some of these counties sort of ending the process. People were still in line hours after polls closed. And so the count couldn't really start until that happened, which is why Tom Yamas reporting, obviously, that it's still too close to call, too early to call at this point. Several counties still need returns to come back. It is still very early on in the process. But we saw almost immediately Republicans sort of jumping out to this early ballot lead when it came to turnout. That was sort of the reading on the wall that I think a lot of folks had, and specifically in those counties in which, Tom Yamas was pointing out that are red, they're going to stay red. This sort of the math doesn't change in those areas. There's really only 2 population centers in this state, which is Washoe and which is Clark, Vegas and Reno. If she doesn't build up a big enough firewall that we see these returns happen over the next few hours, then it's going to be very tough for Democrats to make up that ground. I spoke to both campaigns. They both feel like they still have a good shot. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans both aiming for another subgroup here, nonpartisan voters. It is a huge, huge segment of the electorate here in Nevada. It is larger than Republicans, larger than Democrats. Of course, they all have their opinions about which way they break, different leanings, and I think both campaigns feel like they're seizing on that. They feel like they know their voters in that group, but that's what makes it so notoriously hard to read in this state. Which way are these nonpartisan voters going? And I think that's sort of what we're going to be focused on within the next few hours. It may not be until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tonight before we start seeing legitimate, solid returns that'll tell us one way or another how the state is going to go.
All right, Steve, thanks very much.
That's Mountain Time, too, by the way. So even later here on the East Coast, let's go to Garrett Haake. He is at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Any word on whether we will hear from the former president?
We will, Savannah, and soon, I'm told by a campaign official, Donald Trump is on his way across from Mar-a-Lago to here in West Palm Beach, and he is expected to speak soon. Now, what soon means is a little bit of a open to interpretation, but Trump himself made it very clear earlier today, he does not have a lot of patience with this vote counting process. He wants this to be over tonight. He thought earlier today it would be over tonight. And it was his desire to speak tonight. Now you see that picture breaking up a little bit as he makes his way across the bridge to West Palm Beach. This ballroom is full. Secret Service starting to kind of close the doors, urge people to get in. They're cranking up the music, Savannah. I do not think it will be long until we hear from former President Trump.
And that will be an interesting situation because if assuming the status quo exists, he will not have been called as the next president.
Well, we will recall that he declared victory in 2020 when, in fact, he lost. So we'll see what his verbiage is here. What are you going to say?
I was going to say I've been speaking to some of his allies, and there's sort of this divide about how he should approach this night. And some of them are saying you should be very aggressive. You should get out there and claim victory if, in fact, you think that's where this is headed. Others are saying, look, let's just walk a very fine line. I'll be really curious to see what he says, because this election, unlike 2020, the numbers are on his side. And again, we still have a lot of votes that need to be counted, so we don't know what the ultimate conclusion is going to be. But it's notable he's coming out in Harris.
Yeah, to be clear, in 2020, he declared victory. The race hadn't been called one way or the other. He hadn't lost yet. He lost 5 days later.
You've got some new information, Garrett?
Well, Lester, I just want to add that Trump was asked about this earlier today, and I think we have 2 things from him and from his campaign. First of all, his campaign has made it very clear that he would speak when they felt he was well on his way to 270 electoral votes. They were very clear that they didn't feel compelled to wait until the race had been called, but when they felt confident in his path, he would speak. And so I think that's what we're going to see now. Secondly, Trump was asked today what his message is going to be to the millions, tens of millions of people who will have voted for Kamala Harris if he speaks after a victory. Would he give a unifying message? Trump said that he would, but described this as a broken country and said it would be important to try to fix it. Unifying message has not been Trump's strength, candidly, across his political career. But he and his campaign are keenly aware of the expectations of this moment, especially if he speaks before the race is called. Lester.
All right, Garrett, thanks.
And stay with us. Our NBC News election coverage returns right after we take a quick break.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's check in on the road to 270 as we put the map up on the screen. All right, there's the road to 270. Donald Trump inching closer to the magic 270. Harris with 194. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, the important battleground state, maybe the most important. Donald Trump with a narrow lead there. That is still too close to call. 93% of the vote in Pennsylvania. This is what it looks like in Michigan right now. Trump out with a lead over Kamala Harris and a 225,000 vote difference. 67% of the vote in. That's too close to call. Wisconsin, another key battleground state in play. Too close to call there. 89% of the vote is in there. And we can show you Nevada with its 6 electoral votes. Too close to call. 37,000 vote difference. Minnesota, it is Kamala Harris leading, but that is characterized by our decision desk as too close to call. 85,000 vote difference in Minnesota. Tom, we'll send it back over to you.
Yep, we're going to be looking at Arizona right now. The closest margin in 2020. At this hour, we have about 53% of the vote in. It's really tied up. It's pretty much 50-50 right now. Trump's slightly ahead by 16,000 votes, but it's still very early. Maricopa County, 60% of the vote. This is sort of, you want to win here to win the state. Harris is on top right now. We can compare her to 4 years ago. But again, half the vote is out in Maricopa County. But she's kind of where she wants to be. She's doing a little better in Pima County. Again, half the vote is out, but she's overperforming there than where Biden was 4 years ago. But when we go to the Trump counties, okay, places like Yuma, Trump is overperforming. 52% in 2020. Again, there's only 35% of the vote in, but he's at 64%. And we can actually, if we move the state over here, I'm going to pop over all the red counties, and you can see how he's overperforming. 68. Now at La Paz, 71. We go a little further, Mojave, 75. He's at 76. We'll come over here to Navajo, 53. He's at 61 still. Half the votes out over there. Finally, 58 and 60%. So you can see, I want to show you an interesting stat, though. So remember where this race is right here, right? It's neck and neck. Let's go to the Senate race here, and it's a much different story. Look how much ahead Gallego is over Kari Lake right here. So you could have that split ticket voter effect in Arizona happening right now. Again, Gallego's at 52%, Kari Lake's at 46%. When we come back to the president's race, 50-49. So you can see what's happening there. We even heard Jen Psaki talking about this, right? There could be voters who, you know, the border's important to them, the economy's obviously important to them as well, and they could be picking Trump for the presidency, but Ruben Gallego for the Senate, guys.
I think the abortion ballot measure passed as well in Arizona. So, you know, voters aren't always sticking to the categories people want to put them in. Can we see the Nevada Senate race? So if Gallego gets the Democratic seat, that's a hold for the Democrats, and Jackie Rosen trying to go back to the Senate and hold that seat. How's it looking in Nevada?
Look, this is neck and neck right now, and Dems thought that they were going to have this, you know, this was a lean Democrat. They didn't think this was going to be a tough race for them. This is a little tough right now, but again, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. Let's see, we can see how compared to Biden, she's slightly underperforming Biden, but again, there's more than 20% of the vote out in Clark County. I don't want to make too much assumptions about Nevada without sort of a majority, all of Clark County in, or at least 90% in. In Washoe, which is more reflective of the entire state, neck and neck there. I would say, I think it's fair to say at this point with the vote where it is, Sam Brown is overperforming. Jackie Rosen, of course, the incumbent here. Not great news for Democrats right now, but it's still a lot of the vote is out in Las Vegas, and that's what's going to really decide this election, Savannah.
Yeah, and we're waiting for the Montana Senate seat as well, where John Tester is looking to hold on. You can check in on that, report back. Oh, no, look, you're so fast on that board now. What do you say?
Tim Sheehy, look at this. The incumbent John Tester is down. This was the most expensive Senate race, I think maybe ever, in Montana here. This was a huge fight, and we only have about 30% in, so we can't really draw too much from here. But we can see how, this is a very red state. Trump was at 56. He's performing at 51 right now, so he's sort of underperforming. But look, it's still early in the night. There's still 70% of the vote that's out in Montana. But this is one we're going to be watching closer there's still a lot of counties that haven't even reported vote yet. So still very early in Montana, but the Republican, Tim Sheehy's on top.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. We're back with our panel now, along with our guests, Claire McCaskill, former Democratic Senator from Missouri, and Mark Lauder, Strategic Communications for the 2020 Trump campaign. Good to have you both here with us tonight. Claire, let me start with you. We may hear, Donald Trump sooner than later. What can he say that will make it a less bitter moment for those on the left?
Oh, boy, that's a really hard question. First of all, do I think he will? Will he try to reach out and be a unifier and try to acknowledge that this country is divided, incredibly divided? I don't think he will. That's not who he is. That's not how he got elected. And I don't know him. You could probably answer this better than I could, but it doesn't seem like to me that this would be the moment where he would not try to be his authentic self, which is I'm a marauder, I'm a disruptor, I'm somebody who I'm going to be your fighter against everything you hate about government. I think he'll stay with that kind of theme tonight.
Let me ask Mark, is that how he ran? I mean, has he, let's treasure one more question further. Has he made the process more coarse in general, the key to getting elected president?
Well, I think obviously he's got his own unique style, and he speaks in his language. But I also think, when we were talking about this earlier, I think Jim Messina was talking about it, that Democrats had made the decision to basically just campaign to be anti-Trump. And for the last 10 years, it's been primarily anti-Trump. I remember coming down the stairs with him as president-elect the first time in 2016, and I thought actually he gave a much more open speech to bringing the country together, because that was his first moment speaking as president-elect in 2016 in the wee hours over here at the Manhattan Hilton. And so it'll be interesting to see if he's going to hit on his campaign themes.
I mean, let's remember, we have seen him on the national stage for 8 years. I mean, I covered him in the White House. We covered him in the White House together. We covered him in the campaign. We know who this person is. He's been president before. He's been a presidential candidate before. And we know what his message tends to be. He's done it over and over in this campaign. And that is a message that is darker, that casts America as a dangerous place, a place that only he can fix. Somebody who, as we talk about rhetoric, just called Nancy Pelosi as crazy as a bedbug just recently, right? So let's just remember that is, I think, some of the tone. Now, we may see tonight him look to make I'm not even going to say the word pivot, but perhaps extend an olive branch. Maybe. I mean, listen, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do think there's a pattern of history.
To that point, I mean, remember after the horrific assassination attempt against him, the Republican National Convention, and all of the reporting, in fact, everything that he was saying was,
He himself said it.
He said it, yes. He said, I am going to deliver a unifying speech. And it was for part of the speech, but then it quickly became a very familiar, almost speech that you would hear on the campaign trail.
Well, that's what he ran for, and is perhaps going to prevail on that very way of being. I don't know that he would have any incentive to change unless, he had felt in the moment some magnanimity towards.
I will make one bold prediction, though, Savannah.
Yeah.
I predict that he won't say that anybody cheated.
Well, but remember, though, even after he won election in 2016, he still made unfounded claims of voter fraud. So win or lose, it is something that he has a pattern of doing.
I remember in days after the 2016 election, he and his staff summoned network anchors, executives for an off-the-record meeting at Trump Tower, and it was off the record, so I won't go deeply into it, but to say we were under the impression it was going to be a reset meeting, it was not.
Well, and that, I think...
So you got chewed out?
You got chewed out.
Sounds like it. I'm like, let me leave. I wasn't there.
Between the lines on that one.
Yes, we were kind of told what time it was.
Yeah. Well, just to speak to that, I mean, again, we don't have to rehash all of it here, and we're still waiting for Pennsylvania to be called, but he is somebody who has called journalists the enemies of the people. Just at a rally recently, he talked about being surrounded by bulletproof glass, and that if somebody wanted to come after him in a attempted assassination again, they'd have to shoot through the media first, and he'd be okay with that. His campaign tried to suggest that's not what he said, but But that is the kind of language that we have heard from him consistently.
And remember how he launched his campaign vowing retribution. And in recent weeks and days, we've heard him talk about his political rivals as being the enemy from within. His vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, has spent a lot of time answering for that in interviews that he has done.
Well, just to bring everybody up to date, 1:30 on the East Coast, and we are awaiting Donald Trump, who's expected to speak at the Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Battlegrounds remain to be called, and so there still is a narrow path, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris. But the trend lines, and the reason you're hearing this tone from Democrats and Republicans alike, is the trend lines are indicating that it will be a Trump victory, but this has not been called yet. So you have the audience there waiting to hear from the former president. These are the uncalled battleground states. Those are the trend lines that we're talking about. Pennsylvania, a healthy Trump margin there with 94% of the vote in. Those states out west, Arizona and Nevada, we may not know about those for several hours now, and we are waiting. Wisconsin and Michigan kind of bringing up the rear there in terms of these Midwest, East Coast time zones. So we will continue to follow this, but Kamala Harris, I should mention, has gone home for the night. Cedric Richmond, who is the co-chair of the Harris campaign, came out and addressed the crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C., letting them know that she would address them and address the country, he said, tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning. Well, it is Wednesday morning here on the East Coast, but in a few hours from now.
Yeah, and we should, it's worth noting in 2016, after his victory, he appeared in the 2 a.m. hour to make his remarks, and we are in the 1 a.m. hour, and we saw that motorcade a bit earlier crossing the bridge in West Palm. But we don't have any timing as to when we may hear.
Well, we know we won't hit traffic because of the hour and also the motorcade. But we are expecting him. And we've been talking about, you know, what tone he might strike. And also, I mean, Mark Lauder, you were there. You know him. If you, let's just pretend he listens to his advisors. What would you advise him to say tonight?
I would outline what we have to get done. And first off, we have 74 days, if I'm going off my quick math, before you actually take the oath of office. So I would obviously want to get right to work. You would obviously praise your staff. Unlike what you would normally do in a traditional speech this way, you will have not talked to your opponent unless something strange happens between now and then and she calls, they reach out and call. So you're not going to be able to say anything along those lines. And then ultimately, I think, especially if it looks right now, you may not hold, but you're leading in the national popular vote. That's something that you have not done. It's something only one president, Republican president, has done this century. You have a mandate. And
what is the mandate? Because he didn't run to the center. I mean, he ran to the base, and the base, it seems poised to elect him. So what would the mandate be if you're him? What is it the mass deportation? Is it, the tariffs, for example? I mean, he's been very clear about his policies.
I think first and foremost, it'll be energy, the economy, extending the tax cuts, and then I think you will get into illegal immigration. I think you will get into in some of those other areas. But ultimately, I think that's first where you go. Also will depend on if you have the House. If you have the House and the House comes with you on this, then you have obviously both chambers. You'll have unified control. And that changes a lot.
He will effectively be a one-term president. What does that mean in terms of how he would govern?
You have, what, 8 months to get something done before they start running for re-election? No, I mean, in reality, obviously you're going to have your 4 years, but as we both know, you get that 100 days, maybe that 6 months before Congress goes and starts acting in their interests for their re-election, their campaign interests. You're going to have what I assume would be a primary to be your successor, and then obviously the Democrats will have their primary.
Claire, how would you see that? How would you see that rolling out?
Well, I think it depends on whether or not the House is controlled by the Democrats. Remember, when Trump got elected last time, he had the House and the Senate. He had all three, and there was, he struggled. He got the tax cuts done. But that was really the only, he didn't repeal Obamacare, he didn't build the wall, he didn't do a lot of the things he had promised to do, even though he had all three houses. So I worry that if the Democrats get the House, then whatever he doesn't get done will be Hakeem Jeffries' fault. as opposed to his inability to produce on the promises he's made. But if we don't take the House, then I think he's got a tall order, and I think he's got to do the tariffs. I don't, and he doesn't need Congress for that. He can do the tariffs right away. I've been hearing from my friends that are in Europe. They're very worried about the lines of those countries being redrawn fairly quickly.
You mean Ukraine?
Yes, and more. You know, Orban and other autocrats that now will feel this is a green light. I think NATO will be greatly diminished. I think our European allies will be very, very nervous. You know, so that's another whole piece of this. So I think it really is important for us to know whether the Democrats take the House before we start speculating too much. And part of me, you know, I want the Democrats to take the House because I think there'll be a check. On the other hand, they also will be a scapegoat.
Well, let's be clear. If the Republicans hold on to the House, they have the Senate. If they win the White House, you have an ideological 6-3 Supreme Court. You will have the Republicans in charge of every branch of government in this country.
And not to raise this specter, but it is possible that if Donald Trump wins another term, if that happens, and we have not called Pennsylvania or the race yet, so big ifs here, but if that happens, you could maybe see some court retirements if there is a Republican Senate, Republican House, Republican in the White House as well, and then the court could become even more conservative. Again, potentially, I don't want to go too far down that road. Let's see how the night shakes out, but since you brought it up, Savannah, just to throw that in.
Well, that brings us to Tom Yamas and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
We've been talking so much about those collar counties. I want to talk about the I-222 corridor, and I know we have some PA homies in the house tonight. I'm sorry if my highway is not exact, but it kind of cuts through here. And I want to talk about this because when we look at the counties and how Trump's doing here, this is where the Hispanics are. This is the Latino corridor, if you will, in Pennsylvania, because I want to show you how important this is. So when we start, we can start right here. We'll start in York County, overperforming in York County. As we move up, Lancaster, about even there. We'll keep going. Berks County here, overperforming again, almost all the votes in there. We go to Lehigh now. She's underperforming. Harris is underperforming from Biden. Trump is overperforming. And we finish over here in Northampton, again, Easton, PA. Again, he flips this county, overperforming there. And then I want to show you the polls, guys, right? This was the exit poll that sort of, I don't want to say it surprised us, but this told us that the story was going to be different tonight. This is Trump support among Latino voters in Pennsylvania. Look at this number, 2020, 27%. In 2024, 41%. It was just not Latino voters. And again, I know this could change. These are early exit polls. So look at the breakdown here. White, 55, 57. But even black voters, he grew his margins there from 2020 to 2024. And again, that Latino margin, that spread right there. And I bring this up because we were talking a lot about that Madison Square Garden rally, that joke that was made about Puerto Rico and Puerto Ricans and how it would affect the race and how it would affect what happened in Pennsylvania. So far, we have not seen it have any tremendous effect. Again, we'll get all the data post-Thanksgiving, and we'll be able to sort of figure all that out. But right now, it looks like it's not affecting those Latino counties in Pennsylvania. I do want to get a check-in on how the collar counties are doing around Philadelphia. And we'll, again, Biden's number, where Trump is. This is statewide. We're going to start in Chester County. Harris is underperforming, still about 15% of the vote left out there. Montgomery County here, again, underperforming. We come down here to Delco, 62%, 61%, you know, almost about the same. But again, if you want to win Pennsylvania, you have to be at the same mark as Biden or higher. And then Philadelphia right now, this is not a great number for her. This is pretty bad. Again, 15% of the vote, more than 15% of the vote is still out there. So she could claw that back. And I don't want to forget Bucks County here. This is the big one tonight when we talk about the collar counties in Pennsylvania, because Democrats need to win this. They need to win all the collar counties. Biden at 51 in 2020. Tonight, Harris underwater at 48 and Trump up at 50. He may possibly flip Bucks County. 75% of the vote is in. Hallie Jackson's the Bucks County expert here, so I'll leave it to her.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. It was a Biden County in 2016 as well, right? By a slim margin.
It was Clinton County.
I'm sorry, Democratic County, of course.
Yeah, but this is the only collar county. Yeah, Hallie, you're right. This is the only collar county Republicans thought they had a chance in, or could at least claw back some of the vote, maybe peel back some of the Democratic support. And tonight it looks like it's happened. We're still waiting on a quarter of the vote. But that's a strong, when you see a number like that in Bucks County, you know it's going to be a tough night for Democrats.
And as we talk about the education gap here in this race, I will just point out that Bucks County does have a bigger education gap than you see in some of those other Philadelphia suburban counties as well. You have an area like Lower Bucks, you see more of sort of that blue collar voter there.
And the fact that Erie County also has gone for Trump, that's a huge bellwether in the state. And that's why Democrats who are texting me are saying all of these signs are just not headed in the right direction.
Well, I mean, Joe Biden, of course, picked up, he did better, with in some of those rural places. He, is sort of from Scranton or Scranton adjacent, grew up there, but then obviously went on to have Delaware as his home state. But I mean, he did better in some of these rural places that we're talking about.
Well, what was interesting is that when Biden won it, when Obama won it, he drew out a very large African-American population and vote in the Philadelphia area. Yes, did well in the collar counties. But Biden really won it because of the collar counties, and that's what made his win in Pennsylvania so different.
Everyone's speechless here. I guess it really is 1:40 in the morning, except for they're not speechless. They're cheering there at Trump headquarters.
I think we can
at
go
West
there.
Palm. Yeah, I think we must be getting close to that moment with Donald Trump. His motorcade, we saw it coming, so I think...
Garrett Hagen's there.
Yeah, he's there. We can listen to him and hear what the crowd is hearing.
Yeah. Savannah, I can tell you right now, the anticipation far outpaces the available information about what Donald Trump will say and when he will say it. They're broadcasting another network in here, and we're getting a lot of cheers from a crowd who is anticipating a victory speech. I can tell you on the platform behind me, you probably can't quite see it, but the glass is up. The teleprompter glass is up for prepared remarks. But I think it's possible that part of the delay here may be that those remarks don't yet exist. Trump told reporters this morning after he voted that he hadn't written anything yet. He hadn't written a concession speech. He hadn't written a victory speech. He is something of a superstitious person, and it's possible he did not want to put anything on paper early, not knowing the results. For right now, I'm like tapping through my phone. We're reaching out to campaign sources, but I think part of the problem is Trump himself may not be entirely clear what message he wants to give to the country when he decides to step forward and give it. Savannah?
All right, Garrett, thank you. Let's go over to Peter Alexander at Harris headquarters, where they're shutting it down. Cedric Richmond had just came out a little earlier saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will tomorrow. Any further word there, Peter?
Right now at this hour.
Yeah, I think most accurate to say that we are shutting it down at this point, shy of 2 o'clock here. We're the only ones left, a matter of reporters here who are sort of bundling up their gear in anticipation of the vice president returning to Howard University, her alma mater, as we were told. I guess it's later today. She'll be speaking today, Wednesday, not just to her supporters, but to a national audience as well. Obviously, this thing isn't done yet, but certainly based on the expressions we saw, the information we're getting from those in and around the Harris campaign, it doesn't feel like a winning night for them, a successful campaign. We heard a funeral type atmosphere from those top donors who were gathered at a hotel not far from here. Kamala Harris never arrived at this location, not dissimilar to Hillary Clinton back in 2016 when it was one of her aides who came out and said she wouldn't be speaking, that she would deliver remarks the next day. Ultimately, it was then when she delivered a concession. So they're keeping close eyes on Pennsylvania. But the bottom line is, there are key demographics and critical counties and crucial states where they're just underperforming.
Peter, I'll ask you to stand by right now. We have another call in Nebraska in the split electoral votes. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win 4 of the 5. There's the difference. This is District 3. Donald Trump, the projected winner. And you can see 58% of the vote is in there.
And District 2 remains outstanding. That's the one in the Omaha adjacent district that usually goes blue and is expected to tonight as well. I think we await District 2. I think we just saw that.
And you can see Donald Trump drawing closer to the magic 270 that would put him over the top and hand him the White House once more.
Yeah, we await his comments. Stay with us. NBC News election night coverage continues right after this short break. mornings are full of possibility and energy. And how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
Welcome back to NBC News Election Night coverage. It's nearly 2 a.m. in the East. We're looking at the scene in West Palm Beach, Florida, where supporters of former President Donald Trump are celebrating. Early celebration. The race has not been called yet, but there is anticipation that the former president will speak here tonight, and so there is great excitement. Let me hand it over to Kristen Welker right now, who can talk about the other big headline of the night, and that's the balance of power.
Yeah, Lester, Republicans cheering for this as well, because NBC News has projected that Republicans will take control of the Senate after claiming 2 seats. Let's take a look at some of the races, though, that we're still watching. Let's start in Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for his 4th term in the Senate. This race too close to call. His challenger is McCormick, and let's look. You can see right there, 51 to 41 so far. So there you have Senator Bob Casey trying to fend off a challenge from Dave McCormick. Let's go to Wisconsin now. Tammy Baldwin looking for another term in the Senate. She is getting a real run for her money from real estate and CEO executive Eric Hovde. Let's go over to Nevada now. Jackie Rosen. A couple of months ago, it looked like this was going to be safe for her. This race now too close to call as she is trying to fend off a challenge from Sam Brown. Let's go to Michigan now, this open seat, Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers fighting for this Senate seat in the great state of Michigan as we wait for a call at the top of the ticket in that state.
So we already know that the Senate is in Republican hands, and now where the question is of the margins, and the remaining incumbents holding on to Democratic seats have always been on defense there, but those are very tight races, and in the case of Nevada, tighter than I think was expected.
Way tighter than expected in Nevada, and quite frankly, in Michigan, in Wisconsin. All of these races have gotten much tighter in these recent weeks. But look, if former President Donald Trump does, in fact, win the White House, having a Republican Senate undoubtedly would pave the way for him to clear at least part of his agenda potentially more easily. Now, of course, he might be dealing with the Democratic House.
And I'll tell you, the Republican, I just got a text from a source, Republican Senate source, they're feeling pretty darn good about tonight.
Well, we have a few seconds here. We await the appearance of Donald Trump in that hall in West Palm Beach, Florida. We see a celebratory atmosphere there. People, cheering and hugging, and it looks like a victory party. And when the former president steps out, perhaps that's exactly what it will be. However, NBC News has not projected or made those final calls. Let's take a pause right here and give a chance to other stations to join.
In the second administration, your thoughts, 30,000 feet of this win?
Indictments, 2 assassination attempts.
Welcome back to NBC News Election Night coverage, 2024 election. This is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. Celebration has broken out. The crowd now eagerly awaiting what they hope and believe will be an appearance by Donald Trump. The stage is set. We understand the glass teleprompter has been installed around the podium, so all seems to be in readiness.
By the way, we saw the crowds cheering a few moments ago. Another network has called the race for Trump, which explains the cheers inside the headquarters. We have not. Just a reminder, our decision desk, which is in Philadelphia, crunches those numbers, and the motto there is they don't need to be first, they need to be right. And we really do exercise an abundance of caution.
Somebody I'm looking for here, and I don't know if he's in this convention center or if he's still at Mar-a-Lago with former President Trump, is Elon Musk, because he potentially may have ended up being a factor in this race if, in fact, we do call Pennsylvania for former President Trump. He created this super PAC, put a ton of money behind Donald Trump in this state, did that very controversial $1 million a day giveaway to people who would sign a petition arguing for, First and Second Amendment rights, et cetera. I think it was something like $118 million that he poured into this race behind former President Trump and has become a very close ally of his. It speaks to what we've been talking about. Young men, there's this picture, Mar-a-Lago, Elon Musk, Dana White, UFC Kennedy guy, out there with Donald
By the way,
Trump.
speaking of, I mean, first of all, Elon Musk hours ago tweeted, or X'd, or whatever you call it now, game, set, match. So he's already been feeling that victory. But let's talk about RFK. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Has stated that Donald Trump promised to give him everything having to do with health care in the government. So we'll see if he keeps that promise.
And he is, again, a very controversial figure here, talking about children's health. He's big in the sort of anti-vaccine movement. Former President Trump has said just recently that he would be in favor of him sort of being in position. Remember, there's also this interesting dynamic where RFK ended up on the ballot in one of these blue wall states. You saw former President Trump traveling with him to Michigan and Wisconsin. It seems like to remind people, no, he's with me, right? Put my name at the top of the ticket, not RFK Jr.'s, but he has been brought into the Trump fold as well.
Well, Elon Musk is so fascinating because he was actually in charge of part of the Get Out the Vote effort. And Trump campaign officials, and I interviewed Caroline Levitt today and asked her about this. She said, look, it's unconventional. This is what we're doing. The campaign is also involved. But the bottom line, it seems to have worked, at least in some of these states that we've called so far.
We just saw the actor John Voight among those gathered waiting to hear from President Trump. I think we have former President Trump, Garrett Haake, at Trump headquarters in West Palm. Are you getting any guidance on the timing?
Savannah, I've got nothing but bad news for you. I have no guidance, and in fact, Trump campaign officials who are texting me back have no guidance. So we're all in a bit of a waiting period here for the former president, I think, to make the decision to come speak. You mentioned another network having called this race. Obviously, not a decision we have made. NBC News not making any projection, but I do think that will weigh on Trump's thinking now that his audience here in the room believes he has won. I've not laid eyes on Elon Musk yet, but I have seen Tucker Carlson, who was part of the sort of core group of folks at the Mar-a-Lago party earlier this evening. Everyone who was there has decamped for the convention center. So really, the stage is set for Donald Trump's moment whenever he chooses to take it. And this crowd is ready. I've been watching people who in many cases have been here for hours and enjoying the cash bar quite thoroughly, hugging and smiling and dancing along to the program, ready for a victory celebration that for them has been a very long time coming.
Hey, Garrett, let me ask you, we've been reporting for weeks that this is going to be a tie, and we've seen, what Democrats now see. Was there any expression of pessimism? Was there concern that, there but for the grace of God go I, Republicans could have gone in the same direction as the Dems?
When I talked to people within the Trump campaign the last couple days, there were a lot of nerves because what they were trying to do was very much unproven. They had a theory that they could expand the electorate, they could turn out all these new voters, they could convince young men to show up and vote, and it was totally unproven. And, the Trump campaign ethos in general, from the top down, is to be confident, borderline cocky, until you are proven wrong. And so that's mostly what they projected. But in these last couple days, they saw the same polls we did. They saw, I think, the vice president's closing message. They saw Donald Trump at a lot of his rallies kind of failing to deliver the knockout blow with his own closing message. And they did get a little nervous. But their theory of the case was always that this electorate existed and they needed to prove it to be true. And I can tell you I have gotten several text messages from Trump campaign staffers and major donors basically saying, see, we told you so. I mean, for them, it was always going to be either a close Kamala Harris victory in their view or a sweep, potentially, of the battleground states if their theory was right. They have felt minute by minute and hour by hour tonight that the evidence is pointing towards their theory being right, and we won't know till all the votes are counted, but certainly it's starting to look that way as we approach 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we are approaching 2 o'clock in the morning and waiting to hear from the former president, or some words when we might hear from him. Again, this race has not been called by this network. Right. This network's still going through its processes, and when it's ready to speak, our decision desk will speak.
But as we look at where the numbers are and what the mood music is, if you will, I think one of the things that is on people's minds is who will be, if in fact former President Trump does well in Pennsylvania and we call that race for him, et cetera, who will be in his ear? Who will be in his inner circle? And as we're talking about some of this, it may be striking for some folks to remember back in 2016, Jared Kushner was such a presence on the trail, his son-in-law, Ivanka Trump, his daughter, Melania Trump has been a rare presence on the campaign trail, campaigning for her husband this time, and both Ivanka Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner have largely taken a back seat. They've kept an arm's length away from domestic politics here and have not been on the trail much. They may be here tonight if, in fact, he comes out and gives some sort of big speech. They may line up as part of the family, but they have not been a presence in the way that they were.
Well, let's also not forget that 40-year-old J.D. Vance, who served in the United States Senate for 2 years, is on the precipice of becoming the vice president of the United States for a man who's 78 years old. So, I mean, this is a moment.
Yeah. The one thing I'd say about the who would serve in the administration, I think this is actually a better opportunity for him coming back after the 4 years in between. Because normally when you have the second term, you just shuffle the chairs on the deck. You've got the number 2 person was really good, so we'll move them up to number 1, and maybe I'll move you over to another. He's cleaning house. I mean, the house got cleaned, and now he's able to rebuild the entire thing.
I think he will put, for example, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Do you think he says, you know what, I'll give you the FDA or the health department?
Or
HHS. Yes, exactly.
Those are Senate confirmed, and so unless you went with an acting role,
Which
he would be.
himself has said he doesn't mind having acting heads in there.
I mean, I'll leave that to him. But what I'm also going to say, though, is that when it comes to, whether it's in the national security space, in all the other spaces, he's learned from that. I mean, I was there the moment he walked into the Oval Office for the first time as president, about 7 o'clock p.m. on January 20th, 2017. And most of the people we did not know because he wasn't the politician. Reince was doing all of this, who was the person of Washington, D.C. You're taking
talking about his former
Congress.
chief of staff, Reince Priebus,
And so now he's got that knowledge.
Well, and it's striking because so many of the people who served in his administration have said he's unfit to serve. And so they won't be returning, obviously. And we spent a fair amount of time talking about that in recent weeks. All of the people who called him, for example, a fascist. I do think it's worth zooming out a little bit and just acknowledging the history-making moment that we are witnessing. The fact that he's only the second president in more than 100 years, if he does in fact win, to go back to the White House and serve non-consecutive terms.
What do you think of your old boss, former Vice President Mike Pence, is thinking? He did not endorse Donald Trump, and of course, famously, did his constitutional duty on January 6th to the chance of hang Mike Pence. What do you think he's thinking right now?
I think he's probably thinking about it from a policy standpoint. I mean, the campaign is over. That decision has been made by the American people. And so I think he'll look that if there's an area where they are in agreement on policy, he'll engage. If there's an area where he's in disagreement, he will decide whether he will make that known or just quietly wait and know that you've got actually another opportunity 4 years down the road, not to run, I'm not saying that, but to influence another set of policymakers.
But there is a reason that he's seen so many of the people that worked under him leave and now speak ill of him. And so what does that mean for the future of his next cabinet?
Well, I think a lot of times you have to realize how to communicate with him and also what your role is. I mean, I think this is one of the big disagreements I think we had in Washington, D.C. and with the bureaucracy in general, is to provide advice, to provide consent, to provide your best recommendation, but there's only one person who put their name on the line and was elected by the people of America to be the president of the United States.
Claire, you had a thought, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think one of the things that a lot of people will be looking at is the military. We have a civilian-controlled military in the United States, but there is a deep ethos in the military, especially in the leadership, about the separation of politics and the military. And Trump at times tried to blur that line and was frustrated, I think, because he could not get the military to do what he thought they ought to do when they ought to do it sometimes. So I think it'll be interesting to see how the Pentagon handles this, because there are so many strong leaders in our military, and they have come up through the ranks, and they have transferred their families all over the world, and they have learned every part of military leadership. And I think there could be some bumps in the road as to how he handles the military and who he puts in charge.
Well, in his first term, there were a number of administration officials who were there because they felt as though they could say no to him. They felt as though they were protecting the government. And by all accounts, this will be a very different second term. He was doing an interview with Sean Hannity, and Sean Hannity asked him if he would be a dictator, and he said only on day one. And of course, some of his supporters said, look, that was hyperbole, it was a joke. But the reality is, I think this administration will look a lot different. There will be people there who will support, and the question is how many will be able to question him, to challenge him. We know that he also has his eye on people like Governor Doug Burgum, Senator Marco Rubio, obviously Elon Musk, as we have discussed, as potential people who would return to a second administration.
To sort of put it super simply here, this is the case that Vice President Harris made for the duration of her 107-day campaign, which was that if Donald Trump gets back into office, her argument was that he would be potentially more dangerous in the first term, she said, because the people who acted as a check around him will be gone. And I think that's what we're talking about here. Who will be around him? Who will be those voices in his ear? Clearly, that is an argument that did not resonate with voters in Georgia. It did not resonate with voters in North Carolina. It did not resonate with the Latino voters that we've been talking about, et cetera. But that is the case that she had been making and was trying to make, bringing up these cabinet officials, other Republicans, people who had previously been allied with him that chose to break apart.
Did he win a mandate?
Listen, the House, the Senate is Republican now. He is on the precipice of potentially winning. Again, we have not called it, but winning Pennsylvania, which would be essentially ball game
and
for
potentially the popular vote as well.
Which for the first time, he's never had that before, right? And we don't even know, could this be a sweep of the battlegrounds? That's a huge question mark, too. So, listen, he has been very clear about his policies, the things he wants to put in place. We talked about tariffs. If he has a Republican House and Senate, suddenly, perhaps that makes it easier to find the money that he will need, the enormous amount of money to carry out those mass deportations, for example. And so there are going to be some policy implications depending on which way Congress goes.
Well, Project 2025, which the former president has disavowed, but it has to be acknowledged, has folks who have worked for him and people that he has consulted with all over it. And there's a lot of talk in that document about getting rid of the so-called deep state, and because the view from the Trump campaign and the Trump way of thinking is that deep state, these are people that were an obstacle to what he wanted to do inside the administration. Mark, how seriously do you think he will take that?
Well, I think he will take. I don't speak for the former president or his campaign, and
we've got an important call to make here.
Moments away from calling one of the key
battlegrounds. Stand by. Yes, NBC News can now project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Pennsylvania. 19 electoral votes. Here's where it stands right now. Donald Trump out in front, difference of 188,000 votes, 95% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and that goes in the Donald Trump column.
And with that, it's expected that he will have the 270 votes he needs. I see you puzzling over there. It's because of Nebraska. Yeah.
I was looking there going, okay, am I going crazy?
No.
Because we haven't called Alaska yet, and that's why it's 266. But once Alaska gets called and Nebraska, you can see former President Trump, he had to get to 270. He's likely to get to 272, if not higher. We still haven't called Wisconsin or Michigan as well, but he is on his way. NBC News projecting him on his way back to the White House.
And we were told he is perhaps a minute away now from coming on the stage at the campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach and to make his remarks to the crowd. The crowd very silent right now. I'm not quite sure what they're listening to, but they have been partying for quite some time.
Well, this is history. Not since Grover Cleveland in the 1880s have we seen a president return to office after that gap. So a second term after a gap of time. 4 years later, Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States, as he was the 45th president of the United States, with the convincing sweep of several battleground states. Several battleground states still not decided, but the magic number of 270 electoral votes has been reached, and we will have many hours and days to talk about the coalition that he put together. But this is the scene at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach as Donald J. Trump once again will assume the presidency on January 20th. The United States Senate will be in Republican hands. Democrats have lost control of the Senate, and the fate of the House of Representatives, currently in Republican hands, also in question. Democrats just need 4 seats to pick up to get control of the House. That would be the one check on Republican power, but it may well be that they sweep the House as well. So we have set the scene for you. This long campaign is over, and we await the former president to make his remarks.
Tom, to be clear, how does he get to 270 now? He's at 266.
Yeah, so right now he's at 266. If we fill in, and let me see, because sometimes when we get to a certain point, you can no longer fill in some holes here, but he wins Alaska, and then we go back, in Maine. There's a congressional district in Maine that we're still waiting on. You can see Maine is not filled out yet. There's a congressional district in Maine. Once he gets there, he'll get past 270, or he'll get right to 270, and that's where he'll stand tonight. And when we hit 2024, he'll likely get to 272. Again, and we haven't called Wisconsin and Michigan, so it could grow from there. But as Savannah mentioned, he got to 270. That's the magic number. We're projecting that Pennsylvania is a win for former President Trump. He is headed back to the White House.
This is all, of course, assuming that Alaska and Nebraska and the Maine district go the way that we expect them to go. So I think Tom is making an excellent point here that we haven't hit that magic 270 number just yet. But with the win in Pennsylvania here, the thing I'm looking for, a couple of things. What is the Harris campaign going to say and do now? Because the last that we heard from them, of course, it was Cedric Richmond taking the stage. That memo had suggested to staffers, listen, we've got the blue wall. We're going to wait and see turnout in Philadelphia. We have now called Pennsylvania. That is incredibly significant here. And so do we hear from, if not her, as we don't expect to, the campaign tonight? And then obviously, what are we going to hear when former President Trump himself takes the stage there down in Palm Beach?
And will she call him to concede? I mean, that's my question. If you'll rewind back to 2016, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton did, in fact, call Donald Trump that night to concede.
And the next morning she came before the cameras. It was, I believe, late morning, if memory serves. She did. And I think the Democratic the leaders have signaled that she will address the country tomorrow, and they certainly could read the tea leaves and saw which way this was headed. And so, you know, we believe and project that he will reach at least the 270 votes that he needs.
Well, and I remember talking to John Podesta in 2016 and saying, have you written a concession speech at the beginning of the night? And he said no, because we don't even want to think about that. And you have to ask that question. Did Harris even have a concession speech, or is that part of what she's thinking through? What exactly?
Well, I mean, going into a night where, you know, the polls showed 49-49. I mean, I think you...
Well, maybe someone wrote a concession speech.
I think you wouldn't be blamed for, you know, being presumptuous to go out and write a...
For all the talk about the 2016 vibes, and I'm sure it's in your text messages as well, yours, you know, that this feels a lot like that. There is a distinction here, and I defer, of course, to the former Hillary Clinton campaign correspondent, but there was, in some ways, an air of inevitability around Hillary Clinton that just didn't exist around Kamala Harris. She wasn't even supposed to be on the top of this ticket 6 months ago, right? So it was a very different vibe coming into this. She talked about it, her campaign cast her as the underdog here in this race, not as the sort of heir apparent, if you will. So there are some distinctions here.
By the way, this is the third straight election in which it appears that pollsters have underestimated the Trump vote. I mean, we will see. We don't have all the numbers here, and we can all do the comparison, but it does appear that he, at least, maybe it's not a polling miss, because those were, in most of these battlegrounds, dead ties, and within the margin of error. And if it's in the margin of error, it's not a polling miss. But there's no question, Tom, that in the counties that you have now memorized, that will be haunting you to the last of your days, that he was outperforming and getting new voters to the polls and squeezing out more voters, especially in those rural districts.
We were looking in all those battleground states, and the pattern that we kept seeing was that he kept overperforming in the rural areas. She was underperforming Biden in those urban areas, in the blue counties she needed to win. I was signaling you, Savannah, because one thing, I don't know if you guys have talked about it yet, but if former President Trump goes back to the White House, something else you guys, I don't think you've talked about it yet, is the Supreme Court. And what happens in the Supreme Court, and if anything happens there, we saw how he completely reshaped that court. And if he's reelected, and it looks like he's going to be, I mean, not that there's anyone sort of hanging on there at the Supreme Court, but it's something that Republicans are going to be thinking about.
Well, and here's the other point to remind people of. The Supreme Court issued a ruling that gave him immunity from all official acts. Prior to tonight, Donald Trump was facing 3 legal battles and was also convicted.
He's got a
November 26th sentencing date.
So there will be a lot of questions about how all of that will
There are two state cases. The sentencing case, the sentencing is in the New York State case, and then there are two federal cases which will functionally disappear.
Go away.
I mean, they'll go away if he took office and they were still going. He could pardon himself. He could have a different attorney general. I mean, there's a million. They're gone. They're just gone.
Yeah, and remember, he also said he would free all of the January 6th convicts. We'll have to see how that works functionally, and he'll fire Jack Smith on day one, and again, the deportation force, which he has promised to start on day one. So we'll have to see how that all unfolds.
It's interesting.
Very clear.
Think about what Judge Merchan in New York State Court will do with the sentencing date before him, whether he just tables it or, you know, but in any event.
that could mean another Supreme Court intervention to try to find out what happens.
It'll be very interesting. Yeah, it's an experienced judge. I don't know what he'll do. He may just, you know, recognize what's going on. And in the end, it is a business records case. You know, so he may decide, okay, the conviction stands, but choose not to sentence to jail, which actually would be in line with similar situated defendants.
I see you have
wouldn't be surprising.
Your court TV hat back on here.
I know. It's like all that legal education put to use here at 2 o'clock in the morning as we await Donald Trump to take the stage here in West Palm.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a holding period right now. The crowd is I guess, watching some speeches or videos right now, and they're waiting for the former president to come out. We don't know whether he will claim victory. Again, we have not made that call. At least one other network has, and the crowd reacted to that a bit early, but we make no statement from that other than the fact that we're our decision desk works along with its own metrics in making these decisions, so they will at some point make calls, and we'll see where the evening ends up.
Yeah, well, barring an earthquake in some of these states, such as Alaska, you know, I think that by calling Pennsylvania, you know, it's sort of all over, but the voting. But we will wait for the official moment of 270 votes. But I can guarantee you Donald Trump isn't. There's Vivek Ramaswamy, Doug Burgum. These are former opponents in the primary who were quickly dispatched and then came over to the Trump side, and perhaps they have stars in their eyes about what roles they may play in a Trump administration.
There's another piece of history that if this goes the way that it seems likely to go here, and he does hit 270 electoral votes, he would be the oldest president ever elected. He would actually beat now President Biden by about 143 days. So he would make history in that setting as well. That is not something he prefers to talk about, especially as age has become front and center in this race, as Vice President Harris looked to cast him as sort of exhausted, questioning his fitness for office in those final days of the campaign. Again, an argument that clearly did not seem to resonate for voters in Georgia, in North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, those battlegrounds that appeared to be putting him over the edge.
Let's go to Garrett Hank. He is there at the Trump headquarters. Garrett, can you tell what the audience is listening to right now, and any word on when we might see Mr. Trump?
Lester, they're listening to a discussion of the race on Fox News. Beyond that, I'm still embarrassingly bereft of much programming information. The Trump team briefly took down the teleprompters that had been on stage for the last hour or so, leading us to believe that Trump was going to come out and speak off the cuff, which sort of tracks given that we knew he had not written any remarks earlier in the day. Then we just a moment ago saw staffers come back out and reassemble the teleprompter. Trump's son, Eric Trump, just posted a picture on social media of the former president backstage holding papers that appeared to be remarks, perhaps rehearsing, getting ready to come out. But the guidance we have gotten from the campaign remains unambiguous soon. And beyond that, we are left to wait and wonder with the rest of you as I'm watching staffers make yet another adjustment to the former president's teleprompter on stage.
Yes, it's getting to be late here, and we are awaiting former President Trump, and we're just doing a switcheroo here with getting our Capitol Hill correspondent in position here. We can have a lot to discuss with him as we talk about and potentially a new Washington. It's We haven't called the race yet, but we've called Pennsylvania, and that just about does it, as all of us who've been studying the map certainly know by now.
A new Washington that looks a little bit like the old Washington, right? Yes. With Donald Trump back in office here. The dynamic's different, especially with the way that the Republican Party has changed. Think about it, gone. And Ryan Nobles, who's joining us, knows this. Mitch McConnell will not be in Senate leadership anymore. I remember in 2017 when Kristen and I were, newly minted White House, or you were a White House correspondent, I came on board. There's a lot of discussion about the Republican establishment and Donald Trump, and would he bend to them or would they bend to him? We now have that answer 8 years later, and that is what Washington, it seems, if this goes the way, barring any big surprises, will look like.
Well, and that's what we were talking about at the convention. This is Donald Trump's Republican Party.
Yeah, and the type of new senator that you're going to see coming in and joining the ranks of the existing senators are all senators that are in what you'd call the MAGA mold, right? These are people that have run campaigns that are in the same vein as the type of campaign that Donald Trump has run. These are people that very much sought Donald Trump's endorsement, felt that it was necessary to connect with him and his base. The best example of this is Mike Rogers, right? Former congressman from Michigan who, at a certain point in his career, attempted to try and break himself from Donald Trump, tried to be a part of this kind of anti-Trump establishment. Maybe he thought that was the future of the Republican Party. Went away from politics for a little while, came back when he saw that his seat was open in Michigan, and basically did everything he could to make himself in the MAGA mold. And now he's going to be a part of this new group. Oh, he could potentially be part of this new group of senators. We haven't called that.
Yeah, I'm just peeking. He's leading by a little bit. We have it as too close to call.
Great.
Well, I mean, you look at Senator Marco Rubio, who I just saw there. I mean, all of these former opponents, it's either get on board or get run over. And, that's kind of the way that it's been, and many of them have. I mean, former Trump critics, I might mention J.D. Vance, a former Trump critic who is about to be vice president of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, and I've had many conversations with both senators and aides and people with a lot of influence on Capitol Hill, and they've talked about this metamorphosis. And they've talked about how maybe they don't like necessarily Donald Trump's personality or the way he presents himself or the way he talks about people, but they also realize that, and what is clearly evident tonight, that he has captured the pulse of at least half of the American people, and in particular, the American people that elect Republicans to office. And so you can try and fight against that establishment if you want to be a Republican, or you can get on board, and more you see these Republicans getting on board. The question, I think, becomes, does that translate into some sort of governable posture? They're very good at throwing pot shots. They're very good at complaining about things, turning that into actual action, because Donald Trump has laid out a long list of things he'd like to get done. Like, how quickly can he remove tax on tips or tax on overtime, which is something that he's promised? He may have the votes to do that. Now it's actually time to turn that into.
But then you got to find the money elsewhere when you want money for other things. So budgets are budgets.
I do think it's worth, just as we sit here and reflect on the history of this moment, thinking about not only is this historic because he's the first president to serve 9 consecutive terms in more than 100 years, but think about the political comeback that we are witnessing. Think about January 6th and the days after that, and the number of Republicans who wrestled with whether to impeach him again and convict him, and who tried to separate themselves from him, much like you're discussing, Ryan, and who'd written him off politically, who just could not conceive of this moment. And then he had this incredible showing in the primary, and now here he is tonight on the cusp of
I think back, Kristen,
going back to the White House.
Often of that period of time where Mitch McConnell had that moment where he had to make a decision during the second impeachment trial as to whether or not he would lift his thumb and allow a whole group of Republican senators who were seriously thinking about voting to impeach him and put Donald Trump in a position where he would not be able to run for office again. And at the time, Mitch McConnell's argument was that this was not a decision, a political decision, that this would be a legal decision.
Decided in the courts.
He would be prosecuted, and a judge and jury would decide whether or not he should be convicted of those crimes.
I want to show you very quickly a photo of Donald Trump apparently taken backstage. This is not it, but there it is. So he's...
I think that was posted by one of his sons, just mentioned by Garrett Hake a few moments ago.
One of the other... I'm sorry, I was just going to say, one of the other things, I think there is still some suspense to the evening as it relates to the margin here and to the popular vote, right? Because this is something else that speaks to this idea of a mandate. Because over the course of the last 8 years, one of the things that you often hear said about former President Trump is, well, he doesn't have half the country, right? He's not there. He wins the electoral vote. What does the popular vote look like? And what do these other battlegrounds look like? Yes, we've called here at NBC News, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, all still out there. His campaign, his allies would be thrilled with a battleground sweep if that's what this turns out to be, as a talking point that will drive them over the course of the next
Well, not only that, I mean, Donald Trump has been extremely clear about his agenda, whether it's no tax on tips or if it's tariffs, if it's, you know,
mass deportations,
the war in Ukraine, cutting off the money spigot, trying to negotiate an end to it right away. I mean, so, you know, if he wins a battleground sweep in the popular vote, it's not that people didn't know what they were voting for.
I do wonder, and especially when you put it in that context, that was one of the things that Vice President Harris struggled with to some extent, and they made the calculation that she wasn't going to get specific about every single potential policy issue. And she is someone who, of course, was thrust into this race with 100 days to go, who had frankly never won a primary. I mean, remember, in 2019, she dropped out before Iowa.
You know what's very interesting in one of the exit polls? Kamala Harris's favorable rating, 48%. Donald Trump's, 44%.
That's right.
People like him less, and it appears
but the people who liked
into
him,
an office.
The people who liked him showed up here, and maybe others as well. And look at Joe Biden's approval rating, too. I do think that comes into play here. His favorability at 41%.
Well, they may not like him, but they like what he says.
Well,
they like his policies.
I talk to voters all the time that say, I can't stand him. I don't like the way he picks on people. I don't like his tweets. I don't like the way that he picks on people that aren't like him, but I love his policies.
But in his mind, does that validate his worst instincts now? I mean, will the lesson for him of this election be, you know, course works?
Well, and also it doesn't matter, Lester, right? Because he's not going to run for re-election again. That's it. He's going to have these 4 years, and he's the same Donald Trump, but he may govern differently. And what I mean by that is that he knows Washington now. The first time he didn't know Washington. Now he knows Washington. And also the people that are going to sign up for his cabinet, they know what to expect. You remember, all these people signed up, they got approved, and then they quickly were dismissed. What we saw with his campaign that was different from 2016 and really from his White House presidency, the team he assembled is the team that stayed, right? His campaign team, those around him, are the people that stayed. What's different this time around, though, Trump's inner circle is much different. You've mentioned this. No more Jared, no more Ivanka. There's much different people that have gotten close to him over these 4 years. So it may be a little different, and everyone that signs up sort of knows what to expect. I think when you talk about people like Senator Marco Rubio, Senator Tim Scott, these are people who stayed very close to him. They ran against him, but they stayed very close to him. You could see positions like Secretary of State and other cabinet positions being offered to these senators.
Some of the OGs are still around, right? Some of those 2016 people who came in early are I'm thinking Corey Lewandowski, who's back in the fold.
Steve Bannon, still an outside advisor. I'm told not planning to go back to the White House, but I think these are people who will continue to be in his
They'll be in his ear.
But I wonder, to your point, though, Lester, when we look at this campaign, one of the things that was much different than what we saw in 2020 and 2016, aside from the candidate himself, the operation was far more disciplined than what we saw in those previous two election cycles.
Absolutely.
Chris LaCivita, who I covered for a long time as a political reporter in Virginia, Susie Wiles, they at least kept the overall message of the campaign, very focused throughout the entire time. Now, he would get off the rails from time to time. That made their lives difficult. But you found them keeping everyone together and focused on a specific message.
But look at the Donald Trump we have seen in just the last few months in terms of message and
he's about to take the stage. Let's listen.
Here's Donald Trump now coming out.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice maiden, we call her the ice maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie. You want me to say something?
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. Now, he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it. I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Former President Trump making about 25 minutes worth of remarks, essentially acknowledging that he has been called by other networks, not this one so far, as the next president of the United States, coming out with family and supporters there, a crowd that had waited a considerable amount of time, but obviously eager and happy about the outcome of the evening. As we said, NBC News has not projected that he is over the top yet, but he has a clear path to victory and the White House at this point.
And we just saw Barron Trump, 18 years old, cast his first vote in a general election for president today for his father. And people say that Barron Trump has actually had a lot of ideas about having his father appeal to young men his age.
One of the young men
seems to be part of the coalition that we're seeing take shape now.
You heard from former President Trump there. Again, we have not called the race for president for him. We have called the race for Pennsylvania for him, and that appears to be the critical key for him to get to 270 at some point throughout the course of the early evening. He has not officially won the popular vote yet, although he is leading on that front. We have not officially called control of the House of Representatives yet. That could take a while. He clearly feels confident about that, saying that they've won. Again, that is not the case just yet. The Republicans do have control of the Senate, but you heard former President Trump there say that we have an unprecedented and powerful mandate at this historic moment here. He is now, once we officially call the race, would be the oldest president ever elected, only the second president elected to a non-consecutive term. You saw him basking in the moment. At one point, he looked around and said something like, "Isn't this crazy?" I mean, he looked around and said that this even happened. He was extremely confident, at least publicly projecting that in the days before this moment.
He talked about having almost lost his life at an assassin's bullet this summer, and talked about how he feels that some of his supporters, or at least feel that he was saved for this moment, and so he took that tone as well.
And Savannah, he called it the greatest political comeback in the history of this country. He might not be wrong if you think about that. He survived 2 assassination attempts, right? One that was very close. 90 criminal accounts, right? He was in court throughout his campaign. He was primaried, won that primary, fought all those criminal cases. A lot of them are still ongoing right now. Again, survives the assassination attempts, loses his mother-in-law. A lot happened to him over the last 2 years. And here we are at this moment again where it looks like he's on his way to re-election.
Yeah, he'll be, he's supposed to be sentenced, I think, the 26th of November on felony charges.
And that, even saying that sentence here, right, in this moment, is unprecedented.
You have to wonder, though, and I think we'll have to go back and look. I mean, was that what turned it for him on some level?
He would tell you that it is. The minute he started getting indicted, especially that New York case that was
fundraising numbers went up.
Well, his poll numbers went up. I mean, you could see the lines, the graph. I mean, Governor DeSantis thought he was on his way to the nomination. He was leading in all the polls. All the criminal indictments start, and his numbers start to shoot up. Democrats, even though they said they were following the letter of the law, some Democrats, Republicans will say, played politics with the law, and they went after him for political reasons. That might have been the biggest political miscalculation in the history of our country.
You talk to a lot of Democrats, they wonder if perhaps it took the Department of Justice just too long to get this process moving. I mean, if you talk to the folks that sat on the January 6th Select Committee, they wanted the DOJ to move a lot faster than they did. It wasn't until the Select Committee had done all of its work and then handed those referrals over to the Department of Justice that they moved specifically on the cases related to January 6th. And by that point, we were already into the campaign season. It became a political issue instead of a legal issue, and that may be something that they look back on and regret.
It was really the big X factor hanging over this entire race. How would his legal challenges impact his political prospects? But just zooming out, we're talking about how historic this moment is. You have to take a moment to think about how historic Donald Trump is as a political figure. Think about when he first ran for office back in 2015 and made disparaging comments about Senator John McCain, and a lot of people declared that his political career was over in that moment. And what we have learned from having covered Donald Trump is that he is immune to things that other politicians would not be able to survive. And now here we have this extraordinary campaign where he has survived 2 assassination attempts, where he's on the track to be the oldest president in office. And again, just the second person in 100 years to serve non-consecutive terms.
Let's talk about that mandate that he has claimed, a mandate that's political speak for saying, the people have spoken. My election win was so convincing that I have been sent to do X, Y, and Z. So, Ryan, you'll be covering Capitol Hill.
Right.
What is that mandate, do you think?
Well, I think, first off, there is one person that's probably watching the returns coming in, still very closely watching a lot of House races across the country, and his name is Hakeem Jeffries, who is poised to potentially become the first black Speaker of the House. The House is very much in doubt right now, and if Democrats still controlled the House, that's going to be a big red light to any Donald Trump legislative agenda. Even though the margins are going to be tight on any level, it's going to be very difficult for him to push through a lot of these big ticket items that he's talking about. But to your point, Savannah, it is going to be very hard for even the more moderate Republicans who don't necessarily describe themselves as being from the MAGA wing of the party to resist the pull of what Donald Trump has accomplished here tonight. He definitely has the pulse of the people, especially the people that voted for him. And I think he's going to go to these members of Congress and say, look, I just ran on this particular agenda and I was successful. You now have to make that agenda a reality.
I think there's an existential question for this president and, frankly, for the next Congress, which is how can they try to bring this country together? We saw in these polls, we saw in these results tonight just how divided, how divisive things have become. Donald Trump has not necessarily run on a unity message.
Do you think he has a mandate of unity?
I don't, but I do think that there is going to be a hunger for that. It's something that former President Barack Obama promised, that President Biden has promised. It hasn't happened yet. The country has only gotten more divided over time. I think the nation's hungry for
And
that.
Savannah, he set a high bar. He has set a high bar. He said he's going to figure out what's happening in Ukraine with Russia. He's going to solve it on day one. And also the war in Gaza with Israel. He's going to have 2 giant issues that you could argue had a huge impact on this presidential election. And he said on day one he's going to solve them. Well, he set the bar. What will he be able to do? And the entire world's watching this election right now. We're talking about all the issues at home. The entire world. There's a new president in Mexico. What's going to happen with immigration? There's so much going on right now globally. And now Donald Trump, once again, reelected. It's going to shake up the global political
And the
course.
things he can do unilaterally, such as tariffs, for example, which will have an immediate effect on the economy. So, I mean, look, when he has the levers of government, he has the United States Senate, he might have the House.
Some might argue he has the Supreme Court as well.
I was just about to say he's got the ideological balance as the Supreme Court. He may get to appoint 1 or 2 more.
right.
And so when you have all of that power and the responsibility, you also have the accountability. So if he has this mandate and acts on it, then in another couple of years, we'll be talking right here at this table about whether or not Americans approve of the job that's been done.
Keeping in mind that the policies he's put forward that he would do in his first day, in his first 100 days, for example, they are controversial and in some ways divisive policies. When you look at even that sort of core tenet of potentially mass deportations on day one, we saw in the exit pollings that actually more Americans would like to see a legal pathway for immigrants here, a legal pathway to citizenship than they would mass deportations. The other interesting point here is who he is going to be surrounding himself with, which we've touched on tonight. And it was interesting to watch that speech. He shouted out Elon Musk. You heard the Dana White, UFC head, shout out to Joe Rogan, the super popular podcaster. This is the coalition he has built around him. He's also talking about RFK Jr., of course, former third-party candidate, through his support behind Donald Trump, saying he has a lot of ideas. He wants to go do them. We're going to let him go do it.
Just go get him, Bobby.
That's right. That's right. Somebody who is sort of notable in the anti-vaccine community. So I think it's going to be obviously something to watch who he installs in some of these key roles here as he moves forward.
Well, you remember the inauguration speech at American Carnage? That really set the tone. That was
it did,
that
Lester.
and the crowd size.
Yeah,
issue
absolutely.
With the inauguration.
And I think that, look, he has always been defined by, I think, his approach to immigration, illegal immigration in this country. Obviously, during his first term, he was going to build the wall. Mexico was going to pay for the wall. Now he's going to, he says, enact this mass deportation force. So we will have to see what that looks like, what the contours of that look like, and how that plays out. But again, that at the very core, when you think about what he's going to do on day one, and this got a lot of questions for both of these candidates, That was one of the things.
And I have to wonder, too, when it comes to immigration, Kristen, this was something that Democrats, it took them too long to figure this out, but this was something Democrats recognized was a problem, that they were losing a significant amount of support around, and that needs to be fixed. And there's certainly no universe where Democrats are going to support mass deportation.
Right.
But they put forward the most conservative border bill in a generation, a whole suite of policies that in a normal universe Republicans would have supported. Could that be the first opportunity for them to find some common ground? Let's do something on the border immediately. Let's strengthen and secure the border, find a way to allow people to enter the country legally. We've been talking about them trying to solve immigration in Washington for generations.
Decades, generations,
but could this be the opening? Because especially if the Democrats control the House, he's not going to be able to just ram through whatever he wants.
And I wonder if he calls Greg Abbott in Texas and says thank you, because Greg Abbott, remember, busing the migrants from the border to cities all across America and putting immigration on the front page of every major newspaper day after day after day, a huge issue right here in New York City.
Let's go to Garrett Haake. Garrett is still at the Trump headquarters. Garrett, you've been listening to the conversation. What would you like to add?
Well, a couple things, Lester. First of all, I heard a former president who sounded surprised to be back up on that stage, that moment about saying how crazy this was. You know, I've been at all his last rallies these last few weeks. I was at his news conference today. They all sort of had a little bit of a valedictory feel, as if he wasn't sure that he was going to have the opportunity to address these crowds or address reporters again, which he will now have. You mentioned the idea of promises made, promises kept. He has a lot of promises that he's going to have to keep, and he's been adding to them basically every day of this campaign, rolling out new policies time and again, oftentimes without explaining how he'd pay for them. In the middle of this campaign, he talked about a free IVF program that would be paid for by the government or by insurance. He almost never mentioned it again, but these are things that are out there, and I think this coalition that he has built are going to expect action on. The other thing that I'll notice, I'll just say, you know, for folks who have not seen a lot of Trump rallies, you kind of got a expedited version of a Trump rally here tonight with a little bit of unity added to it, but not a lot. And I say that because of two things I didn't hear. I never heard the name Kamala Harris or Joe Biden, and I never heard any mention of their supporters, millions of them, tens of millions of them, who he will now, it appears, be the president for again. And he did say at that news conference today that, you know, he wanted to try to reach out to those people. I'm not sure when that outreach will start, but other than sort of broadly saying he wants to heal this country and talking about his agenda, we did not hear that from Donald Trump tonight.
That's a good point. Do we know if there's been any communication this evening between the two camps?
I have asked everyone who I can think would know that information, up to and including Donald Trump himself, and I don't know yet, Lester. I mean, the Harris campaign has not indicated that they think this race is over yet, so I'd be surprised if there's been a phone call between them.
All right, Garrett Haake, thank you at the headquarters there. And we heard again from the Harris folks that she will speak sometime tomorrow, that we will not hear from her tonight. There was just a brief remarks to the crowd, basically telling them to go home, back to work tomorrow. Of course, since that, we've seen Donald Trump win in Wisconsin, now in a position, I'm sorry, not win in Wisconsin.
Minnesota. No, that was
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Harris has won in Minnesota.
We've also got those other calls, I believe, coming in, and you would know this, Tom, but on CD2 in Nebraska. At this point, it's just the math, figuring out how to get to 270 here. I will say, as one of the conversations we're having here about what this term would look like for former President Trump here, and the dynamics back home where we are in Washington between the House, the Senate, the White House. You talked about, Ryan, the possibility of a Democratic control of House, Republican control of the Senate. I do wonder, and I think the question is out there, what does that Democratic, quote-unquote, resistance look like? Not just in Congress, but more broadly across the country. I think one thing you've heard from Democrats, some of them are exhausted, right? And this was the case that Kamala Harris was trying to make. Like, we're all so tired of this. Let's move on. Let's have a fresh start. And I just wonder, on the Democratic side, what is the energy to sort of, again, quote unquote, resist here in this potential?
Well, and the Trump team has said they're afraid that he's going to be quote unquote impeached on day one. And
Right,
that's been part of their message.
I mean, we are in this era of impeachments, right? I mean, it seems as though there's an impeachment inquiry for every president that takes office. And, you know, we did talk a little bit about maybe there's areas for them to find common ground and work together on things. I think the more realistic outlook here is that the Democrats do and will view the Democratic-controlled House, if it turns out that way, and we're nowhere near ready to call it that, that they would become the last line of defense against whatever they see the Donald Trump agenda being. And it would be beyond just stopping the legislation that he would put on the floor. There's a congressman by the name of Jamie Raskin who currently serves as the ranking member on the Oversight Committee. If they win the majority, he would become the chair of the Oversight Committee. That would give him subpoena power. That would give him the opportunity to launch all these investigations into the Trump administration, much like his contemporary James Comer has done with the Biden administration. So there's a whole suite of options that the Democratic-led House could have should they win the majority. If they don't win the majority, then it's a whole different game.
What does the retribution path look like, though, that we've heard so much about?
Well, that's
not what he said, but what he'll do.
That's the open question. I mean, will he go after his political rivals legally? What specifically does that look like? Now, look, his aides and allies have tried to downplay that. They've said, look, that's not what he meant. You're taking that out of context. But it is what he said. And so
he's got supporters.
He said just days ago that it'll be, in his words, nasty in the beginning, right? Which I think Democrats took as an allusion to the potential for this so-called enemies list, as Vice President Harris
absolutely. And the first thing he says he's going to do is fire Jack Smith, of course, the special counsel who's brought these charges against him. So that's the first act potentially of retribution, if you want to put it into that category. But I do think there's a big question mark. I have asked him about it in my interview with him over a year ago. What specifically do you mean by retribution? He wouldn't get specific. I think a lot of reporters have tried to drill down on exactly what that would look like. And again, much like the mass deportation plan, there aren't a whole lot of specifics. There's not a policy paper that's been put out to give people a sense of what it would look like or how it would be carried out. But there is a sense that he already is amassing a team of people who
the first signal will probably be who he appoints as his attorney general.
I was about to say that,
Yeah, because, you know, the one thing that the United States government has always prided itself on is the independence of the Department of Justice, the fact that they don't take their marching orders from the president after they're appointed to that job. Donald Trump has said multiple times that he doesn't think it should be like that anymore. So if he picks someone who's very dyingly loyal to him as Attorney General, something he didn't do when he appointed Jeff Sessions the first time around, I think that'll be our first signal as to just how much he's going to use the DOJ.
Who does he listen to?
In general? Or?
In general.
Kellyanne Conway's still, I mean, outside advisor, but still someone who he listens
people in his ear.
He listens to his family, too, still.
To his family.
I think Stephen Miller is somebody who he talks to on a regular basis. He could be somebody who we might see as the next Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, possibly.
He's also somebody, I think we've all talked to in different contexts. He's somebody who will sort of listen to a degree, people who are around him, you know, whoever he happens to be with in the moment. And I think a lot of us have had the experience of he'll riff with you, just even as journalists here, and he'll do that with people at Mar-a-Lago, et cetera. That is what Democrats find concerning, and that's what Republicans in some ways find appealing.
Let me send it back out to Garrett Hake at the Trump headquarters. Garrett?
Lester, and I could jump in on that conversation, too, because having covered Trump for a long time, the question of who he listens to is almost everyone, and it can be anyone around him, from his friends at Mar-a-Lago to elected officials to the folks who find and collect his phone number to try to reach out to him on any given issue. In fact, in many cases, there's almost a penalty applied to people who are on his payroll. If you take his money, if you are his staff, in some cases, he trusts you less than the people who might be people he views as friends and peers. Although we heard tonight an extraordinary moment, frankly, Trump calling up his co-campaign managers to try to get them here to speak tonight. I think indicative of what has been a campaign that was, at least in Trump standards, almost entirely without the kind of drama and backbiting that defined his two previous campaigns and his White House. And I think looking at that model as he starts to think about how he's going to staff his White House and build out his cabinet might be important. I can tell you there's already a lot of discussion, some of it among reporters, some of it among staff, many of whom are quite superstitious about discussing it before tonight, about what the transition is going to look like, who might be in line for various appointments. I can tell you from talking to sources in the donor community and a lot of lawmakers who Ryan and I cover on Capitol Hill, particularly in the Senate, people starting to get a little bit sharp-elbowed about viewing what cabinet positions might be available to them, what opportunities might be available to serve in this second Trump administration. I think there was a thinking about Republican senators and whether or not they would potentially be asked to serve in a cabinet if the Senate was narrowly divided, depleting their own numbers on other things they have to do. But if we're looking at a significant margin in the Senate, all of a sudden, anybody from a state that's even remotely safe might find themselves considered for a cabinet position. And the cabinet's going to do a lot of work here, especially if the House ultimately ends up controlled by Democrats. Donald Trump made it clear in his first term he's not at all shy about using executive authority to its maximum level. He's been backstopped on that by the Supreme Court, backstopped again since he's been out of office with that ruling on immunity, essentially saying any official acts can't be criminally prosecuted. And the policies that he's laid out on the campaign trail, particularly his economic plan, the tariffs that he wants to put in place, are things that he can do unilaterally and may begin doing quite quickly, at least if he's going to keep all the promises that he's laid out for himself in the first early weeks of his campaign. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to you in the studio.
All right, Garrett, thanks very much. I've stepped over to the big board with Tom Yamas to drill down on where we are right now. NBC News has not called this race yet. We still got Donald Trump at 266. How does he? What's his path now to finish up this?
Yeah, and we just want to make sure, we're absolutely right about all this. At some point, we will call Alaska. That almost always goes red. That gets him to 269. You come over to Maine again. We haven't called the races in Maine yet. Maine, like Nebraska, gives out its electoral votes by popular vote. It'll probably go blue. And then by congressional districts. And congressional district 2, CD2, it's usually a red district. And once we do that, you can see his number there, Lester. He gets to 270. It hasn't happened at this point yet. We expect that to happen at some point. We will project that once it happens, but we're just not there yet. We're not trying to keep anything away from former President Trump. We're just not there in the night yet.
Right. And so the headline of this night would be, because you went through state by state, and we kept seeing the same thing, underperform, underperform, underperform. Is that the story?
The story is he overperformed in the rural areas. She underperformed in the urban areas, in the big cities, in the counties. She needed to win. She was underperforming Biden pretty much in all the battleground states. And when we started the night, Lester, you remember, we even did this last night on Nightly News, we showed you the easiest path for Trump. And it's not easy to become president, obviously, but the easiest path for him was to hold North Carolina. He did that, flip Georgia, and then win Pennsylvania, and he'd get to the White House. And tonight he's done that.
So you'd walked us through that. And so
we're still waiting on Wisconsin and Michigan, Nevada and Arizona.
So officially we're at 266 now, I think.
We're at 266 right now. We're at 266, right? And we're waiting on Alaska and then the congressional districts in Maine.
Was this something that could have been anticipated, given what the polls down the stretch, the tie?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. We had a call with the Trump campaign a few days ago, and they were bullish on their sort of prospects. But again, on those calls, they're sometimes trying to spin you. And, sometimes you take this with a grain of salt. Are they right? It turns out on that call, they were right on a lot of what they were seeing in their own data about the early voting. Once early voting started coming back in some of these states and Republicans were matching Democrats, that was a big sign to Democrats like, listen, wait a minute, things may be changing here. It may not be as easy as we thought. And no one thought it was going to be easy. Everyone thought it was going to be a coin flip. It was going to be so tight. But now looking back, and we can look back a little bit and maybe Monday morning quarterback and say there were signs there for Democrats to be a little nervous.
And Hallie, obviously Democrats have a lot ahead of them now as they try to work through this and find the lessons. Yeah. But that takes time.
Yeah,
these things don't get turned around even in 4 years.
And at this moment, I think there is, by all accounts and by the reporting that our teams are doing, a bit of a moment of shell shock here for Democrats, for folks who had worked to try to turn out the vote for Vice President Kamala Harris, who had hoped that tonight would be history-making in a very different kind of way, that instead of seeing, of course, Donald Trump elected, that the nation would see its first female president, its first president who was a woman of color. That is, by the math that you and Tom just laid out, looks to not be the case once Donald Trump does hit 270 electoral college votes. I'm struck by some reporting that members of our team put in from a Harris aide who talked about needing to find some love for the people, the other half of the country, not Democrats, right, not Harris backers, who chose to back former President Trump despite or perhaps because of his rhetoric here. And so I am curious to see as morning, I was going to say night turns into day, but as early morning turns into later morning, where Democrats are on this. I think you heard some of it at the table when we were with former Senator Claire McCaskill, former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, about maybe a moment of soul searching for Democrats, what the brand is, what the outreach is to Americans here, especially when our exit polling shows that fewer people identify as Democrats right now. We saw that surge in people who said that they really weren't down with either party, Lester. And so that is also a factor here, I think, as Democrats are looking at what this moment means for them and how they move forward. I do also think that control of the House, and whether that goes Democratic or not, is also going to be a factor in this as well.
Okay, Hallie, thanks very much. We're going to take a quick break right here, and then we'll pick it right up with our colleagues Kate Snow and Craig Melvin.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv.
We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From NBC News, this is Decision 2024. Here are Craig Melvin and Kate Snow.
And welcome back. We continue our special coverage of election night here on NBC. Craig Melvin here alongside Kate Snow. Coming up on 3:20 here on the East Coast. Let us take a look at where we stand in that race to 270 with former President Trump on the cusp of making history once again with a return to the White House. Again, here's a look at where we stand at this hour. As you can see, the former president just 4 electoral votes shy of reaching that 270 threshold. It is widely expected he will do that here, perhaps in the next few hours. As you can see there, Vice President Kamala Harris stuck at 219 electoral votes. We had spent so much time talking about these battleground states over the past few weeks and months. So far, heretofore, the vice president hasn't picked up a single one.
Not a single one of the 7 that we've been following so closely. I want to note, he spoke a short time ago.
Yes.
He spoke at length. He invited a lot of people up on stage, talked about Elon Musk at length. There are parties going on around the country right now for President Donald Trump. There are people out there celebrating.
Yeah.
I think it's important to acknowledge that. Sure. This is a big night for half the country, and a sort of dismal night for the other half.
We heard from Cedric Richmond, who is co-chair of the Harris for President campaign, acknowledging a few hours ago that we would not be hearing from the vice president tonight. She is expected to address her supporters, to address the country at some point tomorrow. But there had been, as you know, this huge party planned on the campus of Howard University. It was a party that never happened. But again, 4 electoral votes shy for the former president. Chuck Todd is here with us at the desk. So is Kelly O'Donnell. We've got Ryan Nobles as well, who covers Congress. So Chuck, let's start with you. 4 electoral votes away. It's going to happen. The question at this point is how it's going to happen. Where does he get those 4?
Well, it could get it in Wisconsin. He still leads there. That you know, it's possible. It's hard to see a path for Harris to carry Wisconsin at this point. Alaska is one. Maine. So the numbers are there. I think now the question is how much over 270 is he going to get?
To be clear for people maybe just joining at this hour, the numbers are not there for Harris.
They're just not there for Harris, and it doesn't look like. And what is in the blue wall, where she's coming up short, are in the cities. And what was interesting is during the early vote, you know, they were downplaying that, well, because the early vote showed rural voters came out big, suburban voters came out pretty big, but the urban numbers were down across the board, and they thought they were going to make it up on Election Day. They were looking at how much time she spent in Philadelphia even just 24 hours ago. But Philadelphia, Milwaukee, and Detroit, it's a familiar, this is the same story from 2016. Philadelphia, Milwaukee, Detroit. Turnout numbers are down there. Turnout in the red counties, through the roof. Again.
Yeah, it's interesting because North Carolina, not that much of a surprise, perhaps. But if you look at how much time, to your point, that she spent in Pennsylvania, 3 rallies just yesterday alone, the amount of money both campaigns spent in Pennsylvania, you know, obviously they'll, you know, for the next hours, days, weeks, they'll be looking at precisely what happened there. But based on some of the exit polling that we've seen so far, based on some of the conversations that I know you guys have had there with folks from Pennsylvania, what do we know about what happened there?
What's so stunning is that her events in those places drew big crowds. There was an awareness that they did not want to see a repeat of 2016. Strategically, they did some things differently. And yet a real frustration on the part of Democrats who, at a certain point tonight, began to go quiet. And that was a real early indicator that what they were seeing was not going to support her getting across the finish line. It may be a function of misjudging some of the electorate. It may be those who thought she was doing well, didn't engage. There'll be a lot to dissect.
Yeah, when you look at all the different demographic groups that Kamala Harris had to do well in, she underperformed. When you look at all the different demographic groups that Donald Trump needed to do well in, he overperformed. I mean, we are going to be talking, and these are just early exit polls. They're going to be dissected, and we need to get all the data in. But the swing with Latino men in particular is something that no one saw
Double
coming.
digits. People were right about that for years.
Yeah, there was an expectation he was going to do better. The idea that it would be a swing, I think it was Joe Biden, a 23-point advantage before to a 13-point advantage for Donald Trump this time around, just that was something that wasn't on anybody's dance card leading into this race. And it's one of the indications that it seems pretty clear that he has built a working-class coalition that no president before him, at least not in this era, has.
And it's not just Latinos. It's you look at first-time voters lean towards Trump. You look at voters of color leaning towards Trump. Younger voters, especially men, coming out, younger men coming out for him.
Look, the current administration, the president, our exit poll is measuring him at a 40% job rating. This is
when people assessed his term,
exactly.
His first term.
I'm talking about Joe Biden's term.
Joe Biden.
And I think let's not forget that is a huge organizing tool, if you will, for Donald Trump. This was considered a failed presidency. Our pollsters do their own election night survey, and he was sharing the #1 hesitation that they had, that they found among voters that they've talked to tonight about Harris was not enough distance from Biden. And you look at, and it was by far the biggest issue that voters had. And you cannot, I don't think we can sit here and sort of separate her from Joe Biden. Joe Biden was the driver of Donald Trump's comeback tonight. His unpopularity, whether, could more have been done, all sorts of things. But that that is the driver of tonight.
And earlier tonight, some of the Harris aides that I was talking to said part of why they focused on turning the page was to not have her be attached as a direct incumbent. They wanted to try to have separation. Apparently too subtle a message for voters. And now Joe Biden, in the remaining weeks of his time in office, will have to contemplate how much of his legacy, legislation and ideas that will be dismantled with Donald Trump.
You just said something interesting, too subtle. I think this is going to be a lesson that the Democrats take away from Donald Trump. Why does Donald Trump succeed? He's anything but subtle.
Right. Yeah.
On all of these issues.
He
says it very directly, at times making stuff up to make a larger point. And he'll say, yeah, that's not true, but I'm still trying to make a larger point about immigration, right? And that subtlety, I have a feeling Democrats are going to try to find their own version of unsubtle.
Hold that thought, Chuck Todd. We are actually going to take just a very, very quick break. But again, at this hour, it seems as if the 45th president of these United States will also be the 47th.
Closer to the Gaza border.
Welcome back to our Decision 2024 coverage. Almost 3:30 in the morning on the East Coast and 12:30 a.m. Pacific time. Kate Snow alongside Craig Melvin. You got a new cast of folks here at the desk as some of our colleagues go to get a little bit of sleep. But we are still talking, obviously, about former President Trump, likely to be the next president. We have not yet, for clarity, we have not yet called him or projected that he is the next president, but there really is no way, as Chuck Todd just laid out, for Harris to make up what she would need to become.
To be clear for folks who might just be joining us, what states have not been called so far?
So Wisconsin and Michigan have not been called, Arizona and Nevada, which we don't expect to. And I don't think we're calling Michigan tonight. Michigan's been very slow with their counting. So I don't think we'll have enough data there. Wisconsin, we're close.
Does Trump need one of those, or could he do it?
He actually doesn't need any of them. He could just do it with Alaska and Maine.
Yeah.
And, and Alaska's not going to be a blowout for him. So you got to wait to see some numbers out of Alaska, which also takes a while. The question is, does he win one of the two blue wall states that puts him over, at least as far as our count's concerned tonight?
And here's, again, for folks who might just be joining us, here is a look at the map where things stand right now. A number of surprises on that map for a lot of folks. I would assume, Chuck, there are a lot of folks, Kelly O, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Noble's there. Georgia, I think a lot of folks thought that Kamala Harris was going to be able to turn out enough folks in Atlanta and in the suburbs.
I'll be honest, I was always a Georgia skeptic because there was a missing ingredient for Democrats this cycle. And the ingredient is Raphael Warnock.
Yes.
He was on the ballot in 20, and he was on the ballot in 22. And let's remember, on the ballot in 22, he needed a runoff to defeat Herschel Walker. Right. Okay, he did not get 50% the first time around. Yeah. So this was a tall order. That's a good point. With Raphael Warnock. Yeah. Without him there, essentially as a running mate for the Democrats.
Yes.
Big loss.
And he repaired his relationship with the Republican governor, and that also helped.
For sure. All right. Again, just a very quick break here as we await what appears to be the inevitable, that 270 mark. Former President Trump declaring victory a short time ago. We'll have much more of our continuing coverage here on NBC right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
It is 3:30 a.m. on the East Coast, 12:30 a.m. on the West Coast on an extraordinary election night as Donald Trump is poised for a historic return to the White House. The former president speaking just moments ago at his election headquarters at Mar-a-Lago, telling supporters that they made history tonight and vowing a new, quote, golden age in America. Take a look. Actually, we don't have the sound right now, but he did say a new golden age. He said we're going to help our country heal. He also said a couple of things that we have not verified. He said he won the popular vote. We're not sure if that's true. He said America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
Referred to it as the greatest political movement of all time.
The NBC Decision Desk has not yet called the presidency for Donald Trump. We should be clear on that, but it might be a matter of when at this point and not if. Let's take a look at where things stand in the battleground states. We'll start with Pennsylvania. We made this projection a short time ago. Was it an hour ago? Pennsylvania. NBC News Decision Desk projecting that Pennsylvania goes the way of Donald Trump, and that is essentially what pushed him over toward a victory. Again, we're not calling it just yet, but he is on the path to 270 because of Pennsylvania. In Georgia, Mr. Trump winning there as well. That's a state that Biden won in 2020. Now the projected winner, Donald Trump, with 50% of the vote. In North Carolina, Trump winning there as well. Another battleground state, 97% in, and you see the numbers. He wins with 51 to Kamala Harris's almost 50. In Michigan, we have not made a call here yet. It is too close to call. As of now, 81% of the vote in, waiting on some key counties there in Michigan. Wisconsin, the presidential two-way, too close to call, with Donald Trump up with 94% of the vote in, but not ready to project that just yet. In Nevada, we characterize it as well as too close to call, with 93% of the vote in Nevada. And in Arizona, we continue to say too early to call. We just don't have enough information yet to make a call in that race. Only 54% of the vote is in there. They had said that they might count for days. Let's take a look at the road to 270. You see the map there. A lot of red on that map, including Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. And then let's take a look at Congress.
Let's take a look at the upper chamber here. This is where things stand. Republicans projected to take control of the Senate at this hour. Not much of a surprise there in the upper chamber. Lots of questions, of course, at this hour about what's going to happen in the House of Representatives. As you can see there, net gain so far for Republicans of 3, but there are still some 5-6 dozen uncalled races there in the House. Ryan Nobles, we spent some time talking about Hakeem Jeffries probably paying very close attention to our count there in the House. Hakeem Jeffries would become the first black Speaker of the House if Democrats are able to
And I really do have to caution our viewers that it could be days maybe weeks before we know who wins the House of Representatives. For instance, just a few minutes ago, we called Michigan 7 for the Republican there. That's Alyssa Slotkin's old seat. She's currently running for Senate there, so that's not good news for Democrats. But yes, you're right. If Democrats are able to hold on to the House of Representatives, that would usher in a Speaker. Hakeem Jeffries would be the first African-American Speaker of the House.
On the other hand, if Republicans take control of the House, I know you've talked about a lot of the rural areas where there are some really competitive races, not necessarily in battleground states, but even in places like California, upstate New York. If we're seeing former President Trump perform the way we're seeing in exit polls with so much strength in rural areas, do you think we could see potentially some real pickups?
I would say right now, as it stands, there's just as much chance that Republicans win the House as there is that Democrats win the House. It's literally a 50-50 race right now. But to your point, Kate, New York's a good example. I think of the 5 battlegrounds that we're watching in New York, 3 right now are trending Democrat, but Republicans have held on to a couple seats that they thought they might not be able to hold on to. In California, the returns are still coming in. It's a mixed bag. Republicans picking up some seats that they thought that they could pick up, losing in other areas that they couldn't. But there's also battlegrounds in New Mexico, in Arizona, Washington State. So there's a lot that still needs to be resolved. And like I said, it could take some time.
And if it does take time, that also creates a void for Democrats who might get the House.
Who's going to be their leader?
Who's going to fill this space, especially as Donald Trump is leaning into being reelected?
All right, Kelly, stand by. By the way, it's great having you here on nights like this. Because Kelly O'Donnell, you've been covering nights like this since 1996, if I'm not mistaken.
My first one.
Chuck Todd, not quite as long, but a long time as well.
I'm 2000, just for the record.
There we go.
Chuck, what are we looking at over here, bud?
Well, I'm just showing you, I was just following the House, and here's why we're not going to know the House. basically the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Republican-held seats in California.
Yeah.
The Democrats, I mean, in theory, they could net their 4 that they needed just out of California. But look, Republicans picked up a couple seats in Pennsylvania that they didn't expect to pick up. Don Bacon is not done yet. In Nebraska, too. That's one that, frankly, Democrats had been counting on already. So I'm with Ryan. Look, no matter what, the House is going to be single digits for either the Republicans or the Democrats. But, you know, you'd probably slightly rather be the Republicans right now, just slightly, given that they added a couple of pads, if you will, in Pennsylvania that just made it that much harder. Put it this way. Democrats probably have to take every one of their targets in California, and I don't think they will. And that's going to be the challenge.
Can I ask you to pivot back to the presidential race? Because it's been a while since we looked at the map and did the scenarios. Can you show us how former President Trump gets there?
Or it might be easier to show us how he can't get there.
Yeah. You said there's no way.
There really is. I mean, here, we can do it. I can show you. And here, I mean, at this point, if he just gets Alaska, which he's favored to do, he's just the 1 electoral vote short. And he is leading in the 2nd congressional district.
Maine is one of those states that doesn't do winner take
just like
all,
Nebraska.
Split things up.
Exactly. Maine, too, is the more rural of the 2 districts. He carried it both times. This would be the 3rd straight time he did it. We expect that. It's still a lot of votes still to count in Maine. But assuming that lead holds there, that gets him to 270. Without Wisconsin, without Michigan, without Nevada, without Arizona. And when you see the historic realignment that we're seeing tonight among Latino voters, it would be a stunner if somehow he didn't win Arizona when you look at the gains he made in New Mexico even and what they did in Texas. I mean, he increased his margin in Texas from what he did in 2020, increased his margin in Florida, decreased the Democratic margin in New Mexico. So it would be a shocker if somehow Arizona didn't continue to move in the same way.
I want to dig into that a little bit more, maybe perhaps next hour. But to Chuck's point here, I mean, the former president is poised to have, at the end of the night, perhaps later tomorrow, somewhere close to 300 electoral votes. I would assume that would be considered in most circles a mandate. If the former president has that kind of mandate, what does that mean legislatively?
Well, a couple of things come to mind. One of them, for me, is what he didn't talk about tonight, and that is skepticism about the systems that produced this result. So does that put to bed his talking about elections can't be trusted? And that might be one important piece in sort of moving past that. On mandate, and I was struck by it when you used that word a moment ago, it does give him the political will to say, I talked about these number of things, both domestic and international, and I have the juice to get them done. And members of Congress would follow suit, I think.
Right, but the Founding Fathers did set up a system where he checks and balance, where he's got to get this through Congress, and Congress has set up its own rules where you're not just going to push anything through, particularly in the United States Senate, where even though they're poised to have big gains today, they could end up with 55, maybe even 56 seats. That's still 4 seats vote of what we call a supermajority. You can basically stop almost any piece of legislation if you don't have the full 60 votes. So that really takes off the table things like his mass deportation plan, things along those lines. But it's going to require Democrats to come to the table and try and find some areas where they can compromise with.
But I might argue Democrats may feel like they have to come to the table and work with, because, one of the things we haven't talked about tonight is Donald Trump's improvement in blue states. I got to show you the state of Illinois. We're at 91% reporting. We know she's going to win it because we know how much. Look at this change, okay? Joe Biden won Illinois by nearly 18 points.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris is going to win it probably by 5 once all is said and done, okay? That's Illinois. Let me take you to a few other blue states here.
Virginia.
We've seen Virginia as another one. Where you saw where, again, and this has been, even in every blue county, she sort of underperformed. But Virginia, 10 points. It's going to be 5 points there. Let's see if it's a problem in every blue state. Look, here's Maryland.
Yeah.
He won it by 33 points. She's going to win it by 22 points. I mean, he picked up ground everywhere. And a lot of it has to do with this realignment of 2 major groups. One is obviously Latinos, and the second appears to be young men, younger men.
Chuck, thank you. Let me go out to NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He's standing by for us. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn, I don't know if you could hear our conversation, but we're talking about the kind of mandate that President Trump may have and what his agenda might be. Can you help us with that?
Right. I think it's a good conversation around not only the realignment, but I think that this is, when we're talking about a mandate here, Donald Trump ran, especially here in these final months of the campaign, I mean, his most pure, unvarnished self. He told Americans exactly what he intends to do, from mass deportations to putting Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in charge of the U.S. health agencies that even dictate the vaccines that are on the market. He went as far as to say that he'll have Elon Musk go in and make the federal government more efficient by Elon Musk's own suggestion, echoed by Donald Trump, to cut the federal budget by 1/3, which, let's be very clear, that's staggering. That's $2 trillion, which U.S. discretionary annual budget is about $1.7 trillion. So you're talking about, where do you cut? Is that Social Security, Medicare, defense spending? There's a lot of serious questions about policy implications that are going to be had in these weeks and months ahead if, in fact, Donald Trump is to ascend and take the White House in 2025 here. And again, when we're talking about that mandate, American voters for the last 2 years have heard Donald Trump on the campaign trail, right, promise to go after his political enemies and use the Department of Justice as his own tool to go and investigate and bring charges against those who he has made the case unfairly targeted him. And Americans made a very explicit decision here today to the extent that they came and turned out. And I think that this is where, for those individuals that are close to Donald Trump, his allies, they have consistently said that Donald Trump is the one who is running the show of this campaign. There was no effort from any campaign managers to try to moderate him or get him to focus or stay on teleprompter. This was Donald Trump in his purest form. And now Donald Trump getting that mandate to go into the side of the White House and essentially act as the chief executive of the United States in the way that he has promised the last 2 years to do.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us. Vaughn, stand by for you, for us if you can, please, sir, because we want to go to your counterpart there in Washington, D.C., NBC's Yamiche Alcindor. She's there at the Bureau. You have been following the Kamala Harris campaign since it launched. Any idea at this point, Yamiche, based on the conversations that you've been having with folks inside that campaign, when did it take a turn for the vice president? When did they know she was in trouble?
It's a key question, Craig. I was talking to Harris officials all night, and they really began the night very confident, feeling very joyful. I heard the idea that they were cautiously optimistic, and the vice president has been saying for the last 3 days that she felt like she had the momentum in this race and that she was going to win. That's what she was telling crowds. But around 10:30, when it started becoming very clear that former President Trump was making gains, and exit polls were showing that he was overperforming in key areas, including in North Carolina and Georgia, it became clear to the Harris campaign aides that I was talking to that she was in trouble. And I started hearing words like deflated. I started hearing words like, it feels like a funeral here, especially at Howard University, which was her alma mater. There were hundreds, thousands of people gathered there. They started getting very quiet. They started being very sort of blank stares, started forming on people's faces. And then over the course of the last few hours, including just in the last hours as I've been texting people with former President Trump winning Pennsylvania, people are telling me now that they're pivoting toward looking at how to deal with Trump's policies and how to find love for people that they might disagree with. So definitely a change here.
All right. Yamiche Alcindor for us there in Washington. Yamiche, we'll check back in with you as well in just a bit.
Our special coverage of the 2024 election continues. Stay with us. We're going to take a look at our data wall and where the state of the race stands. We have so much to dig into about how this historic night unfolded, how this election unfolded. Stay with us.
Nice to have you along with us, whether you're at home or on our plaza. We're just glad you're with us this morning.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Our coverage of the 2024 election continues. If you are just joining us, former President Donald Trump in striking distance to become the next president of these United States. In fact, here's where the road to 270 stands at this hour, 3:45 roughly Eastern here. You can see the former president. He picked up Pennsylvania a short time ago. He flipped that key blue wall state, all but sealing Vice President Harris's fate. You can also see President Trump picking up North Carolina as well, which surprised a handful of folks maybe. But again, that blue wall, we're talking about Wisconsin, we're talking about Michigan, we're talking about Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's gone. Michigan still outstanding. Wisconsin also still outstanding. And we don't expect to get anything from Nevada or Arizona for some time.
And while we have not made a projection of who is the next president of the United States, it's worth saying that on that map, there is really not a path at this point for Vice President Harris to come out on top. It really is Trump's. This election obviously dramatically changes things for both parties. And with that, we want to bring in some of our political insiders to talk about it. Sarah Fagan's a Republican strategist and former White House political director for President George W. Bush. Stephen Hayes is an NBC News political analyst and editor of The Dispatch. And we have Jay Johnson, former U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security. Welcome to you all, and thanks for being with us. Sarah, I'll start with you as a Republican strategist. We've been chewing this over. We've been talking about what it was that President Trump did to get to where we are right now. There's been a lot of reporting that maybe he didn't always listen to his campaign chiefs, and he just sort of, you know, we saw him off the cuff, off teleprompter a lot over the last couple of weeks especially. What do you think he did to get all those people to turn out?
Well, I think, you know, his off-the-cuff nature is what many of his supporters like about him. They find him authentic. They find him unscripted. They find that refreshing. But I don't think this was about what Donald Trump did. I think this is about what the Democrats did while in office over the last 4 years. You know, you look at inflation, which was so high during much of this administration, and many people are still feeling the pain of that as they dig out of credit card debt and high housing costs. So I think more than anything else, this is probably more a reflection of where the country has been the last few years. And it may not have mattered who the presidential nominee was because of the overarching economic factors, global factors facing the country.
The reality, though, is, Mr. Secretary, again, housing notwithstanding, a lot of the economic metrics, if you look at them objectively in this country, wages are up, unemployment down. Again, it doesn't seem to have translated for Democrats. But it seemed to me that Vice President Harris knew she was in trouble a few weeks ago when we heard former President Barack Obama explicitly almost pleading with black men specifically to get out and vote. And again, we're still pouring over some of the exit polling data. But it doesn't look like that happened. It doesn't look like men specifically turned out for the vice president. Why do you think her message didn't resonate as well with that particular group?
I actually think we have to reassess
how we look at demographics in politics. For generations, the black vote was a block vote. The Democrat, every 4 years, would get 90% of the black vote.
Yeah.
And then we tended to look at other demographic groups in the same way, as if there's a so-called Latino vote. I don't believe there's a Latino vote. And it looks as though this election, Donald Trump will have received somewhere between 40 and 45% of the Latino vote. I believe that as African Americans, as Latinos become further integrated into our society, they're also further integrated into everyday American thinking about the economy, about inflation, about schools, about any number of things, such that an unconventional candidate like Trump can come along and peel off certain types of voters that we would traditionally think belong to one party or another. And so I think we need to reassess entirely how we view various different voting blocks and talk to Latinos, talk to blacks, as if they're everyday Americans, as opposed to a group being concerned only about specific issues.
That's a great point.
Well, and Stephen, I see you nodding along a little bit. Do you think fundamentally what Mr. Trump was able to do was appeal to a wide swath of maybe slightly lower income or people who are struggling in this economy?
Yeah, I think that's right. And it's true that there are many economic indicators that are pointed in the right direction, but it doesn't erase the fact that your ground beef is 30% more than it was at the beginning of the Biden administration. That matters for a lot of people, and it matters more for people at the lower end of the income scale than anything else. But there's one other point I think it's really important to make here. There was a 25-day period between June 27th, when Joe Biden had his disastrous debate performance, and July 25th, or whatever it was, that he dropped out, 21st, when he dropped out. For 3 weeks plus, you had Kamala Harris and others at the top of the Democratic Party telling the country that what they had just seen in that debate performance, they hadn't just seen. There were 3 weeks when basically they were lying to the American public. I think the American public looked at this and said, if they're not being straight with us on this, what else aren't they telling us the truth about? And I think that did irreparable damage to her candidacy, because she had been at his side for the entirety of the administration.
All right, insiders, stand by. By stand by, I mean chug your coffee. We want to come back to you in just a moment. We're talking about some of the domestic implications here, but this is an election, of course, that is going to have global effects as well. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now with some international reaction to this presidential election. Keir, with two major wars right now happening overseas, Ukraine, obviously Gaza as well, the eyes of the world on the outcome of tonight's election and what changes may come. What has been the reaction so far?
So, Craig, this is sending shockwaves around the world. Shockwaves, though, of enthusiasm and concern, depending on where you are. So, diplomats not authorized to speak on the record here in the Gulf region, using words like wow and stunning when they've spoken to us this morning. It's the middle of the day here now in the UAE, when they have spoken to us through the night as they watch the results. I just want to read you, Craig, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel's comments. Congratulations on history's greatest comeback, calling it a historic return, addressing his comments on X to Donald and Melania Trump. An Iranian spokesman saying U.S. elections do not concern us and will not affect Iran's livelihoods. So a very different perspective there from Iran, of course. And local television here reporting that Hamas is saying that the president, who we think will be the president, of course, Donald Trump, will now be tested. His pledge for peace in the region will be tested. And then let's just track over to Russia and Ukraine. President Zelensky of Ukraine saying congratulations, before crucially adding, I appreciate President Trump's commitment to the peace through strength. So trying already to advocate that Donald Trump will support Ukraine. Russia's foreign ministry spokesman, Craig, saying hallelujah. And we've been speaking to Russian officials, also not authorized to speak on the record. One telling us less predictability is incoming. Another saying there is a chance for a truce. or at least some kind of change. Craig?
Our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, for us there with that international reaction. Keir, thank you.
Fascinating. It's already well into daytime over there, right, in many parts of the world. We have much more to get to. Early morning, our time here in the U.S., our special coverage of 2024 continues after this. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of this 2024 election. Craig Melvin alongside Kate Snow. I want to spend a moment or two here talking about an issue that was supposed to be quite galvanizing in a number of states. Abortion on the ballot in 10 states, but a measure in Florida that would have expanded abortion access failed to clear the 60% threshold that it needed to pass. Meanwhile, abortion initiatives passed in Arizona, Colorado, Maryland as well, with more results in other states to come. So how much of a motivating factor was abortion access when it came to getting voters to the polls? Was it the singular issue that Democrats hoped it would be? Kelly O'Donnell, at this point, again, we're still pouring over the numbers, but in a lot of states, it doesn't seem as if it was.
Which is a surprise, because when we were on the road covering the campaigns, talking to voters, we so often heard that. We also saw how many of the people who were endorsing, whether they be celebrities or ordinary Americans who had a personal story of health care related to abortion rights that had come forward, how powerful so many of those stories were. It seemed like it was an issue that would drive many women voters. But again, the larger piece of this is we've seen how young men and men in general were also very deeply motivated to go toward President Trump. So it'll be a question.
But what's interesting, Kelly, is that people actually were galvanized to vote on this particular issue, right? I mean, of all of the mandates that we saw on the ballot today, all of them got more than 50% of the vote, right? But that didn't translate to Democratic votes. There was clearly a message sent by the voters in all of these states that they wanted to enshrine reproductive rights on some level. Right. But that didn't guarantee that they were also going to vote for the Democrat as well.
Or that they thought that Kamala-Harris would be able to restore it nationally.
Exactly.
So you sort of have to assume that some people went into the booth and voted for one of those abortion rights propositions and at the same time voted for President Trump.
They had to have, right? Because, I mean, he won Florida handily, even though the measure didn't pass in Florida because it needed a supermajority of 60%, it still got well over the 50% threshold. Yeah. So there had to have been people that voted for that measure and also voted for Donald.
He successfully muddied his message.
Yes.
Now, he didn't necessarily do it for the party, but he did it for himself.
Don't go anywhere. Special live coverage of the election continues.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
From NBC News, this is Decision 2024. Here are Craig Melvin and Kate Snow.
Good morning. It is 4 a.m. on the East Coast, 1 a.m. on the West Coast right now on what can only be described as an historic election night as Donald Trump is headed to a return to the White House. The former president speaking to supporters at his election headquarters at Mar-a-Lago, Florida tonight, vowing to help the country heal.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Our decision desk at NBC News has not yet called the presidency for Donald Trump, but realistically, Kamala Harris has no viable path left. Let's take a look at where things stand in the battleground states. We'll start with Pennsylvania. This was our most recent projection just in the last couple hours. Pennsylvania, with its 19 electoral votes, the biggest of the battleground states, the projected winner, Donald Trump. Let's move to Georgia. We called this earlier in the evening. Donald Trump, the projected winner there with 99% of the vote in. In North Carolina, Mr. Trump winning there as well. 97% of the vote in, 51% to about 48%. In Michigan, we have not yet made a projection. Michigan, characterizing that as too close to call at this hour, with 86% of the vote there in. Wisconsin, also too close to call, with 96% of the vote in. And let's take a look at Nevada out west. That one also too close to call. 93% of the vote in. May take a long time for Nevada and Arizona to count the votes. Arizona also not too close, but too early to call, meaning we just don't have enough information yet to call that race.
Well, here's where the race to 270 stands right now. As you can see, there is a lot of red on that map. Former President Trump at 266 electoral votes. Vice President Harris right now at 219 electoral votes. We can also tell you at this hour, Republicans projected to retake control of the Senate as well. There are still a couple of races that are outstanding that we haven't called just yet, but we have called West Virginia for Jim Justice there. The House at this hour, again, can't call it just yet. 63 races still uncalled. But as you can see, Republicans there have picked up 3 seats in the lower chamber. And a very good morning to you. I was going to say good evening. But
good morning.
It was evening a long time ago. Craig Melvin alongside Kate Snow here. And again, the big story, Donald Trump poised for an historic political comeback.
Let's get right to Chuck Todd, who's been here all night long, watching all the numbers come in. Where are you focusing now?
Well, look, I mean, there's 2 things I'm looking at. One is, how close are we to calling Wisconsin?
Yeah.
And I'm going to go over there and show you that.
Which would put Trump over.
Which would put him officially over the 270 mark. And I'll show you what we're waiting on here and why we haven't called it, because there is technically enough vote out there to get him there in Milwaukee. As you can see, it is 107,000. As we could tell you, we think, she has to win like 95% of remaining vote, okay? But it's not it doesn't yet meet the standards for us to call. We think we're going to have a better read on Milwaukee County, which is really what we're waiting on. And when we get a better read, we will feel better about being to characterize this race. But that right now, I think, is of all the potential official paths to get him there, this is one. But the bigger thing, the bigger thing is not the bigger thing. The presidency is the bigger thing. The other thing I'm watching tonight in these same blue wall states are the 3 Senate seats.
Yeah.
Because what is interesting is all of them, part of it is a lot of Donald Trump voters go into the polls, vote Donald Trump and leave. And there's about a missing 50,000 to 100,000 votes for all of these Republican Senate candidates in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And that's where the surge of vote in Milwaukee for Tammy Baldwin, or Detroit for Alyssa Slotkin, or even Philadelphia for Bob Casey, there is enough vote for them to win there. And I think 2 of those 3 are going to be very, very close. And I have a feeling those 3 Senate races those may take a couple of days for us to call. They may be so close it could be recounts.
What's happening in Michigan, Chuck?
Well, Michigan, and I'll just show you. Let me move over here since it's right next door. We just don't have any. Look at Wayne County. We only have 54%. It's obviously the single most important large county there to find out. I mean, there's just a ton of remaining vote. We have nearly 500,000 vote left here. So it's just way too early. There were some slowdowns. Just Michigan, this is just not going to get called tonight, this morning.
I'm looking at a note from our reporters there. The Detroit city clerk had been saying that they were going to have all this wrapped up by 11 p.m. Eastern time for Detroit, Wayne County, and it's held up.
Right. And then for whatever reason, we've had a lot of problems getting data from the various counties. It's just not. So Michigan's just going to take us a long time to get settled. I will want to take you to Alaska because that is...
Take us to Alaska, Chuck.
That is also a state that will make him one electoral vote short. We're waiting on Maine because Maine 2. But as you can see here, he's got a lead. 70% of the vote is in. You know, it's... let's see how much raw vote is there. 40,000. So, you know, she would have to make up 40,000 votes. She would have to win 60+% of what's remaining. Unlikely, but we are waiting for a little bit more data there. So that would get him one electoral vote short. And of course, as I showed you before, Maine's 2nd congressional district is one that we do expect him to carry. That would give him the 270 as well.
Chuck, come back and join us here at the desk. Also want to bring in Ryan Nobles, Kelly O'Donnell. They'll be with us for the rest of these early morning hours as well. I mean, again, these results dramatically change the landscape for Democrats especially, and Republicans as well. What can we glean from the first Trump administration when we look at what a second administration might look like, just in terms of the folks that he surrounds himself with, the makeup of leadership in the House and the Senate as well?
One thing that I'm struck by, because now we're into the window of talking about the transition, which is one of the more bureaucratic, nerdy things, but he really,
Nerd out, Kelly.
Yes, he really had no interest in that when he won the first time, and yet again, he would need to deal with a transition with the Biden administration. It's being led on President Biden's side by his chief of staff, Jeff Zients. That is incredibly important. An incoming president hires 4,000 federal workers, has to put together a whole team, has to get all of the information, the handoff. On the campaign trail, we heard how Barack Obama had said he had prepared a pandemic guide for any future president, and that got tossed in the trash in the transition. Will he approach it differently now? He knows what the office is. He knows he will have strength in numbers on Capitol Hill. Will he approach it differently? Another thing that strikes me as different is when he came in the first time, he had a lot of the existing apparatus of the Republican National Committee. Reince Priebus became his chief of staff. He was the chairman. He had some of the people who were kind of willing to step in for the good of the country, who were not allies of Donald Trump. Many of them, of course, in the time during this campaign said they don't.
Experience.
Yes, experience, knowledge, and that many of them say he should not have been voted in a second time. So who will he surround himself in those key positions? All of that will be critical.
Yeah. You guys are going to have a lot of fun, though, because there's a bunch of U.S. senators that are on some short lists. I mean, I'm already hearing Marco Rubio to state, Tom Cotton to defense. Not saying so. All of a sudden, we could have some new senators. Bill Hagerty is another one, all from states with Republican governors, so they wouldn't cost themselves Senate seats. But I definitely think you will see people who are on that short list for VP, Doug Burgum as well, and Marco Rubio probably both end up in this cabinet.
And the other big difference between this incoming Trump administration versus the last one, to Kelly's point, he didn't really know anybody in the political sphere. He didn't have relationships with these people that he appointed to extremely important positions like Secretary of State. He had never even met Rex Tillerson before they went through that vetting process. This time around, he's going to know every single person that he puts in those seats.
Rex Tillerson, who he later fired.
Exactly, who fired. And
quote marks.
Yeah, exactly. Jim Mattis, John Kelly, these are people he didn't know. He's going to know and have relationships with each one of these people that he appoints this time around. And these are all people where his first question is going to be, how loyal are you to me personally? Because this is my administration.
Such an important distinction.
I have a mandate. I won the popular vote. He thinks he's going to win the popular vote. I won more than 300 electoral votes. What are you going to do for me if you are in this position? And so the theory of this case would be that it would be far less tumultuous than the first Trump administration, because this time around he's picking his people. Whether or not that's borne out by facts and what happens,
countless times in the first administration, we covered people putting up guardrails, telling him, no, that's not lawful, you can't do that. If he does not have people willing to say that, that will certainly change the tone and tenor. I'm also struck by, just in seeing on social media, someone like Jeb Bush, who once ran against him, congratulated him tonight, as well as leaders from around the world.
I mean, Nikki Haley. We saw Nikki Haley's op-ed a few days ago. It's going to be interesting.
And it might not just be people that don't put up guardrails for him. It may be people that encourage him to go further than what his instincts even tell him.
A more expansive view.
Well, right, the Project 2025
I'll put something, I mean, it's funny. Democrats were the ones talking about getting rid of the filibuster. Republicans at 55, 56, I promise you a lot of conservative activists are going to pressure President Trump to say, hey, we can't get our policies through, especially if he gets the House.
Right.
Because you need 60 votes for people that don't know what the filibuster is.
60
you need
votes.
60 votes in a lot of cases to pass something.
So if the Republicans have the House, if they can hold the House, I mean, talk about your irony of ironies here. This is a different Republican Senate. Mitch McConnell is just another member for 2 more years.
And that's the distinction between winning 55 seats versus 52 seats.
Right.
Because you've got Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins. That
would have stopped that, but they might not have
They
that.
may not have the power to do that.
Right.
I want to check in with NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He's spent the night, and it's now the morning, at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Vaughn's also been covering the Trump campaign for months and months and months. Vaughn, maybe pick up on what we were just talking about. I know the president has said, former President Trump has said, he's talked about a lot of things that he wants to do on day one, things that he wants to do right away. Some of that's going to need congressional approval, but what could he really start doing after the transition, you know, the first day in office?
The first day in office, let's just take tariffs. Donald Trump, right? He started a trade war in 2018, 2019, putting tariffs on a great amount of goods from Mexico, Canada, Europe, but also large tariffs on Chinese goods coming to the United States. And what happened as a result were retaliatory tariffs that were placed on U.S. goods that were produced here, like corn, soybeans, but also other manufactured goods that go overseas. And it was those countries that placed tariffs on those goods. In some of the U.S. export markets, they closed up. And it was domestic producers that saw some of their markets, the tanks, so the price of corn, just as an example. And that's where Donald Trump, this go-around, he is promising to place 20 to 30% tariffs on all goods coming into the United States and 60% tariffs on all Chinese goods. And now this gets weedsy when we're talking about tariffs here, but there's a lot of top economists who have expressed concern about what the harbinger of that would be on U.S. producers. And now the likes of Donald Trump and people like Howard Lutnick, who is helping lead Donald Trump's transition team, have made the case that this is ultimately going to increase U.S. manufacturing, steel manufacturing, automobile manufacturing here at home. And Donald Trump has campaigned exactly on this. And he doesn't need congressional approval to do this. And so there could be far-reaching economic consequences. Donald Trump suggests that in the long run they'll be good. But folks in the immediate could very well, like in 2018, 2019, feel some of those immediate impacts. And Donald Trump doesn't need congressional approval for that.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us there. At West Palm, at Trump headquarters. Vaughn, stand by. We do want to come back to you in just a few moments.
Yeah, let's talk about one other issue tonight that our NBC News exit polls are showing. A huge shift in the youth vote, in the younger vote, especially young men turning out for former President Trump, a key demographic, obviously, that he had hoped would show up, and it looks like so far, based on exit polling, they did. We want to bring in an NBC News correspondent, Savannah Sellers. Savannah's at the desk with us now. Good to see you. Welcome to the morning shift. What are we seeing? Because it's not just young men, it's also young women, right?
To
some
an extent, yes, to an extent.
But more so young men.
It is those young men. We did see in exit polling also that abortion still was that motivating issue for young women, but young men and the way that they came out for Trump just sort of seems to have taken that over completely. He made really significant gains with young voters in crucial blue wall states. We saw him actually, according to our NBC News exit polls, he's ahead right now in the youth vote in Michigan. It can't be overstated that that's a big deal, that he actually won that in that state, nearly tied in Wisconsin, nearly tied in North Carolina. So you see these places where he definitely made those steps. If we want to talk about how he did that, right? I mean, just in my reporting, I actually kind of started noticing this about a week or so ago, a shift that I was seeing on college campuses where students started to tell me who were Republicans, I think there's more Trump support here than I had thought, because it's kind of starting to be on my Snapchat. It's starting to be on my TikTok.
Right. Yeah.
I'm hearing people feel more comfortable saying, I'm supporting the former president. The former president also had a really targeted strategy when it came to sort of going after these voters in these untraditional spaces.
Podcasts.
Yeah. Fraternities.
Yeah.
sports, these cultish personalities making those choices for those podcasts, like a Logan Paul, like a Joe Rogan. By the way, his son, Barron Trump, was essentially his unofficial podcast advisor, saying, this is what I think you should go on, Dad. I'm a first-time voter. I'm a college student. This is what I'm listening to. And he actually reached those viewers there.
I had a number of my friends talk about the betting lines, just following the betting lines. Like,
Roddy Schwartz, who was in Arizona, he was on the campus of ASU tonight, he called me and he said, on camera, the last 3 people that I spoke to said to me, I don't care what the polls say. I didn't look at the polls. I looked at the odds.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And by the way, I know it sounds weird to us, perhaps. There's an entire generation of a voter who lives that way.
Oh, yeah.
Whether it's FanDuel, every weekend, that's what they're doing. That's what they're following.
Even in high school, by the way.
Yeah.
Can I just note, my parents live in State College, Pennsylvania, Center County, Pennsylvania.
Center County, yeah.
If you bring it up, it's red for Trump. He held an event, not last weekend, but the weekend before, in that college town on the Penn State campus, which people there were like, what is he doing? This county is typically blue. It's been blue for a long time. Not by a lot, but blue. But it's red today. And Chuck, I don't know. I wonder what that says about Penn State students potentially coming out.
Look, you and I both have, I think, Gen Z kids.
Yes.
And I have them in each gender.
19 and 21.
Yeah, I've got 17 and 20. And I have seen it. And, you know, it was interesting. I got an anecdote from my voter who said, who early on said, yeah, I've got a friend who's a Trump supporter. He tried to go vote, but he wasn't registered. And so that was sort of just one anecdote. Turned out that's just one anecdote. But a lot of these places, you have same-day voter registration.
Yeah.
Take Michigan. That's a same-day voter registration state. So if that means a whole bunch of people showed up, the assumption was, you know, it's so funny. Last week, particularly, was House Democrats. They were really pointing to college campuses as the key to them picking up a few of these key congressional races, particularly Ann Arbor and Iowa City, because they said, hey, in 2020, the Ann Arbor kids weren't in Michigan. They were voting in their home states. The Iowa City kids weren't in Iowa, weren't at the University of Iowa. They were voting from their home states. And so they thought, hey, when they're here, it's going to do it. But, you know, they're not flipping that Iowa CD that they were hoping to flip, that Iowa City's in. And Michigan right now, we've still got a long way to go. But if they're breaking more like the rest of the country.
Right. I was keeping a close eye on North Carolina over the last day because college Democrats, they had intense organization on college campuses. They lobbied the state to get more polling places on campus. They made student IDs an acceptable form of ID on many campuses. But they were also doing something interesting, and the Harris campaign was involved in this, was paying volunteers to do this. Anyone who registered to vote with them or who signed out what they were calling a commit to vote card, they were sending them directly Google Calendar invitations with their closest polling location. And they actually told me, we think we did that with a fair amount of Republicans also. Like, it was sort of a bipartisan get out the vote effort. We saw that. This is one of those states where that youth vote is nearly tied, is North Carolina.
And by the way, North Carolina, you start the RTP area, Research Triangle Park, Raleigh, Mecklenburg County, Charlotte. You got a whole heck of a lot of college kids there.
But remember, they've only known Trump. I was doing a little stint at the University of Chicago last week and was meeting with these students, and first, like, you know, my first memory of an election was 2016, and I was 12. The students have, and I was like, and it was just a reminder. They don't know anything other than Trump.
And their whole lives. He was a celebrity.
That's right.
His show on this network, The Apprentice, came on 20 years ago.
I'll take a quick break here because even at 4:20 in the morning, we have bills to pay here. Our special coverage of the 2024
We're getting big numbers here, Craig.
Election continues. Ballots still being counted, especially in Wayne County, Michigan, Wisconsin as well. Those two states still uncalled, but former President Donald Trump on the verge of returning to the White House for a second term. A closer look at how this all played out and what happens next. We'll do that right after this.
pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion, do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Our NBC News exit polls giving us a glimpse into this historic election and what factors drove voters out to the polls. This exit poll showing us how voters are feeling about the way things are going in the U.S. You see 73% dissatisfied or angry.
It's a lot of dissatisfied or angry voters.
It is.
There's a lot we can extrapolate from that.
And that's got to be more than one party saying that in those exit polls. Let's bring in some of our insiders to get their take on all of this. We've got Matt Gorman, former senior communications advisor for the Tim Scott presidential campaign, and Jeff Flake, former Republican senator from Arizona, here with us. I guess I'd just like to start, because we haven't seen you yet at this early hour, with your thoughts on this. I'll start with you, Matt. Your thoughts on this election.
One thing I was surprised about, one thing I wasn't surprised about. First, I was surprised at the speed of which all of this was called. Pennsylvania, it being 4 in the morning and it being
We thought it might take days.
Absolutely. We thought it would be waking up into Wednesday. One thing I was not surprised about, and I think people discounted, they were saying, like, what if Wisconsin goes this way and Georgia goes that way? I think we underestimated the chance that this all falls in the same way. These, if you remember, these states aren't vacuums. Yeah. They kind of tend to follow the same trends. We're certainly seeing that tonight.
To you, same question.
Shocked at the margins. I mean, Illinois, 5-point margin.
Yeah, Chuck was just talking about that.
New Jersey,
yeah,
that's just shocking.
And by the way, Michigan and Wisconsin poised to be pretty doggone close as well.
Yeah.
Hey, Senator, you also have a unique vantage point. You're also an ambassador as well. We all remember what the first Trump term looked like, what it sounded like. Is there any universe in which this second Trump administration looks and sounds different?
I think it'll be different. One, he knows, I mean, he knows more people. People from whom he'll select, ambassadors, Secretary of State, and others as well. And so, and I think there's a good cadre of people, in the Senate who are waiting for those opportunities. So I think that's going to be different in that way. So he has much more familiarity with how Washington works, and I hope that leads to a smoother time as well. I know that our allies want that, certainly.
We just checked in with Keir Simmons, who's overseas for us in the Middle East, and he was, statement after statement from world leaders, like the Russian leader, saying, I can't remember the exact words, but congratulations. It's definitely being seen around the world at this hour.
Absolutely, and I think to Senator Flake's point, this was a marriage of convenience in late 2016, early 2017. They were just trying to assemble a team. Now, they've been dating for about 10 years now. They know each other pretty well. So their folks are ready to assume these positions. As you talked about earlier, Senator Rubio, Senator Haggerty, and others.
Senator Scott.
You will see. I think I could see him staying on in Congress and doing some things there, but wouldn't discount it. There are people who Trump knows, Trump trusts, and has a relationship with. It might make that transition and then governing a little easier.
And these senators have relationships overseas as well. With some of these heads of state, and that helps. It certainly does.
We just have about a minute left. I'm a little surprised by your tone. I would have thought you might have been concerned.
Well, there's always concern. It's a tough world out there. We have enemies, we have allies, and I hope that we can always distinguish the difference. And so, yeah, there's concern. But, I mean, there are a lot of upsides as well. I can tell you one advantage. President Trump has the ability to just and the inclination to just pick up the phone sometimes. Now, sometimes you wish you'd have a note taker, and make sure that he's not promising things we can't deliver. But that instinct is good to call world leaders and say thanks for this, or thanks for that. So,
Senator, thank you. Matt, thank you. Don't go far. Don't go far. Our live special election coverage continues. Former President Trump bursting through the blue wall, taking Pennsylvania. So what happened?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. The economy was definitely one of the top issues for voters heading into the election. So we want to bring in NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung, covers the economy for us. Brian, what are you watching right now? Also wondering how the markets are reacting worldwide to what we're seeing.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I've been in my data den over here, but actually I want to show you some stats about some of the local economies. Some of the states here, namely Georgia and also North Carolina. So if you take a look at Georgia, take a look at the unemployment rate. Again, what you're looking at on the black boxes over there is the national figure. So the unemployment rate actually a little bit better in Georgia than the national average at 3.6% compared to 4.1%. Wage growth was a little bit lower in Georgia compared to the national. Again, 20% over the last 4 years, 18% in Georgia. By the way, in Georgia, that did not keep up with the rate of inflation, worth noting as well. But take a look at the change in home value, where homes in Georgia were going up by a lot more than the national average over the last 4-year period. This is a really interesting story when you think about that mixed picture. Again, in North Carolina, though, it's a little clearer in terms of the economy looking broadly better. Take a look at the unemployment rate, 3.8% compared to 4.1%. Wage growth, even better over that 4-year period, 23% compared to 20%. And then the change in home value, 46% over 37%. I bring this up because of Trump's strength in these two states, right? Having won these two battleground states, despite the fact that the economy in those states, in some respects, and in North Carolina, in all of these respects that I'm showing you, was actually better than the national average. So the narrative that the Trump administration was able to basically put out there, despite the fact that the picture, at least on an aggregate level, looked better, was certainly something worth messaging. And one other point I want to bring up, too, is that the Biden investments, right? When you think about the Inflation Reduction Act, they were trying to drop a lot of money, specifically in the EV space. It didn't work in those counties, which I tell you went heavily more towards Trump than they did for Harris in this particular election, guys.
All right. Really interesting. Brian, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here in the wee hours with us. Don't go anywhere. We're not going anywhere. Our special live coverage of the election continues right after this.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me.
Do you pledge not to hold a vote on any legislation that would ban abortion? Do you still have faith and confidence in the Supreme Court? Is this plan to ban price gouging anything more than a gimmick? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
And a good morning to 4:30 a.m. on the East Coast. That means it is 1:30 a.m. on the West Coast. The big story right now, Donald Trump on the verge of 270 electoral votes. Once again, the former president speaking to his supporters at his election headquarters at Mar-a-Lago just a short time ago, telling the crowd they made history tonight.
We made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
And the former president there sounding a bit surprised. To be clear, the NBC decision desk has not yet called the presidency for Donald Trump, but important to note that Kamala Harris essentially has no viable path to victory left. Let's take a look at where things stand right now in the battleground states. We will start with what was perhaps the most important battleground for both candidates, Pennsylvania. It's 19 electoral votes. Former President Trump, the projected winner there in the Keystone State with 96% of the vote there already being counted. Down to Georgia. Georgia, President Trump, the projected winner in Georgia as well, just over 50% there. From Georgia, we go to the Tar Heel State, North Carolina. Former President Trump also the projected winner in North Carolina. That battleground he's picking up. In Michigan, though, it is still too close to call in Michigan. As you can see, the former president is ahead by about 4 percentage points, though, but too close to call in Michigan. And in Wisconsin, it is also too close to call at this hour. But as you can see, once again, former President Trump with a slight lead over the vice president. Out west in Nevada, it is too close to call there. And in Arizona, it is too early to call in Arizona. But again, as we've been talking about here, Kate, the path to 270, an uphill slog, if not impossible, for Vice President Harris.
That's right. You see a lot of red on that map, and we're waiting for two key battleground states right now, for Michigan and Wisconsin, to get more data there. Arizona and New Mexico may take longer. Let's take a look at the Senate, the balance of power right now. This is the other big headline tonight, this morning. 51 Republicans now in the Senate. That gives Republicans control of the Senate. You remember Democrats had control before this evening. Now it is a Senate controlled by Republicans. And in the House, it's still early. We still have 62 uncalled races, but right now, Republicans have gained a net of 3 seats in the House. We're watching to see whether Republicans continue to hold the majority and have the speakership, or whether Democrats might take control of the House. And
a very good early morning to you on this election night. Craig Melvin alongside Kate Snow. We're saying good morning to you. There's a very good chance some of you never went to sleep. So for all of you who've been up all night, thanks for staying up with us.
Good chance we didn't go to sleep either.
It's true. And it's not just us, of course. We've got NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd. We've got him here with us, as well as Ryan Nobles and Kelly O'Donnell as well.
I might have nodded off a little here.
Did you
How did you do that? There was just
I took a little power nap.
the adrenaline, all of that. I can't do it.
I want to dig into. I mean, there have been a number of surprises tonight. One of the big surprises, the Latino vote. The Latino voters seem to have really propelled the former president over the top. Can we break that down at all at the big board? Can we dig into the Latino vote?
We can. I want to show you. I'm going to go to Texas because it's actually the cleanest place to show this. But I do want to. Our pollsters put together some analysis here. The number of states where she lost ground among Latinos by 21 points in the state of Pennsylvania, 8 points in the state of Arizona. Compared to 4 years ago. It was 8 points in the state of Arizona.
Didn't materialize that.
15 points in Texas, 24 points in North Carolina. It's just right down the line. Another 11 points in Florida, just across the board. But I'll take you to Texas here, because South Texas, we got a county here that has voted Democratic since the 19th century, that is going to go Republican for the first time. I think I have it down here. I think it's Starr County right here. This is probably the best example. It looks like it's going to hold. But again, this is Biden carried it by 5 points. Just give you, Hillary Clinton carried it by over 60 points, okay? Wow. This is how fast South Texas, this is just one county right on the border. This is Starr County. Again, the last time it's been since the 19th century that the Democrats have carried this county every single time. And I can just go here, I'll show you. Well, let me take you to other counties here so you can see. Oop, didn't mean to do that. Let me get you back down to Texas.
Chuck, can we see in that county the Latino vote? Is that possible?
Well, it's mostly, these are majority Latino counties.
Right.
So just to tell you, so here's another one here. So you could see just the change in over 2 cycles. Again, Clinton carries this county by 37 points. Biden carries the county by 12. Trump carries it by 3. So this has just been a fast transformation all along the southern border. So you got to say to yourself, Latino voters in particular seem to respond to the border issue. And when you see again, this is now as Republican as South Texas has ever been. And this used to be the heart and soul. Part of the problem now that Democrats can't target Texas, they always thought, well, South Texas was going to be, you take South Texas and couple it with Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio and Austin, and they thought that was the math to make them competitive statewide. The problem is they're losing South Texas, and they're losing it, as you can see, by gigantic numbers. The swing is just gigantic down there. And again, that's Texas. We've seen it. I told you, every single swing state. We've seen it across the board, and these are some major ones. And I see we've got somebody here who knows a lot about what's going on in the state of Texas, but he probably knows Starr County really well. I mean, that's the gut punch of the night, I think, or the exclamation point if you're on one side of the aisle, the gut punch if you're on the other side of the aisle of what of what happened with the Latino vote in the Democratic Party.
Referencing Secretary Castro. Secretary Castro, stand by, because we do want to bring in some of our political insiders to talk about what we've been discussing here, the Hispanic vote. Abraham Enriquez, founder of Bienvenido US, staunch Trump supporter. Carlos Curbelo, former GOP congressman from Florida, also staying up very late. Apparently no one's turned on the lights there in that studio for you. We do have lights here, though, for Secretary Julian Castro, former Housing and Urban Development Secretary in the Obama administration. Secretary, I'll start with you. I heard something interesting last hour from your former colleague, Secretary Jay Johnson, a former Secretary of Homeland Security. He said something that stayed with me. This idea that we continue to treat minority groups, especially in this country, as monolithic. This idea that there is a Latino voter or a black voter or a woman voter, when apparently, based on what we've seen tonight, couldn't be farther from the truth.
Yeah, I mean, what I see tonight basically is, well, first of all, something happened between 2016 and 2020, because the first significant drop-off that we saw, especially in places like South Texas, was not this year, but in 2020. And so the Democratic Party is going to have to basically do the inverse of what the Republican Party did in 2012, which is an autopsy to try and figure out what happened there. But I think to a large extent, what you're starting to see is that the Latino community, other communities are dividing or cleaving along the ways that every other community is, urban versus rural, education level, and so forth. And especially when you compare, I'm looking forward to comparing, for instance, what happened in South Texas or other rural communities, small town communities with Latinos versus in the big cities. I bet that you're going to find that the drop-off was especially pronounced in those smaller communities versus big urban areas, for instance.
What's puzzling maybe, too, is that President Trump ran on a platform of a mass deportation of immigrants. So you sort of wonder if some of those who voted for him in those southern Texas counties are maybe second, third generation. They've been here a long time.
I think that's part of it. Also, if you compare the focus of the immigration debate of the last couple of years versus the 2010, 2012, 2014 DACA and DAPA timeframe, the focus of the last couple of years was almost exclusively on people who were literally just getting here. And so I think that there was a division that was created there that was very different from when the people that were targeted many years ago by Prop 187 or, you know, SB 1070 in Arizona, or the DACA conversation was around, where people who had been here for a long time, who had roots, who were part of their neighborhoods and their communities. And that, I think, made it easier to create that division within even the Latino community.
Congressman Curbelo, let me bring you into the conversation there. Again, you are in Florida. Before we dig into more of this part of the conversation about the Latino vote and the Hispanic vote, I want to ask you a very simple question about the results tonight. Again, we haven't called the election, but I think we all can acknowledge where this thing is headed. Did Donald Trump win this race, or did Kamala Harris lose this race?
Look, I think Donald Trump won this race, and in part, it's because the Biden-Harris administration failed to unite the country, Craig. What people wanted from Joe Biden in 2020, what they were looking for at that time, was to turn the page, to bring the country together, to have a healer in the White House. That is what Joe Biden promised to do. When we look at how people feel about the country, that right track, wrong track question in polling, it's obvious that he failed. And I really think that's what opened the door to the second Trump presidency. Now, when it comes to the Latino vote, look, I think we can confidently declare tonight, Craig, that this idea that demography is destiny, right? What Democrats have been saying for over a decade, that as the American population would diversify, that meant that the Democratic Party would automatically grow. That is obviously not true. It's pretty clear that Democrats were taking a lot of those voters for granted, and now a lot of those voters are turning around and supporting Republicans and Donald Trump. And then the second thing I would say is that what's really hurt Democrats with Latinos isn't so much a policy issue or any specific policies, but culture and the way that Democrats talk about this country. For a long time, Democrats have emphasized the country's flaws. The country has been described as a racist country, an oppressive country, and without question, this country is flawed. But I don't think the average Hispanic can relate to that description of America. Most Hispanic families feel very, very fortunate to be here, and they fled places that are far more flawed than our country.
Let me bring in Abraham Enriquez. Sorry to keep you waiting. You're the founder of Bienvenido US, which, as I understand it, you did a lot of work for President Trump on the ground level. You know, there were people before tonight saying that President Trump wasn't doing as much as Vice President Harris was, getting out the vote, door knocking. Tell me about your experience.
Yeah, so tonight is such a surreal moment for me because I had just graduated college, and I saw there was a need to engage with young Hispanics. You have to understand that the average age of Hispanics in America, 29 years old, meaning we're the youngest racial demographic in the country, as well as 2/3 of Hispanics on the voter rolls are second and third generation. What does that mean? That means we're assimilating to American culture better. Most of us speak English as our first language, and a lot of us have a college degree. So this idea that we have to be spoken to about that the only issues that we care about is immigration reform and amnesty for all just doesn't hit with 2/3 of Hispanics on the voter rolls. So when President Trump invited me to the White House to launch Bienvenido, I had 2 years of front row seat to see the policies that benefited our community, which is why in November of 2022, we were the first organization to endorse him. And this election cycle, we put in $3 million across 5 different battleground states to ensure that we were increasing that Hispanic vote. So tonight, being able to say that we delivered 45% of the Hispanic vote for President Trump is something that it doesn't surprise me because he has made himself available to the community. Yeah, it's important to have Hispanic celebrities endorse you, I guess. But what's more important is having President Trump visit a cafecito shop in Miami or a bodega in the Bronx or a tiendita in Las Vegas. So President Trump decided to really break down the coalition and provide himself as the biggest surrogate to the Hispanic community. And well, tonight we see that that paid off.
Curious, Abraham, are you hoping for any kind of role in the new administration?
I love Texas, and I do not see myself going to D.C. I think my biggest support is staying here.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I want to come back to you, Secretary, for just a moment here, because as you have probably already seen, the Monday morning quarterbacking has already started in earnest on social media. You know, had Kamala Harris pick Josh Shapiro, would it have turned out differently? Had she spent more time focused on the mail vote and the waning days of the campaign, would it have turned out differently? For you, I would imagine it probably hits a little different because one of the things that I found striking in the last few weeks of the campaign, your former boss, Barack Obama, day in, day out, night in, night out, rally after rally, trying to pull Kamala Harris over the finish line, and he couldn't do it. No celebrity could do it. Beyonce, I mean, it was just Taylor Swift, Oprah, all of these celebrities who came out and were so vocal in their support of the vice president, they did move the needle. What does that tell you, if anything?
What it tells me is that it's something deeper than that. I don't think that any one thing, a different selection of a vice presidential candidate, a running mate, would have made that difference. I think that Kamala Harris was dealt a very difficult hand. Nobody else in history had to do a 100-day sprint to the finish. I think in many ways on inflation, on other issues, that the narrative was set. And probably it would have been a lot better chance of winning if President Biden had stepped aside sooner and there had been more opportunity to actually reset a new narrative. But we'll never know. These were very unusual circumstances. She was trying to do something unprecedented. And then, Craig, I think also at a bigger picture level, 15 years ago, before Barack Obama was elected, if somebody had said, you know what, we're going to ask the United States to elect a black woman president, most people would have said, what? Yeah. That's not going to happen for 30 or 40 years. And what breaks my heart is to think at a bigger level that it's beyond any of these sort of, you know, one-off issues that are happening right now, but it's still some of the ingrained challenges.
You can say the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, no, I mean, that we face, you know, with racism among some people and misogyny among some people. I don't think we're grappling enough with some of those larger issues right now yet either.
All right, Secretary Castro, thank you. Thank you so much for your time, and a big thanks as well to our other two insiders as well. We still have thank you both, gentlemen. We've got lots more to get to as we continue our special coverage of the 2024 election. Democrats relied heavily on the fight for abortion rights to drive voters to the polls in a lot of places, but did it turn out as they had hoped? We're going to take a look at that part of the story next.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. As a result of Roe v. Wade being overturned, abortion rights initiatives, as you know, made their way onto the ballot in 10 states on this election night. For a check on the results, we're going to go over to Ryan Nobles. He's at the data wall for us. Ryan?
Yeah, Kate, I think we're going to talk about this for quite a while after this election, about how abortion played a role in this particular vote, because there were a number of motivating factors that brought people to the polls as it relates to abortion, because there were so many of these referendums that were on the ballot. I want to show you a couple of them, in particular, the two places where they failed. This is the first time that we've seen measures like this actually fail at the statewide level. In Florida, a majority of the people of Florida did vote to protect abortion rights, but this needed a supermajority in order to get there. It fell short of that at only 57%. In South Dakota, a very conservative state, probably not that big of a surprise, this measure fails 61 to 39%. But let me show you a place where it passed that may come as a bit of surprise, and that's Montana, a very conservative state. Donald Trump won this state very easily. We're still waiting the results of the Montana Senate race right now, but it looks like John Tester is in a difficult position there, the incumbent. They still vote in favor of abortion rights. Now, look across the map, and you see all these different states where in each opportunity, voters went to the polls looking for an opportunity to codify abortion rights. It happened in Arizona. That's a state that's leaning towards President Trump right now. It happened in Nevada. Republicans are doing very, very well there. Missouri, Donald Trump won easily there. They won the Senate race there. New York, obviously a blue state. Maryland, a blue state. And Colorado, a blue state. So where are we still looking to see this? Well, there's one other state where there was a bit of an interesting dynamic, and that is in Nebraska. They actually put two measures on the ballot, and the way they decided to work this out is whichever one of these measures got the biggest raw vote total, that's what was going to be put into practice. And in this case, it was the second one, their second option here. And basically, this put into the situation I'm sorry, it's actually this one. I'm looking at the things wrong. So it actually prohibits abortion after the first trimester, which is essentially codifying an abortion ban. Now, there are exceptions in this for rape, incest, life of the mother, things along those lines after you get past the first trimester. But this is essentially codifying an abortion ban at 55 to 45%. Now, Democrats had really hoped that abortion would be a driving factor for their voters, and Kamala Harris made it kind of the central point of her campaign. But what we saw when you look at these results in many of these states, there was still people voting against the idea of abortion being banned, but not transferring that vote to Democrats, at least not in every single state, including some of the states where it mattered the most, guys.
All right, you know, you look good over there at the data wall, but you look better over here at the desk.
That's come on home, Ryan.
Kelly O'Donnell is still staying up with us. So let's pick up where Ryan left off there, Kelly O, because what do you think happened in terms of that particular issue being a galvanizing issue for Democrats?
One thing is how Ryan laid it out, that if people are faced with a decision that is discreetly about abortion, and they have an opportunity to evaluate that and change the law in their state, they were motivated to do that. They weren't willing to confer that to leadership at a national level for Kamala Harris. Part of me wonders if so much of this is still baked in, the newness of her candidacy, how she was not as well known broadly. And to some degree, it is a mystery at this early hour because it was so dominant among so many of the voices.
So many ads.
So many. And even in a lot of the polling talking about how important the issue was.
You know, it was interesting. We did a lot of focus groups leading up to this. There was one focus group where they asked this specific question of Pennsylvania voters. And you talk about a state like Pennsylvania, which had codified abortion rights there. And then you say in these focus groups, they actually asked, are you more concerned about abortion or the economy? I'm more concerned about abortion. The second question, follow-up question in the focus group was, what if I told you that in your state, abortion is protected? You don't have to worry about that. Oh, well, now I'm worried about the economy. And so not worried about it at the national level if they felt protected in their own state. Yeah, and this is why I say this is going to be one of these things we're going to have to dissect after the fact. Because if you walked into that voting booth and you thought, oh, look, I have an opportunity here, independent of anything else, to protect abortion rights in my state, now I can vote on every other issue. And in some cases, they felt
Harris
that God
couldn't explain how she was going to get a national protection enacted.
Meanwhile, to make your point, Mike Rogers, who's the Republican nominee for Senate and right now is leading in Michigan, very late in the campaign. In fact, I thought it was too late to fix his problem on reproductive rights. Had his wife do a direct-to-camera, essentially saying he is not going to do anything. You know, Michigan is already codified. You're okay. And he's not going to do anything to change Michigan's law.
Larry Hogan tried that in Maryland.
He did, right. Well, not a swing state,
yes.
Arguably. But it was interesting that they did it so late. In fact, I was like, wow, that's awfully late. It might be too late. Sure. But it may not have been. We'll see.
Former President Trump, actually, I mean, he distanced himself from a lot of that. And of course, at one point, a few weeks ago,
I think that's the key.
Declaring himself the father of IVF.
No, I think him muddying his message gave the permission slip to somebody who was inclined to support Trump, but also is in favor of abortion rights. I mean, look, you can't win Florida by the margin he did. 57% supported this amendment. It came up short because of the 60% threshold, but 57%. So that's quite a few Trump voters voting.
And when we talk about the influence that Donald Trump's going to have on this new government when he takes the presidency, you have to wonder, there are going to be a group of Republicans in the Senate, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz, who are going to want to push for a national abortion ban. Can Donald Trump prevent them from introducing that? Because I think that's going to be one of the big.
He has never said, has he, Ryan? President Trump has never said.
Ryan, what's the line?
He would veto.
But what's the number? 15 weeks. Is it 15 weeks? Right. Because if it's 15 weeks, is that going to be considered a ban? Or is that going to be considered to Floridians and Texans who are dealing with 6-week bans and Iowans? an improvement.
Right.
Just
and
something to think
that
about.
was the question Hallie Jackson asked Kamala Harris, if you remember.
She wouldn't touch it.
And she would not touch it because the Overton window, the Overton window on abortion has changed. That's the reality. That's one of the things we have to remember here. This isn't about a ban. It's about where it stops and ends.
Clearly, we have a lot more to discuss. We have a lot more special coverage of the 2024 election as former President Trump closes in on the White House. Stay with us.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
And welcome back to our continuing election coverage. While former President Trump made inroads with Latinos and young voters, Vice President Harris performed well among college graduates. But that doesn't appear to have been enough to push her over the finish line. How significant was the growing education divide? And what does that mean for Democrats moving forward? We want to pick up on that part of the conversation right now. Again, we're just getting some of the exit polling data in, so I don't know if we really know too much about that at this point. Chuck, do we?
No, I think that's something that we got to continue to unpack.
It's over the next few days. Okay.
And, yeah, I think so.
But is it, I mean, based on what you've shown us so far throughout the night, she underperformed with just about every other group. There's probably no reason to...
There's no reason to think. I mean, look, yes, you know, the Democratic coalition, she put about 93% of it together.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we are drawing these broad conclusions. This still was a 2-point race in Georgia, a 2.5-point race in North Carolina. It's going to be about a 1.5-point race in Pennsylvania, a 1-point race. I mean, we are going to sit here and look. It's going to be the biggest margin Trump has had.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
It's
compared
not
to
a
60.
blowout.
It is not. So it is going to be one of those things where I'm already sensing the Democrats are reacting to this the way they reacted to their 88 defeat. I know I'm going way back, but that was sort of the end of the union-led liberal wing of the Democratic Party, was that 88 defeat by Dukakis, because they really thought they were going to win that election. That was when they were up 17 points, according to some polling, literally 90 days before Election Day, and then they got blown out.
Lost all but one
Wasn't
state.
it the ad in the
lots of
commercial in the tank?
There was plenty of symbolisms there. I think there were a lot. But here you have it was a real knockdown, drag-out fight inside the Democratic Party between sort of the traditional labor, liberal wing of the party and this governor from Arkansas who is leading the moderates, called the DLC at the time. I think we're going to see something similar where the progressives and sort of the non-progressive, whatever you want to call them these days, that's going to be the first fight.
The battle for the soul of the new Democratic Party.
The new Democratic Party, absolutely.
Okay, all right. Chuck, don't go anywhere. Believe it or not, we've got much, much more. Our live special coverage of the election 2024 continues right after this.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting.
Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Mornings are full of possibility and energy, and how you get set for the day ahead matters. It's about getting caught up and getting ahead, because every day deserves the best start.
$5 a.m. on the East Coast, 2 a.m. on the West Coast, on what can only be described as an historic election night, as Donald J. Trump is on the verge of returning to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. The former president speaking to his supporters at his election headquarters at Mar-a-Lago earlier this morning. Here is part of what he said.
And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Mr. Trump has declared victory. The NBC decision desk has not yet called the presidency for Mr. Trump, but Realistically, Kamala Harris has no viable path to 270 electoral college votes. In fact, let's take a look at where things stand right now. We'll start in those battleground states that we have been talking about ad nauseum. Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, the projected winner there, former President Trump. From Pennsylvania to Georgia, in Georgia, former President Trump, the projected winner there, picking up Georgia's 16 electoral votes as well. 99% of the vote is in there in Georgia, by the way. North Carolina, Donald Trump also the projected winner there in North Carolina. From North Carolina, we go to Michigan. In Michigan, it is still too close to call. The difference, as you can see there, 102,000 votes. We are still waiting for a lot of those votes in Wayne County. If you're counting votes in Wayne County, pick it up. Wisconsin, too close to call in Wisconsin. President Trump, as you can see there, with a slight edge over Vice President Harris. From Wisconsin, we go out west to Nevada. Didn't expect to be able to call Nevada at this point anyway. Too close to call there. Difference of about 57,000 votes. And in Arizona, it is still too early to call, but as you can see, former President Trump still poised there in Arizona to perhaps pick up the 11 electoral votes there. There's the map, Kate.
Yeah, there it is. A lot of red on that map. And we'll go to Chuck to explain that there are really no paths here for Vice President Harris anymore. But before we do that, can I just pull up the Senate balance of power to remind folks, or if someone's just tuning in, Republicans have taken control of the upper chamber, the Senate, with a 51-seat majority to 41 for Democrats, with some outstanding races still yet to come. And then in the House, we're still waiting for 62 races, and it may take days for some of these to be called. But at this moment, Republicans have a net gain of 3. Remember, Republicans have been controlling the House, so it's a question of whether they keep that control or Democrats take over control.
And a good morning to you. Craig Melvin here alongside Kate Snow. And again, the big story right now, just after 5 a.m. on the East Coast, Donald Trump's perhaps improbable, but certainly historic political comeback. Also joined by Kelly O'Donnell, joined by Ryan Nobles as well. Chuck Todd over at his trusty big board. Chuck, what are you looking at here at 5 a.m.?
Well, we got 7 uncalled states here, Maine and New Hampshire. Kamala Harris is leading in both of those. Then you have Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Alaska. Donald Trump is leading in all of those. He really just needs one of the 4 of the battlegrounds, or Alaska plus the 1 congressional district in Maine. Maine is the other state that splits its congressional district. I will tell you, the state that we expect to see something pretty soon is in here. We've been waiting for some vote in Milwaukee. We're still waiting for it, but it's our understanding that it is being inserted into the system here. So we want to see, is there enough vote in Milwaukee that she could actually make up what she would need in order to catch Donald Trump? Can she find 111,000 votes essentially here? We think essentially she's got to win all but 5,000 votes remaining if our numbers are accurate. But again, this is a stronghold of hers, Milwaukee County. So we will wait and see what those numbers look like. But you know, I hate to say we're on the verge of, because you never know when it comes to counting votes and this. But this one, it is hard to see. It would take a counting miracle for Kamala Harris to catch Donald Trump here, and it's just probably just a matter of time here in Wisconsin. And that's probably the state of the 7 that is the most ripe for moving off our board.
And do you see Mr. Trump exceeding his 2016 304?
Oh, he's going to exceed his 2016. I mean, he is well on his way to winning the popular vote, and there's a reason for this. I mean, I think we've been spending a lot of times in the battlegrounds, but his improvement all over the country. Let me just take you to New Jersey. You got 89% in. Harris is only going to win New Jersey by 5 points. Just to remind you, Joe Biden won it by 16 points. I already showed you Illinois
and Virginia,
an early hour. In all of these blue states, what I would call blue states that, when I first started this, were actually swing states. Believe it or not, my first election, New Jersey, Illinois, those were swing states. Virginia was a deep red state, wasn't a swing state back then. But in all of these sort of what we used to think of as dark blue states look like blue tonight. And you have to say there's the 2 demographic groups that you keep asking why that is. One is clearly Hispanics, particularly Hispanic men, and the other is younger voters in general, but mostly younger men. This was not the dominant demographic that Democrats were counting on. Young voters arguably powered Democrats in the last 4 presidential elections. Not this time.
Yeah, if this was a battle of the sexes, it would seem as if men won tonight.
Well, in terms of their vote.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I change the subject a little bit and go to Kelly and Ryan on the question of what changes? We've talked about what policies will change, what the cabinet might look like for President Trump. What changes culturally in this country with an election? Again, we haven't called it yet, but if President Trump becomes the next president again, what kind of culture changes do we see, Ryan or Kelly? Because you think about the way he ran this campaign, a lot of ads on transgender issues.
And he linked those ads to male-dominated audiences.
That's right.
Sure. And so if you look at some of the movement to have greater understanding on those issues, to have policies that protect those individuals, that seems to be vulnerable based on his apparent success here. And then just looking at the national conversation, there will be more of an America First approach. There will be more of almost an us and them tone, which was a big undercurrent in what he would talk about. And you know, the term woke or, you know, any of those
I think
things.
wokeism may have died tonight.
Woke might be dormant for a bit.
DEI? Is that another thing?
That's another big one.
Defund the police.
Yes,
Right.
those sorts of things.
If you're going to encapsulate it, it would be the end of woke. I mean, I think that's the message that Donald Trump and his supporters, I'm sure, are sending across the board. And it's something that's manifested itself in these podcasts. It's manifested itself on the internet. I mean, X or Twitter has become kind of a haven for all of this. And
it's not lost on me that one of the few successful losing candidates tonight was not a Democrat, but somebody who was progressive, but spoke like how people talk. And that's Dan Osborne, the losing independent Senate candidate. He was a Bernie Sanders supporter, but he was basically, hey, I'm a mechanic. And he didn't buy, and you know, yes, he would curse, and yes, he would. I mean, no different than Trump. John Fetterman.
This was a campaign of cursing.
It was a campaign of cursing. I mean, you know, this is not your grandmother's campaign anymore, okay? I mean,
even in the ads.
And my grandmother actually still might be listening. She can't see as well anymore, but she does listen to our coverage. And that is, you know, there are some Democrats that sort of saw this sooner, Fetterman being one. And I think Fetterman could end up being an interesting sort of North Star for the party. Right. He's a guy who's figured out how to win. He was basically a working class Democrat that has stayed a Democrat. Well, essentially, all of his brethren where he grew up are clearly have moved towards Trump. So I think Fetterman could end up playing a pretty big role in whatever the party's gonna, wherever they're going to next. Because Fetterman seems to get it a little bit more than, you know, look where he was in Israel too. So he's not been a predictable politician.
Two things. First of all, if your grandmother is watching or listening, hello, Grandma.
Yeah.
Secondly, to Kate's point, how much of a conundrum would this present for Democrats? I mean, here's a party that has always had to appeal to this big tent. You've got blacks, you've got gays, you had Hispanics. You've got such a broad coalition that every 2 years you've got to figure out how to appeal to all those folks. How do you now do that?
I think don't try to be a xylophone. I'm going to use that's an old Chris Matthews thing. He said, you know, where you feel like you have to play a note for this group and a note for this group and a note for this group. You know, ultimately, why was Barack Obama successful at building that big coalition? Because he didn't have separate notes, right? He was trying to find more unifying messages. And I'll tell you, I thought Carlos Corbello earlier made an interesting point about, you asked him, did Donald Trump win this election? Yeah. And he said something that I thought was really smart. He said, no, you got to remember, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris failed to unite the country. And that was the mandate that they were sent. And I don't think that is the mandate that they thought they were sent, or certainly that the Biden administration did. As Abigail Spanberger, who was a congresswoman who was leaving, said, you know, the country didn't elect another FDR. You know, was basically throwing shade back at a former chief of staff to President Biden who said, we're just like FDR. And it's like, that is not what the country wanted. The country wanted to be turn the temperature down and bring us together.
And Harris tried that, though. She talked about having a Republican in her cabinet. She talked about common sense proposals. Moving forward.
Right.
And she had a lot of the progressive part of her party kind of sitting quietly
But did she do enough, right?
Well,
did she do enough to push back on her own positions? You know, it's really tough to be branded you know, I'm really having a lot of flashbacks to 2004. John Kerry's loss, you know, he's the last Democrat to lose the popular vote. and Kamala Harris, they both had a couple of brands that they couldn't shake.
The flip-flop.
Well, no, it's simply being where you're from. Massachusetts, liberal.
Right.
We've not elected a Massachusetts liberal president, and after a couple of attempts, or San Francisco Democrat.
Right.
You know, it may not be fair, but it's a label that sticks in a way that doesn't come across as mainstream to a lot of Americans.
And when I think we talk about the end of woke, what does that mean? I think what Donald Trump is at least attempting to prove with this win here tonight is that you can make a pitch to a broad swath of Americans that find themselves maybe in the same economic conditions, that live in the same style of area of the country, meaning more rural versus urban. And it doesn't matter if they're black, if they're white, if they're Latino, if they're gay. But if you tell them you're not doing as well as you should be doing, regardless of what you look like, and I can fix that, and it's not within the prism of how they look at themselves in the mirror, that seemed to be a message that resonated, and that may be one of the areas that Democrats have to work on.
We got to get overseas.
Yeah, let's turn to NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons. He's going to join us with the international reaction to the results of the U.S. presidential election. And Keir, it's daytime. What time is it where you are right now, Keir? You've been up for hours.
Yeah, it's 2:15 in the afternoon here in the UAE. So yeah.
So yeah, give us a sense for what's the morning headlines and into the day. What has it been?
What? Well, look, you know, this changes things globally, right? And there are those around the world who are anxious about that, and there are those that are excited about that. So we've been talking to Gulf diplomats, Saudi, Emiratis here, Qatar, who aren't authorized to speak on the record, have been saying things like, wow, stunning, saying that they have been glued to the televisions, fascinated. Listen to Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, quick to congratulate Donald Trump, saying this is a huge victory, and then signing off his message in true friendship. What a split screen with President Erdogan of Turkey, who, you know, has been highly critical, to say the least, of Israel, saying, I congratulate my friend, President Trump. So both trying to say, this is my friend who's been elected. An entirely different tone, for example, as you would expect from the Iranians, an Iranian spokesman saying, U.S. elections do not concern us and will not affect Iranians' livelihoods. Well, we'll see about that. A similar kind of dismissive tone from Hamas. And then we're hearing too from the Russians, a Russian foreign ministry spokesman saying simply, hallelujah.
Ah, okay. Our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, for us there in the afternoon. Keir, thank you. I want to turn to Brian Chung now, business data. Brian Chung, business and data reporter. Brian, let's see, what it's 5:15 looks like. So we're about 4 hours away from the markets opening here. Any indications so far how the markets are responding?
Yeah, well, I mean, luckily, we also have futures markets, so we can see the implied pricing for when that open does happen at 9:30. And it's really rocketing higher. I mean, every few minutes that I take a look, it seems like it goes even higher when you take a look at the Dow Jones. These are the point increases. I can tell you that the Dow Jones up about 1,100, 1,200 points would be about 2.8%, almost 3%. That's pretty notable. And when we look at some foreign markets as well, you're looking at green across the board. Whether you look at the Nikkei, the Japanese markets going higher, although that was before a lot of the key battleground states were called. Look, I was messaging with a tech analyst that is still up at this hour for some reason. He was telling me that the results of Trump potentially winning this would be, quote, a dream for a tech bull. And the reason why is because if you have at the FTC, for example, Lena Khan, who's been very aggressive against consolidation, not just the tech space, but broadly among big corporate America, well, then that would be largely bullish for stocks. And I think that's one thinking that's happening and coalescing in Wall Street already.
Okay, but he wants to introduce a massive tariff regime that would be upending trade around the world. So, I mean, this could be catastrophic to the world economy if it's implemented.
Yeah, and look, economists that I have talked to have said that that would likely be inflationary. If you slap a 60% tariff on all Chinese goods, and not only that, a 20% blanket tariff on anything coming in from any other country, well, what would that do? If you're an American company that has to pay those tariffs to import your goods, you likely pass that cost.
Right, so what I'm curious is why are the markets not pricing that fear in?
Well, I think big tech is the big thing, right? I mean, big tech and Facebook, you're not importing anything physically coming in from other countries. So for those companies, they like the idea of potentially not having an FTC that's going to be as harsh on consolidation. Although Trump has been very hard on the likes of Facebook and Meta, right?
A corporate tax break, perhaps? I mean, that's got to be.
And I think that's a big piece as well. I want to call attention just really quickly to two specific stocks. After Trump mentioned Elon Musk in his speech, we saw Tesla in post-market trading on at least the Robinhood platform up by about, I think right now, 15%. And then Trump's own stock, Trump Media Group, right, DJT.
That's like been a polling EKG.
It's up 33%. That implies another $1 billion in net worth for the president,
which
just
is,
off
which
of that
is
post-market.
fascinating, since at one point yesterday they'd actually paused trading.
Because it was so volatile.
Right.
That's right.
Brian, thank you. Don't go far. Our special coverage of this 2024 election is going to continue. Ballots, by the way, still being counted, especially in Wayne County, but also being counted. I am. Pick it up there at Wayne County. Pick it up. But they're being counted in Wisconsin and some other states as well. Yeah. President Trump on the verge of returning to the White House. We'll talk a little bit more about what that could mean and perhaps what it won't mean right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special 2024 election coverage. Election days, NBC News exit polling found that a record low percentage of voters identified as Democrats in what could be an ominous sign for that party. The share of voters identifying with the Democratic Party hit the lowest mark this century. Chuck, that is a political realignment.
Well, it is, and it's we know where it's coming from. It's coming from Hispanics. I mean, that is the big loss. You had a larger group of people identifying as independent, which we ought to remind people is kind of a rational thing. If 70+% of the country thinks we're heading in the wrong direction, another 70% thinks democracy feels threatened. In fact, we've seen party identification with both parties actually dip down a little bit collectively, and more people identifying non-party. And this is where those young voters come in. Gen Z in particular, those younger voters are not registering DNR. They're registering in greater numbers. In some states, it's no party. In some states, they call it independent. But either way, you're not associating with the two major parties. And it is going to make this group that much more important in general elections. But here's what it could end up doing is does it end up sort of putting Democrats, if only the most progressive stay in the party and they run the primaries, you do risk nominating candidates who can't then appeal, because Democrats are going to have to win a bigger chunk of independents when you have a lower party identification.
My son would ask if then you're headed toward a three-party system.
No. Yeah, third parties in this country, they're successful when they reform the other two parties. Ross Perot successfully got both major parties to correct themselves. And arguably that's what Teddy Roosevelt did. We have not, it is hard to see some sort of centrist movement. There's just not enough people there, because a lot of these independent voters, it's independent. It's not centrist. And that's another thing that I think both parties make a mistake about. They think the best way to win independence is some sort of moderation. What it really is some of these independents are literally, some of them are further to the left, further to the right, but they're distrustful of the two institutions that are the D's and the R's, and that's what this is about. So I do think Democrats need to spend a lot more time learning why these folks choose to be independent and unaffiliated with either party. It's not just because they're centrists.
All right, Chuck, don't go far. We want to bring in two of our insiders here to get their take on all of this, perhaps chew on some of what Mr. Todd just said there. Stephen Hayes, editor and CEO of The Dispatch. Thanks for sticking around. And also Matt Gorman, former senior communications advisor for the Tim Scott presidential campaign. Now, one of the things that again, we'll be unpacking this today, tomorrow, for the next few weeks. We spent a lot of time over the last few days talking about the sheer number of early voters that we had in this country. Some 80 million people had cast their ballots before today. What do you take from that, Stephen, that there were so many people who voted early?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think a lot of people wanted to get in early before things got more complicated. If you look at the way that the race broke down, you had all of these very exciting and potentially big shifts coming in the way that the candidates were addressing their campaigns. I mean, I think Kamala Harris, when you look at the messaging that she had going into these last couple of weeks, there wasn't anything really identifiable, I think, for the people that were looking for her to sort of reshape, redefine what she was and why she was running. They didn't see that. So I think you had people going to the polls early in an effort to sort of get in front of that.
She laid it all out there, though, didn't she? I mean, she had policy proposals, much more coherent policy. I mean, sort of explained policy proposals in a way that Donald Trump didn't necessarily do on the stump. But you think it just wasn't enough?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she took these hard positions. I mean, we saw the video of her, on this criminal justice referendum just over the past couple of days where she said, I don't really want to answer that question. She sought to, I think, kind of camouflage her views on what was happening in Israel. She distanced herself to a certain extent from some of the Biden administration policies on the economy, but not enough.
Matt, there was an ad. And I saw it like most ads. I saw it over and over and over. And there was an ad that featured an interview that she had done on The Breakfast Club, a wildly popular radio show with Charlemagne the God and his sidekick, DJ Envy. And they used her own words and their words, where you know the ad.
I knew exactly what you're talking about.
It seemed to me that might, of all of the ads we've seen this cycle, that may have been the most effective.
What were the words?
They painted her as someone who believed in, and again, I don't want to misquote the ad, but it talked about how she would, if elected, have federal tax dollars go toward people having surgeries to change their sex.
It was just, the tagline was, Kamala's for they, them, President Trump is for us. In an era where very few ads break through anymore, that one broke through, and it aired on Sundays during football. I watched all the time. And you saw it was geared towards men, specifically African-American men. You're absolutely right. They had the Breakfast Club, but then the last shot was President Trump with African-American leaders. And that broke through in a real way. And we talk about, again, our party's had a lot of trouble with women voters. How Democrats respond and appeal to men is going to be very, very interesting to see.
What's interesting to note about that ad also is they spent 5 to 1 more money behind that ad the Trump campaign did than they did on ads on the economy, which was supposed to be the #1 issue.
because they knew that it
was breaking through.
darn
You talk to
effective.
Democrats, and they were
Yes.
And
nervous
yet it's
about
not really, or maybe it is. Is it a huge policy proposal in real life?
It's cultural.
It's cultural.
It speaks to, wait a minute, what are the priorities here? And you talked a little about kind of what did Kamala do to reach out to disaffected Republicans from a policy basis and take away the cabinet stuff. There was no real issue that you could say, well, she bucked her party on this and she's willing to, give a little bit on whether it's crime or something like that. As you said, she wouldn't talk about what she voted on a referendum in the state of California, which would increase limits for shoplifting and things. Fairly common sense. There was none of that. And I think that is something that was a little bit telling.
And another thing that made that ad effective, they used her own words.
The 2019-2020 Kamala Harris positions were tough to overcome.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Matt.
Our live special election coverage continues. Former President Trump bursting through that blue wall so far, taking Pennsylvania. We're still waiting on Wisconsin and Michigan. So what happened there? We're going to take a deep dive into how that call changed the state of the race.
Top story live from Paris, live in Tel Aviv. We are here in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist.